With the impending college entrance examination, Jiang Yan resolutely chose to venture into the wilderness to engage in combat and enhance his attributes, embodying the principle that hard work is rewarded by the heavens. In the divine martial space, countless deaths accumulated, resulting in a legendary entry. With unwavering diligence, you have successfully awakened your innate talent, manifesting a robust physique. Through relentless honing, your robust physique has evolved into an SS-grade talent, the Battle Saint Armor. Eternally illustrious, your Battle Saint Armor has transformed into the supreme talent, Chaos Engraving, body of 10,000 calamities. As the college entrance examination approached, Jiang Yan returned with overwhelming momentum. Did he dispatch his opponent with a single stroke? Jiang Yan replied, "My apologies, it was merely a blind spot." His adversary retorted, "The field is not that expansive." Jiang Yan remarked, "I couldn't halt in time. I thought it was merely a speed bump." The opponent countered, "It's not that jarring." Jiang Yan questioned, "How did you end up beneath my blade while I was distracted?" The opponent asserted, "It's not that slow. We are all striving to live vigorously. You fell just as I began to exert myself." Jiang Yan, in the examination hall, effortlessly dominated his way through. Chapter 1. 9 Attempts at Awakening. Linjiang No. 1 High School, Martial Arts Arena. When a human body reaches its limits, there is a certain probability of breaking the shackles of the body, thereby becoming an awakened individual comparable to those with innate talent. Though this marks my 9th attempt at awakening, it is still insufficient. Jiang Yan's muscles swelled as he exerted force beneath his feet, forcibly prying open the gravitational machinery before him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the martial arts arena as the gravitational machinery crashed to the ground, startling all students into ceasing their training, their gazes drawn towards the commotion. Smoke and dust swirled in the air, revealing a blurred figure lying on the ground. It's Jiang Yan. Could it be that he has finally awakened? Goodness, has the most diligent student in the school finally achieved success? Awaken my foot. He has practically killed himself in the process. Quickly, fetch the teacher. Jiang Yan was carried out under the scrutiny of many eyes. In the school infirmary, Jiang Yan lay unconscious, his breath weak, and his complexion pallid, appearing on the brink of death. Wang Zhong, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 at Linjiang No. 1 High School, nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing the news, erupting in furious curses in his office. How many times has it been this month? I repeatedly told that boy to know his limits, and now he's landed me in such a predicament. Wang Zhong muttered, "With the college entrance examination nearing, you better not cause me any fatalities." Other teachers, having heard of Jiang Yan's exploits, urged Wang Zhong to remain calm. Calm? How can you expect me to remain calm? Whether he awakens or not is irrelevant. What if a life is lost? No, I must go see that boy. Wang Zhong hurriedly exited his office, making his way to the infirmary. Indeed, upon entering, he found Jiang Yan lying on the sickbed, barely clinging to life. "Jiang, if you're alive, make a sound." Ugh! A feeble voice emerged, granting Wang Zhong a moment of relief. He strode to the bedside and gave the bed frame an exasperated kick, saying, "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?" Cough, cough. "Teacher Wang, I just want some peace." Wishing for peace is futile. From now on, you must seek my permission before entering the martial arts arena. Understood? Afterward, Wang Zhong took out a vial of green liquid and forcefully administered it to Jiang Yan. Gulp, gulp. After consuming the potion, Jiang Yan's complexion improved significantly, and his voice lost some of its frailty. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. In school, you must address me by my title." Wang Zhong replied sternly. "Thank you, Wang Botany." Wang Zhong was both amused and exasperated. "You little rascal." He sighed heavily, his tone turning somber. "Alas, if you were to perish in your pursuit of awakening, how could I face your parents? I promised them I would look after you." Jiang Yan's expression grew complex as he descended into reminiscence. His name is Jiang Yan, having traversed the blue star as an infant. Now 18 years have elapsed. This world is vastly different from his original one, possessing the existence of extraordinary systems found in fantasies. Beasts, warriors, cosmic races. These terms brought immense shock to Jiang Yan as he encountered this world for the first time. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan's parents perished during a beast-clearing operation outside the city when he was young. Wang Zhong, a comrade who fought alongside Jiang Yan's parents, took on the responsibility of raising him after retiring from combat due to injuries. Xiao Jiang, do not place your faith in those so-called postnatal awakenings that circulate as rumors. Just observe our ordinary class at Linjiang No. 1 High School, where out of 40 students, if even one achieves success in awakening, it would be akin to a miracle from their ancestors' graves. Such improbable occurrences cannot be achieved merely through effort, Wang Zhong advised earnestly. The path of martial artists is classified into 9 tiers: body tempering, blood condensation, innate, internal energy, profound enlightenment, dust cleaving, true profound, celestial phenomenon, and the pinnacle of martial saints. Without innate talent and fortuitous circumstances, one is destined to be estranged from the martial arts. Those endowed with talent are regarded as the most suitable candidates for the practice of martial arts. Talented individuals often awaken astonishing abilities before the age of 18. For instance, they may become stronger simply by eating, inexplicably break through during sleep, or possess an inherent affinity for elemental energies, unleashing natural elements like thunder and fire against their foes, resulting in a linear increase in combat prowess. The gifted are the elite among martial artists, towering above their peers, and are considered one of the most valued talents by the government of Blue Star, enjoying privileges that ordinary individuals cannot even dream of. Below the gifted are the awakened, who typically discover their talents after the age of 18. To awaken, one must exhaust every means to stimulate their physical potential and unlock the secrets hidden within their bodies. The impoverished resort to grueling practices, much like Jiang Yan, who endures hardship to hone his skills, teetering on the brink of life and death in hopes of a glimmering chance at awakening. The affluent, however, have a far simpler approach, utilizing expensive potions to assist them in unlocking their acupoints. The hierarchy among martial artists in Blue Star is distinctly defined. Gifted individuals surpass the awakened, who in turn surpass ordinary people. Jiang Yan's ordinary class is comprised solely of common individuals, with not a single person among them being gifted or successfully awakened. It is evident how daunting the awakening process is. The gifted have already been grouped together by the school, enjoying the finest educational and training resources, while the ordinary class is left to consume the remnants of their generosity. A sense of unwillingness flickers in Jiang Yan's eyes as he gazes earnestly at Wang Zhong. Uncle Wang, there is still a month until the college entrance examination. I still have a chance. He is unwilling to concede. As a time traveler, if he cannot experience the extraordinary powers of this world, what significance does his crossing overhold? Uncle Wang, I do not wish to give up. It is too perilous. Fighting against ferocious beasts is equally dangerous. Yet you and your peers chose this path, did you not? Wang Zhong is momentarily stirred by Jiang Yan's words, his thoughts swirling as he reminisces about his battles with the beasts of yore. His lips quiver, though silence prevails. A surge of passion, an abundance of fervor? He too had once, like Jiang Yan, risked his life numerous times to seize the chance for awakening. Perhaps I should not hinder this child's dreams, even if those dreams are so fleeting. In the afternoon, Jiang Yan attends classes as usual, while curious glances occasionally dart towards him. They share a commonality with Jiang Yan, belonging to the lowest tier of the martial artist hierarchy, forever estranged from the martial way, with their achievements likely to remain confined to the body-tempering realm. Yet, they differ from Jiang Yan. They have acquiesced, surrendering to their fates, content with their circumstances after experiencing a failure or two. Awakening? To hell with that. I simply wish to lay back. Mockery? Contempt? Let them scorn. I am but a wretched soul. Being a beast of burden is not so bad. At least it spares one from exhausting themselves for a fleeting chance. Having witnessed Jiang Yan's failures, they are even more convinced that ordinary people will forever remain ordinary, with no miraculous events akin to those in novels ever occurring. If Jiang Yan, despite his tireless efforts, has failed, how could they possibly succeed? By the end of the class, the atmosphere in the room is thick with oppression and deathly silence. Jiang Yan's injuries have yet to heal, and he spends the afternoon slumped over his desk in slumber, entirely oblivious to the peculiar gazes of his classmates. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts. Chu Ming has awakened. Chu Ming has awakened. What? Is it our classmate Chu Ming? Indeed, quickly check the class group. The classroom erupts in a frenzy. The news of awakening is akin to a bombshell in the ordinary class, as the first to awaken instantly becomes the center of attention. No one discusses Jiang Yan's success or failure anymore. Everyone eagerly pulls out their phones to check the class group information. Yet, in an unnoticed corner, Jiang Yan's drowsy mind is interrupted by a mechanical electronic voice, loading divine martial space. Chapter 2. The Way of Heaven Rewards Diligence Upon Awakening. Jiang Yan found himself ensconced within an enigmatic expanse of white. The surroundings were devoid of any objects, enveloped in an unfamiliar silence, and he was certain he had never set foot in this realm before. Was I kidnapped? This was Jiang Yan's immediate response. Welcome to the divine martial space, esteemed Mr. Jiang Yan. You shall become the sole master of this realm. Divine martial space? Have I hit the jackpot? Jiang Yan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the coveted boon he had long awaited for 18 years had finally made its appearance. Having just traversed into this new world, he had indeed fantasized about acquiring a formidable power, envisioning a path of invincibility that would allow him to dominate the heavens and the earth. Yet, after enduring numerous setbacks, he gradually came to the disheartening realization, alas, he was merely an ordinary individual. Now, with the unexpected arrival of this long-dreamed-of boon, Jiang Yan was taken aback. Just as he was reveling in the surprise of acquiring this boon, a luminous screen materialized before him. Please select your innate attribute. Child of nature. You possess an innate affinity for the elements of nature, enhancing your comprehension of elemental energy by 2000. Master of all weapons. You excel in the study of various weapons. Any weapon in your grasp will unleash its utmost potential, perhaps marking you as the fabled weapon master. Swallowing the tiger. Your cultivation speed increases by 1000, enabling you to rapidly absorb various training resources. Heaven Rewards Diligence. Your every endeavor will yield rewards. The 4 attributes hovered in the void, and Jiang Yan meticulously examined them, weighing their pros and cons. Each attribute possessed extraordinary potential. Yet Jiang Yan swiftly dismissed master of all weapons, which appeared rather grandiose. Why? Because what he truly needed was not mastery over impressive weapons, but rather cultivation. It was a matter of attaining a higher realm. Without a solid foundation of cultivation, what use was it to wield weapons with exceptional skill? Having ruled out master of all weapons, Jiang Yan continued to contemplate the remaining options. The attributes, swallowing the tiger, and child of nature, also seemed lacking in value. Child of nature emphasized the absorption of elemental energies from the world, and the 2000 enhancement meant a 20-fold increase in speed. 20-fold. Jiang Yan could scarcely fathom how swiftly his cultivation speed would accelerate, making it entirely feasible for him to become a high-tier martial artist. Jiang Yan pondered deeply, his chin resting in thought. While child of nature and swallowing the tiger could indeed hasten his cultivation speed, they merely provided enhancements based on his existing rate, which was alarmingly low. Even with a significant increase, it would likely only allow him to compete with a few prodigies from Blue Star. Jiang Yan was acutely aware of his painfully slow cultivation speed. To illustrate, he had been practicing since his first year of high school, and after 3 years, his progress remained lamentably stagnant at the mid-stage of body refinement. The path of martial arts grew increasingly arduous, often presenting one bottleneck after another, making a mere assessment of cultivation speed rather limiting. His gaze shifted to the final attribute. Heaven Rewards Diligence. Your every endeavor will yield rewards. The simplicity of the words belied the depth of their meaning. Every effort would bear fruit. The fewer the words, the greater the significance. What kind of person was Jiang Yan? In his previous life, he had pursued postgraduate studies during the Second World War, earning the moniker Ultimate Grind King among his dorm mates. He had exploited every free skin in the game Honor of Kings, accumulating points to draw a coveted crystal. He had completed Black Myth in an uninterrupted 36-hour marathon. Such feats were countless, having traversed death's edge 9 times in this new world. He sought to seize the opportunity to awaken his potential. Jiang Yan, the quintessential overachiever, possessed no innate talent for any endeavor but harbored an unwavering resolve. If all my efforts would yield rewards, Jiang Yan murmured, a glint of determination and resolve gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the attributes. Ultimately fixing his gaze firmly upon Heaven Rewards Diligence. Selection made. As he spoke, a virtual panel materialized before him. Host, Jiang Yan. Realm, mid-stage body refinement. Martial techniques, unremarkable, basic sword technique proficient. Low yellow grade, mighty bull strength mastered. Attribute, Heaven Rewards Diligence. System log. You have chosen Heaven Rewards Diligence as your innate attribute. The attribute appeared on the panel, yet Jiang Yan found no discernible change in himself and resolved to seek an opportunity to test its effects. Just then, the divine martial space exhibited a peculiar shift. 2 floating black gates emerged before him, their surfaces rippling like water, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Words materialized upon the gates. Left, self-study space. Right, combat space. Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. It seemed these were also functionalities of the divine martial space. Upon entering the self-study space, he discovered it was barren, but as he focused his thoughts, a metallic long sword manifested before him. Jiang Yan was astonished. How could it know what I was thinking? With a spirit of experimentation, he inwardly commanded, "Bring me a Rolls-Royce." The space remained motionless. Evidently, the self-study space did not operate on the principle of wish fulfillment. Jiang Yan sighed, continuing his experiments. Half an hour later, he discerned the rules governing this space. In simple terms, it could only generate items pertinent to a martial artist training, such as weapons, armor, and wooden dummies. Furthermore, these generated items bore no unique qualities. They were merely commonplace training apparatuses. However, Jiang Yan could adjust the parameters of these apparatuses to suit his needs. With these auxiliary items, I shall no longer envy those in martial arts academies. The martial arts industry encompasses many sectors, with martial arts academies being one of them. These academies possess specialized equipment that aids martial artists in honing their physiques, teaching martial techniques, and assessing combat prowess. It is said that without the aid of potions, the Linjiang Martial Arts Academy has a mere 5 chance of helping an ordinary martial artist awaken their potential, and they guarantee no life-threatening risks. In larger cities, martial arts academies are even more extravagant. With the assistance of potions, the chances of awakening potential soar to an astonishing 30. The registration fees for these academies are exorbitant, costing tens of thousands of star coins per month, a burden Jiang Yan could never afford. In this world, the majority are impoverished. And even the wealthy face the risk of failure in awakening their potential. What hope did Jiang Yan have? Exiting the self-study space, he stepped directly into the combat space. Before him loomed a towering beast, nearly 3 meters tall. The sharp claw tiger. Jiang Yan, possessing a decent education, immediately recognized the creature. The words above its head read, "Early second-tier beast, sharp claw tiger." Upon slaying it, wild monsters would respawn, with a chance of dropping attributes. Jiang Yan's expression shifted with concern. Is this combat space truly so formidable? I am but at the mid-stage of body refinement. How can I contend with a beast on par with a second-tier blood condensation martial artist? Commence battle? The bold letters before Jiang Yan keenly alerted him. I will not die. The monster's injuries will not reset upon my death. Grind. I can wear it down. I wonder if killing this beast will yield any attributes? Rubbing his hands together, he decisively chose to engage in battle. After all, he would not perish. A single strike would suffice, and he could also hone his combat experience. What was there to lose? As the battle commenced, the previously motionless sharp claw tiger suddenly regained its ferocity. Its dark pupils gleamed with a chilling light, and with a thunderous roar, the majesty of the king of beasts surged forth. Jiang Yan's grip on the sword trembled. This was his first encounter with a beast, and to claim he was not nervous would be a lie. The sharp claw tiger lay lazily on the ground, licking its paw, and upon realizing it faced a feeble human, it closed its eyes in indifference. Jiang Yan, how audacious! With nothing to lose, he charged forward, sword raised. In a swift motion, he swung down. Clang! The metallic long sword struck the sharp claw tiger, emitting dazzling sparks. Yet, it failed to penetrate its defenses. A wave of disappointment washed over Jiang Yan. Is it truly unattainable? At that moment, the system log updated. You exerted yourself to deliver a strike, triggering Heaven's reward for diligence, inflicting minor damage, with a slight enhancement in your basic sword technique proficiency and physical constitution. The sharp-edged tiger opened its eyes. Feeling the pain coursing through its body, its previous languor transformed into confusion. It seemed to ponder. How could this feeble human inflict harm upon it? Locking eyes with Jiang Yan, the beast's massive form trembled. Hey, you can bleed, can't you? Chapter 3. Congratulations, you have successfully opened your mind. Wang Zhong was summoned to the principal's office. The principal, Lu Hairen, a middle-aged man rumored to have been transferred from a major city, would likely return there in a few years. At that moment, Lu Hairen sat nonchalantly in a genuine leather chair. I hear someone in your class has successfully opened their mind? Wang Zhong stood nearby, responding. Indeed, it is that Chu Ming from the Chu family. Lu Hairen nodded. Unperturbed. That's not surprising. The Chu family has a bit of wealth, and opening the mind merely requires some effort. He shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Wang Zhong. I've heard that your student Jiang Yan has caused yet another incident? Wang Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained. Principal Lu, my student simply desires to open his mind too fervently and miscalculated his strength. Lu Hairen maintained a bland tone, casually issuing orders. From now on, he need not attend the martial arts arena. Wang Zhong was puzzled, but why? Without attending the arena, how will he have the opportunity to open his mind? Lu Hairen responded. As an exemplary teacher at Linjiang No. 1 High School, can you not comprehend such a simple matter? If that Jiang Yan were to cause a fatality, how would the outside world perceive Linjiang No. 1 High School? How would the media report it? The reputation of Linjiang No. 1 High School cannot be jeopardized by a student's recklessness. With a furrowed brow, Lu Hairen concluded his remarks, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Wang Zhong attempted to advocate further, but for students without connections, striving to open their minds is their only chance. Bang! Lu Hairen slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at Wang Zhong. He can die at home, perish in the wilderness, or succumb in the martial arts hall, but he must not die at school. Don't think I'm unaware of your relationship with that boy. If you dare to shield him again, you can forget about this year's exemplary teacher bonus. After expelling Wang Zhong from the office, Lu Hairen languidly slumped back in his chair, muttering, even if he opens his mind, so what? He remains merely a plaything for those with talent. I have no need to gamble on a waste's potential success in opening his mind. The Blue Star government mandates that every student is entitled to utilize the martial arts arena's equipment, yet each year, there are always a few students who recklessly attempt to open their minds, risking their lives. This has resulted in a phenomenon where nearly every high school experiences a high injury rate, occasionally leading to reports of fatalities due to failed attempts at opening the mind. However, in the past 2 years, Linjiang No. 1 High School astonishingly had no fatalities, maintaining an exceptionally low injury rate. The reason behind this was Lu Hairen's covert adjustment of the martial arts training equipment's parameters, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Consequently, the injury rate naturally decreased. Low-parameter equipment could not assist students in reaching the standards necessary for breakthroughs, which meant Jiang Yan's 9 attempts at opening his mind merely inflicted chronic damage to his bodily functions. He could very well drop dead one day while walking down the street. Yet, it was exceedingly unusual for someone to survive 9 attempts without succumbing, and Lu Hairen fearing that someone might take notice, was thus eager to prevent Jiang Yan from further attempts. He covertly diverted public funds to recruit several students who had successfully opened their minds into Linjiang No. 1 High School, thus maintaining a high enrollment rate while reducing injuries. In the coming years, educational resources would shift toward Linjiang No. 1 High School, with half of it finding its way into his own pockets. What is not to like? As for someone like Jiang Yan, why should he obstruct Lu Heron's path to advancement? Why gamble on your potential to open your mind and sacrifice such vast wealth? System log updated. You struck the sharp-edged tiger, activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, inflicting minor damage, with a slight enhancement in your basic sword technique proficiency and physical constitution. You were smote to death by the sharp-edged tiger. Jiang Yan instantly resurrected. You struck the sharp-edged tiger again, activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, inflicting minor damage, with a slight enhancement in your basic sword technique proficiency and physical constitution. You were bitten to death by the sharp-edged tiger. You were crushed to death by the sharp-edged tiger. You were impaled by the sharp-edged tiger. You were roared to death by the sharp-edged tiger. You struck the sharp-edged tiger, activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, inflicting minor damage, with a slight enhancement in your basic sword technique proficiency and physical constitution. You struck the sharp-edged tiger again, activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, inflicting minor damage, with a slight enhancement in your basic sword technique proficiency and physical constitution. Congratulations. Your basic sword technique proficiency has reached mastery. Just as Jiang Yan resurrected, he noticed changes on his status panel. Has he truly broken through? He was elated. Martial arts proficiency is categorized into proficiency, mastery, subtlety, completion, and perfection. The quality of martial arts is classified into categories such as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, falling star, and moon of calamity. A meager, unremarkable basic sword technique, which he had practiced since childhood, had only barely reached the level of subtlety until now. Yet, astonishingly, after less than an hour, he had managed to break through a proficiency that had stymied him for over a year. Could the same be true for opening his mind? Jiang Yan's face gleamed with excitement as he regarded the sharp-edged tiger, his eyes reflecting the allure of an untapped gold mine. Indeed, opting for Heaven's Reward for Diligence was the right choice. He summoned his strength, launching forward like a released arrow. The mastery of his basic sword technique carrying a gust of wind, the alloy blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Bang! You were smote to death by the sharp-edged tiger. Jiang Yan. At this moment, the sharp-edged tiger had lost its former ferocity. Its simplistic mind could not fathom how this human, seemingly so weak, was capable of inflicting harm time and again. What could be the reason? Jiang Yan resurrected once more, charging forward with his blade. The sharp-edged tiger, frightened, hastily fled. It was hard to imagine that a mid-stage body-tempering warrior was relentlessly pursuing a second-tier ferocious beast. Such a scene would surely leave many onlookers in disbelief. Damn it, I can't even touch it. The sharp-edged tiger's speed was far too swift. Jiang Yan couldn't even graze its rear. You fervently pursued the sharp-edged tiger, activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, your speed slightly enhanced. Noticing a change in his velocity, Jiang Yan could not help but shout, recklessly swinging his blade at the beast's rear. Thud! You inflicted a wound upon the sharp-edged tiger's rear, inflicting substantial damage. Activating Heaven's Reward for Diligence, your talent for identifying a prey's weakness slightly enhanced, and your basic sword technique proficiency slightly improved. Howl! The sharp-edged tiger emitted a mournful cry of pain. This isn't how it's supposed to go. If we're fighting, then let us fight. What else with the rear attack? Bang! You were smote to death by the sharp-edged tiger, due to your death count exceeding 50. Heaven's Reward for Diligence, activated, and congratulations, you have comprehended the blue attribute, Essence of the Reckless. Essence of the Reckless. You possess an exceptionally keen sense of mortality, which may assist you in turning calamity into fortune. The system panel updated. Host, Jiang Yan. Realm, mid-stage body tempering. Martial arts, unremarkable, basic sword technique mastery. Low yellow grade, brawn of the bull mastery. Attributes, Heaven's Reward for Diligence, innate, essence of the reckless, blue. Roar. The sharp-edged tiger struck out with its paw. Jiang Yan instinctively evaded, barely comprehending the tiger's movements as he dodged this deadly blow. How powerful. With the essence of the reckless, Jiang Yan could evade the majority of life-threatening dangers, akin to a weakened version of observation hockey. Moreover, what if I were to die a few more times? Could I not comprehend even more formidable death-related attributes? Jiang Yan increasingly felt grateful for his choice of the divine attribute. Heaven's path rewards diligence. This attribute was akin to a glitch in the system. As long as one exerted enough effort, all would ultimately come to fruition, perfectly aligning with Jiang Yan's character. Damn it, I'll outpace you all. Jiang Yan cast aside his blade and unleashed his most formidable martial skill, bull strength. Charging forward like a locomotive towards the sharp-toothed tiger, you launched an assault on the sharp-toothed tiger. You perished. An hour later, the sharp-toothed tiger lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, its body riddled with numerous wounds, blood seeping from them and staining the earth. Your proficiency in bull strength has reached a profound level. Jiang Yan resurrected once more, delivering a punch, with bull strength radiating power. Boom. You vanquished the sharp-toothed tiger, yet regrettably, you did not trigger an attribute drop. Heaven's Path Rewards Diligence activated, and you triggered the safety net mechanism. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue attribute, Rapid. You fought valiantly, experiencing the perils of life and death multiple times. Heaven's Path Rewards Diligence activated once more. Congratulations, your physical potential has been awakened, and you have successfully attained enlightenment. Chapter 4, Chu Ming's Hostility. Host, Jiang Yan. Realm, late-stage body refinement. Talent, sturdy physique. Martial skills, mundane, basic swordsmanship mastery. Low yellow grade, bull strength proficiency. Attributes, Heaven's Path Rewards Diligence, destined. Life and death truth, blue, rapid, blue. I've attained enlightenment. Jiang Yan exclaimed with exhilaration, 9 times. A total of 9 times. Coupled with the 50 times he faced death within the combat space, Jiang Yan had encountered the brink of death 59 times. Who could comprehend the sense of redemption that accompanied the emergence of enlightenment? He hastily examined his physical condition and discovered an additional talent on his panel, sturdy physique. Furthermore, his realm had advanced to the late stage of body refinement. Sturdy physique must pertain to his physical constitution. Jiang Yan seized the alloy longsword without hesitation and made an attempt to slice his own finger. Swish. The blade did not cut as anticipated upon contact with his skin. It felt as though it had encountered a solid steel surface, failing to pierce even slightly. Excellent. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, given his current defense. The upcoming college entrance examination should pose no challenge. At that moment, 2 options reappeared before him. You have slain the sharp-toothed tiger. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Yes, no. Jiang Yan, no. He exited the combat space, contemplating how to leave the divine martial space when another prompt appeared. Do you wish to exit the divine martial space? Jiang Yan. Oh, quite intelligent. He decisively selected yes. After all, he had lingered here far too long. And Uncle Wang would soon begin to worry. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Yan found himself enveloped in darkness, relying on the faint moonlight filtering in. He realized he was still in the classroom. It seemed he had merely entered the divine martial space with his consciousness. Otherwise, his sudden disappearance would undoubtedly have caused a stir in the class. He rose, stretched his limbs, and suddenly heard a voice calling from outside, accompanied by a beam of flashlight illuminating the room. Xiaojiang. Uncle Wang, why are you still here so late? Wang Zhong entered the classroom, questioning him with a hint of reproach. Jiang Yan scratched his head and concocted an excuse. I was too drowsy in the afternoon and accidentally fell asleep. All right. Come back with me, Wang Zhong replied, turning to leave. Jiang Yan felt a twinge of confusion. Uncle Wang's tone seemed to suggest he was concealing something. He caught up with him, resting his hand on Wang Zhong's shoulder. The two walked side by side, their heights nearly equal. Uncle Wang, what is going on? Do tell. Wang Zhong opened his mouth as if to say something, but then shook his head in conflict. It's nothing. Focus on your training. Suddenly, he halted mid-step. Jiang Yan gripping his shoulder firmly, rendering him immobile. This kid is surprisingly strong, Wang Zhong thought in astonishment. Just tell me, I can handle it. The boy's voice was calm and lighthearted. He understood Uncle Wang well. The man was sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, venting about trivial matters while keeping significant issues to himself. Jiang Yan sensed that this matter must pertain to him. Unable to withstand Jiang Yan's persistent inquiries, Wang Zhong let out a sigh and divulged the situation. You can no longer go to the training field. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. Why is that? The principal of the first high school is aware. And that old fool has strictly forbidden you from going to the training field to prevent any incidents at the school. He certainly knows how to play his cards. Jiang Yan scoffed coldly. The training field was a right every student should enjoy, yet that old man's word stripped him of it. Countless ordinary people like Jiang Yan existed across Blue Star. If they all followed the principal's example, commoners would never aspire to be martial artists. Content to stay home and raise pigs instead. After some contemplation, Jiang Yan solemnly addressed Wang Zhong. Uncle Wang, I'm no longer going to school. You're not going to take the college entrance examination? Wang Zhong asked, puzzled. Of course I will. But I don't want to take it as a student of first high school. I've heard that many heirs from prominent families don't attend school and go directly to the exam, right? They have families that cultivate them. What do I have? Uncle Wang, I've attained enlightenment. Wang Zhong paused, then exclaimed in surprise, You've attained enlightenment. When did this happen? Jiang Yan replied, Just this afternoon. I took a nap and it happened. I'm now at the late stage of body refinement. Jiang Yan was not lying. He indeed attained enlightenment after a nap, though the specifics were irrelevant. Good. Wang Zhong exclaimed 3 times, excitedly pacing back and forth, seeming even more exhilarated than Jiang Yan. After a while, he composed himself and looked at Jiang Yan seriously. Since you don't want to attend school, I'll take you to handle the withdrawal procedures tomorrow. You can still take the college entrance examination in a month. All right. Jiang Yan beamed brightly. The next day, Jiang Yan arrived at school. intending to complete the withdrawal procedures and leave. Uncle Wang was likely gathering the necessary paperwork, as he hadn't seen him all morning. Jiang Yan returned to the classroom. Inside, curious and mocking glances were cast his way from time to time. He wondered what they were thinking. Jiang Yan picked up his deskmate's mirror to take a look. He had indeed become considerably more handsome. At that moment, his deskmate kindly reminded him, Jiang Yan. Chu Ming has attained enlightenment. Jiang Yan replied, Oh, that is quite impressive. His deskmate retorted, Aren't you worried? Don't you remember what happened last time? Last time? Hearing his deskmate's words, Jiang Yan recalled the conflict he had with Chu Ming. He remembered half a month ago when his deskmate was cornered in the restroom by a group led by Chu Ming and bullied. Jiang Yan happened to witness it. However, he was no fool and did not confront Chu Ming's group directly. Instead, he sought out their homeroom teacher, Uncle Wang. It was said that Chu Ming had been severely punished for that incident and was forced to apologize publicly to his deskmate. It seemed that fellow harbored a grudge against him. Jiang Yan murmured, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The greater the abilities, the greater the temper. Indeed, during morning self-study, Uncle Wang did not appear, and Chu Ming's group seemed to be plotting something, their gazes occasionally flicking towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was not the type to retaliate only when bullied. Since he was leaving anyway, why not make a significant impact before he departed? Campus bullying was something he despised above all else. He abruptly stood up, returning Chu Ming's malevolent gaze defiantly. Where's your dad? You idiot. Bang. Chu Ming slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely. Jiang Yan, say that again. Fool, fool, fool. Did that sound good? You think I'm afraid of you? I've attained enlightenment now. I'll crush you like a chicken. The commotion attracted the attention of all the classmates, and several of Chu Ming's sycophants hurried to curry favor with their leader. Go on, Chu Gu, show him who's boss. Exactly. Young Master Chu is a genius who has attained enlightenment. He can easily make Jiang Yan lose his way. After failing 9 times in a row. How is it that Brother Chu succeeded on his first attempt? Is Jiang Yan still oblivious to the disparity between them? It is truly laughable. However, not everyone harbors such malice. Jiang Yan is generally well-liked and has many who are willing to speak on his behalf. Jiang Yan, hurry and find Teacher Wang. Chu Ming succeeded in awakening yesterday. You stand no chance against him. Apologize quickly. If you are injured and unable to take the college entrance examination, it will be disastrous. Chu Ming, do not even think about causing trouble in class. Otherwise, even if you have awakened, you will face school punishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's deskmate had unknowingly slipped out the back door, heading straight for the teacher's office. Chapter 5, The Cunning Old Wang. Chu Ming laughed heartily. Mocking Jiang Yan, did you hear that? I am now an awakened warrior. If you kneel and bow to me, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, why are you spouting so much nonsense? Jiang Yan shot forward from his position, charging directly at Chu Ming, activating the rapid skill. His form moving so swiftly that it left afterimages. Since he was already facing expulsion, why not escalate matters? He decided to embrace the thrill. Chu Ming's pupils constricted as he saw Jiang Yan hurtling toward him, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. So fast. Bang. Jiang Yan's fist struck Chu Ming squarely in the face, sending the latter's teeth flying as he was propelled backward. With a thunderous crash, he landed on the podium, scattering desks and chairs. The classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Seconds ticked by. Chu Ming writhed in pain on the ground, preparing to rise for a counterattack, only to see Jiang Yan pursuing him relentlessly. Damn it. This is against the code of martial ethics. He hastily employed his combat technique, Crimson Bear Annihilation Palm. A powerful aura erupted from Chu Ming's body, his confidence returning as he regarded Jiang Yan with a hint of pity. The Crimson Bear Annihilation Palm was a low-grade technique of the Xian rank, acquired at a significant cost by his family. Combined with his late-stage body refinement, defeating Jiang Yan would be effortless. If Jiang Yan faced this move, he would surely end up gravely injured, if not dead. Bang! The two techniques collided. Chu Ming's Xian-grade Crimson Bear Annihilation Palm met Jiang Yan's Huang-grade Savage Bull strength, and the difference was immediately apparent. Many students averted their eyes, unable to bear the impending brutality. Crack! With the sound of something snapping, Chu Ming's smile faltered, replaced by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My hand. Chu Ming collapsed in agony, feeling as if he were not sparring with Jiang Yan, but rather crashing his hand against impenetrable steel. His palm fractured instantly, hanging limply by his side. My hand. My hand. I cannot take the college entrance exam. Sob, sob, sob. The once proud Chu Ming, a grown man, now crouched on the ground weeping in despair. Tears and snot flowing freely. What did a broken hand signify? It meant he would be unable to participate in the entrance exam, facing opponents with no choice but to flee. This mental and physical torment shattered him completely. Several of Chu Ming's sycophants trembled in a corner, praying Jiang Yan would not notice them. Jiang Yan grinned, glancing at the others who had mocked him. Don't worry, you will receive the same treatment. No, please. Jiang Yan showed no mercy, delivering a slap to each of them, their faces swelling grotesquely. The remaining classmates stared in shock. their minds struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. An unawakened individual had defeated an awakened one, defying all logic. The only explanation was that Jiang Yan, too, had awakened, and with a talent far superior to Chu Ming's. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Stop this at once. Several teachers rushed in, with Wang Zhong, the homeroom teacher, among them. Wang Zhong had been busy in the office when he heard Jiang Yan's deskmate burst in, claiming that Jiang Yan and Chu Ming had gotten into a fight. Alarmed, Wang Zhong hurried over. Knowing that Chu Ming's family had some wealth and that his martial techniques were beyond Jiang Yan's capability, out of concern and his responsibilities as a homeroom teacher, he dashed to the scene. Upon arrival, he found Chu Ming sprawled on the floor, wailing, while Jiang Yan appeared completely unfazed, casting him an apologetic glance. Wang Zhong shot Jiang Yan a glare before turning to a student, instructing, quickly carry Chu Ming to the infirmary. Once Chu Ming was taken away, Wang Zhong began to inquire. His gaze swept across the room as he sternly asked, "What just happened? Why were you fighting in school?" No one answered, but all eyes turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, explain what transpired. Jiang Yan was more than willing to play along with Teacher Wang's act, feigning the demeanor of a remorseful student, responding in a stuttering tone, "Wang. Teacher Wang, didn't Chu Ming awaken yesterday? I happened to awaken as well." And upon hearing this, he insisted we spar. "Teacher Wang, we truly only intended to have a friendly duel. We never expected anyone would get hurt." Jiang Yan spoke with such conviction that, were it not for the witnesses, he might have successfully deceived everyone. The other teachers, hearing that Jiang Yan had also awakened, cast envious glances at Wang Zhong. 2 awakened students in one class seemed akin to winning the lottery. However, Wang Zhong was no fool. He knew Jiang Yan's true nature well. Pretending to be furious, he chastised, "This is outrageous. The classroom is not a place for you to spar. Teacher Wang, I apologize. I willingly accept the punishment." Jiang Yan feigned regret. Wang Zhong scoffed, "Humph, I will report this to the principal. Prepare to be expelled." The other students were taken aback, and the teachers were stunned. Jiang Yan exclaimed, "What? Wang, you truly are cunning. Old as you are, you're still sharp." Some teachers felt pity for Jiang Yan, believing the punishment was too severe, and began to persuade Wang Zhong. "Old Wang, isn't this punishment a bit excessive? After all, he is an awakened student. How about this? Let him transfer to our class, and I, Old Zhong, will ensure he receives proper guidance." Wang Zhong shot Old Zhong a sidelong glance, a cold smile creeping into his heart. "Oh, Old Zhong, you're counting your chickens before they hatch." Yet he maintained a facade of righteousness. "Such behavior is intolerable. I must provide an explanation to Chu Ming's parents." "Alas, Old Wang." Several teachers lamented, feeling that expulsion was too harsh for an awakened student. Had Jiang Yan not awakened, they likely would not have spared him a glance, let alone plead for leniency. But now that he had awakened, his entry into university was practically assured, making expulsion seem rather unjust. Indeed, the privileges of the gifted remained hidden within the martial artist society across various fields. From the very beginning, this world was inherently unfair. Little did they know, the expulsion was merely a part of the plan devised by the two. Jiang Yan gathered his belongings, feigning a melancholic demeanor as he followed Uncle Wang to the academic office for signature. Upon hearing that Jiang Yan had awakened, the director of the academic office attempted to persuade Wang Zhong. "Teacher Wang, fighting is not entirely intolerable. With modern medical advancements, Chu Ming's hand will heal swiftly. Forcing this child to withdraw is truly..." "Director, spare me the arguments. Such conduct is too heinous, and if we let this slide, what message does it send to the other students? We must establish a new precedent, starting with me, Old Wang." The director was left speechless, pondering just how bizarrely righteous this Wang was. Chapter 6. The Genius of Number 1 High School. Ultimately, Jiang Yan was expelled. He slung his bag over his shoulder and walked alone towards the school exit, only to encounter the last person he wished to see. "Good day, Principal," Jiang Yan said, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Early in the morning, Lu Hiren heard that 2 students had gotten into a brawl at the school. Initially, he thought little of it, as it was an era where martial arts flourished and occasional friction among students was to be expected. However, it was not long before news arrived from the academic office that one student had suffered a broken hand, while the other had been expelled. Lu Hiren was infuriated. Within just the span of a morning, he had lost 2 promising students, which was a considerable loss for him. These young talents were future assets that would contribute to his achievements. "You're Jiang Yan, right? I have heard that you are quite diligent in your training. I have always held you in high regard," Lu Hiren remarked, though Jiang Yan was nearly sickened by the insincerity of his words. "High regard? High regard that led to my exclusion from the training arena?" It was merely an attempt to retain him now that he had demonstrated potential. Jiang Yan cast a discreet glance at Lu Hiren, declaring plainly, "Principal Lu, I believe that Linjiang No. 1 High School is not suited for me." "How is it unsuitable?" Lu Hiren inquired, puzzled. "Who knows?" Jiang Yan tossed out an enigmatic remark before turning to leave Linjiang No. 1 High School. Speaking boldly before one has truly matured is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Jiang Yan did not wish to utter some grandiose words in front of Lu Hiren. If Lu Hiren looked down upon him, so be it. He would take his leave, for there was no need to linger in such a place like a subordinate. Did his absence mean that Linjiang No. 1 High School would be incapable of sending students to prestigious universities? Jiang Yan shook his head in denial. Lu Hiren was left standing there, his expression darkening as he snorted derisively. Unappreciative brat, do you truly believe that being awakened makes you invincible? I extend my goodwill to retain you, yet you are ungrateful. Without the resources for cultivation at Linjiang No. 1 High School, I shall see what university you can possibly attend. Lu Hiren was well aware of Jiang Yan's family background, which could not afford private tutoring, and training at a martial arts school was out of the question. The body refinement stage emphasized physical training, meaning Jiang Yan's only means of exercise was confined to his home, without professional equipment to assist him. At best, he would end up attending a mediocre university, and his life would pass in this manner. Lu Hiren chuckled confidently, dispelling his irritation, and his face once again adorned a smile. Fool, he leisurely departed, heading to visit Chu Ming, who had suffered the broken hand. The amiable image of the principal left a lasting impression on everyone. The news of Jiang Yan's expulsion caused quite a stir. After all, the entire Class 3, along with teachers from other classes, had witnessed the unfolding events. Moreover, the protagonists of this incident were both awakened students, ensuring that the story would garner significant attention. In Rocket Class, the specialized training room was equipped with state-of-the-art apparatus rivaling that of martial arts academies, a dream come true for every Linjiang student. The class comprised 40 individuals, half of whom were endowed with talent, while the other half were later awakened students. These prodigies were recruited by the school at great expense from Linjiang City and surrounding areas, with numerous benefits promised to keep them enrolled, serving as seed candidates to elevate the school's ranking, should these students perform well in the college entrance examinations. The following year's educational resources would be slightly tilted in favor of Linjiang No. 1 High School, greatly enhancing the school's reputation and attracting more quality students the following year. It could be said that the students in Rocket Class were the pride of Linjiang City, cherished by Principal Lu Hiren. Within the training room, a strikingly handsome and robust student stood before a metallic dummy, relentlessly striking it, each blow producing a dull thud as exaggerated dents appeared on the surface of the dummy. During a brief rest, casual banter ensued. Hey, have you heard that a awakened student from our school got expelled? AI Ning wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly indifferent to the news. AI Ning, the strongest in the first high school, a mid-stage second-tier martial artist awakened in his first year, dominated his peers, and was regarded as the most formidable talent in Linjiang City, a candidate for prestigious universities. AI Ning, this is an awakened student. Aren't you surprised? AI Ning rose, casting a cold glance at his junior. Remember this. Those who have just awakened are not much stronger than the useless. My target is the geniuses from big cities. As for this tiny place, those who dare to call themselves geniuses merely by awakening are fools. If we ever meet in the examination hall, they won't even realize when they are swept away like dust. Such was the chasm between our endowed talents and the awakened. AI Ning ceased further discussion and returned to his practice, relentlessly striking the metallic dummy until it could bear no more, ultimately collapsing in a heap of screws and parts. His junior looked on in awe, eyes filled with respect and admiration. Impressive. While Uncle Wong was still teaching at school, Jiang Yan headed straight home and entered his room. Upon closing his eyes, his consciousness arrived in the divine martial space. He stepped into the self-study room, customized an alloy long sword, and proceeded to the combat room. Initially intending to don protective gear, he reconsidered, feeling that it would impede his movements. After all, death in the combat space did not equate to true demise. Upon entering the combat room, a colossal bird appeared before him, motionless. Jiang Yan's retina displayed a few bold characters. Sangjue Eagle, mid-stage second tier. Upon defeat, there is a chance to drop attributes. Would you like to initiate combat? Having gained experience from the last encounter, Jiang Yan understood the magnitude of his advantages. The disparity in levels was no longer a concern, regardless of health. With a single $10,000 strike, it was merely a matter of dying a few extra times. Furthermore, due to the properties of Heaven's Reward for Diligence, he could obtain attributes with a 100% guarantee and hone his physical body and martial skills during combat. It was a comprehensive enhancement, an unparalleled existence. Commence battle. Squawk. The Sangjue Eagle let out a piercing cry, its voice grating against the ears, echoing in the air. It was incredibly swift, arriving before Jiang Yan in an instant. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted. Faced with the imminent threat of death, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, narrowly evading the eagle's sharp beak. He realized that his life-preserving skill had activated. A wave of joy washed over him. Although the active effect of this attribute was not particularly strong, it could indeed save a life in critical moments. Just imagine, during a battle, some silver coins sneak behind you for an ambush, and you simply twist your hips. Oh, guess what? I avoided it. Wasn't that akin to having a cheat? Circling in the sky, the Sangjue Eagle watched Jiang Yan's every move, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 7. Battle with Old Wang. The Zhangzhue eagle hovered in the sky, its gaze sharp and ferocious as it fixated on its prey below. Jiang Yan found himself unable to mount a long-range attack, leaving him at an impasse against this creature. As time ticked away, Jiang Yan observed that the Zhangzhue eagle's stamina was indeed as formidable as the textbooks had claimed. After a missed attack, it refrained from recklessly striking again, adhering to a strategy of precision. The textbooks had noted that the Zhangzhue eagle could linger in the sky for 3 days and nights without pause, a tactic derived from its behavior. Finding a bug is certainly not as easy as I thought, Jiang Yan mused, realizing that he had hoped to grind down the wild beasts in the combat space with the invincibility of Heaven's Reward for Diligence, only to find that these creatures were remarkably astute, fully embodying the traits of ferocious beasts from the outside world. I need a martial technique for agility, preferably one that allows for temporary suspension in midair. With that thought, he exited the combat space and re-entered the self-study area. System log updated. You have diligently practiced basic sword technique, slightly increasing proficiency and enhancing your physique. You have diligently practiced basic sword technique, slightly increasing proficiency and enhancing your physique. You have diligently practiced basic sword technique, slightly increasing proficiency and enhancing your physique. The daylight hours slipped away in an instant. Jiang Yan gazed at his interface. Host, Jiang Yan. Realm, late-stage body tempering. Martial skills, non-mainstream, basic sword technique perfected. Low yellow grade, mighty bull strength subtle. Attributes, Heaven's Path Rewards Diligence, Destiny. Essence of life and death, blue, swift, blue. Within a single day, he had elevated basic sword technique to perfection. And with each practice, his physique gradually strengthened, the late-stage body tempering realm also loosening slightly. The pace was astonishing. At this rate, gaining admission to a prestigious university would pose no challenge. However, Jiang Yan was currently troubled by the Zhangzhue eagle in the battle space. This creature was exceedingly cunning, refusing to engage him, thus preventing any combat gains from it. The urgency for martial skills and mobility was palpable. Lu Hiren had made a valid point. Ordinary individuals who do not pursue education are utterly disconnected from martial arts. Expensive martial techniques and training equipment are available solely through schools. Outside, one must expend vast amounts of money. Jiang Yan was devoid of funds. Yet a perilous thought began to take root in his mind. What if he ventured into the wilderness? It was rumored that wilderness hunters reaped significant rewards, albeit with considerable risk. Jiang Yan was a man of action. He exited the divine martial space and began searching for relevant strategies online. Armor, maps, weapons. These items needed to be procured by Jiang Yan himself, as the equipment from the divine martial space could not be transported to the real world. That evening, Uncle Wang returned home, and Jiang Yan broached the subject of leaving the city. Unsurprisingly, he met with staunch opposition, causing Uncle Wang's face to redden with anger. The city is rife with ferocious beasts. How can a mere body-tempering martial artist like you survive? Jiang Yan asserted. I assure you, I will not encounter any mishaps. Very well, since you are so determined to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city, I shall grant you an opportunity. He led Jiang Yan to the rooftop. Under the sparse moonlight, the dark night cloaked Uncle Wang in an air of mystery. His figure stood erect, exuding the decisiveness and severity of a soldier. Wang Zhong's expression turned grave as he spoke. I do not wish to cultivate you into a flower in a greenhouse. Yet I also do not desire to see you recklessly seeking death. He paused before continuing. Though my strength has waned significantly, it is more than sufficient to handle you. Should you defeat me today, I will permit you to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. With that, Uncle Wang's aura erupted violently, his body taut like a drawn bow. A formidable and oppressive presence radiating from within, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, a killing intent Jiang Yan had never encountered emanating from him. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed Uncle Wang's aura in such a frenzied state, a stark contrast to the amiable uncle he was accustomed to. This overwhelming presence could only be forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, naturally instilling awe and trepidation, as if it could suppress all malevolent entities. Jiang Yan did not remain idle. He activated the subtle mighty bull strength and charged towards Uncle Wang, a powerful force erupting within him with a resounding roar. His figure was as swift as the wind, and with the enhancement of swift, his speed had surged by at least 30%. Not only that, but his movements were accelerated, surpassing the norm for a late-stage body-tempering martial artist. This strike had already reached the strength of perfected body tempering. Good lad, Wang Zhong praised, yet considering the current level, he was still reluctant to allow Jiang Yan to venture into Linjiang City. With a focused gaze, he tightened his grip, bending slightly as he transformed into a cannonball hurtling forward, one hand swinging out directly towards Jiang Yan's vital points. Only by thoroughly subduing this young man could he extinguish his desire to leave the city. Clang. Wang Zhong's expression shifted as he sensed something was amiss. His grip, capable of rending steel, had encountered resistance. Although he had withheld some strength, Jiang Yan should not have emerged completely unscathed. Could it be his innate talent? An acute intuition prompted Wang Zhong to abandon his offensive, immediately making a tactical retreat. In the spot he had occupied, Jiang Yan unleashed a punch, the air quaking from the impact. Wang Zhong's eyelids twitched, and he scolded, "You little rascal, you're not holding back at all. Ha ha ha, in battle, one must certainly give their all." Jiang Yan laughed heartily, maintaining his assault as he pressed on towards the retreating Uncle Wang. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Wang Zhong chuckled heartily, no longer holding back, advancing rather than retreating, colliding with Jiang Yan. Boom. The two fists met with a thunderous crash, but they quickly separated, each testing the other's strength. Panting heavily, Wang Zhong was visibly exhausted, while Jiang Yan appeared vibrant and full of vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. "Alas, it seems I am getting old. I should not restrict you young ones any longer." Although the battle had yet to yield a clear victor, Wang Zhong conceded first. They had not unleashed their most lethal techniques, nor utilized their martial skills. It seemed he had come to a realization during their clash, choosing to release Jiang Yan, the son of his comrade. Wang Zhong's expression was complex, his eyes flickering in the darkness as he glanced at Jiang Yan, ultimately choosing to say nothing further. There exists a kind of love called letting go. For the youth, one cannot restrain them. Was it not the same when he chose to enlist years ago? Jiang Yan stood still, watching Uncle Wang's slightly hunched figure fade from view, the once formidable soldier, seemingly a mere illusion. "I have lost." Old Wang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet there was no sorrow, only a smile on his face. Chapter 8. The Enhancement of the Mighty Form. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan silenced his alarm clock and began to prepare his gear. While dressing, he noticed a metallic long sword placed on his desk, alongside what appeared to be a costly soft gold armor. Jiang Yan paused, swallowing hard, and glanced toward Uncle Wang's room. His uncle, the homeroom teacher, had already left for class at this hour. Unsure of what to say, Jiang Yan donned the armor and hefted the metallic long sword in his hand, weighing it a few times in the room. The weight felt just right. Presumably, Uncle Wang had gauged his strength during their sparring last night. After over a decade of companionship, the once boisterous uncle had become surprisingly meticulous, akin to a woman. Dressed and ready, Jiang Yan set forth towards the city gate. This world was predominantly dominated by humanity, yet the ferocious beasts outside the city were not to be trifled with. Every year, countless lives were lost in the wilderness, with wilderness hunters comprising a significant portion of that grim statistic. Wilderness hunters were widely regarded as the most lucrative profession, yet it was equally the most perilous. One could earn a substantial sum in the morning only to lose their life by afternoon. Among wilderness hunters, there is often a saying, humans can be more dangerous than the ferocious beasts. In the wilderness, devoid of the dense surveillance of cities, should one perish outside, no one would pursue accountability, revealing the darkest facets of human nature. "Please present your identification." The guard at the entrance halted him. Jiang Yan retrieved his ID and presented it to the guard. Upon inspection, the guard furrowed his brow. "Just turned 18? Jiang Yan replied with a smile. "Yes. Still less than 3 months. The guard, offering a word of caution, remarked, "You're still a student. The outside world isn't suited for you." Jiang Yan responded, "I have compelling reasons to go out." The guard suddenly thought of a sick mother, a gambling father, a younger brother in school, and a shattered self. "Very well. Stay safe." The guard allowed him passage and returned the ID. Jiang Yan successfully exited the city, his first time stepping beyond the protective walls, confronting the harsh realities of this world. Typically, there were no ferocious beasts at the city's edge, as soldiers within would routinely clear them out. Jiang Yan ventured deeper. Not far away, a red-eyed rabbit was squatting on the ground, grazing. With swift reflexes, Jiang Yan lunged forward, the long sword piercing through the rabbit's body. One strike, and it was dead. System log updated. You have slain a red-eyed rabbit. Heaven Rewards Diligence activated. Congratulations, your physique has slightly improved. Jiang Yan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was effective. Regrettably, it does not drop rare items. Indeed, such items belong to the unique products of the divine martial space, and it is inconceivable for them to exist in the external world. Jiang Yan, with a calm demeanor, sheathed his blade, disregarding the corpse of the red-eyed rabbit. He frequently encountered these rabbits at the market. Their delectable meat often graced dining tables, fetching several dozen star coins apiece. He pressed further into the wilderness. System log updated. You have slain a red-eyed rabbit. Your physique has slightly improved. You have slain a giant horned bull. Your physique has slightly improved. You have slain a red snake lizard. Your physique has slightly improved. These creatures, devoid of any offensive intent, hardly qualify as fierce beasts, providing Jiang Yan with only a negligible enhancement to his physique. He navigated according to the map downloaded on his phone. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan raised his alloy long knife to his chest, vigilantly observing the black wolf before him, its eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. The Gale wolf, whose pelt and fangs commanded a handsome price. This was the primary objective for Jiang Yan's venture outside the city, to hunt fierce beasts and amass wealth. Jiang Yan locked eyes with the black wolf, both sensing the scrutiny and evaluation reflected in each other's gaze. A low howl escaped the black wolf's throat. Jiang Yan drew his blade, employing the basic sword technique to its utmost. The black wolf, no longer hesitating, let out an enraged roar and lunged at him. The tip of the knife clashed with the wolf's claws, producing a dazzling spark. You exert yourself in combat against the black wolf. Your understanding of the sword technique has slightly improved, your practical skills have slightly improved, and your physique has slightly improved. Jiang Yan felt a surge of elation. Indeed. Heaven Rewards Hard Work was not merely a system for leveling up through the mere slaughter of wildlife. Only through diligent effort could one reap benefits. Simply slaying a few rabbits would not lead to strength. Jiang Yan became increasingly exhilarated, continuously gaining advantages through Heaven Rewards Hard Work. You exert yourself in combat against the black wolf. Your understanding of the sword technique has slightly improved, your practical skills have slightly improved, and your physique has slightly improved. With a decisive stroke, Jiang Yan severed the black wolf's foreleg, capitalizing on its moment of instability to thrust upward with the tip of his blade. With a swift motion, the wolf's head was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth, drenching Jiang Yan in crimson. He gazed at the black wolf's corpse with exhilaration, his chest rising and falling. Thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Just as he was about to collect the wolf's pelt, several other black wolves, drawn by the scent of their fallen comrade, came rushing over. How could he have forgotten? Wolves are social animals. Jiang Yan wiped the blood from his vision, the gore staining his once handsome features with a savage aspect. With his blade at the ready, he fixed his gaze on the approaching black wolves. Combat. You exert yourself in combat against the black wolves. Your understanding of the sword technique has slightly improved, your practical skills have slightly improved, and your physique has slightly improved. You exert yourself in combat against the black wolves. Your physique has slightly improved. You have slain 3 black wolves, enhancing your perception of killing intent. You have slain 4 black wolves, improving your slaughtering skills. With each battle, your fortitude grows. The black wolf's talons are sharp, and in the midst of facing multiple foes, Jiang Yan inevitably suffered injuries. However, this inadvertently triggered Heaven Rewards Hard Work, resulting in a slight enhancement to his fortitude, a pleasant surprise. Heaven rewards the diligent. If he were to engage in more battles, could his fortitude evolve further? Upon observing the changes in his awakened talent, fortitude, in the system log, Jiang Yan couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Each individual's awakened talent varies, and a standardized rating can only be established at the martial artist building. Human talents are rated from highest to lowest as follows: SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. Yet, through practical experience, Jiang Yan recognized that while his fortitude was not weak, it could hardly be deemed formidable. Although his physical defenses had improved significantly, he was still susceptible to injury. Among the multitude of talents, fortitude could only be considered average. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, as long as he persevered and exerted himself. Fortitude would inevitably metamorphose into the most powerful physique in existence. If possessing Heaven Rewards Hard Work could not yield the strongest talent, then he would willingly relinquish the title of King of Effort. Bending down, Jiang Yan began to gather the remnants of the battle, stripping the black wolf of all valuable items. Chapter 9. The Ambush. Jiang Yan, bearing a large black bag, swaggered towards the outskirts of Linjiang City. The area outside Linjiang was relatively devoid of fierce beasts, prompting the wild hunters to spontaneously establish a small trading post. Numerous wild hunters gathered materials here for sale, while merchants from within the city procured raw materials to ensure the freshest supplies at the lowest prices, eliminating any third-party profit margins. The trading post was exceedingly rudimentary, littered with refuse and bearing a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Jiang Yan, drenched in the blood of the black wolf, blended seamlessly into this grim atmosphere. The dried blood clung to his body, and with the large black bag slung over his shoulder, he inadvertently attracted considerable attention. He followed the lead of other wild hunters, opening his bag to reveal a scattering of wolf pelts and fangs, awaiting the city merchants to make their purchases. The materials from the black wolf were commonplace, and the market was broad enough that he had no fear of being unable to sell. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, an elderly man with disheveled hair and a hunched back approached. He regarded Jiang Yan with surprise, noting his blood-soaked appearance, yet refrained from comment. Merely astonished by Jiang Yan's youthful visage. "Is this a student?" The old man murmured, not probing further, and gestured toward the pile of black wolf remnants on the ground. "Boss, how much for these?" Jiang Yan had done his homework and was well aware of the prices for wolf pelts and fangs. Black wolf pelts are worth 10,000 each. Wolf fangs, 1,000. The old man, seeing that Jiang Yan was not lacking in coin, promptly agreed. "All right, deal." He swiftly packed the items for transport. Jiang Yan gazed at the balance on his bank card, suddenly feeling as though he were in a dream. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In total, it amounted to 72,000 star coins. 6 wolves yielded 6 pelts and 12 fangs. Indeed, hunting was profitable. Remaining at Linjiang First High was the most foolish choice. After receiving the payment, Jiang Yan browsed the martial arts marketplace on the martial artist's official website, filtering for the prices of techniques, particularly in the movement category. Swift Step, official price 100,000 star coins. Description: a high-grade yellow martial art, increases step frequency with prolonged duration, suitable for consumption-based tactics. Meteor Step, official price 110,000 star coins. Description: a high-grade yellow martial art that integrates combat with movement, allowing for both offense and retreat. Jiang Yan continued to search, seeking a movement technique that would allow him to encounter the Zhongjue Eagle. The previously reviewed techniques were ill-suited for him. Explosive Step, official price 90,000 star coins. Description: a high-grade yellow martial art, offering extreme explosive power, granting the ability to traverse the heavens and earth. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, finding this quite appealing. However, it seemed he was still a tad short on funds. Just as he contemplated whether to venture back into the wilderness for more hunting, a small, shifty figure draped in a black cloak approached him. The individual furtively scanned the surroundings before daring to approach Jiang Yan, casually offering him a cigarette. "Brother, care for a smoke?" Jiang Yan coolly regarded the small figure, refusing to take the cigarette. "What do you want?" The small figure chuckled awkwardly, retracting the cigarette and hanging it on his ear. "Brother, I have some illicit goods. Would you care to take a look?" Jiang Yan quickly discerned that this fellow was a black market dealer. "What about martial techniques?" he inquired. I have. The diminutive figure chuckled, stroking his nose as he inquired. "Brother, which type do you desire?" "Explosive steps." "Ah, I see." Jiang Yan responded. "Is it unavailable?" The little man replied. "It is indeed available, but I must procure it first." Jiang Yan asked, "When?" The little man stated, "Before 3 o'clock this afternoon at the very least." Jiang Yan replied, "I shall wait for you here until 5. "Understood." Upon finalizing the transaction, the black-cloaked dwarf beamed with joy, then ceased his conversation with Jiang Yan, turning to blend into the crowd, presumably to seek his next client. Jiang Yan picked up the pouch that had fallen to the ground, not lingering at the trading post for long, and ventured deeper into the wilderness once more, driven by the desire to earn. No sooner had Jiang Yan departed than several figures emerged at the spot he had just vacated. "Boss, that guy just sold nearly 100,000 worth of goods and has now entered the wilderness. He will likely reap considerable rewards. I think he looks like just a student. Should we?" one suggested, making a gesture across his throat. "Given his ability to slay so many black wolves, he must possess significant strength. Let us tail him." The group of figures hurried in the direction Jiang Yan had vanished. In the wilderness, one must not only be wary of fierce beasts but also of humans, who can be equally perilous. There exists a particular group that does not venture to hunt beasts but instead resorts to robbing some wilderness hunters to profit. Typically, their targets are inexperienced students or complete novices. Background and identity hold no sway here. A body discarded in the wild leaves no trace, making pursuit virtually impossible. You have engaged in combat with an iron-horn rhino. Your physique has slightly improved. You are under attack. Your robust physique's defense has increased. You have utilized the bull strength technique. Your proficiency has slightly advanced. You have slain a windrunner horse. Congratulations, you have achieved a breakthrough post-battle. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Jiang Yan, making him feel as if he could ascend to the heavens, nearly causing him to cry out in delight. He opened his character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, robust physique. Realm, perfected body refinement. Martial techniques, commonplace, basic sword technique perfected. Yellow grade, low level, bull strength major success. Attributes, hard work is rewarded, destiny. Rogue's truth, blue swift. Throughout the afternoon, amidst continuous combat, Jiang Yan elevated bull strength to major success, and his martial realm reached perfected body refinement. Such a speed of breakthrough could rival even the most gifted prodigies, one might surmise. Just moments after his breakthrough, his once fatigued body was now brimming with power, reaching its pinnacle state. As he cleared away the windrunner horse he had just slain, an arrow shot towards him like a bolt from a crossbow. Without turning his head, Jiang Yan twisted his neck, allowing the arrow to sail past, narrowly missing him. Had it been a fraction closer, the arrowhead would have pierced his skull, spelling doom for him. "Damn it, I missed," cried a lean figure 100 meters behind, still holding his bow drawn. "You useless fool. How many times have you messed up this week?" The bald, muscular leader scolded angrily. The lean man, scratching his head in distress, replied, "Big brother, it's not my fault. That kid seems to have eyes on the back of his head. He dodged when I shot." "Stop making excuses. He has already noticed us. When we attack, be decisive." Seeing their ambush foiled, the group of bald men opted for a direct confrontation. Jiang Yan, known for his fiery temper, would have been wounded today had it not been for the timely activation of Rogue's truth. Despite possessing a robust physique for defense, he would have met with bloodshed. Thus, he charged towards the group wielding his blade. Chapter 10, Battle and Comprehension. "Ha ha ha, boss, look at him rushing towards us. Is this kid insane? Does he think he can take on all 5 of us alone? Damn it, you lot, shut it. Never underestimate anyone in the wilderness." The bald leader, demonstrating his potential as a boss, chastised his subordinates and turned his grave attention towards the approaching Jiang Yan. "This boy, everyone, take this seriously. Something feels off. Jiang Yan, in his perfected body refinement state, unleashed his full potential, racing towards them with swiftness, propelling him forward. A gust of fierce wind swept past him, his long blade drenched in blood, a faint aura of killing intent emanating from his being. This killing intent, unseen yet palpable, had been entirely cultivated within Jiang Yan through a day of combat, now erupting in an instant, startling his adversaries. The bald leader's expression faltered. Having survived in the wild for so long, he was acutely aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Is this really a student? Jiang Yan, blade in hand, was now nearly upon them. The basic sword technique, perfected yet devoid of any special effects, delivered a pure strike aimed at one of the men. You little brat. Do you really think you're invincible? The target was the lean archer, who, in a fit of rage, drew a short blade from his sleeve to counter Jiang Yan's strike. The long blade and the broken blade traced elegant arcs through the air before clashing, sparks flying. Something's wrong. The force is off. Clang. The broken blade was cleaved in two as if it were mere clay. The lean man's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed the long blade's relentless advance towards his neck. Slicing through the air, the head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The remaining four were struck with terror. Everyone attacked together. The bald leader was the first to react, charging at Jiang Yan with iron fists. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. The bald man's aura exceeded his own. Is he at the blood condensation stage? He licked his lips, his fighting spirit intensifying. Come at me. The blade swept across, blocked by the iron gauntlets, while the others stealthily positioned themselves behind him. However, for Jiang Yan, who possessed the rogue's truth, such sneak attacks were utterly ineffective. He seemed to possess a sixth sense, leaping to evade the ambush behind him. System log updated. You are in the midst of intense combat. Your battlefield instincts have slightly improved. You find yourself in a dire situation against multiple foes. Your robust physique has significantly enhanced. Jiang Yan regarded the group as if they were unmined treasures, his excitement nearly spilling over. Then let it be you who shall offer your lives to my blade. His speed of striking grew even swifter, his figure darting like a specter among the four, each encounter leaving someone wounded. The more they fought, the more they sensed something amiss. Jiang Yan's swordplay became increasingly proficient in their eyes. Though devoid of any visible martial techniques, the tangible pressure he exerted was undeniable. Is this really just the basic sword technique? The bald leader felt a surge of horror. After such prolonged engagement, he still could not discern Jiang Yan's martial skill. Realization dawned on him. It was merely that ubiquitous basic sword technique. This kid is a monster. How can he refine the basic sword technique to such a level? The bald leader's heart raced with a strange unease, and he began to contemplate retreat. He was becoming physically exhausted. In contrast, Jiang Yan was vibrant and vigorous, growing increasingly dominant, leaving his adversaries struggling to hold their ground. With a swift thrust, Jiang Yan pierced the throats of two more, leaving only the bald leader and a woman standing. Damn it, it seems I have no choice. The bald leader produced a white vial from his pocket, preparing to consume it. Before he could act, a flash of blade light swept across. A brown arm flew off, as the blade danced in the air, severing the limb into multiple pieces. The vial fell to the ground, crushed beneath Jiang Yan's foot as he calmly declared, fighting is not permitted with drugs. With a resounding crash, the vial exploded underfoot. The bald leader, weakened after losing an arm, found Jiang Yan swiftly plunging his blade into his chest. The bald leader fell, defeated. Only the woman remained on the scene. Please, don't kill me. Big brother, I can do anything. Just spare my life. The woman frantically began to undress, tears streaming down her face, filled with regret for attempting to rob this formidable foe. As the blade glimmered, her movements halted mid-action. With a swift motion, she found herself kneeling before him. Jiang Yan sheathed his blade. System log updated. You accomplished a remarkable feat, defeating 5 adversaries with a blade, thereby deepening your comprehension of the weapon. Your robust physique absorbed much of the damage, and following the battle, it appeared to be undergoing a transformation. After an exhilarating fight, your physical prowess experienced a slight enhancement. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, acutely aware of the notable changes within his body. He perceived the opportunity for metamorphosis, yet it was insufficient. He required more combat. Upon examining the corpses, aside from some useless bank cards, Jiang Yan collected approximately 10,000 star coins, along with a pair of gauntlets, a longsword, and various miscellaneous items that seemed somewhat useful. He stowed everything into a large bag and proceeded towards the trading post. Despite being covered in blood, this appearance did not invite mockery. Rather, it garnered a heightened respect from those around him. The little man was already waiting at the spot from the morning. Jiang Yan approached and set the hefty black bag on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Congratulations on your bountiful return, the little man praised. Jiang Yan wished to avoid unnecessary chatter and directly inquired, have you brought the explosive step? The little man nodded with a grin. Indeed, I have. Upon finishing his words, he produced a weathered book from beneath his dark robe. How much? Jiang Yan asked. 50,000, came the response, prompting Jiang Yan to frown slightly. That's exorbitant. Do you really dare to sell such contraband at that price? The little man chuckled. Dear customer, we can negotiate. Jiang Yan countered. Then let us settle on 10,000. The little man nearly choked, his smile faltering. That is far too little, unless. Jiang Yan urged, speak plainly. The little man grinned and gestured towards the large black bag. Unless you sell me the contents within. Jiang Yan understood. This fellow sought to expand his supply. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. From now on, I will sell you all the materials I gather in the wilderness. And you shall offer me a 10% discount on your contraband. The little man beamed. Deal? A win-win situation. Jiang Yan's volume of supplies was substantial, allowing him to sell at the original price without issue. The little man's contraband was limited, sold piece by piece, and Jiang Yan would not demand too much. Thus a 10% discount would not result in significant losses. Jiang Yan meticulously assessed the contents of the black bag, calculating their worth based on market prices for the little man. The boxing gloves from the bald man proved to be the most valuable, and the little man readily agreed to purchase them for 100,000 star coins, along with the assorted spoils and materials. Jiang Yan's total earnings amounted to 300,000 star coins. With this substantial sum in hand, he became a figure of notoriety in a single day. The official price of nearly 100,000 for the explosive step was available here for merely 10,000 star coins, which Jiang Yan boldly purchased. After the little man departed, Jiang Yan gazed at his battered alloy longsword, letting out a wistful sigh. The bodies of ferocious beasts were too resilient, and the wear on his blade from the fight was considerable. He resolved to visit the city in a few days to seek a superior weapon. He understood that as a wilderness hunter, money could be earned swiftly but spent even faster. Potions, weapons, and armor required constant replenishment and upgrades, and a moment's negligence could lay the groundwork for future demise. A fine sword was undeniably costly, and although Jiang Yan currently possessed over 300,000 star coins, selecting a quality blade would still prove challenging. As night fell, Jiang Yan chose not to venture out any longer, instead purchasing a tent to set up near the trading post. Surrounding him were numerous wilderness hunters, all sharing the same fate of braving the elements. Gradually, Jiang Yan began to assimilate into this environment. The following day, at Linjiang No. 1 High School, the principal, Lu Hairen, stood on the podium, delivering an impassioned speech. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, I sincerely wish for each of you to showcase your strengths, achieve commendable results, and gain admission to prestigious universities. However, the college entrance examination is no trivial matter. It is a battlefield. In that examination hall, you will encounter geniuses from other regions and face the brutally fierce beasts. Merely practicing in isolation will not yield favorable results. Therefore, our Linjiang City, alongside Jiangyu City, Quan City, and Nanki City, will host a simulated examination in the wilderness. Lu Hairen paused, allowing the students below to react. As expected, the seniors from Linjiang No. 1 High School erupted into chaos. Why must the venue be set in the wilderness? I've heard that ferocious beasts lurk there. What if we are devoured? Wah, I don't want to go to the wilderness. Can I withdraw? Ha ha. Linjiang No. 1 has finally wised up. I've long anticipated the chance to venture beyond the city like students from big cities. With over a dozen schools competing, I wonder what position I will place. By the way, is there any reward for this competition? If there is, I will participate. Otherwise, I will forfeit. The students exhibited a spectrum of emotions, fear, curiosity, and eagerness, but without exception, they reacted strongly to this sudden trial. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Lu Hairen's voice from the microphone cut through the noise. This competition has received direct approval from the Education Bureau, and the top 10 will receive precious body tempering liquid as a reward, while the top 100 will also receive substantial prizes. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The body tempering liquid is an invaluable treasure for low-tier warriors. Once consumed and refined, it can replace half a month's arduous training, visibly enhancing one's physique. Crucially, the body tempering liquid does not circulate in the market. It is strictly controlled by the authorities, making it impossible to purchase even with money, except for subpar versions available in the black market, which are still valued at 100,000 star coins. This highlights the extraordinary rarity of body tempering liquid. The body tempering liquid has strong resistance to drugs. The more one consumes, the less effective it becomes. However, for first-time users, its effects can instantly elevate a warrior's realm. Many students at Linjiang No. 1 High School lack confidence in their ability to gain admission to university, but with the body tempering liquid, not only ordinary students, but even those with talent and potential were drawn in with eager eyes. Linjiang City is but a small town, with no means to acquire such precious body tempering liquid. Thus, even students from affluent families had never tasted its effects. Amidst the commotion, only AI Ning remained composed, casting a disdainful glance at the frenzied crowd. Boss, it's body tempering liquid. With it, we might be able to secure admission to a better university. Heh, it's merely body tempering liquid. I've consumed it long ago. The little brother gasped in astonishment. However, there was a flicker of change in AI Ning's expression. This trial might indeed warrant my involvement. AI Ning's family had previously leveraged connections to procure 2 vials of body tempering liquid. He consumed one and gifted the other to a child of a high-ranking official in Linjiang City. He savored the memory of his first experience with the body-tempering liquid. His gaze ignited with fervor. Just a little more, and I could break through to the late stage of blood condensation. Lu Hairen watched the students' reactions with satisfaction, recalling Jiang Yan, who had rejected his offer. With a cold sneer, he mused, without Linjiang number 1. Let us see which university will want you. Even if you beg me now, I won't offer you a chance to return to school. Students who possess body-tempering liquid will undoubtedly surpass Jiang Yan, a mere wild card who does not even attend classes. This is indisputable. And Lu Hairen firmly believes this to be true. You fought fiercely against 20 black wolves, significantly enhancing your robust physique and slightly improving your physical strength. While your proficiency in bull strength increased, you battled 30 black wolves, and your robust physique began to show signs of mutation, with a slight enhancement in physical strength. And your proficiency in explosive step improved. Your proficiency in explosive step has increased. You vanquished 20 black wolves, and during the battle, your bull strength reached perfection. Jiang Yan opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, robust physique, evolving. Realm, body tempering perfection. Martial techniques, unorthodox, basic sword technique perfected. Yellow tier. Low level, bull strength perfected. High quality Huang, explosive step proficient. Entry, the way of Heaven Rewards Diligence, Destiny, essence of life and death, blue, swift. Jiang Yan's gaze ignited with fervor as he noticed the impending evolution behind, sturdy physique. Just a tad more, and I shall evolve. I need to fight. He cast a fierce glare at the surviving black wolves, his bloodthirsty eyes momentarily blurring the lines between predator and prey. The black wolves emitted whimpers, their steps trembling as they retreated. Fear, they were indeed afraid. The once valiant black wolf clan had been struck with terror by Jiang Yan. With brawn of the mighty bull reaching perfection, Jiang Yan ceased to fight with his fists, instead seizing a metallic long knife from the ground. Its sharp gleam suffusing the battlefield. Kill. The perfected basic sword technique bore no special effects. The long knife danced amid the wolf pack, weaving through them like a dragon playing with a phoenix, shattering their formation with relentless force. At this moment, a thunderous wolf howl resounded. The pack cowered as a grand, majestic silver figure stepped forth. Chapter 12, The Blade's Might. The Silver Howling Wolf King. Having lived in Blue Star for 18 years, Jiang Yan instantly recognized the wolf's identity. The Silver Howling Wolf King, a mutation of the Black Wolf clan, was undoubtedly the ruler of the Black Wolves. Its towering physique and formidable prowess leaving no room for doubt. Jiang Yan had only seen images of the Silver Howling Wolf King online. It was his first encounter in reality. Before him stood the Silver Howling Wolf King, its entire body shimmering silver, its fur sleek and well-groomed, unlike the disheveled black wolves. A crescent moon was etched on its forehead, glowing softly even in daylight, exuding an air of mystery. The Silver Howling Wolf King was truly the nobility among black wolves, powerful and beautiful. Yet, Jiang Yan cared not for its beauty. His only desire was to slay it. Thus, he stood with his knife raised, locking eyes with the silver pupils of the Silver Howling Wolf King. In those eyes, Jiang Yan discerned a human-like scrutiny. The black wolves surrounded Jiang Yan, with the Silver Howling Wolf King as the primary combatant facing him. He seemed to be ensnared in a deadly predicament. Howl! Howl! The Silver Howling Wolf King raised its head and howled, the other wolves echoing in response. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Jiang Yan swept his knife horizontally. Roar! Shadows lunged at him. You are attacked by the black wolves. Sturdy physique enhanced, physique strengthened. You are attacked by the black wolves. Sturdy physique enhanced, physique strengthened. You are attacked by the black wolves. Sturdy physique enhanced, physique strengthened. Jiang Yan endured the scratches as he charged toward the Wolf King. You have slain a black wolf. Physique strengthened, sword technique enhanced. You have slain a black wolf. Physique strengthened, sword technique enhanced. You have slain a black wolf. Physique strengthened, sword technique enhanced. You have slain a black wolf. Your understanding of sword technique has deepened. You find yourself heavily surrounded. Your understanding of sword technique has deepened. Zing. A black wolf leapt high, its sharp claws shredding the remnants of Jiang Yan's upper garment. His armor lay in tatters, exposing his robust muscles, marked by numerous claw scars. Even his formidable sturdy physique could not withstand such a barrage of attacks. With a swift motion, Jiang Yan decapitated a black wolf. The knife's tip aimed directly at the Silver Howling Wolf King's face. The Silver Howling Wolf King was at least a mid-tier second-stage ferocious beast. Silver light flashed as 3 claw marks cut through the air. Jiang Yan's long knife swept out, clashing with the wolf's claws. Boom! Jiang Yan staggered back a step. While the Silver Howling Wolf King remained unmoved, a flicker of confusion in its eyes. He lowered his center of gravity and engaged the Silver Howling Wolf King once more. The other black wolves did not merely spectate, rushing in to interrupt Jiang Yan's assault. You have slain a black wolf. Your understanding of sword technique has slightly improved. You have slain a black wolf. Your understanding of sword technique has slightly improved. You have been severely injured by the Silver Howling Wolf King. sturdy physique significantly enhanced. Jiang Yan was sent flying. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of foul blood, undeterred by the temporary setback, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Those who cannot kill me shall become my nourishment. He charged into the pack. His blade's momentum intensified, enveloping him in an aura of invincibility. You have slain a black wolf. Your understanding of sword technique has improved. You have slain a black wolf. Your understanding of sword technique has improved. You have been injured by a black wolf. Sturdy physique significantly enhanced. Physique greatly enhanced. Again, Jiang Yan became increasingly exhilarated as his injuries transformed into a surge of power. The way of Heaven Rewards Diligence allowed him to undergo the highest baptism in battle. You engaged in fierce combat with the Silver Howling Wolf King. Your practical skills have significantly improved. You have utilized explosive step multiple times. Proficiency in explosive step has risen to mastery. Bang! Jiang Yan sent the Silver Howling Wolf King flying with a single strike, crashing into a distant boulder, scattering debris and raising clouds of dust. A wolf-shaped silhouette barely discernible within. Howl! Amid the dust, the ancient howl of the wolf echoed through the skies. The crescent moon on the Silver Howling Wolf King's forehead glimmering through the mist. Whoosh! The Silver Howling Wolf King's form swelled, its size expanding, and its speed intensified, leaping toward Jiang Yan in an instant. The crescent's radiance blazed forth, and the Silver Howling Wolf King entered its final boss state. Kill! Jiang Yan, emboldened, raised his dulled blade and struck at the Silver Howling Wolf King. Swish! The blade grazed the wolf's back, leaving only a faint white mark. On one hand, Jiang Yan's knife was subpar. On the other, he gazed at the imposing Silver Howling Wolf King. It had grown stronger. Roar! The Silver Howling Wolf King roared in rage, a tempest of fury surging forth. This human had killed all its kin before its very eyes. Unforgivable. You were struck by the Silver Howling Wolf King. Sturdy physique significantly enhanced. You swung your blade at the Silver Howling Wolf King, slightly breaking its defense, yet your understanding of sword technique vastly improved. Almost there. Almost there. Jiang Yan, driven by madness, his eyes a fiery red, murmured incoherent words. Swoosh! His chest was raked by the wolf's claws, several gashes opened. Jiang Yan swung his knife. Roar! The Silver Howling Wolf King bellowed, enraged that this insignificant human dared to dismiss its attack. Ding! You swung your blade at the Silver Howling Wolf King, slightly breaking its defense. Your understanding of sword technique slightly improved. Ding! You swung your blade at the Silver Howling Wolf King, slightly breaking its defense. Your understanding of sword technique slightly improved. Ding! Congratulations. Through countless strikes, you have comprehended blade's might. Jiang Yan ceased fighting. The surging momentum gradually subsided. The long knife in his hand felt as though it had fused with his very being. He opened his eyes, the previous crimson intensity replaced by tranquility. Slowly raising his hand, the essence of the heavens converged at the knife's tip. The crescent on the Silver Howling Wolf King's forehead radiated with brilliance, its pupils dilating in shock. The blade's brilliance shone, piercing through. Thud! The Silver Howling Wolf King collapsed, the crescent extinguished, its eyes wide open, unable to close in death. You have completed a fierce battle. Your physique has greatly enhanced. Congratulations, you have ascended to the blood condensation realm. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, sturdy physique, evolving. Realm, early blood condensation. Martial techniques, inferior, basic sword technique perfected. Low-grade yellow, brawn of the mighty bull perfected. High-grade yellow, explosive step, mastery. Entries, the way of Heaven Rewards Diligence, destiny, essence of life and death, blue, swift, blue. Special, blade's might, can transcend to blade intent. Jiang Yan was filled with elation, astonished that after a single battle, he had achieved breakthroughs in both his realm and sword technique. If memory served him right, there was a genius in the rocket class of Linjiang No. 1 High School who had early on ascended to a second-tier blood condensation warrior, standing above the rest. Now, he had accomplished the same feat. This meant Jiang Yan had now fully reached a position he once dared not even dream of. Yet, the most exhilarating aspect was not the breakthrough in realm, but in blade's might. What is blade's might? The understanding and insights of a blade practitioner regarding the sword are profoundly deep, with every gesture and movement capable of evoking an aura akin to the spirit of the blade, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. Warriors who master the blade's momentum are undoubtedly coveted by prestigious academies, their combat prowess far surpassing that of their peers. Beyond the blade's momentum lies the essence of the blade. The comprehension of this essence is extraordinarily challenging. A grandmaster of blade arts once proclaimed that only through a singular focus on sword practice for 50 years might one approach the threshold of this essence, while the average person may spend a lifetime without grasping even a fragment of it. Chapter 13, The Battle Saint's Armor. With a sharp cry, you have utilized burst step, leading to a slight enhancement in your martial skill proficiency. You have invoked burst step again, resulting in another minor increase in your martial skill proficiency. Just a little more is needed. Burst step. Jiang Yan descended from a great height and leapt once more, propelling himself to an altitude of 50 meters. The Azure Eagle was no ordinary creature. Its massive yet agile body allowed it to soar effortlessly at an altitude of 100 meters. Even with the burst step, Jiang Yan found it challenging to close the distance. Within the confines of the battle space, Jiang Yan tirelessly practiced the burst step technique. Having ascended to the blood condensation stage and wielding the blade's momentum, the prospect of slaying a mid-second tier Azure Eagle seemed within his grasp. The only obstacle was reaching it. The cunning Azure Eagle, realizing Jiang Yan's overwhelming strength, took to the skies, evading any attempts to touch it. You have executed burst step, and your martial skill proficiency has slightly increased, along with a minor enhancement in your physique. You have performed burst step again, resulting in further increments in both martial skill and physique. After 3 hours of relentless practice, having executed burst step 300 times, your martial skill proficiency has significantly improved, and your physique has been slightly enhanced. Congratulations, your burst step has attained a level of profundity. Boom. Jiang Yan propelled himself forward with a force akin to a mortar shell, defying the constraints of gravity and charging towards the Azure Eagle at an astonishing speed. With a brand new alloy longsword in hand, he channeled a surging momentum and unleashed a blade aura towards the Azure Eagle. Ding! You have slain the Azure Eagle, completing this challenge. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue attribute, Wind Control. The principle of diligence has been activated, and congratulations, you have acquired the purple attribute, Blade Bearer. Jiang Yan crashed to the ground, stirring up a vortex of air to Shanghai around him. The corpse of the Azure Eagle subsequently plummeted, transforming into a flurry of data fragments that vanished into the ether. Jiang Yan meticulously examined his recent gains. Wind Control, blue, you can briefly linger in the air. Blade Bearer, purple, when wielding blade-type weapons, your combat power increases by 20. While holding a blade, you will gain the passive skill Counter. Counter, when you successfully deflect an attack, you will return the attack entirely to the assailant. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Opening the character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, sturdy body, evolving. Realm, early blood condensation. Martial skills, unorthodox, basic sword technique perfected. Low yellow grade, brawn of the bull perfected. High yellow grade, burst step profound. Attributes, principle of diligence, destined, true meaning of life and death, blue, swiftness, blue. Wind control, blue. Blade bearer, purple. Fortune smiled upon him this time, yielding 2 attributes. Jiang Yan speculated that he had earned 1 attribute from slaying the Azure Eagle, while the principle of diligence guaranteed him another. Perfection. With principle of diligence in play, he need not worry about his luck failing to yield attributes. The guaranteed outcome was a reassuring constant. The wind control attribute would allow him to hover briefly in the air, and when combined with burst step, it was tantamount to flight. It was well known that only those of profound understanding could grasp the ability to command flight. Yet here was a mere blood condensation warrior effortlessly achieving what many could not, evoking envy in others. Furthermore, the blade bearer, his sole purple attribute, boasted an extraordinary effect. An increase of 20 in combat power was nothing short of outrageous, while the counter skill was truly unparalleled. Striking him meant striking oneself. As long as Jiang Yan successfully deflected an attack, the misfortune would befall the attacker. Overall, this haul left Jiang Yan immensely satisfied. Congratulations on slaying the Azure Eagle. The wild creatures have automatically respawned. A flicker of light appeared before Jiang Yan, revealing the silhouette of a bipedal creature. Jiang Yan glanced at its description overhead. Skybreaking weasel, early 3rd tier. Description, an enigmatic being with otherworldly spatial abilities. Shall you commence the challenge? Begin. You have been slain. Sturdy body has slightly improved. You have been slain. Sturdy body has slightly improved. You have been slain. Sturdy body has slightly improved. With a scowl, Jiang Yan continued the fight. Observing the leaping sky-breaking weasel, at a loss for words, he finally comprehended the meaning behind the description of its elusive spatial abilities. That creature seemed to exist in a realm entirely separate from his own, moving with a speed that was almost alarming. Darting behind him in the blink of an eye before using its sharp claws to extract his heart. A super-speed monster, Jiang Yan assessed. Moreover, he discovered that no records of such a creature existed on Blue Star. There was no way such a formidable being could have gone unnoticed. Could it be from an extraterrestrial civilization? As the night wore on, you have been slain. Sturdy body has slightly improved. You have been slain. Sturdy body has slightly improved. 123, 124, 125. Jiang Yan emerged from the divine martial space, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, he had been slain a total of 125 times. The power of spatial manipulation was terrifying, rendering him unable to even graze the sky-breaking weasel's fur, each encounter resulting in his untimely demise. After 2 challenges, the creatures within the battle space had transcended the category of Blue Star's ferocious beasts. Ordinary 3rd-tier creatures from the outside world could not possibly inflict such relentless punishment upon him. However, there was not a complete lack of gain. Jiang Yan turned his attention to the talent section of his panel. Talent, Battle Saint's Armor. Battle Saint's Armor. Your body is enveloped in a special battle garment. bestowing a defense of 100 and other attributes of 40. While engaged in combat, this effect can be enhanced without limit for the duration of the battle. Combat is exhilarating. Jiang Yan immediately set about testing this, gathering the battle saint's armor upon his body. Silver armor enveloped his form, a dazzling golden cape billowing behind him. And Jiang Yan stood tall, resembling an indomitable war god, a palpable aura of martial spirit radiating from him. Upon feeling the boundless power coursing through his body, a surge of ambition arose within him, igniting a desire to charge into the lair of ferocious beasts and battle for 3 days and nights. It seemed that the battle saint's armor could indeed stir his emotions. Jiang Yan retracted the talent, and the surge of ambition faded, further solidifying his earlier realization. Upon returning to the divine martial space, he found that dawn had broken. He prepared himself and plunged directly into the wilderness, with a significant enhancement in strength. Jiang Yan yearned to elevate his power through combat. 3 days later, Jiang Yan opened his character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint's Armor. Realm, Mid-Blood Condensation. Martial Skills, Unorthodox, Basic Sword Technique Perfected. Low Yellow Grade, Brawn of the Bull Perfected. High Yellow Grade, First Step Perfected. Attributes, Principle of Diligence, Destined. True Meaning of Life and Death, Blue. Swiftness, Blue. Mind Control, Blue. Blade Bearer, Purple. After casually dispatching a ferocious beast, Jiang Yan noticed a drone drifting across the sky. Reacting swiftly, he concealed himself behind a cover, observing as the drone gradually vanished from view. Why was there a drone here? Chapter 14, The Pinnacle of Lu Heron's Life. Simultaneously, several buses departing from Linjiang City towards the wilderness were bustling with activity. At long last, the opportunity to venture forth and engage in battle with ferocious beasts has arrived. I am resolute in my determination to secure a place within the top 10, to obtain the coveted body refinement liquid, and gain admission to a prestigious university. Huh. Who are you kidding? You haven't even unlocked your potential. You'll merely be cannon fodder out there. Damn it, can I even boast a little? Amidst the excitement, many others are ensnared by hesitation and trepidation, with even some timid students beginning to weep softly, confronted by the wilderness and the savage beasts. This group of sheltered blossoms finds themselves increasingly unsettled. Inside the bus of Class 3, Wang Zhong gazes anxiously at the chat history on his phone, his fingers drumming incessantly on the armrest, until he can no longer resist the urge to send a message. Is Jiang still alive? I'm not dead. The simplicity of the exchange brings a sigh of relief from Wang Zhong, his furrowed brow finally easing. Within the bus, Chu Ming sits with an air of superiority, flanked by sycophantic followers eagerly attending to his needs. Congratulations, Chu. You've attained perfect body refinement. You're sure to secure a place within the top 100 in this joint examination. Indeed, with your prowess, achieving the top 100 is merely a formality. Perhaps even a stellar performance could land you in the top 10 and win you that legendary body refinement liquid. Who are you to speak to my Lord Chu? What do you mean by stellar performance? That is simply the manifestation of my Lord Chu's strength. Flattered almost to the point of collapse, Chu Ming cannot suppress the grin that threatens to overtake his features. After being interrupted by Jiang Yan's attack, his family had spent a considerable fortune to ensure he received treatment at a specialized martial artist hospital, ultimately managing to save his hand. Although he still bears slight aftereffects, preserving his hand was paramount. This incident, however, has fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Yan. Chu Ming had planned to settle the score upon his return, only to be taken aback by the latter's decision to drop out of school. It is common knowledge that the institution would never expel a student who had awakened their potential, leaving only one plausible explanation. Jiang Yan was afraid of retribution. He chose to withdraw and hide away, with his fury boiling over and nowhere to direct it. Chu Ming began to spread rumors that Jiang Yan barely triumphed over him due to a sneak attack and subsequently withdrew from school out of fear of another confrontation. Many were drawn to this drama. Their curiosity piqued, though skepticism lingered. Strangely, the school administration refrained from debunking these claims, and even the principal seemed to make veiled references to the student who had chosen to drop out during assemblies. As a result, the rumor of Jiang Yan fleeing in guilt gained an inexplicable traction. With newfound confidence, Chu Ming had recently invested a fortune in a plethora of potions. While they may not rival the efficacy of the body refinement liquid, they nonetheless facilitated a breakthrough that had eluded him for half a year, allowing him to achieve perfect body refinement. Coupled with the innate talents that emerged following his awakening, Chu Ming chuckled coldly to himself. The advantage is mine. Should he encounter Jiang Yan, he would ensure the latter comprehends the folly of crossing him. In Class 3, he is the sole awakened student. If not him, then who? Within a spacious conference room, the walls are adorned with several large screens, projecting images from a designated area. A round table sits at the center, occupied by numerous well-dressed individuals. At the head of the table sits a robust, spirited middle-aged man, clad in a neatly tailored jacket, his slightly portly frame and square jaw exuding authority. Just a glance would convey that he holds the highest rank among those present. Shindonglin, A high-ranking official dispatched from the provincial government oversees this joint examination. He surveys the attendees, then turns to his assistant. Is everything prepared? We have inspected the testing area. There are no beasts above the 3rd tier. A few wilderness hunters in the vicinity have been left undisturbed as per your instructions. Monitoring and medical facilities have been set up. Very well. We shall commence once everyone has arrived. The beasts, the wilderness, and the hunters are all integral to this examination. And Shun Donglin anticipates an authentic trial. Below the head table, the others fall silent, reluctant to utter a word, their breath slower than usual. Each of them holds a position of authority, yet they must appear subservient in the presence of Shun Donglin, who could unseat them with a mere word. Lu Hairen, among them, finds himself staring at Shun Donglin, his head bowed like a turtle, fearful of drawing the notable figure's attention. Having heard tales of the official's eccentric temperament, he prays nothing goes awry. Oddly, Lu Hairen's eyelids flutter incessantly, a nagging sense of unease washing over him. Just then, Shun Donglin's gaze lands on Lu Hairen. He furrows his brow and directly inquires, "You there?" Lu Hairen quickly rises from his seat, slightly bowing, and with a forced smile, replies, "Just call me Little Lu." Without adhering to Lu Hairen's suggestion, Shun Donglin casually asks, "How many gifted individuals does Linjiang No. 1 High School have this year?" In response, Director, "We've been fortunate this year, having cultivated 21 gifted individuals, including a student named AI Ning, who awakened their talent in the 1st year." The other principals perk up, envy flashing in their eyes as they look at Lu Hairen. 21 gifted individuals is no small feat. This Lu fellow has struck gold, and it appears Linjiang No. 1 High School is poised to soar this year. Shun Donglin, intrigued, presses further, "What is the current stage of the student who awakened their talent in their 1st year?" Lu Hairen's lips curl upwards, as if anticipating this inquiry. They are at the mid-stage of blood condensation and are likely to reach the late stage before the college entrance examination. A collective gasp reverberates through the room, contributing insignificantly to the global warming of Blue Star. The martial arts path is fraught with challenges, and merely reaching the body refinement stage can prove insurmountable for many. The chasm between body refinement and blood condensation is vast, with numerous martial artists stagnating at perfect body refinement, unable to advance despite the passage of time. The earlier the awakening, the greater the advantage. The human body holds infinite mysteries, and as one approaches the age of 18, a certain physical barrier is shattered, propelling them to new heights. Those identified as gifted before 18 possess a greater chance of awakening thereafter. Their prospects diminish drastically. Progress is painstakingly slow before awakening talent, which is why countless individuals yearn for early awakening. Early awakening leads to early breakthroughs, enabling acceptance into esteemed universities, access to training resources, and the emergence of a powerful individual, thus forming a perfect ecological chain. AI Ning, having awakened at 15, is a prodigy among prodigies, a standout even in major cities. By the way, my student recently visited the martial artist tower to validate his talent, achieving a test rating of A. Lu Hairen's nonchalant remark sends shockwaves through the assembly, leaving no one able to remain seated. Envy transforms into jealousy among the other principals. Shun Donglin, however, finds himself questioning the wisdom of this trip. Yet, realizing this is merely a small city, he refrains from viewing these students through the lens of urban elites. Nodding at Lu Hairen in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Hairen feels a profound sense of fulfillment, as if he has transcended the meaning of life. 3 years. A full 3 years. Linjiang No. 1 High School has harbored such a genius, never boasting about it. All for this day. Why did he let Jiang Yan, an awakened individual, slip away? Under normal circumstances, he would have shamelessly insisted on Jiang Yan staying, but now everything has changed, with AI Ning. He finds his thoughts drifting far beyond. Awakened individual? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Chapter 15. Farewell, Chu Ming. The students disembark from the bus, clad in their respective school uniforms, embarking on the first trial of their lives. In the wilderness, a vast circular area is surrounded by drones hovering above, while armed forces stand ready on the ground. Inside the office, large screens display the faces of each student. Shun Donglin commands, "Director, activate a camera to follow that student named AI Ning closely." Lu Hairen felt an overwhelming joy as he savored the taste of privilege for the first time in the presence of a provincial high-ranking official. It seemed that the leader held AI Ning in high regard. Perhaps this would expedite his transfer. He reveled in his thoughts. Jiang Yan, realizing he could no longer evade the iron boxes, decided to confront the beasts with boldness. The iron boxes offered little in terms of imagery, swiftly bypassing Jiang Yan to follow other students. Along his path, he encountered numerous students clad in uniforms, some from Linjiang No. 1 High School, and others in unfamiliar high school attire. Coupled with the drones above them, Jiang Yan quickly deduced the situation. Am I intruding upon someone else's trial ground? No. I have been here for several days. It must be they who have trespassed upon my territory, he mused with a hint of arrogance. Dismissing further contemplation, he focused singularly on slaying the beasts. Now, enhanced by his attributes and talents, Jiang Yan dispatched second-tier beasts with the ease of slicing through vegetables, devoid of the desperate fervor he once possessed. Just as he was about to strike down a green-haired beast, a fireball suddenly shot forth. Bang! The green-haired beast collapsed at once. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the fireball, an unfamiliar student, whose uniform bore the emblem of Huanshui High School. Fortunately, the Heavenly Path Rewards Diligence system did not grant experience points for monster kills. Otherwise, Jiang Yan would have been inclined to send his regards to this student's family. Before Jiang Yan could utter a word, the Huanshui student spoke first. Hey, hand over your points to me. Points? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing this was likely their method of gauging scores. However, the tone was infuriating. Jiang Yan flexed his wrist, and the long knife embedded in the ground trembled, flying into his grasp. With the drone's propellers whirring above, Jiang Yan paid no further mind to it, and surged forward with explosive speed. Points, you say? Allow me to enlighten you on the concept of calculus. The student, witnessing Jiang Yan's approach, felt a tremor of fear in his eyes and hastily activated his ability. Inferno Fireball. Sizzle. Jiang Yan cleaved through the fireball, advancing through the blazing flames, his crimson blade reflecting his wicked visage. With a resounding clash, a prominent gash appeared on the student's chest. The Huanshui student fainted from sheer terror. Worthless, daring to demand points from me? Jiang Yan sheathed his knife and departed. This entire scene was captured in its entirety by the drone's surveillance. Shen Donglin observed the spectacle with a grave expression, even momentarily neglecting the highly anticipated AI Ning. He commanded an assistant nearby, replay that footage. As the video replayed, Shen Donglin scrutinized the screen, anxious not to miss a single detail. The others also took note of the event, their faces alight with intrigue. This individual isn't in uniform. Could he be a wilderness hunter? No, he appears quite youthful. How could he be a wilderness warrior? Perhaps he is a student from a school who disregarded the uniform regulations? I doubt it, did you notice? This young man wields his blade with exceptional skill, clearly having honed his craft for quite some time. How could a mere student attain such proficiency? It's possible that some old man is in disguise. Only Lu Hairen's eyes widened in shock, his mind a tempest. Jiang Yan. How did he find himself in the wilderness? And how has he grown so powerful? His expression fluctuated, betraying a sense of guilt, yet fortunately, all eyes were riveted on the knife-wielding youth, leaving him unobserved. Lu Hairen's heart raced, until a principal interjected with a jovial tone. Even wilderness hunters have joined the fray. Children of 18 or 19 years are taking up this line of work. Lu Hairen and the principal chimed in unison, none perceiving anything amiss. Wilderness hunters were commonplace in the wild, and their presence in trials was not surprising. However, the assistant whispered to Shen Donglin. Should I dispatch someone to expel these wilderness hunters? They might disrupt the joint examination. Shen Donglin shook his head. Wilderness hunters are also part of the wild. Let everything proceed as normal. These students are already adults. They should know whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Shen Donglin did not wish to coddle them like children. He continued to observe the moment Jiang Yan unsheathed his blade, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions, lost in thought. The competition progressed as normal, and attention shifted back to a few students performing admirably. Above, the drones patrolled the entire area, while Jiang Yan occasionally dealt with those who sought to claim points from him. Despite his youth, even without a uniform, others perceived him as a student. Yet, when his murderous aura emanated, it would soon be regrettable for those foolish enough to approach. How much is 1,000 minus 1? I don't know. Worthless. Not knowing that much and still daring to ask me for points. Go and reflect on yourself. Jiang Yan slapped a provocateur, leaving him dazed. He understood now that as long as he did not resort to lethal force, the organizing officials would not interfere with his actions. He smirked wickedly. Do they consider me part of the trial? Let us see if their students can withstand me. Just as he was reprimanding a student struggling with mathematics, a voice called out, capturing his attention. Jiang Yan, is that you? Their eyes met, and how different the seasons felt. No, wait. Jiang Yan smiled at the figure before him. Young Master Chu, long time no see. Jiang Yan, I finally found you. I never expected you to come here after dropping out. Are you afraid of my revenge? Chu Ming spat. Oh, your hand is healed? You dare to point fingers at your father? The mention of his hand ignited Chu Ming's fury. The pain from when Jiang Yan had broken it still lingered, and he had cried in front of the entire class, leaving his reputation in tatters. Pointing accusingly at Jiang Yan, he seethed. Don't think I'm still the same as before. Let me be frank. I've already reached the pinnacle of body refinement. I can crush you as effortlessly as breathing. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Yan. You'll soon realize how terrifying the gap between us is. Just as Chu Ming delivered his threatening words, Jiang Yan, without a shred of honor, unsheathed his blade. Explosive step. Chu Ming's eyes widened. You're attacking me from behind. Jiang Yan, take this, you scoundrel. Chapter 16, Slaying Chu Ming. Chu Ming had believed himself sufficiently powerful. Yet as he beheld the blade drawing ever closer, a misguided illusion surfaced within him. I can block it and counterattack. In a panic, he resorted to a counterstrike. activating his recently awakened talent which enveloped his body in a layer of keratinous scales. A defensive talent. Chu Ming smirked triumphantly. Last time, I was careless and failed to utilize my talent. This time, Jiang Yan cleaved through the so-called scales, piercing his body before Chu Ming's astonished gaze. The blade connected with flesh, the chilling sensation reminiscent of a meal shared with his grandmother. No, why am I thinking of that? Chu Ming finally grasped the dire situation. Staring at T above their heads, drones hovered in the air. Several surveillance cameras were pointed straight at the scene, recording everything that happened here. Every word they spoke, every expression on their faces was being clearly captured, then transmitted and played back for the group of leaders watching in the office. Jiang Yan understood his intention. He let out a cold laugh as he looked at Chu Ming, his low voice reaching Chu Ming's ears. You mean those pieces of junk up there in the sky? Ha ha ha. Looks like you're not stupid after all. Chu Ming burst into wild laughter. Blood splattered out and stuck to his face, making his expression look especially sinister. Everything happening here is being watched by big shots you can't afford to offend. Let me guess, they've probably already dispatched armed troops to come save me. And you? A useless nobody expelled from school, barging into our joint examination zone without authorization, injuring examinees in the trial. Do you really think they'll let you off? Chu Ming laughed even more recklessly. If you apologize to me properly, kneel down and knock your head a few times, I might even consider speaking up for you. Chu Ming was absolutely certain that Jiang Yan would not dare to kill him. Jiang Yan said nothing. He could no longer bear listening. Silently, he raised his blade. An invisible blade momentum gathered at the tip of the knife. He lifted his head and struck a pose toward the surveillance cameras in the sky. Say cheese. The blade came down. A terrifying blade forced through the entire space into chaos. A streak of white light shot skyward like a soaring flood dragon. The drones overhead were instantly annihilated by the domineering blade momentum, reduced to dust. Jiang Yan let out a feral grin. Now it's my turn to laugh. Chu Ming could no longer laugh. He screamed in panic. Madman. You're a madman. Don't come any closer. Flash. The chipped blade pierced straight through Chu Ming's heart without hesitation. As his pupils gradually lost focus, that devil leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, You know, I really hate it when people provoke me. I just can't help but take the bait. Chu Ming's life rapidly drained away. With trembling lips, he squeezed out a few words. The devil dare to curse me? Jiang Yan pulled out the blade and kicked Chu Ming's mangled body away. The world is quiet again. Jiang Yan let out a long breath, muttering to himself. I didn't even plan on killing you. Why did you have to jump right into my face? He turned his head and looked at the wreckage of the 3 drones scattered on the ground. Light rippling in his eyes as if lost in thought. At this moment, the conference room had exploded into chaos. The sudden loss of the surveillance feed, combined with the harsh words Chu Ming had spoken earlier, all pointed to one conclusion. This joint examination was going to cost lives. Quick. Send people to capture that wilderness hunter. That's right. Destroying surveillance equipment in public and openly disrespecting the authority of the Education Bureau. He must be severely punished. Whereas the rescue team, go check whether that Chu Ming is still alive. Regardless of whether Chu Ming is alive or not. That wilderness hunter's actions are a blatant provocation against all of us. I propose executing him on the spot. Jiang Yan's actions instantly stirred the fury of these old principals. They argued until red in the face over the destruction of the cameras, shouting about putting Jiang Yan on trial, as if they had transformed into righteous judges passing judgment on all the sins of the world. Mixed among them, Lu Hairen took the lead in condemning Jiang Yan. He spoke grandly of morality and righteousness, constantly invoking his authority as deputy director of the Education Bureau, launching a verbal crusade against Jiang Yan's actions. He regretted it. After seeing the talent Jiang Yan displayed, he admitted that he regretted it. He regretted stripping Jiang Yan of the right to enter the martial training ground. He regretted not trying harder to keep the awakened Jiang Yan at school. He regretted ignoring a student's pursuit of the martial path just to avoid trouble. But Lu Hairen did not want to admit his mistakes. Nor did he want anyone to know about his selfishness and grave error. So he began plotting how to completely bury a genius like Jiang Yan in the dust. Director, I believe this matter. Shut up, all of you. A voice as heavy as a mountain exploded through the entire conference room. All discussion was instantly crushed by that thunderous, oppressive roar. Everyone followed the sound and discovered that the speaker was none other than Xin Donglin, who had been sitting silently at the head seat the entire time. The room fell completely silent. Xin Donglin was deeply disappointed. As a powerhouse dispatched from the provincial level, he had hoped to witness a thrilling battle in this not-so-prosperous region. To see these children perform brilliantly in the wilderness. But what did he see? These principals were willing to spew any ridiculous nonsense for the sake of their own reputations. No wilderness hunters allowed in the wilderness? Beat the small one, then the big one comes? After provoking someone, you still demand they're not allowed to fight back? The life and death contracts signed before entering the wilderness are just scraps of paper? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Xin Donglin slammed the table, his gaze sweeping across everyone below. This is the wilderness, not your schoolyard make-believe games. From now on, I'm in charge. Any student from your schools who can defeat that young man will be directly rewarded with 3 bottles of body-tempering fluid. And also, his gaze landed on Lu Hairen. What did they mean in the surveillance about expulsion? If I remember correctly, Chu Ming was wearing the uniform of Linjiang No. 1 High School, wasn't he? Lu Hairen's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 17. AI Ning's challenge. Shin Donglin had long been suspicious. Why would a child who should be studying at school skip the joint examination and instead become a wilderness hunter? He focused closely on the dialogue between the two in the surveillance footage and, sure enough, found something amiss. According to Chu Ming, Jiang Yan had originally been a student at Linjiang No. 1 High School, but was expelled for some reason. A genius who had grasped blade momentum. Not only unappreciated by his school, but reduced to wandering the wilderness in hardship. This made Shin Donglin extremely concerned about the truth behind it. Blade momentum. What kind of talent was that? Shin Donglin sighed deeply. After being here for so long, someone had finally managed to surprise him. Indeed, Shin Donglin was well-read and experienced. The moment Jiang Yan struck with his blade, he sensed something unusual. At first, he didn't believe it. How could a kid who looked only 18 or 19 possibly control something as profound as blade momentum? It wasn't until Jiang Yan's near-instantaneous kill against Chu Ming that Shin Donglin dared to confirm it. Jiang Yan had truly used blade momentum. And that filled Shin Donglin with rage. A genius who had mastered blade momentum, instead of studying properly at school, was expelled? Did this indicate a flaw in their talent selection system, or was there something more beneath the surface? Lu Hairen, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Lu Hairen was drenched in sweat, completely unprepared for how things had turned against him. With a bitter expression, he said, "This really isn't my fault." He insisted on dropping out himself. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. Lu Hairen concealed the matter of banning Jiang Yan from the martial training ground. If Shin Donglin found out about that, his skin would be peeled off alive. As long as he got through this period, it would at most be labeled a minor work mistake. Time would wash everything away. Hopefully. Shin Donglin snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. The conference room returned to silence. On the monitors, scenes of students fighting one after another played out. Jiang Yan's figure, however, had disappeared from view. After killing Chu Ming, Jiang Yan's mind was calm. During these days of fighting ferocious beasts, he had long grown accustomed to bloodshed and slaughter, never even batting an eye throughout the process. He didn't know how the authorities would handle the matter, but he did not regret his choice. This was the wilderness. Under Blue Star law, killing here was legal and compliant. Even if it went to court, he would still stand on solid ground. After slaying a few second-tier ferocious beasts, Jiang Yan realized that exterminating monsters had become exceedingly effortless for him. It seemed prudent to contemplate challenging third-tier beasts. Apart from the grotesque void-split weasel in the combat arena, Jiang Yan had yet to encounter a single third-tier beast. With a swift stroke of the Lingxiao sword, a dazzling flash of white light erupted as a 2-meter-tall second-tier beast, the giant scorpion, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Eining sheathed his sword and casually instructed several subordinates to gather materials from the fallen beast. In this competition, points were primarily acquired through collecting materials from ferocious beasts. Of course, one could also opt not to kill beasts but rather seize points from fellow students. Once the materials were collected, they were presented before Eining. "Boss, shall we delve deeper to hunt more beasts?" By now, the small group of followers had grown utterly deferential to Eining. While others felt trepidation during their first encounter with ferocious beasts, Eining wielded his sword as if traversing an uninhabited realm, causing the beasts to scuttle in terror. As mere followers, they needed only to scavenge for scraps to accumulate commendable points, perhaps even positioning themselves within the top 100 for a reward. "We needn't hunt beasts," Eining replied nonchalantly. "What? How can we earn points without slaying beasts?" Eining meticulously wiped the tip of his sword and stated without hesitation. "Aren't there points on those students?" "Boss, are you suggesting you all disperse and lure over students from other schools? I shall deal with them all at once." "Boss, that a mere rabble. I shall handle them single-handedly." Upon hearing this, Eining's commanding tone left his subordinates utterly captivated. The implication of his words was clear. He intended to challenge everyone. What an audacious display of confidence. If uttered by anyone else, such a statement would undoubtedly invite ridicule from outsiders, who would consider the speaker merely a braggart. Yet Eining was different. He possessed the genuine capability to back it up. The group of subordinates quickly scattered, each seeking out students from rival schools. This scene did not escape the attention of those gathered in the conference room. As Jiang Yan's image vanished, all eyes returned to this prodigious talent who had awakened his abilities in his first year. Is Eining out of his mind? Our students are not to be trifled with. Indeed, Eining is formidable, but he cannot shamelessly claim to single-handedly confront everyone, can he? Eining's arrogance unsettled the school's principals, who felt overshadowed by Linjiang No. 1 High School. Lu Hairen's confidence resurfaced. While others believed Eining was merely boasting, he had first-hand knowledge of Eining's strength, which could only be described as monstrous. Before long, the subordinates began running amok. "Students of Huansui High, our boss claims you are all worthless. If you disagree, come and fight. Zishui High is filled with fools. If you contest this, speak up." That fellow not in a uniform. Our boss says you are nothing but a novice. Care to challenge him? Jiang Yan, am I being challenged? The braggart fled swiftly, but how could he compare to Jiang Yan? He quickly lunged forward, seizing a hapless individual by the neck, his icy gaze sweeping over the pitiful man. The words Lingshui High School emblazoned across his chest stood out distinctly. Oh, it seems I share a fate with Lingshui High, he remarked. Cough. Our boss is Eining. At the mid-stage of blood condensation, you would do well to release me. Eining. At the mention of this name, Jiang Yan envisioned a man with an arrogant demeanor. A prodigy of number 1 high school, he awakened his talent at 15, broke through to body refinement at 17, and reached the mid-stage of blood condensation at 18, the singular genius of Linjiang number 1 high, eclipsing all others to become the mightiest being. His life stood in stark contrast to Jiang Yan, who had yet to unlock his potential. Had anyone imagined that Jiang Yan, who struggled to awaken, would confront a prodigy like Eining? Intrigued, he kicked the man at his feet. Lead the way. With a stroke of the Lingxiao sword, he unleashed falling rainbow, piercing the sun. Boom. Eining surveyed the student from Huangshui High, now sprawled amidst the ruins, and smirked derisively, taunting, "Tut tut. Your strongest warrior could not withstand even 2 of my strikes, yet you dare to proclaim yourselves the mightiest?" Chapter 18, Confronting Eining. Principal Lu. Are your students truly devoid of decorum? A teacher from Huangshui High questioned Lu Hairen with a stern expression, as the scene of Eining's mockery had been witnessed by all. Lu Hairen feigned an apologetic demeanor, yet inwardly reveled in the spectacle. Ah, youth brings a certain arrogance. It is only natural. I apologize on behalf of that lad Eining. Haha. The principal of Huangshui High scoffed. Humph. Once Eining encounters that boy, I shall see how he manages. Lu Hairen remained unfazed, while Jiang Yan was indeed strong. Could he truly compare with Eining? Impossible. Presently, Eining of Linjiang number 1 high, boasting mid-stage blood condensation and an A-grade talent, was soaring ahead, accumulating points that surpassed the second-place contender by more than double. Should he allocate some points to his subordinates, claiming the top 3 would be a certainty. How could Lu Hairen not feel elated? Even the unease brought by Jiang Yan seemed to dissipate in light of this development. Moreover, should Eining defeat Jiang Yan, Shindonglin would personally ensure an additional 3 vials of body refinement liquid as a reward. With such resources, Eining might even grasp the threshold of complete blood condensation before the college entrance examination. Lu Hairen sighed wistfully. Linjiang number 1 high is destined to produce a dragon. Now, all that remained was for Eining to vanquish Jiang Yan, and this joint examination would conclude with Linjiang number 1 high achieving a flawless victory. Lu Hairen eagerly awaited this clash, as did the others. On the screen, the 2 exceptionally gifted youths finally came into view, causing the breath of all present to momentarily halt. I hear you seek me? A nonchalant voice cut through the crowd, reaching Eining's ears. He turned to see a blood-soaked figure, obscured by grime, gazing at him with a frigid stare, sending an unsettling chill through Eining. With a sidelong glance at Jiang Yan, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. What? Do you wish to challenge me? Jiang Yan found the situation somewhat amusing. The individual who had sent someone to trouble him was now feigning indifference. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to engage in idle talk. He brandished his blade and charged forward, disregarding all else. Combat was the best form of communication. Hold, Eining bellowed. Though the reason for this eccentric individual's desire to battle him was unclear, his pride forbade any hint of retreat. Mid-stage blood condensation faced off against mid-stage blood condensation. A battle of equals. Eining unleashed his advanced martial technique, the Lingxiao sword technique. A silver sword radiated a chilling brilliance, the fierce aura enveloping the blade. His refined mastery instilling him with unparalleled confidence. Higher quality martial techniques were increasingly difficult to cultivate. Novice martial artists typically chose less advanced techniques for practice. Yet Eining was different. He wielded an advanced martial technique from the outset, honing it to an exquisite level without compromising his realm, rendering his strength truly terrifying. Jiang Yan maintained a composed demeanor, relying on his foundational swordsmanship. Although his basic sword technique had reached perfection and could not be further refined, Jiang Yan had lacked the opportunity to acquire new martial techniques during his days in the wilderness. Furthermore, for one with his sword momentum, the basic sword technique sufficed. The blade trembled, emitting a rapid, resonant hum. A pure clash of sword and blade ensued. Contrary to expectations of a balanced encounter, Jiang Yan's blade met the sword as if it were mere tofu, fully penetrating the sword's body. The sword tip shot forth, embedding itself in the nearby earth, bisecting a hapless worm that had been caught in the crossfire. How is this possible? Eining stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that the precious sword he had purchased at great cost could be so effortlessly severed. In stark contrast, Jiang Yan's battered blade appeared as if it had been blunted beyond recognition, likely incapable of cutting even the skin of a pig. Yet, it was this seemingly worthless and dilapidated blade that shattered his pride. A look of disappointment crossed Jiang Yan's face. He had anticipated a battle of equals, only to discover that the illustrious Eining was merely a facade of strength. He had not even activated his innate talents. Impossible. I must take this seriously, Eining bellowed, beginning to gather his energy. What? Another power-up? Jiang Yan kicked out, striking Eining squarely in the abdomen. Boom. Eining's eyes bulged as he was sent flying like a deflated ball, crashing heavily into the thicket several meters away, his fate uncertain. Jiang Yan remained on guard, aware that the battle had not yet concluded. Sure enough, a thunderous roar erupted from the bushes. Sword dominance across the heavens. A dangerous aura manifested from the void. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, feeling a slight pressure, but it was merely a whisper of what was to come. Sword dominance across the heavens? Sounds impressive, he mused, preparing himself for a serious confrontation. Before him, a transparent sword blade began to take shape, its sharpness evident despite its incomplete form. Exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. Eining staggered to his feet, inching closer to Jiang Yan. I concede that you are formidable. Enough for me to summon my innate talent. The ethereal sword silhouette appeared behind Eining, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a sword sage traversing the world, wielding the destructive brilliance that advanced toward Jiang Yan. Eining's A-grade talent, sword dominance across the heavens, harnessed the essence of the divine sword. Initially weak, but once fully formed, its power rivaled that of S-grade talents. No one knew how much effort his family had invested in nurturing this divine sword. 3 long years had passed, and this was the first time Eining unveiled his trump card. Then let me offer my sword in a sweeping triumph. His fervent voice stirred the emotions of all present, as they gazed at the sacred sword's silhouette with reverence. Fight, battle, divine armor. Jiang Yan stepped forward, a golden battle cloak coalescing around him, while silver ethereal armor manifested upon his form, his indomitable fighting spirit reaching new heights. The attributes of blade bearer and divine battle armor combined, placing an unbearable burden on the battered alloy-long sword, which began to fissure under the strain. Both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. The clash of blade and sword resonated with an unyielding vigor. Ding! You have engaged in a magnificent duel. Divine battle armor has slightly improved, understanding of swordsmanship has risen, and your realm has been elevated slightly. Boom! A violent shockwave emanated from their bodies, an invisible current sweeping outward, uprooting the grass and enveloping the world in a tempest of dust. All present were caught in the maelstrom, their bodies unable to resist being hurled backward, the overwhelming pressure rendering them speechless. As dust swirled, only 2 indistinct figures could be seen at the heart of the battle. One knelt, while the other stood. Who emerged victorious? A hushed inquiry arose. No one answered. Chapter 19. The low point of Lu Heron's life. Who won? This question lingered in the minds of all. Even the principals in the conference room stared wide-eyed into the thick haze. Only Shun Donglin remained composed in his seat, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Seemingly pleased as he murmured, he cannot lose. Whether this referred to Eining or Jiang Yan, only he knew. Eining, with his A-grade talent, was still in the mid-stages of blood coagulation. He should not be at a loss, right? Uncertain. The young man also displayed remarkable prowess. The outcome remained unclear. By the way, Principal Lu, Eining is your student. Based on your understanding of him, who do you believe will win this battle? Someone posed the question to Lu Hiren. Lu Hiren smiled, his words carefully measured. I respect the actual outcome. Despite his words, the smile on his face was difficult to conceal. The questioning principal, reading his expression, sighed. Congratulations, Principal Lu. This time, Linjiang No. 1 High School had certainly made a name for itself. Amidst the thick smoke, Jiang Yan looked down from above at the battered Eining, who was bleeding profusely, his body marred with injuries, a sight at odds with external expectations. You have completed a magnificent duel. Divine battle armor has slightly improved. Your realm has been elevated, and your mastery of swordsmanship has significantly advanced. The theme of battle, an unending pursuit in Jiang Yan's life. The golden cloak billowed behind him, the divine radiance gradually dissipating, leaving Jiang Yan unscathed from the encounter. Eining had surprised him, but not excessively. His gaze lost focus. Eining looked down at Jiang Yan's feet, the sensation of defeat swelling within him, his lips parting as he begrudgingly asked, Who are you? Jiang Yan. Boom. The name echoed in Eining's mind like thunder. He could not dare to accept it. Yet he had no choice but to acknowledge. You are that Jiang Yan who was expelled from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Jiang Yan shrugged, smiling. You guessed correctly. As the smoke cleared, Eining's despondent figure was fully revealed before all. The other students looked on in disbelief as their once invincible leader knelt at the feet of this blood-clad youth. Eining's followers could hardly fathom that their once mighty leader had suffered such a devastating defeat at the hands of this unexpected adversary. In the conference room, the veteran principals, believing the outcome was settled, adjusted their glasses, yet the shocking scene on the screen remained unchanged. Lu Hiren slumped in his chair, staring vacantly at the glaring ceiling, his mouth agape, struggling to come to terms with Eining's downfall. Only Shun Donglin rose from the main seat, disregarding the reactions of the surrounding principals, exclaiming, Excellent. This is the prodigy I wish to see. Mastery over the blade akin to an S-grade talent, with a steady disposition, Dispatch a team to investigate. I want the complete dossier on this young man. All the principals were taken aback, unable to believe such an impulsive declaration could emanate from the esteemed Shen Donglin. They were even more astonished by his proclamation. Blade mastery? S-grade talent? Could Shen Donglin be referring to that blood-clad youth? Indeed, blade mastery. That child had just unleashed what was said to be the legendary blade mastery. A man shouted, and all doubts were dispelled, clarity washing over them. How could a battered alloy sword so effortlessly sever a blade of exorbitant value? The recognized basic techniques could actually rival the advanced martial skills wielded by Eining. All of this could only be explained by the boy's command over blade mastery. A genius. An unequivocal genius. Where did that child come from? I, Huanshui High School. Hereby announce the most favorable conditions to enroll him in our institution. Get lost, you old fool. A genius who masters blade mastery should not be squandered by you. Our Zishui High School is the most suitable place for that child to study. We, Mingshan High School, protest. This cadre of wily foxes had caught wind of the scent of opportunity. Entering the wild at this juncture indicated what? It implied that this child was not enrolled in school. Coupled with Lu Heron's mention of expulsion, it was clear. Many began to piece it together. Why would a genius with mastery over blade techniques be expelled from Linshui High School? Could there be hidden circumstances? The principal of Huangshui High School, who had been ridiculed by Lu Hiren earlier, took the lead, smilingly addressing Lu Hiren. Principal Lu, could you explain to everyone why that child chose to withdraw from school? Lu Heron's heart raced, knowing the moment had come. He was filled with regret. Wishing he had not summoned Wang Zhong out of fear of responsibility, his tone had been exceedingly harsh that day. If Wang Zhong had learned of this matter and revealed even a hint of the truth, Lu Hiren dared not think further. Faced with the skepticism of so many, Lu Hiren stammered. Even this cunning old fox was at a loss for how to concoct a lie to evade the situation. If this matter was resolved favorably, it would merely be deemed a professional oversight on his part. However, if handled poorly, it could easily be construed as corruption and abuse of power. Humph, rest assured, I will conduct my own investigation into this matter. Have you all forgotten how you scolded that child earlier? Shen Donglin's furious reprimand highlighted the hypocrisy of those who had previously turned against Jiang Yan when he had damaged the surveillance. Now that the boy had soared to prominence, they all wished to align themselves with him. It was utterly ridiculous. With such sycophants among them, how could humanity ever evolve into a true great clan? And you? Shen Donglin's icy gaze swept mercilessly over Lu Hiren. I will personally inquire with that child. Should you have wronged him in any way, do not expect me to show you any mercy. Lu Hiren felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. Shen Donglin's words had already sealed Lu Hiren's fate. With him present, once the dust settled, there would be no room for redemption. Lu Hiren understood all too well Shen Donglin's status. He was a renowned 7th-tier martial artist, a figure of considerable authority within the province, and eliminating a mere principal of Linjiang First High School would be as easy as squashing an ant. Even if Shen Donglin were to bypass protocol and kill Lu Hiren on the spot, no one would dare utter a word against it. Thankfully, Shen Donglin was a man of principles, albeit somewhat rigid. He paid no further attention to Lu Hiren's forlorn appearance, his figure flickering before vanishing from the conference room. TSK, some individuals are truly self-righteous, allowing an S-tier genius, capable of wielding knife intent, to be left to wander aimlessly. Oh, how can you say that? Principal Lu is in possession of a top-tier talent like AI Ning. Perhaps this year he will ascend to the prestigious Shindu Martial University and achieve great heights. Indeed, that is a possibility worth considering. Ha ha ha. Lu Hiren, once so arrogant and dismissive of other principals due to AI Ning's prowess, now found himself the subject of ridicule. The sensation of plummeting from the heights of pride to the depths of despair could only be genuinely understood by those who had experienced it. He remained silent, the echoes of mockery ringing in his ears, his eyes vacant as he awaited his final judgment. Chapter 20, Meeting Shen Donglin. Jiang Yan emerged from this battle with substantial gains. Not only had his realm seen some advancement, but more importantly, his understanding of knife intent had deepened. With each confrontation, he felt his knife skills enhancing. There was no need for any ostentatious martial techniques. Merely the fundamental techniques from the basic knife techniques had proven immensely beneficial. In the pure realm of knife combat, his comprehension was gravitating toward an extraordinary level, even without the need to learn so-called advanced knife techniques. Crack. The alloy-long knife that had accompanied Jiang Yan through countless battles finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Jiang Yan collected these remnants, placing them into a large black bag as keepsakes. Casting a glance at AI Ning, who knelt on the ground, Jiang Yan chose to remain silent, turning away and walking toward Linjiang City amidst the gazes of numerous students. Subsequently, he resolved to delve deeper into the wilderness. Combat. Battling fierce beasts in the wild. Engaging elite bosses in the divine martial space. Competing against the finest talents of Blue Star in the college entrance examination. Once in university, he would face teachers and students of superior skills. This was the rhythm of Jiang Yan's life. Heaven Rewards hard work is indeed a valuable principle, but without effort, one can attain nothing. Destination: the 56th ruined city in the wilderness. Once the territory of humanity on Blue Star, now a steel wasteland, a killing ground for ferocious beasts. Beasts of tier 3 and above could potentially roam here, and ordinary wilderness hunters would never dare to trespass. Beasts exceeding tier 2 had become rare around Linjiang City, compelling Jiang Yan to venture into more perilous areas. For now, he should head to the trading post to replenish supplies. Wait! A resounding voice called out from behind after a few minutes. Jiang Yan turned to see a streak of light approaching at an incomprehensible speed, almost instantly landing before him. He took a slight step back, discreetly activating his battle attire. This person exhibited strength surpassing his own by a considerable margin, possessing the ability to fly. They were at least a 5th-tier martial artist. Jiang Yan could not fathom why such an existence would seek him out. Had Chu Ming's family come to exact revenge? No. They could not afford a 5th-tier martial artist to hunt him down, he mused. You are Jiang Yan, correct? Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Shin Donglin forced a smile onto his face, which appeared rather incongruous against his stern demeanor. Nonetheless, his words did provide some reassurance to Jiang Yan. At least he wasn't here to kill him. A martial artist of 5th tier or above would not need to waste words in such a manner. Jiang Yan inquired, Senior, what brings you here? Shin Donglin wasted no time and got straight to the point. I witnessed your performance with AI Ning on the surveillance footage. Oh, Jiang Yan replied, somewhat perplexed. So you're here because I damaged your drone and want me to compensate you? Cough, cough. Shin Donglin was taken aback by his thought process. Waving his hand dismissively, what is a drone worth? I'm not so destitute as to seek compensation from you. And regarding Chu Ming's death, you have no objections? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Everyone in the conference room witnessed Chu Ming provoke you first, so you need not worry about that. That certainly saves much trouble. Jiang Yan managed to smile. Senior, may I ask what else you need from me? Shin Donglin felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing an unseemly vibe from this youth. He asked seriously, I come from the Southeast Provincial Education Bureau, and I am deeply perplexed by your expulsion from Linjiang First High School. Could you elaborate on the matter? Rest assured, with my backing, no one will bully you. In Shun Donglin's eyes, Jiang Yan had transformed into a pitiful child oppressed by authority. Brimming with talent yet unable to express himself, ultimately forced to embrace the wilderness, disillusioned by society. Shin Donglin, who had risen from humble beginnings to his current stature, was acutely aware of the struggles ordinary individuals faced in their ascent. Encountering such a youth with a similar plight inevitably stirred memories of his own past. Jiang Yan scratched his head, pondering whether this gentleman from the Provincial Education Bureau was overly sensitive. Nevertheless, he thought, better to have no power than to be a useless fool. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yan recounted Lu Heron's misdeeds in detail. Upon hearing this, Shin Donglin was filled with righteous indignation. The Blue Star government permits every student to utilize auxiliary equipment in the training grounds, and that Lu Heron, a mere high school principal, dares to violate this agreement. Rest assured, I will personally initiate an investigation into Lu Heron's conduct and ensure you receive justice. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Yan replied with a smile. In truth, Lu Heron's impact on him had not been substantial, regardless of the principal's interference. Jiang Yan, equipped with the principle of Heaven Rewards hard work, would have chosen the wilderness path, a fact that remained unchanged. By the way, are you still planning to take the college entrance examination? Shin Donglin inquired, his most pressing concern. Of course. I look forward to competing with the talents from all over. Jiang Yan answered candidly. Ha! With your words, I can rest easy. Shin Donglin beamed with joy, believing he had rescued a disillusioned child from society. One could only say that his inner monologue was exceedingly rich, perhaps influenced by his own experiences. Was it empathy? Only he could truly know. You have mastered knife intent and possess talent on par with an S-tier martial artist. Have you considered studying in a city in the Southeast Province? In Chanchuan City, an elite training camp is established annually for the province's prodigies, providing a militarized training experience designed to ensure remarkable progress before the college entrance examination. The resources and training programs available are of the highest caliber in Blue Star. Jiang Yan's talent places him among the top echelon, regardless of where he is. Thus, Shin Donglin, recognizing his potential, felt compelled to advise him against wasting such brilliance. Jiang Yan, however, harbored a favorable impression of the suddenly appearing gentleman who promised numerous benefits. Yet he resolutely declined, stating, I believe the wilderness suits me better. I do not intend to venture elsewhere before the martial examination. His decision, articulated with clarity, left Shin Donglin with no choice but to respect it. Very well, do take care, he replied before vanishing into the distance like a fleeting ray of light. Later that morning, Jiang Yan made his final sale of beast materials, glancing at the balance in his bank account, 2,000,000 star coins. Alas, it seems I must indulge in a bit of ostentation, he mused. He contemplated purchasing the advanced martial technique, Explosive Steps, which boasted superior power with minimal consumption. Priced at 700,000 star coins. Jiang Yan had previously inquired with a diminutive companion about the availability of a pirated version, only to receive disappointing news. The illicit sale of such advanced techniques was punishable by death, deterring nearly everyone from attempting it. Money does not vanish. It merely transforms into a different form of companionship, he thought, gritting his teeth before proceeding to make the purchase on the official website. Shortly thereafter, his martial artist account granted him access to 9 vertical steps. Techniques above the earth grade were monopolized by military, familial, and academic powers, leaving Jiang Yan to only fantasize about them. Discarding these impractical thoughts, he procured additional supplies and ventured into the city, planning to invest the remainder of his funds in a fine blade. Chapter 21, Slaying the Rift Sky Weasel. Ultimately, Jiang Yan spent $1 million on a high-quality broadsword. The blade, interspersed with rare radiant gold, guaranteed exceptional quality, and its weight had significantly increased, allowing for a more commanding swing. As he weighed the broadsword in his hands, satisfaction grew within him. The blade shimmered with a unique metallic luster of radiant gold. Long and straight, tapering to a razor-sharp point, the hilt, oval and enveloped in special materials, ensured optimal grip. A few gentle flourishes in the air produced faint sounds of slicing through the void. A fine blade indeed. You get what you pay for. Wealth is but a means to an end for me. After messaging Uncle Wang to assure him of his safety, Jiang Yan boldly stepped into the wilderness. The 56th ruin of the wilderness, a realm belonging to ferocious beasts, a paradise for slaughter, a homeland for the brave. 10 days later, Battle Saint's Garb. You successfully thwarted an attack from the Rift Sky Weasel, triggering counterattack. The Rift Sky Weasel sustained severe injuries, and your mastery of swordsmanship slightly improved. Within the confines of the combat space, Jiang Yan gasped for breath, witnessing the injured Rift Sky Weasel retreat into the void. His blade poised for defense against a potential ambush. He had learned from experience, the Rift Sky Weasel, upon injury, would vanish into space to seek an opportunity for a lethal strike, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Through countless encounters with the Rift Sky Weasel, Jiang Yan had discerned an effective strategy: endure a hit using Battle Saint's Garb and then retaliate with counterattack. However, this method bore its own risks, as the Rift Sky Weasel's reflexes far exceeded his own, often resulting in fatal consequences before he could defend himself. The Rift Sky Weasel epitomized ultimate speed and ferocity. Jiang Yan dared assert that no third-tier beast in the outside world could rival even a single hair of the Rift Sky Weasel. Yet, this only fueled Jiang Yan's desire to battle. Only through repeated failures could he grasp the true essence of combat. Upon dying by the claws of the Rift Sky Weasel for the 1000th time, congratulations were in order as he triggered Heaven's Reward for Diligence, earning the orange attribute Moment of Life and Death. Moment of Life and Death. Through countless brushes with mortality, you have comprehended the essence of existence. When facing a fatal attack, your body has a chance to enter a state of absolute defense. Jiang Yan mused, have I just unlocked a legendary blade? He immediately re-entered combat, engaging the Rift Sky Weasel in a fierce confrontation. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. You triggered Moment of Life and Death. And congratulations are due. You successfully immunized against this attack. Jiang Yan stood still, unwavering. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. You perished. Not enough samples. Let us try again. Indeed, Jiang Yan was testing the probability of triggering Moment of Life and Death. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. You perished. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. You perished. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. Congratulations, you successfully immunized against this attack. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. You perished. You suffered a lethal blow from the Rift Sky Weasel. Congratulations, you successfully immunized against this attack. After the 200th death, Jiang Yan began to compile the results of his experiment, his scientific spirit commendable. Immunization succeeded 57 times, with direct fatalities totaling 143. It appeared the probability of triggering Moment of Life and Death hovered around 25. Such odds were not substantial, relying heavily on sheer luck. Perhaps it could save his life in critical moments, but ordinarily, he would refrain from testing it. Jiang Yan continued his battle with the Rift Sky Weasel. Another day passed, and his eyes were bloodshot as he observed the nearly depleted Rift Sky Weasel. The creature lacked a resurrection mechanism, while Jiang Yan could revive infinitely. In terms of stamina, he had the upper hand. The previous successful counterattack had already left the Rift Sky Weasel gravely injured. If Jiang Yan persisted, he would eventually wear down the beast. In its injured state, the Rift Sky Weasel, fearing further combat, refrained from attacking, knowing Jiang Yan possessed a counterattack skill. Instead, it resorted to guerrilla tactics, utilizing its ability to traverse space. However, the Rift Sky Weasel's spatial abilities were not limitless. Take this. Jiang Yan concentrated his blade's momentum, unleashing 9 vertical steps at a level of mastery. His form transformed into a streak of white light, piercing through the Rift Sky Weasel's body. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Rift Sky Weasel. Congratulations, you have broken through to the late stage of blood condensation. Regrettably, you did not acquire an attribute. Congratulations. You triggered Heaven's Reward for Diligence as a safeguard, earning the purple attribute Demon's Balance. Demon's Balance. Upon activation, your other attributes will convert into power attributes. Jiang Yan gazed at the description of Demon's Balance, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what an extreme attribute. It may prove invaluable in critical moments. Today had been fortuitous. Acquiring 2 attributes consecutively, alongside a breakthrough in his realm, Jiang Yan now possessed the capability to utterly defeat his former self from days prior. He exited the space, awakening within a derelict building, his black eyes seamlessly merging with the night. Outside, the eerie calls of ferocious beasts echoed, adding an ominous tone to the dark surroundings. Jiang Yan found himself within the 56th ruin, spending his days battling monsters and his nights grinding dungeons, leading a tightly packed existence. He accessed his character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint's Garb. Realm, late stage of blood condensation. Martial techniques, non-mainstream, basic swordsmanship perfected. Low yellow grade, bull's strength perfected. High yellow grade, explosive steps perfected. High Xian grade, 9 vertical steps proficient. Attributes, Heaven's Reward for Diligence, destined. Essence of Death, blue. Rapid, blue. Wind Control, blue. Blade Bearer, purple. Moment of Life and Death, orange. Demon's Balance, purple. Special, Blade Intent, can evolve into Blade Meaning. With eyes half open, Jiang Yan savored the most exquisite hour before dawn. Chapter 22. Exiting the Wilderness. You find yourself engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of ferocious beasts. Your physique slightly enhanced, with the proficiency of 9 steps of the ninefold path on the rise, and your understanding of swordplay deepening. Your body is in a state of maximal explosive power, with a slight elevation in physical attributes, and the augmentation from the battle garb continues to amplify. The battle garb envelopes your form in a unique armor, boasting a defense of 104, up from 100, while other attributes have risen to 42, previously 40. This represents a 4% increase in defense and a 2% increase in other attributes. Furthermore, when Jiang Yan is in combat, the enhancement from the battle garb can surge to an unlimited extent for a brief period. After being knocked aside by several third-tier beasts, Jiang Yan simply dusts himself off and charges back into the fray. His body persists in radiating heat, the armor clattering in rhythm. Golden luminescence weaving through the throng of beasts. As the blade's light flickers, numerous second-tier beasts succumb to the ground, with several third-tier ones falling as well. Your understanding of swordplay receives a modest uplift, and the battle garb undergoes a slight evolution. With a resounding crash, several colossal creatures are hurled away, colliding with a nearby building that instantly crumbles, creating a gaping hole and teetering dangerously. Another 10 days pass. System log updated. You are locked in an intense struggle with a burrowing bear. Your physique slightly enhances, and your comprehension of swordplay sees a further increment. Your body breaks through its limits. The principle of diligence rewards the industrious, and congratulations are in order as your realm ascends to the pinnacle of blood condensation. With a mighty shout, Jiang Yan's blade shines brilliantly. The Blade Bearer, S20 boost combined with the battle garb, S45 increase in other attributes, and the demonic balance, channeling power into sheer strength. A torrent of might converges at the tip of his blade. A slash potent enough to cleanse the world stretches across the heavens, a tempest stirring up debris and dust, the overwhelming aura of blade energy obscuring the sky. The late-stage burrowing bear finds itself engulfed in a terrifying storm, its frantic roars proving futile. As Jiang Yan sheaths his sword, a battered bear collapses to the ground. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Garb, Pending Evolution. Realm, Pinnacle of Blood Condensation. Martial techniques, not mainstream, basic swordplay perfected. Low yellow grade, Mighty Bull technique perfected. High yellow grade, Explosive step perfected. High Xian grade, 9 steps of the ninefold path perfected. Attributes, Diligence rewards the industrious, Destiny, True essence of life, blue, Speed, blue, Wine mastery, blue, Blade bearer, purple, Life and death moment, orange, Demonic balance, purple. Special, Blade force, can transcend to blade intent. What exactly is the nature of blade intent? Throughout these days, the system log has continually indicated an enhancement in his swordplay comprehension, and Jiang Yan indeed feels his swordsmanship becoming increasingly adept. Yet, he has yet to grasp the threshold of the legendary blade intent. In fact, it could be said that he remains considerably distant from that realm. In less than a month, his realm has progressed from mid-body quenching to pinnacle of blood condensation, yet he has not even touched upon the threshold of blade intent. Leaving Jiang Yan all the more curious about the mysterious nature of this legendary concept, Jiang Yan walks towards the ruins of Site 56. Over these days, he has encountered countless ferocious beasts, from lowly unranked monsters to some terrifying 6th and 7th tier beasts. He vividly recalls the sight of a sky-swallowing beast he observed 3 days prior, its size comparable to that of a high-rise building, with malevolent eyes reminiscent of countless buried corpses, exuding a savage aura that constricted his breath. Such an entity, merely gazing upon it once, was enough to etch an indelible memory. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yan had swiftly vacated the area, never daring to set foot in it since. Given his current strength, confronting that sky-swallowing beast would only serve to be an exercise in futility, offering him no chance for resistance. Fortunately, that colossal creature did not notice him. Otherwise, Jiang Yan firmly believed that despite its massive and cumbersome form, it could effortlessly hunt down prey if it so desired. Casting aside these thoughts, Jiang Yan began to organize his belongings in preparation for his return to Linjiang City. The wilderness suffers from poor signal reception, and despite sending several messages to Uncle Wang to report his safety, none have successfully gone through. With the college entrance examinations approaching, it is time for him to bid farewell to the wilderness, at least temporarily. Taking one last look at the place where he has survived for nearly a month, Jiang Yan feels no lingering attachment, grabbing his black bag and departing. The bag is bulging but wholly inadequate to contain the fruits of his labor from the past days. He is focused on battling ferocious beasts, only collecting materials from the rarest of creatures. Thus, everything within the bag is nothing short of valuable treasures that could fetch a handsome sum in star coins if sold. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, with just 2 days remaining until the entrance examinations, the high school seniors have long ceased attending classes, choosing instead to remain at home to prepare. As the homeroom teacher, Wang Zhong finds himself with ample free time at home, yet his brow is furrowed with worry, the lines on his face starkly visible. Gazing at the conversation from 10 days past in the chat window only exacerbates his anxiety. That troublesome boy, I hope he is all right. Wang Zhong pinches his brow, placing his phone on the coffee table, and lies back on the sofa, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Is that indeed a gene beast hide? Young man, where on earth did you encounter a gene beast? And as for the longevity green plant, that is a treasure renowned for its life-enhancing properties. Within the trading hall, a merchant exclaims in astonishment, eyes gleaming with greed as he gazes at the contents of Jiang Yan's black bag, unable to contain his admiration. The items Jiang Yan spills from his pocket are indeed rare and precious. Many others have gathered, pointing and discussing the extraordinary treasures laid before them. The gene beast is famed for its defensive capabilities and is exceedingly rare, its hide immensely sought after. How fortunate for this lad to have come across it. And that longevity green plant, rumored to be medicinal when dried, possessing the ability to extend life and restore vitality, coexisting with a select few ferocious beasts, is truly a rarity, miraculously found by this young man. Furthermore, this sack brimming with treasures represents Jiang Yan's gains over the past month, and with a stroke of luck, the items he has obtained are indeed tantalizing. Jiang Yan can distinctly feel the predatory gazes of several ill-intentioned individuals fixated upon him. Maintaining his composure, he knows that his current strength allows him to look down upon this group of wilderness hunters, most of whom possess only first or second-tier abilities. Moreover, he is on the verge of entering the city, leaving him with little to fear regarding unforeseen events. Young brother, how about I offer you 10 million for all these items? The merchant suggests with a broad smile. Jiang Yan remains silent, merely fixing his gaze on the merchant's face. The merchant chuckles awkwardly. Well, the price is negotiable. 10 million? This cunning merchant truly believes he can strike a good deal, attempting to acquire a sack full of treasures for a mere 10 million. Make way, make way. A hurried voice pierces through the crowd. A short figure in a black cloak pushes through the throng, and, upon spotting Jiang Yan, waves his hand and shouts, "Don't sell. Whatever you do, don't sell." Chapter 23, Innate Martial Artist. Don't sell, whatever you do, don't sell. The little man gasps as he squeezes into the crowd, calling out loudly. Jiang Yan, having entered Site 56 for several days, has not seen this little black-cloaked figure for quite some time. Without caring about the cleanliness of the ground, he plops down and raises an eyebrow at the little man. Why shouldn't I sell? Although he has no intention of selling these items at a low price, he is curious to hear the thoughts of this black-cloaked figure. The dwarf catches his breath and finally speaks. Big brother, the items you possess are immensely valuable, exceedingly rare within the city. Selling them here at a low price would be a grave mistake. Take my advice and auction these items at the Martial Artist Guild within the city. I assure you, the price will undoubtedly satisfy you. Jiang Yan listens to his lengthy explanation without immediately expressing joy, instead regarding the little man with suspicion. Why are you so concerned about my well-being? We aren't that close, are we? The other envious merchants quickly chimed in. Exactly. Why are you so concerned for him? Are you perhaps up to no good? Indeed. I perceive your inclination to monopolize these goods. My dear brother, heed my counsel. Sell these items to me, and I assure you that you shall not suffer any loss. The merchants, who initially sought these materials from Jiang Yan, are now discontented due to this little fellow's intervention, and thus they have begun to belittle him. Silence. Jiang Yan thundered, a formidable aura erupting from his robust physique, as sharp as a bloodthirsty blade. After countless battles, the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yan had become almost tangible, instantly subduing everyone present. The others fell silent, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Unable to fathom that this seemingly youthful man, no more than 18 or 19, possessed such overwhelming presence. Jiang Yan's roar proved effective, indeed. No one dared to speak out of turn, casting glances at him tinged with a hint of reverence, cautious of overstepping. Truly, a powerful fist speaks volumes. These individuals, who initially viewed him as a mere youth to be trifled with, proceeded to lower their voices upon witnessing his prowess. Had Jiang Yan been a mere novice, he would have undoubtedly faced robbery the moment he exited the trading post. It is undeniable that without a modicum of strength, one struggles to survive in the wilderness. He turned his gaze towards the little fellow. What is the nature of that auction you mentioned? The little fellow, suppressing his surprise, replied candidly. It is the auction held on the second floor of the martial artists building in Linjiang City. However, one must possess a certain status to present items for auction. What status? Jiang Yan inquired. One must spend at least 10 million on the third floor, came the reply. As Jiang Yan followed the little fellow into the city, he learned the reason for the latter's approach. My mother is gravely ill and urgently requires the everlasting green plant as a medicinal ingredient. Brother, consider this a favor owed to you. I will purchase half a stalk of the everlasting green plant at a price exceeding the market value. This was the reason the little fellow had obstructed him. On one hand, he desperately needed half a stalk of the everlasting green plant, while Jiang Yan happened to be looking to sell it. On the other hand, he had previously spent over 10 million on the third floor, thus possessing a qualification certificate for the auction, which could be considered a favor to assist Jiang Yan in auctioning these materials. They were thus even, with neither party indebted to the other. Jiang Yan had no desire to ascertain the veracity of the little fellow's words. He simply recognized that the situation was advantageous for him, and that sufficed. I agree to your proposal. The martial artists building in Linjiang City. Almost every city boasts such a building dedicated to martial artists. The first floor houses the certification office, where martial artist levels are authenticated, talents verified, and strengths tested. The second floor serves as a venue for auctions and large-scale events, while the third floor is a marketplace selling items related to martial artists. As they approached the building, the little fellow eagerly engaged Jiang Yan in conversation. My name is Chu Ming. What is your esteemed surname, brother? Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang Yan, you appear quite youthful. You must have just begun university, right? No, I am preparing for my college entrance examination. By heavens, you are merely a high school student. Chu Ming exclaimed, utterly astonished that someone capable of acquiring such formidable goods in the wilderness was still in high school. What of it? Can a high school student not venture into the wilderness? Jiang Yan turned, humor dancing in his eyes. Chu Ming swallowed hard and gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up. Brother, you are impressive. With merely 2 days until your exam, I shall cheer for you in front of the television. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. By the way, with your strength, you must possess an A-level talent, correct? Jiang Yan shook his head. I have yet to test my level. Chu Ming suddenly paused, raising his voice slightly. Brother Jiang, the government offers rewards for those with talents. While we head to the martial artists building, why not take the opportunity to test your talent level? Oh, what rewards? Jiang Yan inquired, genuinely unaware of this matter, as he had focused solely on his cultivation over the years, neglecting the subsequent developments. B-level talents can receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 star coins. A-level talents can receive 20,000 star coins a month. And S-level talents are awarded a bottle of rare body-enhancing liquid subsidized by the state. Jiang Yan followed up with curiosity. And what of SS-level talents? SS-level talents? Oh, I truly do not know what rewards they may receive, as it seems Linjiang City has never seen an SS-level talent. Chu Ming scratched his head and responded honestly. Jiang Yan pondered privately. What level is the Battle Saint armor? The Battle Saint armor, evolved from a robust physique, undeniably enhances Jiang Yan's combat prowess. Yet, when it comes to determining its classification, he remained uncertain. Forget it. It is fortuitous that we can test it on the way. Acquiring a bottle of body-enhancing liquid would be splendid. The body-enhancing liquid is a rare treasure for martial artists embarking on their journey, offering tremendous enhancement. If Jiang Yan were to consume a bottle, he might very well advance further towards becoming a third-stage innate martial artist. However, breaking through to the third stage is, in essence, deemed impossible. It is said that no one can achieve a breakthrough to the third stage innate level through mere consumption of body-enhancing liquid. The innate realm transcends human limits, leading one to comprehend the mysteries of the universe. Below the third stage, there exists a unified term, postnatal martial artists. Postnatal martial artists focus on refining their vitality and physique, and the effects of body-enhancing liquid on physical enhancement are remarkably pronounced, hence its popularity among postnatal martial artists. But the innate level is different. To break through to the innate stage, one must grasp the essence of energy, an extraordinary force that transcends all logic and creates wonders. Jiang Yan had just reached the pinnacle of blood condensation and was still quite distant from the innate level. Thus, a bottle of body-enhancing liquid was essential for him. The Battle Saint armor would not disappoint him, especially with numerous attributes to assist him. Very well, let us proceed to test the talent level. Chapter 24, Zhang Chang. The two entered the martial artists building, and Jiang Yan took out the everlasting green plant from the black bag, breaking off half and handing it to Chu Ming. Take this for now, we will settle the payment later. Also, please take the remaining materials in my pocket upstairs to sell. Chunin looked at Jiang Yan with gratitude, saying nothing further as he hoisted the heavy black bag and ascended the stairs. Jiang Yan gazed at the remaining half of the everlasting green plant, carefully wrapping it in a cloth. Uncle Wang had sustained injuries on the battlefield, leaving him with significant aftereffects, and knowing the restorative properties of the everlasting green plant, Jiang Yan immediately thought of giving it to him. Fortunately, the plant was sizable enough. Otherwise, he could never have brought himself to sell half to Chen Sheng. On the first floor, Jiang Yan followed the signs to the talent testing area. Within the spacious venue, clusters of martial artists gathered to test their talents. Various instruments for testing physical attributes, such as punch force testers, weight training devices, and speed testing machines, were arrayed before him. Each individual's talent varied. Some emphasized defensive capabilities, others speed, while some possessed rather peculiar talents. Over the years, the martial artist building had significantly improved its testing instruments, ensuring that regardless of one's talent, a reasonable assessment of their level could be made. A punch force testing device stood at the forefront, and a well-proportioned woman in a professional suit addressed a seemingly youthful student. Your talent focuses on enhancing strength. I now need to test your talent's amplification threshold. Come. First, try the punching device without utilizing your talent. Do not think of conserving energy to achieve a high score. The device will accurately detect whether you exerted your full strength. Understood. The female staff member stepped back, and the student positioned himself on the device, aiming for the red heart marked at the center. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his full strength into his right fist. Boom. The sound thundered. Yet the device barely budged, and a number swiftly appeared on the screen above. 800 kilograms. Jiang Yan observed, contemplating. 800 kilograms is likely the strength of someone at the late stage of body enhancement. This individual must be a senior student who has recently awakened. Now, use your talent and strike again. The female staff member called out from outside the apparatus. Jiang Yan paid her no mind and proceeded to queue at the registration desk. The line was short, as awakened warriors were indeed a rare sight. Soon, it was Jiang Yan's turn. He presented his identification. What is your talent related to? Physical fitness, I suppose. In what aspect? All aspects. After some contemplation, Jiang Yan answered truthfully. He was not lying. His talent was indeed comprehensive, with a 100 enhancement in defense and 40 in other attributes, making it fair to label it as well-rounded. The registrar adjusted his glasses and regarded Jiang Yan with a hint of surprise, though only for a fleeting moment before he averted his gaze and said coolly, "You do well not to exaggerate your talents in pursuit of a favorable rating. The instruments here can accurately detect any falsehood." Many warriors were known to embellish their abilities to secure higher ratings, and it was clear that he had assumed Jiang Yan was one of those opportunists. "Do you think I'm lying?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile, locking eyes with the staff member unabashedly. The registrar felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a wild beast. After years in the workplace, he belatedly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly amended, "I apologize. My tone was a bit harsh. Please proceed to the testing instruments with the other staff." Sometimes, a simple apology can avert a multitude of unnecessary troubles. And humility works wonders too. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it, and after completing the registration, he was led by a woman to the testing area. In front of the punch strength testing machine stood two individuals, prompting Jiang Yan to wait in place. The one currently testing his strength was a burly man radiating an aura of ferocity, unmistakably someone who had endured much in the wilderness. He was not there to assess his talent. Rather, he was merely curious to see how much he had progressed after his recent breakthrough, indulging in a peculiar hobby. The man bellowed, his resonant voice seemingly causing the entire hall to tremble, with a punch that roared like a tiger and raged like a dragon. His formidable fist struck the target. The machine vibrated violently, and the display screen flickered rapidly, drawing the attention of many due to the cacophony. 1306, 2306, 8069. The final number settled at 9,000 kilograms. For those not yet innate, the strength of the body was of paramount importance. Typically, the punch strength of body refinement warriors was below 1,000 kilograms, while blood coagulation warriors surpassed this, with upper limits generally around 10,000 kilograms. The fact that this man could exert 9,000 kilograms without utilizing any talents indicated he was at least at the pinnacle of blood coagulation. Indeed, the bald-headed man had recently achieved this breakthrough and had rushed to test his strength upon returning from the wilderness. It was a minor hobby of his to relish the awe and admiration in the eyes of young warriors who had just awakened their abilities. "Zhang Chong, why are you testing again?" A staff member seemed to know the burly man well and approached him with familiarity. Just feeling a bit restless. Thought I'd give it a go. Ha ha ha, you just want to show off your muscles, don't you?" The staff member laughed heartily, unabashedly revealing the truth. Zhang Chong was not offended. He scratched his bald head and replied with a hearty laugh. "Ha, not at all. Let us grab a drink tonight. Forget it. I can't keep up with you." After stepping down from the strength testing machine, the man turned to see the students behind him staring in awe at the numbers on the screen, and he patted one of them on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, work hard in your training. I believe you will surpass me one day." He mused to himself, It feels great to flaunt after returning from slaying ferocious beasts. Must add an hour to tonight's drinking session. As Zhang Chong passed by Jiang Yan, he jovially patted his shoulder and winked. Youngster, give it your all. You might just be the next Zhang Chong. Jiang Yan pondered this, not overly displeased by the man's familiarity, finding it somewhat jovial. He smiled graciously. Not wanting to deflate Zhang Chong's enthusiasm, I look forward to the day I surpass my seniors. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I, Zhang Chong, admire ambitious people like you. Let us enjoy a few drinks tonight. Afterward, I'll introduce you to what real men indulge in. Zhang Chong extended another invitation for a drinking session. The staff present merely chuckled. Such scenes occurred nearly every month, and Zhang Chong's personality had made him a well-known figure within the martial artists building. Everyone recognized him. Jiang Yan politely declined. Perhaps another time. I'm not much of a drinker. Zhang Chong paid it no mind, finding a chair at the back to sit and watch the younger warriors test their talents until Jiang Yan stepped up to the punch strength testing machine. Before him, the punch strength testing apparatus loomed like a slumbering beast, its metallic sheen awe-inspiring to those encountering its true form for the first time. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his right arm. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the target with the intensity of a predator stalking its prey. The fierce aura forged in the wilderness unconsciously radiating from him. Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow, feeling as if a certain nerve within him had twitched. However, he soon dismissed the notion with a chuckle, thinking, perhaps I'm overthinking it. The lad is merely a child. Jiang Yan unleashed his punch with all his might, relying solely on his physical strength, without using any talents or enhancements. His fist struck the target with such speed that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Boom. The sound was akin to thunder rumbling, echoing throughout the hall, the might of his blow drowning out the noise of all the other instruments. A subtle wave of sound seemed to surge through the air. At the registration desk, the staff member leisurely lifted his teacup, preparing to take a sip. Suddenly, the porcelain cracked with fine fissures. Following that was the deafening sound of the impact. The uproar was so overwhelming that it eclipsed even Zhang Chong's performance. Zhang Chong, the staff, and the students present all covered their ears, gazing at Jiang Yan in utter disbelief. Jiang Yan shook his hand and quietly observed the numbers on the display screen ascending rapidly. 5,000 kilograms, 9,000 kilograms, 10,000, 12,699 kilograms, 14,000 kilograms. The value trembled until it finally settled at 19,000 kilograms. Silence enveloped the room, a deathly stillness. All eyes widened, jaws dropping as if they could accommodate a ferocious beast's egg. The startling figure seared into their minds. Incredulous gazes fixated on Jiang Yan. Crash. At the registration desk, the staff member's cup shattered completely, splintering into pieces that clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. This crisp noise seemed to act as a catalyst, jolting the onlookers back to reality. What the hell? Zhang Chong exclaimed, completely losing his composure. What is this? Tell your dad about this. 19,000 kilograms of sheer force. This is a number a student should be capable of producing? What does that make my years of effort in the wilderness? Have I been nothing but a clown all this time at the martial artist building? The staff member fumbled to inspect the apparatus, as if fearing a loose screw might have caused a malfunction. The students of Jiang Yan's age lost their focus, as if a voice echoed in their ears. Go home, child. You are suited only to be a pile of dog waste. They felt numb, having finally awakened their talents only to be told that someone their age had already surpassed the pinnacle of blood coagulation. Unlike Zhang Chong, Jiang Yan was indeed a genuine local. Isn't this akin to the arrival of an ultimate demon king in a novice village? What is the point of playing? A number of students found their resolve shaken, the joy of awakening dissipating in an instant, replaced by a faint sense of powerlessness that lingered in their hearts. Likely to take a long time to recover. Is it acceptable now? Jiang Yan felt no surprise at his own performance. After nearly a month of battling in the wilderness, countless enhancements to his physique had led him to fully accept the power of his fists. Furthermore, this was merely his foundational strength. What truly terrified lay in his attributes. The battle-sane armor could elevate all attributes by 40, while the blade wielder provided an additional 20. The most monstrous and sinister aspect was the demon's balance. It could transfer all enhanced attributes to his strength. Hence, with a single punch, Jiang Yan wondered if the testing device before him might explode on the spot. This, indeed, exemplified the terrifying nature of attributes, and it was Jiang Yan's trump card in battle. Jiang Yan once again inquired of the staff member, who seemed at a loss for words. Is it acceptable now? The individual opened his mouth, mechanically nodding in agreement. Very well. The staff hurriedly recorded the data, stammering, Please activate your talent. Boom. This statement reignited the crowd's excitement. They suddenly realized that Jiang Yan had yet to deploy his talent. If a person who hadn't utilized their talent could unleash 19,000 kg of force, what might occur if he did? Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Jiang Yan began to manifest his talent, the battle-sane armor. Secretly, he activated the attribute of the demon's balance. The blade wielder required him to wield a weapon, which he could not currently do. However, With just the battle-sane armor and the demon-esque balance, he felt adequately prepared for the test. An S-grade talent. I wonder if I qualify? Boom. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan unleashed a tremendous punch, a force unparalleled in its suppression. This time, no one dared to blink. All eyes glued to the numbers displayed on the screen. Amidst the tense and complex emotions of the crowd, the digits eventually settled on a number that left them numb, 41,000. Jiang Yan was no longer resembling a mere human. He was evolving towards a titan of strength, leaving only the drivers on the national highway to be terrified of his might. Jiang Yan mused, "We are all striving to survive." The driver responded, "He speaks my words." The enhancement of strength manifested differently in his punching power. Jiang Yan did not forsake all defense to concentrate solely on strength, for without a robust physique to support it, even the greatest power would have no room for expression, lest his arm break. Thus, this was not Jiang Yan's ultimate punching power, but merely the limits of his body's endurance. Yet even this was enough to instill fear. The staff member was at a loss for words, awkwardly scribbling on the data sheet. "All right, you may await the evaluation results," he announced. Jiang Yan did not move. The staff swallowed hard, nervously asking, "Do you have any further questions, sir?" Jiang Yan flashed a brilliant smile. "I mentioned my talent is all-encompassing. Is there no other measurement apart from strength?" The staff member was taken aback. He scrutinized the words on the registration sheet. All-encompassing. Doubtful gazes shifted towards the registration desk, where the man who had previously questioned Jiang Yan's all-encompassing talent now shrugged, as if resigned to his fate, and nodded in acknowledgement. The staff realized Jiang Yan's abnormality lay not in his strength, but in his comprehensive capabilities. Jiang Yan was indeed too versatile. Thus, he commenced his testing journey. Speed, max. Reaction, max. Jumping, max. Impact resistance, max. Everything was at the pinnacle of the same realm. After completing the tests, Jiang Yan approached Zhang Chong, as before, patting him on the shoulder and cheerfully asking, "I should now be as formidable a warrior as you, right?" Zhang Chong replied, "By the heavens. I've just shown off to a little ancestor." The staff member, who had once doubted Jiang Yan, inhaled deeply. "Phew. Thankfully I apologized to him in advance." Finally, the test results were released. Shunin, upstairs, joyfully bounded down with a large black bag. "Jiang Yan, everything has sold out. We are about to make a fortune." Chapter 26, Ascending to the Pinnacle. The entire venue trembled. Upon entering the hall, Shunin immediately sensed an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, the unusual atmosphere sending a shiver down his spine. He approached Jiang Yan cautiously, inquiring what had transpired. Jiang Yan smiled, stating he was unsure, and then asked Shunin how the materials had fared. "All sold. The contents of your bag are worth at least 30 million, and this afternoon they will be auctioned." Surely appreciating significantly, Shunin exclaimed with delight, withdrawing a jade token from his pocket. "This is your membership proof, just handed to me by the staff. Next time you shop on the 3rd floor, you'll enjoy a 20% discount." Jiang Yan accepted the jade token, casually placing it in his pocket, then turned to face the staff, still recording data. "When will my talent results be available?" "Right away," the staff responded with a polite smile, placing the recorded register into a large iron box. Soon, the grand display screen hanging from the ceiling of the hall illuminated. The screen showcased a leaderboard-like list, chronicling the rankings of martial artist talents who had previously registered here. At the top was a martial artist named Yi Fan. Top 1, Yi Fan, S-grade talent, Extreme Electric Might. Top 2, Zhang Sheng, S-grade talent, Dragon Breath. Top 30, Liang Yi, S-grade talent, Light Shield. The list revealed only the names of the top 30 individuals. Each time someone tested their talent, this leaderboard was exposed. The individuals listed were undoubtedly the finest prodigies in Linjiang's history, emerging perhaps once every few years. S-grade talents were exceedingly rare, yet given Linjiang's population base, an S-grade prodigy would inevitably arise every few years. Among them, those who did not fall midway became, without exception, the pillars of humanity, the pride of the Linjiang populace. Regrettably, no S-grade prodigies had emerged this year. The most outstanding A-grade talent, Ai Ning, had already been shattered by Jiang Yan's might. It had been 3 years since the last appearance of an S-grade prodigy. Many gazed at the leaderboard, a wave of regret washing over them. Alas, our Linjiang has yet to produce an S-grade prodigy this year. Indeed, not just our Linjiang. Neither of the neighboring cities has seen an S-grade talent. It must be said, our region has truly hit a dry spell in recent years. Ha ha ha, yet there is some hope this year. Did you see that young man? Based on his recent performance, he might just meet the S-grade standard. Hard to say. I've only been working for a year and have no idea what an S-grade prodigy is like. Before long, Jiang Yan's name appeared on the screen, along with his ranking number. The scoring was still being estimated, so for a moment, Jiang Yan's rank remained stagnant amidst data garbles. Soon, his ranking began to fluctuate. The speed was phenomenal, effortlessly slicing through the ranks, quickly displacing Liang Yi, who was in the 30th position. No way he made the list, someone exclaimed. However, Jiang Yan's surge did not cease. He proceeded to push down the names above him. Top 25. Top 15. Top 5. Jiang Yan's name entered the top 10 without any resistance. Quick, capture this moment, someone shouted. And everyone promptly reacted, pulling out their phones to record this historic event. The martial artists currently undergoing testing, along with the data recording staff, momentarily set aside their pressing tasks, captivated by the central electronic display while holding their phones aloft. Jiang Yan's ascent rate had begun to slow, yet there was no indication of it coming to a halt. Could he truly achieve this? This question resonated in the hearts of all present. There was no jealousy, no malice, merely the privilege of witnessing a moment of history that filled them with pride. Years later, they would proudly declare, "Did you see the first place on the screen? I was there. Top 4. Top 3. Then it paused at top 2. Alas, was it still unattainable? Indeed. The first place was said to have been remarkably brilliant, now a high-ranking official in the capital city, a feat nearly impossible to surpass for future generations. A sigh escaped someone's lips. However, the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and the name Jiang Yan began to wriggle back into view. Top 1. Jiang Yan, unnamed SS talent. Boom. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the hall, causing a commotion that reverberated beyond the building, stirring the martial artists outside. In an instant, the entire martial arts complex was drawn to the astonishing scene. It was in the nature of the Blue Star inhabitants to gather. And when more than 5 people congregated in one place, it was no surprise that the crowd would soon swell to over 100. What is happening? Inquired a newly arrived martial artist. Quick, look at the screen. What is wrong with the screen? Exclaimed another. A name unfamiliar to many appeared on the honor roll, with the words, unnamed SS talent shimmering, enhanced by a special flashing effect from the rating system, creating quite a spectacle. An SS level talent? Who could it be? Oh no. Am I about to be on television? I haven't even washed my hair today. Meanwhile, this electrifying data swiftly ascended to the upper echelons of the martial arts building. There's been a change on the honor roll. Splendid. Could it be that our Lin Jiang has finally produced an S-level genius this year? A man spluttered T, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the SS on the data. An SS-level talent. Our Lin Jiang has given rise to a dragon. Quick, send someone to fetch him. No, I shall go myself. The man crashed through the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, plummeting from the top floor straight down to the first. The janitor on duty, startled, exclaimed, "Who the hell is throwing things from above?" But the man paid no heed, darting like lightning into the lobby. Damn it! Who has such poor manners? The janitor cursed, only to be met with a tumult of astonished exclamations from the first floor. He flung off his cleaning jacket, grumbling, "Forget this job," and rushed into the building to witness the commotion. Truth be told, Jiang Yan had never anticipated that the event would escalate to such proportions. Wasn't I just here to test my talent and receive the body-tempering liquid? What is going on? Brother Jiang, it seems you have become quite the sensation. Shonen remarked, as his diminutive figure was enveloped by a throng, his black robe concealing him until now, and his social anxiety flaring in the spotlight. The testing hall was a sea of people, with waves of exclamations washing over, the presence of SS, sufficient to send everyone into a frenzy. News of an SS-level genius emerging from Lin Jiang spread like wildfire. Suddenly, a dark figure shot through the crowd like a cannonball, landing before Jiang Yan, who awakened the SS-level talent. Chapter 27. The Talents of the Capital and the Demon City. Who awakened the SS talent? A middle-aged man crashed down into the center of the crowd, his immense weight shattering the exquisite tiles beneath him. Ignoring the damage, he rushed to Chu Ming, towering over him as he grasped his small hand. With an unkempt face covered in stubble, he wore a self-assured smile. "Little brother. Was it you who detected the SS-level talent?" Chu Ming awkwardly chuckled and pointed to Jiang Yan beside him. It was him. Wow, what a handsome young man. The man swiftly approached Jiang Yan, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Young man, was it you who awakened the SS-level talent?" Jiang Yan blinked and replied, "Yes. May I ask if you are a local from Lin Jiang?" "Indeed." The man's excitement grew, and he eagerly took Jiang Yan's hand. "My name is Ma Shan, the overseer of the Lin Jiang martial arts building. From now on, we shall refer to each other as uncle and brother." Jiang Yan, Uncle Ma? Ma Shan, Brother Jiang. The onlookers murmured, "Let us move to a quieter place. It's too crowded here." Thus, staff began to disperse the crowd, and Jiang Yan was escorted by Ma Shan to a lavishly decorated office. Ma Shan snapped his fingers, and a man in a suit and sunglasses entered, carrying a metallic case whose contents were unknown. "Without further ado, Brother Jiang, since you have awakened an SS-level talent, I will naturally present you with the rewards you deserve. Gifts right off the bat." Jiang Yan was quite pleased. "Uncle Ma, what rewards accompany this SS-level talent?" Ma Shan smiled and, without further ado, opened the case to reveal its contents. Inside were 3 neatly arranged vials, their bodies adorned with a semi-transparent mechanical design, secured by soft, slender supports to prevent damage during transport. These contain body-tempering liquid, a special reward from the state for martial artists with SS-level talents. Ma Shan stood up and continued. "Moreover, your martial artist account will grant you the privilege to select one celestial grade martial art." "Celestial grade martial art?" Jiang Yan murmured. astonished at the unexpected benefits of his talent certification, finding it utterly fascinating. By the way, Brother Jiang, how old are you? Ma Shan inquired while pouring tea. Jiang Yan replied, 18, why do you ask? Wow. Ma Shan's eyes widened. So you have your college entrance exams in 2 days? Yes. Good heavens. Lin Jiang has truly shown. Ma Shan's expression turned serious as he asked Jiang Yan about his strength. Jiang Yan truthfully replied, and his mastery of blood condensation was met with Ma Shan's satisfaction. Not bad. Aside from the freaks from the capital and Demon City, you will hardly encounter any rivals. Ma Shan's heart raced, his hands trembling as he contemplated having discovered such a true dragon during his tenure. The Martial Arts Building, as an official organization, had branches in every city, wielding immense power akin to that of a deputy mayor, serving as a form of oversight for the local government. Jiang Yan's emergence was undoubtedly a matter of great honor for Lin Jiang, and it was certain that upon his return today, numerous influential figures would vie for his attention. An SS-level talent, once fully developed, would become one of the pillars of Blue Star, a person that everyone would seek to associate with. Ma Shan was evidently aware of this and promptly sought to establish a connection with Jiang Yan. Intrigued by Ma Shan's mention of the freaks in the capital and Demon City, Jiang Yan inquired, what is the general strength of candidates from those two places? Upon hearing this, Ma Shan's expression grew solemn, yet he candidly responded, they are formidable. Any one of them could sweep aside candidates from other provinces. Not wishing to discourage Jiang Yan, Ma Shan elaborated, these two cities operate independently of all provinces and possess the richest educational resources in Blue Star. Prodigies from prominent families, hidden clans, and the children of martial saints receive the finest training from a young age, making it nearly impossible for candidates from other regions, even those with SS-level talents, to compete with them. Sensing Jiang Yan's potential concern, Ma Shan added with a smile, it's perfectly normal not to have access to high-quality training resources in our small locale. It's expected to fall short of them. Just participate in the exams normally. And I believe your chances of being accepted into one of those two cities are quite good. Once you gain entry to the Martial University of the capital or the Demon City, with time and effort, you may very well surpass them. Ma Shan merely sought to encourage Jiang Yan. As for surpassing those prodigies, he dared not entertain such thoughts, nor did he believe Jiang Yan could achieve it. This was not a matter of discrimination or belittlement, but rather a reflection of reality. Jiang Yan did not elaborate further, nor did he make any grand declarations about surpassing the scions of illustrious families, despite his formidable prowess appearing almost monstrous in Linjiang City. How he would fare in the outside world remained uncertain. Upon reflection, with a father who is a peak martial saint and a mother who is a revered saintess from a secluded sect, he had been steeped in body-tempering elixirs since childhood. Naturally, his innate talents awakened with age, and what others regarded as precious, these body-tempering liquids, were merely flavorsome beverages he had grown weary of. He trained in martial techniques personally refined by his martial saint father, with his saintly mother meticulously guiding him in his practice. Then, one day, an audacious youth from a remote locality boldly proclaimed, I am the foremost prodigy of a certain city, having recently unlocked my potential less than a month ago, and now I shall crush you with my strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt no anger, only amusement at the absurdity of it all. Yet, when that youth brazenly invaded the Heavenly Palace, one of Jiang Yan's residences, and performed a backflip before him, Jiang Yan effortlessly sent him plummeting to the depths, as simple as squashing a mosquito. What a profound despair that must have been. While there were indeed others in different locales who had awakened SS-level talents, they could not shake the dominance of those two exceptional places. Jiang Yan did not believe that after merely a month of earnest training, he could vanquish such anomalies. But why not give it a try? The pursuit of victory is merely a reward for the timid. True glory lies in the eternal badge of combat. I shouldn't have said so much. In truth, many of those outrageous prodigies have long been guaranteed admission to those two academies and will not sit for the college entrance examination, so you need not feel overly pressured. Ma Shan hastily reassured him, fearing that his words might shatter Jiang Yan's resolve. However, when he gazed into Jiang Yan's eyes, his body suddenly froze, a chill coursing through him. Those eyes held no trace of despair or reluctance, nor a hint of fear or retreat, only an overwhelming battle intent, a spirit unyielding, even in the face of greater strength, willing to fight nonetheless. It was not about winning or losing, but merely about engaging in combat. Ma Shan suddenly smiled, lost in reminiscence. It seemed that the one truly suppressed was not him, but the 18-year-old version of himself. Chapter 28, Heavenly Level Martial Techniques, Brother Jiang. Thank you for the eternal life green plant. It's nothing. You auction it for me, and I'll provide you with the goods. We owe each other nothing. Shunin sighed, Brother Jiang, now that you've tested SS-level talent, all you need to do is say the word, and the Martial Artist Tower will compete to help you sell it. I suppose I've taken advantage of you this time. Jiang Yan was somewhat the killjoy. Or perhaps he simply disliked overly sentimental friendships. Then count it as a debt. How about I give you 50 to see your strength? Shunin. In the afternoon, Jiang Yan returned to Uncle Wang's home. You finally decided to return, huh? I thought you had perished in the wilderness. The first words exchanged were filled with nagging. Jiang Yan interrupted, casting aside his spell as he produced the carefully wrapped eternal life green plant. Uncle Wang. This is the eternal life green plant I obtained after braving life and death. If brewed into soup, it can heal your lingering ailments. Old Wang felt a surge of frustration blocking his chest. He wanted to vent, but could not. Ultimately, he crushed his words and stuffed them back down, opening his mouth only to say, I'll go fry you a dish. Jiang Yan called from across the kitchen door, and sweep the floor while you're at it. Get lost, you brat. No respect, came Wang Zhong's grumbled retort. Jiang Yan chuckled, retreating to his familiar and warm little nest. Now, his martial artist account had granted him the privilege to select any heavenly level martial technique, and with 3 vials of body tempering liquid at hand, gaining strength before the college entrance examination was certainly not an issue. He browsed the official website, filtering for blade techniques. Sun cutting blade technique. Heavenly 9 strikes. Cutting fate, 13 blades. Heavenly level blade techniques surged forth, dazzling Jiang Yan. In the past, he had managed to conquer the wilderness with merely a basic blade technique. Now, possessing heavenly level martial techniques would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. After perusing for a while and adhering to the principle of buying only the expensive, not necessarily the right, he set his sights on the pricier options. Now that I have the selection privilege, what is wrong with choosing something expensive? Thunderclap Annihilation Slash. This is the one. Jiang Yan decided upon it, captivated by its formidable name, and after a cursory glance at its description, he chose this martial technique. Thunderclap Annihilation Slash boasted 4 unique mechanisms: Thunderclap, Falling Thunder, Surprise Thunder, and Thunder Domain of Annihilation. Mastery of the technique would allow him to harness the thunder, infusing it into his blade. With nuanced understanding, he could unleash the thunder externally, akin to blade aura. Upon achieving great proficiency, he could amplify the range and damage of the thunder, and at perfection, transform into a god of annihilation, striking forth with a blade that would alter the very heavens, enveloping the battlefield in a realm of thunder. In the thunderous domain, the annihilation blade would be omnipresent, and Jiang Yan would become a walking machine of slaughter. After dinner, Jiang Yan engaged in casual conversation with Uncle Wang. I heard you tested SS level talent? Indeed. Impressive, right? Hee. No matter how impressive you are, you still have to call me uncle. Jiang Yan retorted, let us keep our accolades separate. Get lost. Wang Zhong began discussing Lu Hiren's situation. I hear that old fossil has been investigated. He is likely to be serving some time. Oh, have you considered taking on the role of principal? You're not looking out for me at all. I'm about to retire. Why would I want to busy myself with being a principal? Ha ha ha, just joking. Jiang Yan munched on sunflower seeds, relaxed in demeanor. Wang Zhong kicked him lightly. The college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Jiang Yan shrugged. What good is being anxious? Just a worthless life to live. Wang Zhong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He hadn't realized that the little rascal from back then had now reached the age of taking the college entrance examination. He ceased the banter and earnestly advised Jiang Yan, be cautious in the examination hall. If you encounter someone you cannot defeat, just run. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. Such words were exchanged by nearly every parent before the college entrance examination, a tradition that transcended time. Jiang Yan remained the same Jiang Yan. This scene echoed in countless households. That night, Jiang Yan consumed the 3 vials of body tempering liquid and, after practicing Thunderclap Annihilation Slash for a while, entered the divine martial space. He resolutely stepped into the combat space. Thousand Vine Flower Demon, a fully realized Tier 3 ferocious beast. Description, terrifying vitality. Challenge. It was still not a creature from Blue Star, and Jiang Yan had never encountered anything like it before. Gazing at the flamboyant little flower demon, a bitter smile crossed his face. I truly have no means to kill you. The Thousand Vine Flower Demon possessed an almost insurmountable recovery ability. Jiang Yan's blade could not inflict a single lethal wound upon her. He realized that every creature appearing in the combat space exhibited bizarre abilities. Except for that unremarkable sharp-scale tiger. One could fly, another could teleport, and one could not be killed at all. The combat space, true to its name, seemed intent on selecting only the most challenging opponents for Jiang Yan. Yet, Jiang Yan's primary objective was not to slay the Thousand Vine Flower Demon. Rather, he aimed to metabolize the effects of the elixir through combat and practice the newly learned martial technique. He engaged in fierce battle, the effects of the body tempering liquid rapidly enhancing his physique. You utilized Thunderclap Annihilation Slash. Your proficiency in the martial technique has improved. You utilized Thunderclap Annihilation Slash. Your proficiency in the martial technique has improved. Jiang Yan felt a surge of heat. The elixir's effects were fully realized, causing wisps of steam to rise from his head, resembling a steaming locomotive. The body tempering liquid had a remarkable effect on martial artists below the innate level. Jiang Yan could sense his physique rapidly strengthening without needing the system log to inform him. So hot, so hot. Jiang Yan swiftly wielded his blade, the horizontal sword creating afterimages as the overwhelming destructive force of the blade severed the thousand-vine flower demon's tendrils again and again, cycling through the motions repeatedly. The regenerative abilities of the thousand-vine flower demon are astonishing. Each time a branch is severed, it swiftly restores itself. However, its offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. Since Jiang Yan began engaging with it, he has never been killed even once. Why do I feel that not being killed is a rare occurrence? Jiang Yan shook his head, realizing that such a fixation is undesirable. He continued to wield his blade in combat. As the night progressed, Jiang Yan felt an unprecedented enhancement to his physique. If he were to test his strength again, he would likely surpass several thousand kilograms. Indeed, to achieve a breakthrough into the innate realm, one must comprehend the legendary Qi. Jiang Yan sensed that he had reached the critical point of his breakthrough, needing only to absorb the first wisp of Qi to step into the innate stage. The innate realm transcends mere physical contests, heralding the emergence of a more splendid martial world. Exiting the divine martial space, Jiang Yan gazed at his character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint Armor, awaiting evolution. Realm, Blood Condensation completion. Martial skills, Unorthodox, Basic sword technique perfected. Yellow grade low, Bull strength perfected. Yellow grade high, Explosive step perfected. Mystic grade high, 9 consecutive steps perfected. Heavenly grade high, Yin thunder destruction / proficient. Traits, Diligence is rewarded, Destiny, True meaning of life and death, blue, Swift, blue, Wine control, blue, Sword bearer, purple, Life and death moment, orange, Demonic balance, purple. Special, Sword intent, can transcend to sword will. I eagerly anticipate the upcoming battle with the two cities' prodigies. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance. Chapter 29, The Examination in the Otherworld. One day remains until the college entrance examination. Wang Zhong no longer nagged Jiang Yan or disturbed him, granting him ample space to rest. In Linjiang City, news of Jiang Yan's SS-level talent spread throughout the town. In no time, the prominent figures of Linjiang were eager to make the acquaintance of this top-tier prodigy. However, as they realized that only a day remained until the examination, none of them appeared, knowing that this was not the opportune moment to curry favor, lest they inadvertently incur the wrath of this future superpower. The local television station began extensive coverage of Jiang Yan's glorious achievements, and his name became widely recognized, accompanied by titles such as SS-level super genius, unprecedented. Linjiang City's new star. In a lavishly decorated villa, Lu Hairen listened with a furrowed brow to the reports about Jiang Yan on television. The more he listened, the more terrified he became, his face reflecting a deep sense of regret. Damn it. How could he possibly possess SS-level talent? How could someone who barely opened their meridians be deemed SS-level? Just a few days ago, he had been forced to undergo an investigation by the Linjiang City Bureau. His position temporarily revoked, and he was still in the observation period. He had thought that by laying low for a while and relying on connections, he could navigate through this crisis unscathed. But upon hearing about Jiang Yan's SS-level talent, he could no longer sit still. What if those old foxes sought to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Yan? Ding ding ding. The blaring ringtone jolted Lu Hairen from his panic. His face turned pale, as if he had anticipated this day, and he trembled as he answered the call. Hello, we are from the Provincial Investigation Bureau. We have received reports from local citizens in Linjiang City. Crash. The phone fell to the ground as Lu Hairen descended into utter despair. Chu family building. Hurry. Tell that assassin to abort the mission. Do not touch Jiang Yan. Bang. A group of plainclothes officers stormed into the chairman's office, forcibly handcuffing Chu Tianqin, who was Chu Ming's father, without explanation. Chu Tianqin, for hiring an assassin to deliberately murder a national-level strategic talent, please come with us. I didn't. The assassin has already been apprehended and has revealed your identity. Please do not resist needlessly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqin felt as if struck by lightning. Fainting on the spot, a shadowy hand, lurking in the background, was systematically dismantling the potential threat posed by Jiang Yan. Strength, talent, and monopolization are all sufficient to command unparalleled privileges on Blue Star, yet these two attributes often appear concurrently. This is a cruel world, yet it is also a spectacular one. Jiang Yan reviewed his registration information on the official website. The college entrance examination would not take place in the real world, but within a space created by mighty beings. Blue Star has an extraordinary spatial martial sage who wielded immense power to establish an alternate dimension capable of accommodating mountains and rivers. Each year, the examinations for all candidates are conducted within this otherworldly space. Despite Blue Star's vast expanse, larger than the planet Jiang Yan previously inhabited, the number of gifted individuals and those who have awakened their meridians is still quite limited. When accounting for those who have yet to awaken their talents but hope to rely on luck for an opportunity, the number of examinees each year is nearly 10 million. The spatial martial sage established anchor points in every city. Once activated, these anchors would allow candidates to enter the alternate examination arena. There are no cameras set up within the alternate space, yet it can accurately project images, making cheating nearly impossible. The examination content varies each year, and no one knows the thought process of the question setter. Year after year, predictions are made, and year after year, they are proven wrong. However, one thing remains constant. Strength is the ultimate, decisive factor that trumps all. As the examination day approached, Jiang Yan's mindset grew increasingly restless, not out of anxiety, but anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, his information had already transformed into stacks of documents on the desks of other candidates. In the capital city, within a quaint and elegant courtyard, a strikingly handsome man stood holding a fan, exuding an air of noble elegance that did not obscure the danger that lingered about him. Not far away, a flamboyantly dressed office lady held these documents, reading aloud the details inscribed upon them. In the Demon City, Xiao Ziming, with SS-level talent, is currently known to be at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, with a talent ability that includes previously utilized martial skills. In the Demon City, Li Qingla, S-level talent, currently at the 2nd tier completion, is rumored to possess extraordinarily exaggerated capabilities in combat beyond his level, having single-handedly defeated a 3rd tier ferocious beast. From XX Province, a student from the 20th High School awakened S-level talent at 12 years old and experienced an exceptional second breakthrough at 17, transforming into SS-level talent. And yesterday, a small city named Linjiang. There's no need to mention the warriors from such a place. I have no time to listen to these inconsequential figures. The man with the folding fan sneered disdainfully, dismissing the matter entirely. Even upon hearing of these so-called geniuses with S-level talents, he didn't even bat an eyelash. The secretary in uniform remained silent, ceasing to recite Jiang Yan's information, her expression unchanged, clearly not taking him seriously. Individuals from small towns are not worthy of attention, especially since Jiang Yan's profile states, awakened at 18, which significantly diminished his appeal. The later the awakening, the lesser the advantage, especially for candidates from these small towns. Oh, by the way, I've heard that those hidden families and sects are showing a tendency to enter the world. Gather some information on them for me. As for the others, let us not waste time on them. Understood, the secretary replied respectfully before departing. The man with the folding fan stretched, a languid expression on his handsome face. Let us hope for a surprise. However, the first place is already mine. Pre-examination inquiries into candidates' information had become a norm, and Linjiang City was no exception. Across major social media platforms, reports about candidates from various regions frequently emerged. Shocking. The prodigy from the capital city, XXX, defeated a 4th tier ferocious beast at the 3rd tier innate level without defeat. Follow me for battle videos in the group. My goodness, I wonder who that is. An 18-year-old candidate awakens SS-level talent. The reason is, heavens, how could someone cause such chaos? An S-level talent candidate from XX City due to. People scrolled through these half-true, half-false news articles, thoroughly entertained by the sensationalism. Jiang Yan found himself utterly immersed in the throes of battle. Chapter 30. The Gaokao begins. What, indeed, is the essence of qi? In the self-study space, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged in meditation, pondering this abstract concept that has perplexed countless martial artists. You are attuning yourself to the existence of qi. Your sensitivity to it has slightly increased. Very well, there is no need for Jiang Yan to fret. The principle of Heaven Rewards Diligence shall provide the answer. You are attuning yourself to the existence of qi. Your sensitivity to it has slightly increased. You are attuning yourself to the existence of qi. Your sensitivity to it has slightly increased. In the dead of night, Jiang Yan opened his eyes, a wave of astonishment washing over him as he beheld an infinite expanse of qi permeating the heavens and earth, drifting through the void. A kaleidoscope of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and white, filled his vision. Some individuals are innately sensitive to elemental spiritual energy, allowing them to perceive vibrant hues of qi, while others, lacking such talent, can only see the monochromatic white qi. Jiang Yan, however, was different. He could perceive a myriad of colors, with no distinction between primary and secondary. In general, qi is an exceptionally abstract phenomenon. Some individuals may devote their entire lives to its observation without success, while others, endowed with remarkable talent, may grasp its essence in a mere 6 months. The comprehension of qi is solely dependent on personal insight. Yet Jiang Yan's ability to perceive it within a single day is truly unprecedented. He had believed that he would only grasp the existence of qi after entering university. So the swift realization of his subsequent plans was indeed a delightful surprise. Unbeknownst to him, qi is not as distant from martial artists as the world perceives. Often, the separation between them is merely a single opportunity, a door waiting to be opened. Some individuals fail to see that door, endlessly circling outside in frustration, thus unable to perceive the existence of qi. The characteristics of Heaven Rewards Diligence have led Jiang Yan step by step closer to that door. Although the progress is slow, the direction is correct, enabling him to discover it with relative ease. Across the Blue Star, few high school students find that door before the Gaokao, unless one is fortunate enough to have an 8th or 9th tier martial artist father guiding them. Such cases are exceptions. Having found the door, Jiang Yan had discovered qi. Now, the pressing challenge before him was how to push that door open and successfully draw qi into his body. The first strand of qi is particularly crucial for a martial artist, as it determines their future cultivation path. Jiang Yan was not the type to engage in relentless training. Thus, he had done extensive research beforehand. For instance, if the first strand of qi one absorbs is of the fire element, then one's future cultivation will likely be associated with fire. The first strand of qi is referred to as the mother qi, stored within the martial artist's body. Should future absorbed qi contradict the mother qi, there exists a significant possibility of a remarkable chemical reaction within the body. Boom. A fatal explosion. Therefore, the first strand of qi is paramount, establishing the tone for subsequent cultivation. Some prodigies often remain stuck at the second tier of perfected blood condensation, having perceived qi, yet failing to absorb it and break through. Why? Because they contemplate their future, hoping to find the most suitable and powerful qi to serve as their mother qi. Jiang Yan now faced two dilemmas. 1. What kind of qi to seek? 2. How to absorb qi. Time was of the essence. Finding suitable qi within the limited hours remaining was an exercise in futility. Thus, Jiang Yan withdrew from his meditative state and lay down on his bed, succumbing to slumber. He needed to conserve his energy, having not rested adequately in recent days. These few hours would serve as a well-deserved reward. The following day, Jiang Yan silenced his alarm and began to organize his belongings. Old Wang could not resist offering a few words of caution, watching Jiang Yan depart with a complex expression. The anchor point established by the spatial martial saint was located near the municipal government, heavily guarded, making entry impossible for ordinary individuals. At this moment, the once quiet city lord's mansion was teeming with people. There were 3 high schools in Lingjiang City, with a total of 1,000 candidates for the exam, most of whom were ordinary martial artists who had yet to open their meridians. Despite their slow cultivation, life offers only one opportunity for the Gaokao. If they could not partake in the experience, would their schooling not have been in vain? Jiang Yan gazed at the congested crowd from a distance, occasionally catching snippets of conversation that mentioned his name. Quick, where's that Jiang Yan guy? SS-level talent. I truly wish to witness his prowess. Haha. I want to hide it from you all. I'm also from Lingjiang No. 1 High School. I once shared a foot spa with Jiang Yan. We have a bond akin to life and death. Wow, you actually know Jiang Yan. What kind of person is he? He has quite the character. Jiang Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He did not recognize that individual at all. Fortunately, he had donned a baseball cap, lowering its brim to conceal his identity as he stood at the edge of the crowd. Silence. Soon, a robust man clad in military attire stepped forward, his resonant voice overpowering all the candidates. Now, please proceed in an orderly fashion to the scanning apparatus for inspection. No metallic items are permitted. Following the inspection, candidates were to select standardized weapons from the armory, and personal weapons were strictly prohibited. No short-term enhancement drugs were allowed. The military man recited a lengthy list of regulations, and Jiang Yan listened attentively. The content was consistent with previous years. All right, you may now proceed with the inspection. The military man stepped aside, revealing a scanning device. This device could accurately detect any prohibited items, rendering any attempts at cheating utterly futile. Jiang Yan stood at the back of the line, and for the moment, no one recognized his identity. After passing through the scan, Jiang Yan made his way toward the armory to select a weapon. All the weapons were of uniform design, with no distinction in quality. He casually picked up an alloy long sword and exited the armory. Next was identity verification. He inserted his identification card into a machine, and the screen swiftly activated the facial recognition feature. Following facial recognition, a fingerprint verification ensued. The entire process was rather cumbersome but effectively eliminated the possibility of cheating. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the alternate space opened precisely on time. Now, enter the alternate space in an orderly manner, no cutting in line or whispering. Jiang Yan joined the long queue into the alternate space. Simultaneously, large screens across various cities displayed the scenes within the alternate space. By entering the candidate's serial number, one could witness a live broadcast from that individual's unique perspective. The official broadcast would showcase the most thrilling moments. Jiang Yan's serial number was 9527. Unbeknownst to him, Lingjiang City Television had canceled all commercial activities, dedicating the entire broadcast to Jiang Yan's exclusive perspective. Jiang Yan was Lingjiang City's hope, historically the only SS-level talent, and the populace held him in the highest esteem, eager to observe this legend's performance in the Gaokao. Chapter 31. He has taken flight. Jiang Yan's personal livestream image became the official broadcast for Lingjiang City, a privilege unprecedented in history. The advantage of this arrangement was that all citizens of Lingjiang City could witness Jiang Yan's brilliance. However, it also carried a significant drawback. If Jiang Yan were to underperform in the Gaokao, it would amount to social death in the eyes of the entire city, accompanied by endless insults and defamation. It is a poignant aspect of human nature. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. A flash of white light enveloped Jiang Yan, and he found himself in an expanse of emptiness, devoid of any vegetation, evoking the sensation of being in a desert. The alternate space presented Jiang Yan with a scene he had only previously seen on television, as his live stream began to attract a massive audience. The population of Linjiang City surged to over 100,000 viewers. Linjiang City Television has issued a 100,000 star coin fortune bag. Input: cheer for the candidates from Linjiang, and cheering for Jiang Yan will grant you the opportunity to draw a lucky bag. Wow. The disaster relief grain from the court has arrived. Cheer for the candidates from Linjiang. Cheer for Jiang Yan. Cheer for the candidates from Linjiang. Cheer for Jiang Yan. Cheer for the candidates from Linjiang. Cheer for Jiang Yan. Cheer for the candidates from Linjiang. Cheer for Jiang Yan 9900. Who is Jiang Yan? Why is the official personally cheering for him? Has the person above lost their internet connection? They don't even know Jiang Yan, the man from the live stream, who possesses an SS level talent. SS level talent. Does Linjiang City also have a prodigy with SS talent? Ha ha ha, it's indeed that impressive. The barrage was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Jiang Yan was aware that he was currently being live streamed, yet his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any unusual reaction. He was somewhat curious as to why he was the only one present. Where were the other candidates? However, his confusion was soon addressed. A clearly enunciated female voice resonated from the void. Dear candidates, welcome to this year's National Common Recruitment Examination. You are currently in an alternate space created by the Space Marshal Sage. You will soon face the first round of testing. Ascend to the Divine Stairs. Before you, a Divine Ascension staircase will appear, and you must reach the summit within 12 hours. Otherwise, you will be eliminated and lose your qualification for this examination. The first 10,000 candidates to reach the top will receive a reward of 10 points. The first 1,000 to reach the summit will receive 100 points. The top 100 candidates will receive 200 points. The first candidate to reach the summit will receive a reward of 300 points. The barrage rolled swiftly. Here it comes, the familiar sensation. Indeed, the first challenge is to filter out those who lack enlightenment. I missed the examination last year due to a similar initial challenge. Damn. This is a worthless lucky bag. Hee hee, a good lucky bag, earning 3-star coins. Rewards include instant noodles and a ham for tonight. I look forward to Jiang Yan's performance. With his talent, it should be no problem for him to reach the top 1,000, right? Nonsense, aim higher. I bet Jiang Yan will make it into the top 100. To the person above, the bolder the person, the greater the yield. I'm all in for first place. That's too much. We cannot blindly support Jiang Yan. Otherwise, if others don't perform well, you'll end up blaming him. A white light appeared before Jiang Yan, followed by a surge of commotion around him. The previously empty wasteland suddenly erupted with a multitude of individuals, each looking around, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Before they could gather their thoughts, a dazzling golden light emanated from the top of the distant void. Golden steps began to unfold from the zenith, gradually forming a vast golden staircase, at the end of which lay an incredibly brilliant white light. Wow, is this the Divine Ascension staircase mentioned in the announcement? It's enormous. The crowd began to stir. These candidates did not forget the announcement's words. Reaching the summit within 12 hours would qualify them for the next round of the examination. Charge. The crowd rushed towards the first step. Boom. Contrary to their expectations of a smooth ascent, as their feet touched the first step, they were immediately pressed down by an overwhelming force, rendering them nearly immobile. Indeed, as the first challenge meant for filtering, ordinary martial artists had little hope of reaching the summit. Jiang Yan had just observed that there were approximately less than 10,000 people in this area. The other candidates were likely participating in a similar test in another space. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable power of the Space Marshal Sage. Jiang Yan took a step forward. Boom. The immense gravity bore down upon him. Yet Jiang Yan merely furrowed his brow and continued to take a second step. The pressure increased further, but for Jiang Yan, it was merely a trivial challenge. He had grasped the pattern of the Divine Ascension staircase. The pressure seemed to intensify the further one advanced, and the pressure encountered at the summit would likely be even more terrifying. However, with examination time extending to 12 hours, as long as one's physical condition was not too poor, reaching the summit would be no more than a matter of exertion for candidates with decent talent. System log updated. You are experiencing pressure. Your physique has slightly improved. Jiang Yan activated 9 steps of the wind, his figure rapidly ascending, swiftly leaving behind the struggling students below. The students below stared in astonishment at the figure above, their faces reflecting sheer shock. No way. Did this person not feel any pressure? No. Wait. Why is it that I find it difficult to move a single step, yet he can leap forward with ease? I want to report this. He must be cheating. How can he move so quickly? Upon hearing someone claim that Jiang Yan was cheating, the residents of Linjiang could no longer remain silent. Useless fool. Just because you can't do it, don't think others are just as inept. Ha ha ha. If you're incapable, don't blame the road. Practice more if you're weak. So fast. Jiang Yan is turned into the wind. Linjiang TV station issued a lucky bag worth 1,000,000 star coins. Input. Jiang Yan is amazing to gain eligibility for a lucky bag draw. Jiang Yan is amazing. Jiang Yan is amazing. Jiang Yan is amazing. 10,086. Jiang Yan is my father. On the divine ascension staircase, Jiang Yan had already ascended 20 steps. He slightly furrowed his brow and murmured, "At this speed, I fear I won't secure first place." Thus, Jiang Yan made a decision that defied tradition. 9 steps of the wind control, activated simultaneously. The battle saint robe fully unfolded, and the devil's scale concentrated his physical attributes into his steps. Jiang Yan wielded a long knife, activating the knife holder attribute of 30. Known, 9 steps of the wind control, flight. Explanation: 9 steps of the wind control, battle saint robe, devil's scale, divine ascension staircase. Boom. Jiang Yan sprinted and soared into the air. Amidst the golden, holy radiance, a figure transformed into a sharp sword, chasing the sun. Chapter 32, Channeling Qi. Below, the candidates were bewildered. Citizens of Linjiang. Some viewers streaming from other rooms. Candidates below, what is that flying in the sky? External assistance. External assistance. I'm at a loss. Just now. Running could be explained, but now he has taken flight. What does that mean? How could one cheat in the college entrance examination? Damn it, capital has ruined me. Those who were just defending Jiang Yan were left speechless. You say he is not cheating? He is literally flying. You say he is cheating? Jiang Yan is from Linjiang. How can we shamefully claim such matters? It's over. I must have eaten something odd this morning. Now I'm seeing illusions. I felt dizzy after taking off 7 times last night. Everything looks unclear to me. Kids, I think I'm still a bit groggy. Jiang Yan's astonishing display was immediately recorded on video, and soon, this footage appeared across major social media platforms, racking up over 10 million views in a short time. The comments below were filled with disdain. The editor is quite skilled. Don't edit next time. Some people are sacrificing their integrity for views. I ask you, those who recklessly edit videos to spread rumors. To the person above, don't ask. There are no bags. Rational commentators began analyzing just how absurd this video was, presenting their arguments convincingly. The original poster, you all shouldn't doubt it. If you have the ability, go to 9527 candidates livestream room to witness it yourself. Haha, I'll watch, and if it's fake, I'll be the first to report the original poster. Thus, a large crowd flocked to Jiang Yan's livestream room. What they witnessed was a moment they would remember for a lifetime. Jiang Yan stomped heavily in the void, creating terrifying, thunderous booms. Yet such powerful steps did not burden him. Instead, they propelled him rapidly toward the horizon. Boom. Jiang Yan landed heavily at the pinnacle of the ascension steps. Congratulations to candidate 9527, Jiang Yan, for being the first to reach the summit, earning 300 points. The last time, the female voice echoed once more, resonating in the ears of all candidates across the regions, and reaching the ears of all livestream viewers. In the next moment, Jiang Yan's figure flickered and appeared in a room reminiscent of a luxurious hotel, causing the live broadcast to lose its visual feed. The announcement had undeniably stirred a tempest within the hearts of the candidates. In another area, a strikingly handsome young man, wielding a folding fan, effortlessly ascended the long staircase, seemingly impervious to the burden on his body. As he beheld the remaining half of the staircase before him, a mocking smile graced his lips. Below, all others had been left far behind, merely gazing at his retreating silhouette. Is this truly all there is to it? How disappointing. Congratulations to candidate 9527, Jiang Yan, for being the first to reach the summit, earning 300 points. The smile of the fan-wielding young man froze upon his face. He hastily climbed to the top in just a minute, his expression darkening ominously. Congratulations to candidate 1 merchant, for being the second to reach the summit, earning 200 points. Ha! How amusing. This is indeed entertaining. It seems this martial examination will not be dull after all. His smile returned to his lips. The online community erupted as the voices of critics who had accused him of editing videos began to retract their statements. On the Douyin platform, the once derided blogger Jiang Sheng, who had been left with nothing but a bottle of cola at home, began to retaliate in the comments section. Jiang Sheng, where are you now? Jiang Sheng, weren't you just shouting loudly? Jiang Sheng, who is first? Tell your father. A cacophony of apologies ensued. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Big brother, who could have guessed that kid would actually fly? I apologize for my earlier insults. Thus, a farcical spectacle concluded, and Jiang Yan's reputation soared above the other prodigies, becoming the #1 trending topic. Shockingly, a certain high school student had openly taken flight in the examination hall. Such a classic title. A casual observer might assume it was an exaggerated marketing ploy, but those who understood the truth knew it was simply a statement of fact. The media did not need to embellish, for this was merely Jiang Yan's daily routine. At this moment, in Linjiang City, Wang Zhong wept openly, repeatedly watching the live stream replay. Damn, that little rascal has become so accomplished. He sniffled, his eyes red. If that kid knew I was crying like this, I'd be too ashamed to face anyone. It was evident he was the true descendant of the Jiang family, possessing a fortitude akin to his father. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, the turmoil his actions had caused in the outside world, he found himself in a luxurious hotel room, incredulous at the lavish arrangements before him. Did every candidate from Blue Star receive such treatment? If so, the official budget must be staggeringly immense. Meanwhile, the merchant, scowling, gazed at the desolate terrain before him, resignedly settling into meditation. The unique privileges of being first. Jiang Yan reclined on the plush bed, estimating that there were still nearly 12 hours until the next examination round. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the divine martial space. In the study room, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged, contemplating the essence of qi. You are meditating on qi. Your sensitivity to qi has slightly increased. The divine martial space lacked the presence of qi, yet connected his senses to the external world. Jiang Yan had already begun to slowly draw the qi from the air, but he refrained from doing so. The first strand of primordial qi was of immense importance to a martial artist and could significantly influence future developments. Jiang Yan did not wish to squander this singular opportunity. What truly constitutes the strongest qi? Jiang Yan could not ascertain, yet the principle of diligence was quietly at work. You are diligently seeking the 39 qi. Your ability to find quality qi has slightly improved. Time passed, second by second. Jiang Yan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight dawning upon him. It seems I have grasped something. He fell back into meditation. In the void, he appeared to glimpse a peculiar divine light. This was clearly the manifestation of a spatial martial sage opening a realm of its own, yet Jiang Yan's consciousness seemed to transcend all barriers, directly intertwining with the outer starry sky. In an ethereal sense, the profound essence of the universe drifted towards Jiang Yan. His breath became steady, his pores opened, and he found himself engulfed in a wondrous sensation. Suddenly, a beam of golden light transformed into a meteor and hurtled towards Jiang Yan. Chapter 33, Self-Selected Terminology. System log updated. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 3rd grade innate martial artist. You have earned a chance to select a self-chosen term. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, a sharp golden glint flashing across. Boom. The entire room was engulfed in a merciless storm, instantly reduced to dust amid an unrelenting sharpness. Jiang Yan stood on the bare ground, finally realizing what he had done. I have broken through? The state he had just experienced was enigmatic, and Jiang Yan had no recollection of it. He closed his eyes once more, quietly sensing a golden essence flowing through his entire being. Jiang Yan extended his hand, and a small golden vortex materialized at his fingertips. It resembled a sharp blade, yet also a formidable wall. From it, Jiang Yan felt the duality of destruction and resilience. What a paradox! Is it ruin or protection? Jiang Yan found himself in perplexity. What is it that I wish to destroy, and what do I wish to guard? Jiang Yan had never heard of anyone's absorbed qi being able to influence the owner's spirit, yet this golden essence achieved just that. It was truly unfathomable. Jiang Yan, confounded, decided not to dwell on it further, noting its golden hue, and thus named it Mother Qi of Metal. At that moment, the broadcast chimed once more. The first round of testing has concluded, with a total of 500,000 candidates advancing. Of the 10 million candidates who arrived, only half remained. The brutal elimination process had yet to cease. Candidates are advised to rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the second round of examinations will commence. Those who failed to reach the summit within the stipulated time wore expressions of anguish. I was just 2 steps away. If only I had a little more time. I could have advanced. Sigh, this examination truly isn't for humans. I might as well go back to screwing bolts. Woo, I thought I could endure the first round. Sighs of disappointment echoed endlessly. Yet, regardless of their regrets, they had no choice but to depart. A single round had eliminated 50% of the participants. These individuals would not even have the opportunity to enter university, as no institution would take notice of them. But reality is often harsh. No matter how difficult it is to accept, one must confront this truth. The alternative space was devoid of day or night, even after 12 hours. There was no sign of darkness. Seizing the 2-hour rest period, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, directing his consciousness back into the divine martial space. In the external world, the live stream resumed its normal function, and Jiang Yan's figure reappeared in the streaming room. Following half a day's fermentation in the outside world, Jiang Yan's name had become widely known. As soon as the live stream resumed, the viewer count rapidly surged to over 100,000, with the actual number exceeding 1 million. The live chat scrolled rapidly, buzzing with discussions about Jiang Yan's exploits. Not only the citizens of Linjiang City, but also people from other regions had located Jiang Yan's streaming room through the 9527 number. It could be said that Jiang Yan's flight technique had propelled his popularity beyond that of all other candidates. Finally, the broadcast has started. I've stocked up on snacks and drinks, preparing to stay in the streaming room until the exam concludes. The above is a true fan, but indeed, Jiang Yan's performance is remarkable. I wonder what allowed him to ascend. Discussions about Jiang Yan's flight began to unfold. I have heard that only a 5th-tier master can communicate with heaven and earth, traversing the void. Could it be that Jiang Yan is actually a 5th-tier warrior? Do not exaggerate. It is impossible for someone to become a fifth-tier warrior right after the college entrance examination. I believe that Jiang Yan possesses a unique talent for flight. Indeed, this explanation seems the most plausible. Wow, is this Jiang Yan's live streaming room? I saw clips of it online, as the examination had yet to commence. Most viewers engaged in casual discussions about the morning's test within the live broadcast room. Jiang Yan found himself utterly alone, as if he had just arrived in an otherworldly space. Divine martial space. You have broken through to the third tier of innate warriors, granting you one opportunity to select a custom attribute. Would you like to begin your selection? Jiang Yan, yes. An electronic screen unfolded before him, displaying a series of options. Combat module. Your body will be equipped with a mechanical module. The more severely you are injured in battle, the greater your combat strength, potentially reaching up to 200 of your original power. Multiple casting. During combat, each of your attacks has a 30 chance to trigger an additional strike. Immortal Aegis. Upon activation, you will gain 3 seconds of invulnerability. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Sacred Chant. Your voice possesses a powerful uplifting effect on others. After contemplating the 4 options for 2 seconds, Jiang Yan decisively made his choice. I choose multiple casting. Although a 30 probability may seem low, in the realm of chance, it is akin to 100. Jiang Yan firmly believed that those who smile are seldom unfortunate. He continually affirmed to himself, you now possess 100 multiple casting. You now possess 100 multiple casting. You now possess 100 multiple casting. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. So it turns out I possess 100 multiple casting. This self-hypnosis was certainly effective. Of course, his choice of multiple casting was not solely due to his gambling nature. There was another significant reason: frequency. This was not merely a low-probability casting of skills, but included basic attacks as well. Each strike during combat would summon a shadow-like duplicate of his attack. Multiple casting would accelerate Jiang Yan's rate of strikes. Just imagine the dazzling flurry of blades in battle. It would indeed be magnificent. Having finalized his skill selection, Jiang Yan did not linger in the divine martial space, but returned his consciousness to the real world. Outside, he remained alone. Jiang Yan did not waste any time. He began to comprehend the essence of the metal energy within him. He lifted his alloy long sword, allowing the metal energy to envelop the blade, imbuing it with a profound intent to conquer. There was something to this. Jiang Yan did not deliberately unleash the sword's might or employ any martial techniques. He simply swung the sword casually. Buzz. A piercing sound resonated in the sky, as golden sword energy sliced through the air, producing a noise akin to tearing fabric. Soon after, the golden blade light materialized, swiftly cleaving forward. The ground shattered with a thunderous roar, creating a deep gash that extended towards a massive boulder. The boulder split smoothly in two, and the golden blade light vanished. Well, it seems this little thing has some utility. Jiang Yan began to grasp one of the functions of the metal energy: destruction, pure devastation. Unbeknownst to him, individuals online had begun to compile videos of his daily activities to attract viewership, each video garnering immense attention. Naturally, his sword-swinging clips were among them. To effortlessly unleash sword energy without employing any martial techniques, what manner of person could achieve such a feat? Viewers began to analyze each frame meticulously. When an individual's power or status reaches a certain level, even their slightest actions attract widespread societal interest, much like the celebrities of Jiang Yan's previous life. Jiang Yan, however, remained oblivious and unconcerned, awaiting the commencement of the next round of examinations. Chapter 34, The Great Map Evacuation. The second round of examinations began. Over the next 3 days, candidates would be randomly assigned to different maps, each housing 10,000 examinees. They were required to search for at least 2 items marked with the martial symbol and successfully evacuate the map. Failure to evacuate or sustaining fatal injuries would result in forced removal from the map, forfeiting their qualification for the examination. Each individual could carry out a maximum of 10 items marked with martial. Any excess would be deemed invalid. For each additional item, candidates would earn 50 points. The first 1,000 to successfully evacuate with 10 items would receive an additional 100 points. The top 100 would earn an additional 200 points, while the first to evacuate with 10 items would be rewarded with an additional 300 points. Having topped the first round, Jiang Yan currently possessed 300 points, ranking first nationwide. All he needed to do was collect 10 marked items and successfully evacuate to maintain his lead. If the first round served as a sieve, eliminating those lacking distinction, then this second round was truly a test of the candidate's abilities. As long as one secured 2 marked items and successfully evacuated, they would advance. Acquiring more marked items would significantly inflate their scores, surpassing those who had not scored at all. The marked items would undoubtedly be challenging to retrieve, bound by certain restrictions that hindered candidates from scoring. The martial examination was fundamentally a selection process. Those who could break through the barriers would undoubtedly lead in scores, thereby gaining admission to their desired institutions. After announcing some precautions, Jiang Yan attentively listened, and the next moment, the world around him seemed to flip, transporting him to an unfamiliar location. The second round of examinations had officially commenced. I have washed up, No need to urinate. In bed, phone fully charged. Requesting to watch the live stream. I haven't washed up, wet the bed, tablet plugged in, requesting to watch the live stream. Embracing my wife, sleeping with my mistress. In public, requesting to watch the live stream. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The second round of examinations has finally begun. I wonder if Jiang Yan can create another miracle? Jiang Yan is invincible. Before Jiang Yan stood crumbling buildings, the desolate ruins stretching as far as the eye could see under a gloomy sky, shrouded in a somber atmosphere. The entire city lay enveloped in a faint haze. Here, Jiang Yan was unsure of the exit or the direction he should take. He could only feel his way forward. Which explained the 3 days granted by the official authorities, truly a troublesome endeavor. Not so. Jiang Yan stepped forward, gracefully gliding through the void. As if crystalline steps were forming beneath his feet, elevating him to overlook the entire city. To warriors below the 5th tier, this scene would appear miraculous. Exuding splendor. Oh, how handsome. I declare that Jiang Yan is now my idol. Though I hesitate to admit it, Jiang Ji's charisma is truly captivating. Am I the only one curious about how Jiang Yan is floating? I don't know. Perhaps it's his SS level talent? Does anyone know what specific talent Jiang Yan has awakened? I'm from Linjiang, and the SS talent of Jiang Yan in the Martial Tower has yet to be named. Almost no one knows the specifics of his talent. Once again, Jiang Yan showcased his wind control attribute, his elegant and serene demeanor truly captivating. Below him, the city revealed a circular outline, with roads intricately interwoven, as if meticulously scrambled. Jiang Yan pondered, with 5 million candidates remaining and 10,000 per map. That necessitated 500 maps. Did the government truly possess the resources to arrange such an extensive setup? This space belonged to the master of the martial realm. How formidable must one be to achieve such feats? As thoughts drifted away, Jiang Yan regained his focus and began to plunge toward a specific point within his line of sight. Li Wang wore an expression of sheer delight, feeling somewhat akin to the fabled Chosen One. Upon his sudden arrival in this city, he was astonished to discover that he was stepping upon a hard object. Upon picking it up, he was taken aback to find it was a silver medallion inscribed with the character for martial arts. Is this not the very essence of the Chosen One? Li Wang examined the medallion in his hand, his joy palpable. Just one more item, and I can ascend to the next level. If fortune favors me further, perhaps I could even gain admission to a prestigious university. Just as he reveled in his daydreams, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and sending shards flying. A fierce beast? As the debris settled, Jiang Yan's handsome visage gradually came into view before Li Wang. Surrender the medallion you possess, he commanded. Li Wang hastily tucked the medallion into his bosom, eyeing Jiang Yan warily. This is robbery. What you're doing is wrong. Jiang Yan shook his head. You are truly a challenge. With that, he surged forward, launching himself at Li Wang. Boom. Li Wang was struck down with a single punch, utterly powerless against Jiang Yan, a mere first-tier martial artist. The coveted university pass he had fortuitously acquired now lay in Jiang Yan's hands due to his own frailty. What you are doing is wrong. This statement evidently had no effect on Jiang Yan's disposition. After seizing Li Wang's possession, he vanished once more into the clouds, scanning the area below with the precision of a hawk, searching for items on his own. Impossible. Strength lies in numbers. With 10,000 individuals scattered throughout the city, some would inevitably stumble upon marked items. Jiang Yan merely needed to wait for opportunities to arise, leaving the gathering of resources to others. While Jiang Yan's approach was efficient, not all were pleased with his conduct. I've turned against him. Someone like this does not deserve to be a martial artist. Indeed, dear friends, heed this warning. Those who pilfer the fruits of others' labor are parasites on society, regardless of whether they gain university admission. If he is so powerful, why resort to stealing from others? Is there any difference from criminality? Yet, in this world, martial artists reigned supreme, and brute strength dictated respect. Many began to rise in defense of Jiang Yan. Those above are a bunch of naive fools, speaking without understanding the burden of competition. The authorities have not prohibited theft among competitors. Exactly, I support Jiang Yan. In this martial examination, everyone is a rival. Why shouldn't he seize what he can? I checked the IDs of these commenters. They hail from Li Wang's city. No wonder they speak so boldly. Jiang Yan is strong. He can do as he pleases. Moreover, this examination is designed to select the strongest. If Li Wang cannot compete, whose fault is that? Humph. The deluded ones above will soon quiet down when Jiang Yan is defeated and eliminated by a genius from another city. Hee. Let us wait and see. Chapter 35. He Zhao's Provocation. Jiang Yan soared through the skies, quickly unraveling the convoluted routes of the city. Now, only 9 markers remained before he could depart. His flying prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, as he resolved the evacuation route issue in mere minutes, rendering the originally designated 3-day examination period laughable. Soon, he discovered another marker, a backpack emblazoned with the character for martial arts. However, this backpack was not easily obtained. It hung from a withered tree beneath which lay a massive python, 4 to 5 meters long. The creature, a pitch-black serpent, was as thick as a barrel, its green slit-like eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson hue. A late-stage second-tier fierce beast, the black blood python. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan gripped his alloy knife tightly. Arcs of lightning dancing along its blade. Mastery of the thunderbolt slash allowed him to imbue the knife with electricity, significantly enhancing its power. Taking advantage of the black blood python's slumber, Jiang Yan struck decisively at its vitals. The blade penetrated effortlessly into flesh, his strike precise and flawless. The gleaming blade remaining untainted by blood. He retrieved the backpack from the branch and slung it over his shoulder, perfectly suited to carry the remaining markers. Jiang Yan leaped into the air once more. Meanwhile, onlookers speculated about Jiang Yan's forthcoming actions. Some believed he should play it safe, collecting 2 or 3 more markers before withdrawing, considering the city resembled a labyrinth that required significant time to navigate. Others, however, anticipated that Jiang Yan would gather all 10 markers and exit the city at the fastest pace possible, aiming for first place. Jiang Yan's inclinations clearly leaned toward the latter. Indeed, he soon encountered another candidate in possession of a marker. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan initiated the theft. Time was of the essence. Any idle chatter would hinder his progress. What you are doing is wrong. I couldn't care less about what is right or wrong. Another marker secured, Jiang Yan had now completed 30% of his task, with less than 30 minutes elapsed. Concurrently, another candidate in the same map as Jiang Yan was engaging in similar antics. He Xiao, a prodigy from the Magic City, boasted S-level talent and was at the perfected second tier, renowned online for his ability to defeat opponents of higher ranks. He had once fought against third-tier martial artists without faltering. Despite his formidable talent, he sought perfection, striving to hone his physique to the utmost in the acquired martial artist stage before assimilating the most potent energy within. Consequently, many prodigies possessed the ability to defeat stronger foes, and none dared underestimate their realms. He Xiao snatched a marker just acquired by another candidate, callously trampling it underfoot. Your belongings are now mine. That was mine, give it back. He Xiao's gaze hardened as he delivered a kick to the man's abdomen. The man gasped, his eyes bulging as he coughed up bile. You should consider yourself fortunate. This is merely an examination. He Xiao turned and departed, refusing to waste time on such worthless individuals. The chat in He Xiao's live stream erupted in applause for his domineering actions, while negative remarks, much like those in Jiang Yan's stream, were swiftly silenced. Impressive. This is how it should be done. Quickly find Jiang Yan. They are on the same map. And He Xiao already possesses 3 markers. If He Xiao robs Jiang Yan, first place is virtually his. What? That first place has already secured 3 markers? I thought he was merely lucky. It seems he possesses some real strength. Of course, He Xiao is the strongest. He fears no one, not even third-tier innate martial artists. Jiang Yan is at the center of the map, and He Xiao is approaching him. The chat in Jiang Yan's stream likewise ignited with fervor. The S-level prodigy from Magic City is coming. Jiang Yan, run. What is there to fear? Jiang Yan possesses S-level talent. It is He Xiao who should be concerned. Those above lack insight. The offspring of Magic City enjoy superior training conditions. Jiang Yan's talent has only recently awakened. There is no way he can compete with them. Everyone. I checked next door, and the chat indicated that He Xiao can battle third-tier martial artists. Yikes, it's uncertain whether Jiang Yan can hold his ground. The citizens of Lingjiang began to express their concerns for Jiang Yan. This was not unwarranted. Though Lingjiang was small, it occasionally produced 1 or 2 S-level prodigies. Yet these talents often struggled against the champions from larger cities during examinations. This led the residents of Lingjiang and similar cities to develop a prevailing mindset. Martial artists from small cities could not compete with those from larger cities, let alone from the illustrious Magic City, the hallowed ground for countless aspirants of martial arts. How simple could it be for those emerging from Magic City? They hoped that Jiang Yan could evade He Xiao, at least avoiding a direct confrontation with the talented prodigy from the 2 capitals until he had accumulated sufficient points. Yet, reality often defies one's wishes. The 2 finally crossed paths. He Xiao caught sight of Jiang Yan soaring through the sky. Unlike others who would react with alarm, he smirked with a wicked glint in his eye. Aerial talent, is it? Let me see if I can bring you down. He Xiao picked up a rock the size of a head from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it with force. The stone roared through the air, slicing it with a piercing sound, predicting Jiang Yan's flight path with impeccable speed, strength, and accuracy. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Jiang Yan's body twisted in midair with an uncanny agility, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Turning around, their eyes locked. He Xiao contemptuously raised his middle finger in a provocative gesture. He was not thoughtless. Rather, he aimed to provoke Jiang Yan into revealing his true capabilities. Yet, instead of being incensed, Jiang Yan sensed that He Xiao likely possessed numerous markers. Thus, he descended. No. Jiang Yan's livestream chat erupted in a chorus of despair. He Xiao sneered, huh? Fool, you fell for that so easily. He Xiao's talent was related to arson, but with Jiang Yan in the sky, he found himself at a disadvantage. Now, with the prey drawn in, it was time for the hunter to make his move. The 2 exchanged no words. Their gazes were solely fixated on the desire for points. The battle commenced without a single utterance. Whoosh. He Xiao cast aside his clothing, igniting his entire body in flames. While the livestream chat humorously censored his crucial parts. My husband is so big yet not handsome. The chat reached a new peak. He shall. The first to broadcast from the examination venue. Chapter 36, Perfect Withdrawal. A third-grade innate combatant faced off against a second-grade blood coagulator. Jiang Yan had never engaged in such a lavish battle before. The silver blade radiated a fierce lightning aura as Jiang Yan unleashed a powerful slash. He shall. Engulfed in flames, braced himself and took the hit with his flesh. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yan's single slash seemed to transform into two. System log update. You have triggered multiple spellcasting. The two blades of energy collided against He Xiao's hand. With a soft thud, Jiang Yan sheathed his blade and calmly approached the bloodied and crumpled He Xiao on the ground, a hint of resignation on his face. I thought you would be formidable. Jiang Yan had merely executed a casual strike, without employing any talents or martial techniques. Yet the once arrogant He Xiao could no longer resist. He pondered silently. Have I truly grown this strong? The live stream room fell silent, the fervor that had erupted from their encounter now extinguished. Many had anticipated that He Xiao, being from the magical city, would utterly suppress Jiang Yan, while others considered that Jiang Yan might triumph through sheer willpower. Some even speculated that they would end in a stalemate, both sustaining grievous injuries. But none could have foreseen that Jiang Yan could dispatch the seemingly invincible He Xiao with a single stroke. The surreal nature of it all made it seem as though Jiang Yan had not struck down a paragon of the magical city, but rather a mere weed by the roadside. Effortlessly graceful, Jiang Yan lifted his blade, his expression icy. He Xiao's dilated pupils reflected a flicker of fear. No, please. With one swift motion, Jiang Yan brought down his blade. He Xiao, in a moment of despair, closed his eyes. What was he thinking? This was the examination venue. Could he truly kill you? Jiang Yan merely used his blade to lift He Xiao's clothing, retrieving the markers. A flute and a jade tablet were swiftly stowed in his backpack before he soared back into the sky. From He Xiao's perspective, that towering figure grew increasingly distant. He struggled to rise, bitterly regarding the gaping wound on his hand. After suffering such a grave injury, he feared he would be excluded from both schools. Truly, there are greater powers beyond comprehension. Faced with such an adversary, He Xiao found himself incapable of even summoning the energy to hate. Jiang Yan continued his pursuit of targets. Now, with 5 markers in his possession, he was undoubtedly ahead of all competitors in speed. And indeed, this was evident. Observant netizens updated the livestream data of various prodigies in real time, even creating a ranking based on the statistics. In under an hour, Jiang Yan had secured 5 markers, undeniably claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. If the first round could be attributed to luck and unique talents, what could be said of the second round? The voices of skepticism dwindled, replaced by the adulation of countless admirers. Jiang Yan's livestream room buzzed with excitement. Goodie bags flowed in, and the chat scrolled endlessly. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, Jiang Yan descended into the territory dominated by a third-grade ferocious beast. With 2 swift strikes, the beast met its demise in the northwest. The martial examination was not solely designed for the gifted, but also considered those of intermediate levels, resulting in Jiang Yan encountering few foes beyond the third-grade beast in this second round. With his expansive aerial view, Jiang Yan swiftly dispatched several demon beasts, bringing his markers to 9. Just one more, and he could exit the map, once again securing the top position in the second round. Soon, he spotted a massive silver-horned rhinoceros from the sky. Generally, such maps do not casually place ferocious beasts within, if one were to discover a beast. It was likely that a marker was hidden nearby. Jiang Yan dove down, his blade crackling with lightning, the essence of metal enveloping him as purple-gold sparks cascaded like meteors. Celestial descent. The silver-horned rhinoceros was cleaved in 2, lifeless. Jiang Yan scanned the surroundings and found the martial character inscribed upon the beast's horn. Well placed indeed. Thus, Jiang Yan had reached the maximum limit of collected markers. He once again stepped onto the void, making his way towards the exit. Congratulations to candidate 9527, Jiang Yan, for being the first to perfectly withdraw from the map. Congratulations to candidate 9527, Jiang Yan, for being the first to perfectly withdraw from the map. Congratulations to candidate 9527, Jiang Yan, for being the first to perfectly withdraw from the map. The announcement repeated thrice, etching Jiang Yan's name into the memories of all. He was teleported to a room reminiscent of a luxurious hotel, where he began tallying his earned points. First in the initial round, he secured 300 points. First to withdraw in the second round, he gained another 300 points, alongside 8 markers, each worth 50 points, totaling 400 points. Cumulative score, 1,000. A commanding lead. Jiang Yan had claimed all possible points across the 2 rounds, rightfully earning the title of first place. Meanwhile, other candidates were either being relentlessly pursued by ferocious beasts or, through luck, acquiring a marker only to be robbed by their peers, rendering their efforts futile. Others chose a more cautious approach, opting to gather 2 markers before seeking a safe spot to locate the exit. Within the complex urban pathways, candidates resembled grasshoppers ensnared within a wall, desperately searching for a way out. Unlike ordinary cities, this map possessed severely restricted space, prompting thoughts such as, why not just leap over? With sufficient strength, any place could serve as an exit. Such notions had long been anticipated by the officials. An air wall effectively thwarted the candidates' every dubious intention, leaving them with no choice but to painstakingly seek the evacuation point. 3 days to collect enough markers and successfully find the exit posed a monumental challenge for the candidates. Throughout the process, ferocious beasts, fellow candidates, and direction itself became stumbling blocks. An aspect of the jungle law was applied to this group of naive and unsuspecting candidates. Half a day later, the announcement once again heralded the success of the second-place candidate's perfect withdrawal. Regrettably, the attention paled in comparison to Jiang Yan. People only remember the first. The second seems less significant. Jiang Yan reclined on the hotel bed, silently commending the creator of this scenario. To this day, he still believed that once the examination concluded, he could return to the hotel. Little did he know, this was merely a privilege exclusive to the first. However, as long as he remained the foremost, such privileges would evolve into the mundane. His consciousness returned to the divine martial space. Jiang Yan approached the combat arena. Having broken through to the innate level, he officially commenced his assault against the Thousand Vines Flower Demon. The Flower Demon possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, and to vanquish it, a decisive strike was imperative. The battle began. Countless tendrils surged toward Jiang Yan from the Flower Demon. Jiang Yan severed these vines, swiftly evading to seek an opportune moment to strike. Chapter 37. The second round of the examination concluded. An overwhelming wave of vines descended like a net, aiming to ensnare Jiang Yan. The Flower Demon's eerie pink eyes radiated a captivating light, while its stem-like lips emitted a chilling screech, a sound that pierced the ears like demonic music. The cacophony was somewhat irksome to Jiang Yan, but once he activated the Battle Saint armor, his condition was substantially enhanced. Yen lay destruction slash. Jiang Yan leaped, cleaving the approaching vines. He propelled himself downward like a bolt of lightning, aiming his strike at the core of the Flower Demon. The demon hastily retreated, unleashing a dense barrage of floral stems and leaves in an attempt to obstruct Jiang Yan's assault. Yet, Jiang Yan would not acquiesce to her wishes. The blinding flash of lightning illuminated the arena, dazzling as if the blazing sun had descended. The terrifying blade aura shot forth like a comet, directly striking the Flower Demon's core. Boom. The core of the Flower Demon was cleaved in two beneath the force of that dreadful blade. However, the battle was not yet over. The severed body of the Flower Demon writhed on the ground, quickly reassembling itself to regain life. Within the system logs, Jiang Yan's mastery of martial skills continued to ascend, his physique concurrently strengthening. The Battle Saint armor resonated with growing vigor, the golden cloak behind him emanating a brilliant light. Seemingly celebrating this exhilarating combat, Jiang Yan channeled energy within, causing the innate metal essence he absorbed to manifest as a faint ethereal shadow enveloping his body. Suddenly, the shadow expanded and coalesced around Jiang Yan's blade. The blade's aura trembled slightly, as the demon's balance subtly shifted its attributes into pure strength. Jiang Yan unleashed the Yen Lay Destruction / once more. System log updated. Your mastery of the Yen Lay Destruction / has reached control. The thunder erupted outward, coalescing into a formidable blade aura. You have triggered dual casting. The blade shadows overlapped, two essences of destruction merging above the Flower Demon like a divine judgment. Dual casting. Fortune favors me, Jiang Yan murmured, exerting all his might to swing the blade. The obliterating blade aura enveloped the entire combat space, blindingly white, as if the world had reverted to its inception. You have slain the Thousand Vines Flower Demon. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple attribute, Thicket Flower Language. Thicket Flower Language. Your vitality is as tenacious as the robust grass of the thicket, with a 100 increase in recovery speed after injury. You have slain the Thousand Vines Flower Demon. The Heaven Rewards Diligence. Fallback mechanism has been triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained the white attribute, Precognition. Precognition. You can instantly fall asleep without external interference. In a sense, the probability of unveiling a white attribute is even lower than that of a purple one. Jiang Yan gazed at the newly acquired Precognition attribute in bewilderment, uncertain of its utility. He practiced diligently from dawn till dusk, only contemplating a brief nap when utterly exhausted. Thus far, he had never suffered from insomnia. Well, it is an extra attribute after all. One cannot be too demanding. The combat space has been updated. Do you wish to continue the challenge? No. Jiang Yan exited the combat space and transitioned to the self-study area to continue his training. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint armor, awaiting evolution. Realm, innate. Martial skills, unorthodox. Basic sword technique perfected. Yellow grade low, mighty bull strength perfected. Yellow grade high, explosive steps perfected. Xian grade high, 9 continuous steps perfected. Heaven grade high, Yen Lay Destruction / controlled. Attributes, Heaven Rewards Diligence, Destiny, truth of life and death, blue, swift, blue, wine mastery, blue, blade bearer, purple, critical moment, orange, demon S balance, purple, multiple casting, special selected, thicket flower language, purple, precognition, white. Special, blade aura, can be transcended into blade intent, innate metal essence, self-named. He wished to delve into the nature of the innate metal essence within his body. Jiang Yan settled cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, visualizing the intricate network of meridians akin to roots delving into the earth, a complex web within. Strands of golden essence coursed through his bloodstream, participating in a cyclical motion. Alas, after reaching the innate level, one must absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. It is said that some powerful individuals have developed breathing techniques to assist in energy absorption. Yet I have nothing at present and can only cultivate slowly. Jiang Yan meticulously communicated with the innate metal essence within, attempting to draw it into his body. The innate metal essence seemed to respond to Jiang Yan's command, beginning to emit gentle and delicate radiance, drawing forth the external energies that resonated with it. A soft glow enveloped his body. System log updated. You are in the process of energy absorption. Your absorption speed has slightly increased. You are in the process of energy absorption. Your absorption speed has slightly increased. Jiang Yan gradually found his rhythm. Sharpness. Resilience. He seemed to comprehend the essence of the innate metal essence. In simple terms, it embodies both offense and defense, sharp outwardly, resilient inwardly. Time passed by inexorably. The second round of the examination approached its conclusion. Ding ding ding. The second round of the examination has ended. Candidates who successfully completed the task and withdrew will commence the final round 3 hours later. Those who failed to withdraw will be teleported out of the alternate space. Once the results of the second round were announced, joy and sorrow coexisted. Some were unfortunate, having their markers snatched by others, thus missing the chance for the next round. Others, by fortune, found 2 markers and successfully lingered until extraction. However, more often than not, it boiled down to strength. Those with formidable power invariably secured ample markers. For instance, He Shao, although initially robbed by Jiang Yan and nearly losing his right hand, still relied on his perfected second-grade strength to complete the task and withdraw by seizing from others. It can only be said that luck may influence outcomes, but strength is far more likely to forge victory. The officials began to release the points rankings from the first 2 rounds. First place, 9,527, Jiang Yan 1,000 points. Second place, 1 merchant 800 points. Third place, 36, Shao Ziming 800 points. Fourth place, 13, Lin Li 800 points. Fifth place, 124,382, Yang Hanyue 800 points. In the top 100, apart from Jiang Yan, all others amassed 800 points. The cumulative score from the first and second rounds yielded a total of 400 points, while additionally, surplus markers counted for 50 points apiece, also summing to 400 points. The top 100 flawlessly completed the challenges, with only Jiang Yan's first place score outpacing the rest. Beyond the 100th place, candidates displayed a decline in strength, causing scores to vary significantly. Nevertheless, overall, the current differences in scores were minimal, and those with lower scores still had the opportunity to surpass those above them. Such uniform scores are evidently unsuitable for selecting talent in higher education institutions. Hence, experts speculated that this final round would magnify the score disparities. Names like Jiang Yan, Merchant, and Lin Li emerged as hot topics of discussion. No one had anticipated that an individual hailing from a humble locale could eclipse the prodigies of 2 major cities, occupying the most resplendent position on the leaderboard. It is noteworthy that in years past, the top 10 spots were monopolized by candidates from those metropolitan areas. Thus, the abrupt emergence of an outsider today indeed dealt a sharp blow to the pride of individuals from those regions. Videos of their battles were meticulously edited and analyzed frame by frame, speculating on who held the greatest promise of becoming the top scorer in the entrance examination. Even the clash between Jiang Yan and He Shao was scrutinized. During that encounter, although Jiang Yan wielded his blade with apparent nonchalance, many discerning observers detected subtle hints of his prowess. Have you noticed how peculiar Jiang Yan appears when he grips his sword? Peculiar? In what manner? I find him rather dashing, his strikes executed with precision and flair. No, it's the way he wields the blade that evokes an indescribable sensation. Just as the discussion reached a fervent pitch, a comment unexpectedly surfaced. Jiang Yan has mastered the essence of the blade. He merely chose not to reveal it during the battle. The essence of the blade? Am I delusional, or is the commentator above me? Is this something an examinee of his age ought to ponder? Strangely enough, I recall witnessing a blade master, who had honed the essence of the sword, demonstrate his techniques several times, and indeed, there was an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yan's style. Subsequently, someone juxtaposed the video of that blade master with Jiang Yan's battle footage. Remarkably, after such a comparison, they discerned that same ethereal quality of harmony between man and sword in Jiang Yan. An astonishing thought immediately struck them. Jiang Yan truly had mastered the essence of the blade. In reality, Shun Donglin withdrew his phone, concealing his accomplishments and fame. After all, Jiang Yan was one of their own from the southeast province, making it reasonable for Shun to boast. He regaled his old friend with tales of his past acquaintance with the young Jiang Yan. Chapter 38, Battle Royale Mode. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Within the examination hall, the broadcast echoed once more. The third round of examinations is about to commence. All candidates are advised to prepare themselves as we now announce the examination rules. This test will adopt a multiplayer competitive format, with all candidates being randomly exiled to a vast map. Each of you will receive a scorecard displaying your current points. Candidates can earn points by vanquishing ferocious beasts or by seizing the scorecards of others. Upon successfully plundering another candidate, you will acquire half of their points. The plundered candidate will be randomly teleported to a deserted area within 100 meters. Should they be plundered a second time, they will lose their eligibility to continue the examination, and their final score will be recorded as that of their last valid score. This examination will last for 7 days, with the map shrinking daily at midnight. After the 4th day, all candidates will lose their teleportation opportunity. Should your scorecard be plundered, you will forfeit all points and exit the examination, although the points earned prior to your exit will be retained as part of your overall examination results. Furthermore, after the 4th day, any plundering of another scorecard will yield all their points. Jiang Yan listened intently to the examination rules, recognizing the cruelty inherent in this final test, which overtly encouraged candidates to seize points from one another. Was this not reminiscent of a certain 4-character game from his previous life? The daily shrinking of the safe zone was clearly designed to heighten encounters among candidates. The loss of revival opportunities after the 4th day aimed to incentivize competition among examinees. This entrance examination starkly revealed Blue Star's underlying attitude towards martial artists, a philosophy of wild growth, eschewing the nurturing of delicate blooms in a greenhouse. Jiang Yan continued to absorb the subsequent rules regarding point calculation. Unlike previous rounds, this final examination lacked ranking points. All scores would depend solely on one's strength. Slaying a first-tier beast would yield 5 points, a second-tier beast 10 points, a third-tier beast 50 points, and a fourth-tier beast 100 points. Notably, should you believe yourself to be on the verge of being slain by a beast, you may preemptively press the distress button on your scorecard. Upon requesting help, the candidate will be immediately eliminated and teleported out of the examination, with no opportunity for revival. Jiang Yan pondered the implications of the rules. Since they stated that slaying a 4th-tier beast would grant points, it indicated that such beasts were indeed present from the outset, though their prevalence remained uncertain. However, it was reasonable to assume they would not be overly abundant. Slaying a 3rd-tier beast would equate to defeating 10 first-tier beasts, suggesting that disparities in strength would easily emerge among candidates during this contest. Soon, the competition commenced. Jiang Yan materialized in a barren desert. Gripping a technologically advanced scorecard encased in metal, its black screen displaying a score of 0. Beneath the black screen lay a red button, secured by a fingerprint lock, operable solely by him. Pressing it would signify his elimination. He tucked the scorecard into his pocket and surveyed his surroundings. This place was devoid of even a blade of grass, rendering concealment impossible. However, this ironically played to his advantage. Jiang Yan continued to employ his wind manipulation and 9-step ascendance technique, soaring into the sky to survey the terrain. In his field of vision, to the north loomed a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, to the west lay desolation, to the east, a stretch of low grasslands, and to the south, an equally barren landscape. He observed numerous candidates engaged with ferocious beasts. The live-streaming audience had grown accustomed to the erratic camera movements, and even jested that one ought to obtain a helicopter pilot's license to follow Jiang Yan's broadcast. The real-time footage had indeed proven challenging for viewers. "I feel a bit dizzy. I need to step away for a moment," someone remarked. "I concur. I believe Jiang Yan should prioritize hunting ferocious beasts for the first 4 days, then robbing others of their scorecards in the final 3 days to maximize his gains." Others began to analyze the pros and cons, strategizing for Jiang Yan, suggesting that this approach would yield the most points. This commentary garnered widespread agreement from the audience. The consensus was that battling beasts in the first 4 days and seizing cards in the last 3, combined with Jiang Yan's previous accumulation of 1,000 points, would likely secure him a position within the top 100. At present, the true capabilities of the other candidates remained largely undisclosed, preventing any definitive conclusions regarding Jiang Yan's guaranteed ascent to the pinnacle of the examination. Of course, he was the frontrunner for the title of top scorer, but that remained merely a hopeful aspiration. The narrative of the commoners triumphing over the elite had captivated the public for years. As anticipated, Jiang Yan indeed refrained from engaging with other candidates during the first 4 days and instead opted to fatten the sheep before making his move in the final 3 days. He dove from the sky, delivering a lethal strike, claiming a second-tier fire lizard before it could mount any defense. Just as he prepared to depart, a commanding voice rang out behind him. "Wait." Jiang Yan turned to see a striking woman with a ponytail, hands on her hips, imperiously instructing him. "You've stolen my kill. Now, as punishment, hand over your scorecard." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking the woman must be deranged. She regarded him with palpable disdain, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot and brandished a whip menacingly. If you want to willingly surrender it, don't blame me for being ungracious. With a flick of her wrist, the whip transformed into a striking serpent, lunging towards Jiang Yan. He countered with his blade, shattering the whip before the astonished girl's eyes. His alloyed long sword hovered ominously above her head. Hand over your scorecard. I refuse. While the examination forbids killing, it doesn't preclude debilitating others, Jiang Yan retorted with a cold smile. He lifted the blade, nudging the woman's chin, the edge gradually slicing through flesh. Crimson blood oozing forth. The woman's expression shifted to one of terror. You can't do this. With a forceful kick, Jiang Yan sent her sprawling, her body crashing to the ground, the violent impact rendering her unconscious. Jiang Yan approached and retrieved the scoring plate from her garments, just as he was pondering how to utilize this trinket. However, the scoring plate before him vanished along with the woman's form. Jiang Yan glanced at his own scoring plate, which revealed that he had previously slain a first-tier ferocious beast. A first-tier beast is worth 5 points, halved. That amounts to 25 points, posing no issues whatsoever. Jiang Yan chose to remain still, as a more cunning idea struck him. Since after the 4th day, plundering other candidates would yield all their points, did that not imply that if he managed to rob the current first-place holder, he would instantly ascend to the top? Prior to this, he need not expend time and effort slaying ferocious beasts. Yet, this approach bore a significant risk. If Jiang Yan failed to surpass the first place and had no points credited beforehand, he would exit with a score of 0. Thus, could he indeed surpass the first? Presently, Jiang Yan lacked a reference point and was oblivious to the strength of the other top candidates. Chapter 39. The leaderboard in the official examination live broadcast. The stream was prominently featured atop all platforms, amassing an astonishing 200 million views, with nearly 30 million spectators engrossed in this event. On the screen, a candidate was engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast. The voices of a male and female commentator resonated from the background. The candidate, named AI Ning, displayed remarkable valor. Although at the late stage of blood condensation, he dared to confront a fully matured second-tier beast, even managing to gain the upper hand. Indeed, the map indicated that another candidate was approaching him. It was uncertain to whom the points for this ferocious beast would ultimately belong. As the commentary concluded, the live feed swiftly shifted to the approaching candidate. It was none other than the current second-place contender, the merchant, who, within merely half an hour of the examination's commencement, had already vanquished a second-tier beast and 2 third-tier beasts, accumulating a total of 110 points. The viewers in the chat were equally fervent. That AI Ning is finished. The merchant hails from the illustrious capital and is a mid-tier third-grade warrior with countless techniques at his disposal. There's no way out for him. What a stroke of bad luck. Encountering the top contender so early in the competition, AI Ning's chances of scoring high are surely dashed. AI Ning is foolishly challenging that second-tier beast alone. Once the merchant arrives, he won't even have time to flee. On screen, AI Ning wielded his nurturing sword, embroiled in a fierce struggle with the second-tier beast, entirely unaware of the shadow looming behind him. Ling Xiao sword slash. Just as he prepared to end the life of the beast, a figure materialized before him, effortlessly intercepting AI Ning's formidable strike with one hand while delivering a powerful punch to the beast's skull with the other. The beast had exploded, and the merchant acquired another 10 points. You dare to steal my kill. AI Ning erupted in fury. With a swift kick, the merchant sent AI Ning hurtling backward, losing control of his body. Thud. AI Ning crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his face a mask of terror as he finally recognized the formidable opponent he faced. Cursing inwardly, he thought, damn, why is everyone so strong? Jiang Yan is formidable, as is this man. Each one is an insurmountable adversary. I cannot afford to squander my chance for resurrection here. Otherwise, I will truly fail the examination. Gritting his teeth, AI Ning turned to flee. The merchant, not even glancing back, merely scoffed at him, regarding him as an insignificant insect, and continued on his way. In the merchant's mind, AI Ning was unlikely to have accrued many points on his scoring plate. He shared a mindset akin to Jiang Yan's, with aspirations aimed at the top, intending to harvest these insects when the final circle arrived, thereby avoiding unnecessary exertion. It appeared the merchant had opted for a strategy of temporary retreat, displaying no intention of complete annihilation. Yet, with just one move, he had decisively defeated AI Ning, proving his reputation well-deserved. AI Ning's choice to flee was a prudent tactical decision. The examination had just commenced, and if he lost his resurrection opportunity now, he would have no room for error in the subsequent 7 days. The two commentators analyzed the encounter thoroughly, while the chat erupted with emotional outbursts, irrationally berating AI Ning as a coward who dared not fight. At this point, the audience remained unaware of the merchant's true talents. Thus far, he had dispatched every opponent with a single strike, leading viewers to hope for a candidate capable of revealing the merchant's genuine strength. The live feed transitioned. A young woman, brandishing a long spear, was engaged in combat with a mid-tier third-level beast. Her ferocity was awe-inspiring, as she pierced the beast's skull effortlessly, blood splattering without even a blink of her eye. Qing Lu is so magnificent. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is unparalleled. I heard Qing Lu has been suppressing her second-tier realm for a year, only to find her true essence just before the examination, leaping to a third-tier innate level. Such a genius can break through at will. Intentionally restraining her cultivation is a pursuit of the strongest martial path, a spirit not possessed by ordinary individuals. Typically, ferocious beasts are stronger than warriors within the same realm. However, in the face of these prodigies, such a notion was evidently nullified. From the Leaf family of Magic City, Li Qing Lu, with S-grade talent, wielded her spear with unparalleled finesse, captivating a vast audience since the first round. Of course, her beauty was also a contributing factor. This world is indeed unyieldingly realistic. Within the official live broadcast, the leaderboard continuously updated with the candidate scores. The upper right corner displayed a real-time leaderboard, tracking the candidate scores as they progressed. First place, the merchant. Second place, Li Qing Lu. Third place, Xiao Ziming. The rankings fluctuated, with the merchant being briefly displaced by Xiao Ziming, only for Li Qing Lu to swiftly reclaim the top position. The competition for the top three was fierce among these three, as the others lagged far behind. These three had scarcely utilized their innate energies or martial techniques, as if the examination were merely a playful endeavor for them, calculating the worth of every move before committing. A third-tier warrior battling a horde of first- and second-tier beasts, these top-tier geniuses rendered the rest of the candidates utterly helpless. Fortunately, there existed a shared understanding among the strong, the concept of pig farming. They did not rush to seize scoring plates, but instead casually dispatched a few beasts to pass the time, intending to fatten their prey for later slaughter. A feat only achievable with absolute confidence in their own strength. Yet, even with this seemingly lackadaisical approach, the top 1,000 on the leaderboard remained almost static, as the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. While others toiled day and night against first-tier beasts, the strong could effortlessly slay a third-tier beast. Suddenly, the chat exploded with fervor. What about Jiang Yan, who was first in the previous rounds? Why are there no visuals of him? Indeed, I don't see Jiang Yan's name among the top 1,000. Surely he can't be that weak? I guess so, he talked a big game for days. And now that it's time for action, he has vanished. I came from room 9527. How to put it? You should probably check it out for yourselves. Jiang Yan had stirred such a commotion in the preceding days, yet upon entering the actual contest, he disappeared, leaving those who hadn't tuned into his stream perplexed. Director quickly switched to Jiang Yan. Indeed, stop broadcasting random footage. We want to see Jiang Yan. The director, evidently receiving feedback, adjusted the camera to focus on Jiang Yan. In the next moment, the live stream, watched by tens of millions, plunged into an eerie silence. Chapter 40, Mid-Stage Innate. Within a rocky cavern, you are absorbing the essence of the gung metal, causing a slight enhancement in your inhalation speed. In the depths of your being, you have grasped a modicum of the secrets to inhalation. Jiang Yan's breathing has become notably smoother, his brow unfurling in a state of utter relaxation, as he reclines on the ground, seemingly relishing the moment. Inhalation, after all, should be pursued in the most comfortable manner. One wonders who first decreed that one must sit cross-legged, rendering the act overly formal. Now, let us shift our focus to the top-ranking examinee, Jiang Yan, and observe what he is currently engaged in. As the live broadcast shifts its perspective, the commentators find themselves at a loss for words, and the barrage of comments from millions of viewers comes to an abrupt halt. Isn't this dude's sleep quality remarkable? Not even a snore? Hey Jiang, are you going to wake up for a meal, or what? Excuse me, is this a live stream from a baby crib? My child keeps fussing at night. I desperately need sleep like his. Wake up, brother, you're in the midst of the college entrance exam. The audience is left speechless. Yet the professional integrity of the commentators prevails, as a man and woman hastily concoct explanations. I surmise this might be Jiang Yan's strategy, gathering his strength before making a spectacular comeback later. Indeed, compared to his peers, Jiang Yan appears to embody a greater sense of composure. Perhaps he has his own considerations. Who understands the sense of fate in the commentator's forced attempts at explanation? Haha. This is killing me, not literally. While others are diligently battling it out, even the formidable merchants dare not forego securing any points in the early stages. Yet Jiang Yan seems quite at ease, sleeping soundly during the examination. Could it be that he has realized his own inadequacies, hence seeking refuge in this manner? Don't be so cynical. He should possess some strength, but it seems he cannot yet match the merchants. One can only say his future performance remains to be seen. The live feed transitions once more. It is hardly engaging to broadcast someone sleeping continuously. Jiang Yan, now immersed in the process, allows the essence of gung metal to traverse his meridians, circulating through his body before converging in his dantian, in a repetitive cycle. His limbs and bones are being cleansed by the golden essence, growing increasingly resilient. It is no wonder that innate talent is regarded as a threshold in the martial realm. The disparity between innate and acquired abilities is indeed vast. Innate martial artists transcend mere physicality, endowing themselves with strength beyond the corporeal form. Jiang Yan remains composed, eschewing external conflicts to further cultivate the essence of gunmetal. He continues to sleep with the innocence of an infant, devoid of any breathing techniques as aids. Yet his inhalation speed rivals that of martial artists employing advanced breathing methods. Such an anomaly, if discovered by other martial artists, would surely pique their curiosity, compelling them to dissect Jiang Yan's mind to unveil its secrets. For days pass, the external conflicts have reached a boiling point. All examinees begin to exert their efforts, and those at the forefront of the rankings cease to conceal their prowess as unfamiliar names emerge on the leaderboard. At this juncture, the number of revivals has diminished. If one's scorecard is seized, their examination journey will come to an abrupt halt. The weak begin to hide, while the strong unleash their full might. Jiang Yan's private streaming room witnesses a continuous influx of viewers, having remained asleep for 4 days. Even his most ardent supporters grow disenchanted and turn their attention to other streams. It is then that Jiang Yan finally opens his eyes. System log update. Congratulations. You have broken through to the mid-stage of innate talent. Your diligent inhalation over these days has led you to discover your own rhythm of breathing. Congratulations on creating a personalized breathing technique. Your steadfast practice of the Yin Lei Pum Ye slash has borne fruit. Congratulations. Your mastery of the Yin Lei Pei slash has reached a subtle level, granting you control over Thunderclap. Jiang Yan's character panel undergoes a significant update. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint's Garb, awaiting evolution. Realm, mid-stage innate. Breathing technique, unnamed. Martial skills, subpar, basic swordplay perfected. Yellow grade low, mighty bull strength perfected. Yellow grade high, explosive step perfected. Profound grade high, 9 vertical steps perfected. Heaven grade high, Yin Lei Pumye slash subtle. Attributes, Heaven's Way Rewards Diligence, Destiny, Life and Death Truth, blue, swift, blue, wine mastery, blue, sword bearer, purple, moment of life and death, orange, multiple casting, self-selected special, demons balance, purple, floral language in the wild, purple, premonition, white. Special, sword intent, can be transcended into sword will. Gunmetal essence. The few thousand loyal fans in the streaming room begin to stir. Awake at last. I thought he would sleep until the competition concluded. Indeed, I have been waiting in the stream for 4 whole days. Who understands the sense of redemption upon his awakening? Awaken, it is the moment to haunt. Northern expedition, settlement. Jiang Yan rises, stretching his body, and at once, a resounding chorus echoes from him. The sound resembling popping beans. Boom. With a single step, he strides forth, landing squarely at the edge of a cliff. Not far from Jiang Yan, an invisible wall of air stands solemnly, presumably the so-called poison circle. To his surprise, the map has shrunk significantly. Jiang Yan deliberately selects a spot near the center. Yet the poison circle still encroaches, indicating that the remaining candidates have engaged in numerous battles, amassing substantial scores. Jiang Yan moistens his parched lips and leaps into the sky. Whoosh. Quickly, he identifies his target and dives down like a meteor. Rumble. The examinee, caught unawares, is knocked unconscious by the back of Jiang Yan's blade before he can even react. Upon inspecting the scorecard, he sees the number 300 displayed. The next moment, both the scorecard and the examinee vanish, marking the end of his examination. 4 days later, gaining points no longer results in halved reductions, and candidates no longer possess revival opportunities. Jiang Yan glances at his scorecard, 3025. He smirks and ascends once more into the air, seeking his next target. 1 minute later, amidst a throng of candidates, he locks onto a figure, a smirk playing on his lips as he dives straight down. Aning has been steadily advancing, holding 400 points. Although he lost a revival opportunity to a second-tier perfected examinee along the way, he has since enjoyed good fortune, encountering no further strong opponents, and has managed to survive to this point. A bright smile graces his face. With this score combined with his points from the second round, he could secure admission to a respectable university. Suddenly, his expression freezes, locking eyes with the man descending from above. The man winks at him before plummeting downward. No, I cannot fall here. I wish to advance further. Aning frantically retreats, his legs propelling him backward in a desperate escape. The derisive words of yore. When candidates meet in the examination room, they are treated as mere dust, forgotten entirely. This phrase has finally manifested into reality. However, the protagonist has changed. Chapter 41, The Way of Heaven. Jiang Yan's speed is astonishing. In an instant, he lands before Aning. Aning, drenched in cold sweat, stumbles backward, repeatedly murmuring, Jiang Yan, please don't come any closer. Jiang Yan smiles and replies, I rather preferred your former rebellious demeanor. Could you possibly revert to that? Aning's face reveals a hint of embarrassment, a flicker of anger surfacing, though it is swiftly concealed. We bear no grievances from the past nor the present. If you let me go now, I assure you I will provide you with benefits once outside. Jiang Yan shrugs, shaking his head in resignation. I'm sorry, but this is the college entrance exam. To me, You are merely a source of points. With that, he refrains from further conversation and draws his blade. I'll fight you. Aiming roars, brandishing his sword and charging forward. A second later, Jiang Yan observes the additional 600 points on his scorecard. A satisfied smile gracing his face. This kid is quite the prize. The journey of ironing in the martial arts examination has come to an end. However, the surviving candidates are predominantly resilient individuals, and his continued existence serves little purpose. With a score of 600, combined with prior points, he has secured a place in a reputable university. Suddenly, the heavenly thunder decree. A yellow talisman soared through the air, detonating in an explosion. As a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding roar. Boom! The lightning struck behind Jiang Yan, tearing holes in his clothing, yet leaving him unscathed. Turning around, he found a young man clad in Taoist garb staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. Goodness, I've encountered a formidable opponent, the Taoist muttered, hastily rubbing his talisman and summoning a gust of wind to make his swift escape. But Jiang Yan would not let him flee so easily. With the addition of the rapid skill and the battle-saint armor, he traversed the winds, his form transforming into a whirlwind in pursuit. The Taoist, pedaling furiously, thought he had gained some distance to catch his breath when suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed in his ears. Turning back, he was astonished to see the man had taken flight, moving with incredible speed. 3 pure ones, Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Prajna Buddhas. What kind of monster is this? He cursed under his breath, crushing another talisman to increase his pace. In Thunder Destruction Slash. Jiang Yan's aura surged as he brandished his blade toward the fleeing Taoist. You have triggered dual spellcasting. The proficiency of his In Thunder Destruction Slash unleashed the might of the thunder, enveloping his blade in a torrent of purple lightning. Endless arcs of lightning consumed the Taoist's form, a terrifying aura of destruction ripping through everything. Golden Body Talisman. The Great Earth Incantation. Limitless Golden Body. The Taoist felt a chill run through him, sensing a life-threatening force barreling toward him. Which ancestral spirit has come to partake in this examination? I thought we were mere mortals. He cursed, depleting all his protective talismans, having exhausted the dozens he had meticulously carved for the finals. Glancing back at the storm of lightning, he swallowed hard. Surely this can hold. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so reckless with his attack, and now he had nothing left. Boom! Thunder roared as 2 colossal blades of energy descended. The Taoist was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through countless trees and carving a deep trench in the ground. The talismans had at least absorbed 90% of the attack, but the remaining 10% was insurmountable. He coughed up blood, his vitality waning. Jiang Yan descended from above, his indifferent gaze resembling that of a deity as he looked upon the barely alive Taoist. Brother, you've misunderstood. Jiang Yan ignored him, slicing through the Taoist's garments, revealing a scorecard that fell to the ground. Jiang Yan grasped the points card in the Taoist's despairing gaze. In the next moment, the Taoist was eliminated, sent away from the examination site. 19025. This was Jiang Yan's current score. However, it was rather peculiar that a Taoist had participated in this examination. Jiang Yan mused, wondering if there might be other hidden talents among the candidates. Indeed, this was the case. In the official livestream, the top-ranking contender was not the recently celebrated merchant, nor the gun-wielding warrior Li Qingwei, but rather an unfamiliar name that had barely made an impression in the earlier rounds. Zhang Daoran from the Heavenly Dao Academy. In the livestream, Zhang Daoran was seen forming intricate gestures with his fingers, reciting obscure incantations while striking a peculiar pose. Before long, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended, piercing through a ferocious beast of the early 3rd stage. Zhang Daoran's expression remained icy, betraying no emotion despite gaining points. His gaze instead focused intently in one direction, his brows slightly furrowing. Such a rich aura of talismans. Has my junior brother encountered a formidable opponent? Zhang Daoran contemplated checking in, but paused mid-step. Never mind. Though my junior brother is often playful, having deployed so many talismans, he should be able to handle the trouble without my intervention. With that thought, he turned and walked away. For now, securing points was paramount. This scene was naturally recorded by the livestream. Wow, is this really a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect? Their strength is truly impressive. Quick, director. Switch the perspective to see what happened to that junior brother he mentioned. We want to see the talismans. Director, change the view. The director, accommodating the request, promptly switched the footage to Jiang Yan. Unfortunately, the battle had already concluded, and Jiang Yan had vanished. On the ground lay a deep trench where Zhang Daoling had fallen, a sword mark stretching across the landscape, surrounded by charred earth and the crackling sounds of lingering thunder, as if a fierce battle had just transpired. Alright, the battle here was intense. Let us replay to see what exactly occurred. Soon, the livestream showcased Jiang Yan's triumph over Eining, the ambush, and Zhang Daoran's elimination. As Jiang Yan's face appeared on the screen, the official livestream erupted in excitement. In recent days, Jiang Yan had scarcely been featured, causing many to overlook him. In Thunder Destruction Slash. As the thunderous blade emerged, the entire livestream exploded with fervor. What? He wields the heavenly tier martial technique, Thunder Destruction Slash. Look at that, the manifestation of thunder, ceaseless and relentless. This is clearly the thunderous shock that comes only with mastery. Is Jiang Yan truly this powerful? But wait, he is merely a few-tier martial artist. How is he capable of cultivating such high-tier martial techniques? Generally, the higher the quality of martial techniques, the more challenging they are to master, particularly at the initial stages of martial arts. Most martial artists at this juncture focus on fortifying their physical bodies, lacking the capacity to dedicate themselves to high-quality martial techniques. High-quality martial techniques only exhibit their true potency when combined with high-tier martial artists, making them unnecessary for those just beginning their training. A student of 18 or 19 must strive to elevate their realm while also mastering martial techniques, an impossible feat yet. Jiang Yan had managed to do so, and not only that, he had achieved an astonishing level of proficiency that bordered on the terrifying. It was only after Zhang Daoran was eliminated that the barrage of comments began to flood in. This guy is a freak. Chapter 42, The Fifth Night. As the fifth night unfolded, the map shrank once more, intensifying the conflicts among candidates. Every moment saw individuals face elimination. Jiang Yan carved his path, his score soaring to a staggering 3,200. Curious about the current leading score, Jiang Yan reflected, knowing that he could hardly surpass others' totals amassed over the preceding 4 days. In the exam, candidates were oblivious to their rankings or the information of their peers, with everything shrouded in obscurity. In stark contrast, the audience enjoyed a god's eye view, with the leaderboard displayed clearly in the top right corner of the livestream. Look, Jiang Yan has broken into the top 5,000. Impressive. After 4 days of slumber, he has managed to surpass the majority in just a single day. Do you feel that Jiang Yan's battles are almost instantaneous? It's as if the others are mere novices. Ha ha ha. The celestial war god preys on our earthly talents, believe it or not. Any candidate yet to be eliminated could easily overpower us alone. Jiang Yan's prowess fostered the illusion among viewers that the other candidates were weak, leading to the misconception that they too would fare well. The official broadcast granted this dual top-scoring candidate significant airtime, allowing his popularity to once again surge. Jiang Yan was simply too swift. The battles were relentless, and every candidate before him fell in an instant, without exception. Under the intense strain of battle, Jiang Yan's Battle Saint armor amassed attributes at a terrifying velocity. The Battle Saint armor, defense attribute 190, originally 100. Other attributes 89, originally 50. Accompanied by a golden cloak, Jiang Yan stood beneath a darkened sky that heralded the rise of a new blazing sun. It was the merchant. Jiang Yan set his sights on the merchant, currently ranked first on the leaderboard. The commentators shouted with fervor, their voices filled with passion. The barrage of spectators was electrified by the fervent atmosphere. As the saying goes, kings do not meet. These two had displayed extraordinary prowess since the first round, leading many to believe their confrontation would only unfold in the finals. Yet here it was about to transpire. The merchant was in a moment of respite, eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his eyes. He heard the sound of the wind. Indeed, a light illuminated from behind him, casting his small shadow against the backdrop. How intriguing, someone approaches me. The merchant rose, gazing at the golden light above. His brow furrowed, the nonchalance he had carried since the examination vanished from his countenance. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Space manipulation, an ability the merchant had never put to the test in practical combat, revealed itself. It seemed he had been holding back in the first round. With his spatial powers, securing first place was undoubtedly within reach. The two commentators exchanged remarks. No one had anticipated that the merchant, who consistently occupied the top 5 positions on all leaderboards, harbored such a formidable talent. Why does everyone covet spatial abilities so ardently? To state a fact, this alternate space, which serves as the examination venue each year, is the creation of the spatial martial sage. No one knows how the spatial martial sage acquired this alternate realm. Yet, there is no doubt that spatial talents play a decisive role. They represent the type of adversary most feared by warriors. In combat, they are unpredictable, capable of suddenly teleporting behind you to strike, a truly sinister ability. Within Jiang Yan's line of sight, the merchant inexplicably vanished. A smile crept upon Jiang Yan's lips as he recalled a certain companion from a different space. Suddenly, a rush of wind howled from behind him. Clang! Jiang Yan swung his blade backward. The clash of steel resonated, igniting fierce sparks in the air. The sharp presence behind him dissipated, as the merchant's strike failed to connect, and he vanished without a trace. System log update. You successfully mitigated damage, triggering counter. A soft grunt escaped the merchant's lips from the shadows, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the crimson mark, his expression dark and foreboding. Yet, to an outsider, it appeared as though Jiang Yan had merely swept his blade backward, igniting sparks in the air. Throughout the confrontation, the merchant's form had only appeared fleetingly. Their styles of combat bore striking similarities. Jiang Yan licked his lips, the blood within him began to boil. At last, he had encountered a worthy opponent. A chilling laugh echoed through the void. Whoosh! A glimmer of a blade materialized from the shadows. Thud. The sharp dagger embedded itself into the golden cloak's ethereal form, unable to penetrate further. Jiang Yan remained unscathed. He swiftly grasped the dagger, and with a sharp crack, it crumbled to pieces. The merchant's attack was utterly ineffective against Jiang Yan. However, at this moment, it seemed Jiang Yan could do little to the merchant as well. Unable to breach his defenses? Then let us try this. The space around Jiang Yan rippled, as though something was being compressed. The air turned stifling, suffused with the scent of gunpowder. Boom. The entire area erupted, transforming the gloomy sky into a bright daylight, immense heat painting the heavens in fiery hues, bathing the region in a searing crimson. You have sustained minor damage. The battle-stained armor has slightly improved. The cloak billowed, the flames sweeping away a layer of Jiang Yan's dead skin. He felt exhilarated. Truly, the arena was filled with skilled warriors, always capable of surprising him. Jiang Yan eagerly anticipated what further surprises the merchant might deliver. Then, silence descended. Jiang Yan, is it not possible to unleash consecutive attacks? Below, the merchant half knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his mouth gasping for breath. Indeed, this move was too taxing. He struggled to lift his head. Above him a sea of flames he had just conjured, Jiang Yan's figure engulfed within, lost to sight. A commendable adversary, the merchant conceded, offering Jiang Yan the highest praise. But that was where it ended. Is that so? The merchant's pupils constricted, completely unprepared for Jiang Yan to emerge from the inferno. The thunder destruction slash. A blade of energy traversed the distance between them, empowered by the immense attributes of the battle-stained armor. The thunder destruction slash reached a new pinnacle of might. The sea of lightning rent the air as it roared toward the merchant. Boom. The area where the merchant stood was engulfed in darkness. A colossal gash carved into the ground, within which endless arcs of lightning flickered, a testament to the formidable strength behind that strike. Smoke, but no harm, Jiang Yan understood. He wanted to assert that the merchant was merely a lower-tier substitute for the Void Weasel. Indeed, merely a substitute. The Void Weasel of the battle space could traverse dimensions for nearly an hour without pause, far superior to the merchant currently engaged in combat. When Jiang Yan had defeated the Void Weasel, he had been merely at the second tier of blood condensation. Of course, there was suspicion of damage bolstered by resurrection. Before him, emptiness reigned. Jiang Yan sheathed his blade, muttering to himself. Has he fled? Male commentator. The merchant is employing his spatial talents to conceal himself in the void, preparing to seize another opportunity to strike Jiang Yan. Female commentator. Regrettably, the merchant's previous 2 attacks failed to breach Jiang Yan's defenses. I wonder what strategy he will employ for his next assault. Alright, let us shift to the audience's perspective to witness the merchant's first-person view. Chapter 43, The Merchant's Heart Shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the audience's perspective, a figure darted swiftly through the darkness, the scenery rapidly retreating around him. Let us switch perspectives to the merchant and see how he intends to counter Jiang Yan's onslaught. The merchant moved. The merchant, he is retreating? The commentators expressed their astonishment. The prior perspective had not revealed the process of the merchant's injury, leading most to believe that neither he nor Jiang Yan could gain the upper hand. Yet now, under the gaze of all, the merchant had chosen to flee, igniting suspicion among the crowd. Is it a strategy? Some speculated. Director, we need to see the replay. Quick. Let us review what transpired in the battle. What a worthless coward. He was so formidable earlier. Why did he suddenly flee in the midst of a good fight? The onlookers, oblivious to the merchant's recent experiences, could not comprehend his decision to retreat. Yet the merchant understood all too well the terrifying nature of the man before him. The bizarre method of attack, his body inexplicably injured while clashing blades with Jiang Yan, the seemingly insurmountable defense, the dagger's ambush, and the overwhelming energy from spatial compression that failed to inflict even the slightest harm. And above all, the undeniable might. The merchant vividly recalled Jiang Yan's thunder destruction slash. A celestial-grade martial technique, one that he had barely touched upon, only achieving mastery with the aid of his family's elders. That man was undoubtedly a statistical anomaly. The merchant even suspected Jiang Yan had been intentionally placed in this examination. No candidate could possess such prowess. The merchant's thoughts spiraled. His pride resisted the notion of fleeing mid-battle. Suddenly, it dawned on him, his expression turning as if he had just swallowed something foul. Everything that had transpired wouldn't have been broadcast live, would it? Fleeing is merely an instinctual response, and under the suffocating aura of death. The merchant's primal instincts overwhelmed his awareness of the ongoing examination, a voice in his mind incessantly urging him, run, run, you will die? Thus, the merchant fled. Yet, once he escaped, regret consumed him. He managed a bitter smile, thinking to himself, I once believed I would be indifferent to life and death. Born into affluence, endowed with exceptional talent, and the center of attention, he had grown arrogant, convinced of his invincibility. The viewers, observing the replay, noted how the development of the alternate space had reached a remarkable level, even when the merchant utilized spatial abilities to hide within the void. His indistinct silhouette remained visible in the livestream. From the initial fervor to the despairing strike that ended it all, lightning, and blade energy dominated the screen. The barrage of comments shifted. No one criticized the merchant's cowardice anymore. Well, it seems we can't fault the merchant. I apologize for criticizing him earlier. In that situation, I would have fled even faster. Is Jiang Yan still not eliminated? Can this not be deleted? I thought Jiang Yan would be on par with the merchant. But reality has harshly proven me wrong. He is a prodigy among prodigies. It's hard to fathom that even the merchant felt utterly powerless. How despairing must it be for the ordinary candidates facing him? The ability to barely escape Jiang Yan's grasp was a testament to the merchant's spatial talent. What hope remained for others? The significance of this confrontation seemed to shift in that moment. The merchant lay wounded on the ground. The earlier ambush had aimed directly at his vital points, employing a high-tier martial technique, leaving him severely injured. He sat cross-legged, endeavoring to circulate his energy and restore his condition. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed nearby. The merchant's expression darkened. He was in no condition for a vigorous battle. Merchant? The merchant furrowed his brow, turning toward the source of the voice. Xiao Ziming, is that you? The tension in his heart eased slightly. Their families had dealings in the past, and they had sparred a few times. The merchant knew Xiao Ziming was an exceedingly proud individual, unlikely to take advantage of someone in distress. Such exceptional talents often harbored a certain pride. As expected, Xiao Ziming sheathed his sword, casting a mocking glance at the despondent merchant. Oh, look who it is, the young master of the Shang family. How pitiful you appear. His words dripped with biting sarcasm. Under normal circumstances, the merchant might have exchanged barbs with Xiao Ziming, but now he felt entirely devoid of spirit. Unbeknownst to him, the pride within him had been all but shattered by Jiang Yan. I fought someone and lost, the merchant explained flatly. TSK. It seems you haven't made any progress over the years. Never mind, just tell me who he is. I'll take care of him for you. Xiao Ziming continued to taunt. They often found themselves compared by their elders, neither willing to concede an inch. Surprisingly, the usually flamboyant merchant remained unusually reticent, prompting Xiao Ziming's curiosity. You can't defeat him. The merchant's statement ignited Xiao Ziming's anger. You, with the surname Shang, cannot hold your own. Don't assume everyone else is as useless as you. The merchant shook his head, lacking the energy to engage in a debate. I couldn't fight back against that person. His words silenced the previously boisterous Xiao Ziming, who regarded him with suspicion. Are you serious? The merchant nodded. Yes. I even suspect he might not be a candidate at all, but rather, the final trial arranged by the officials. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziming's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the merchant's capabilities. His spatial abilities were notoriously elusive, and if even he felt despair against this opponent, how formidable must that adversary be? So, what do you plan to do? Xiao Ziming inquired. Team up. No way. I disdain such cowardly tactics. Regardless of how powerful the opponent may be, I possess the heart to confront him with my sword. Xiao Ziming gazed at the merchant with disappointment. You've grown old, while you used to be irritatingly arrogant. At least you weren't this spineless. With that, he turned to leave. The merchant's lips moved, watching Xiao Ziming's defiant figure gradually fade into the night. Jiang Yan still hovered above. As many candidates witnessed the sun rising in the night sky, they cast curious glances, only to be snatched away by Jiang Yan descending towards them. The remaining candidates were mostly at the second-tier peak, with an occasional third-tier innate. Yet none could withstand even a single blow from Jiang Yan. He resembled an ultimate boss who had mistakenly entered a novice village, capable of effortlessly reducing heroes and their inferior starter gear to mere pulp with a single strike. A peculiar phenomenon emerged in the official livestream. Whenever the perspective shifted to another candidate, a figure would suddenly swoop down from the sky, snatching points before soaring back up. Consequently, the official channel decided to abandon all pretense, dedicating the entire broadcast to Jiang Yan's exploits. A global livestream transformed into a showcase for this singular individual. Chapter 44, Alliance. Overnight, the number of candidates dwindled dramatically. People gazed up at the golden sun in the sky with terror, their expressions shifting with fear at its mere mention. Whenever the sun descended, it signified the elimination of a candidate, without exception. Whether one ranked among the top 10,000, the top 100, or even the top 10, none could escape the reality of elimination. Some candidates speculated that this was a hidden mechanism set by the officials, akin to an elimination feature. In their confusion, they began consciously avoiding the sun in the sky, fearful of being captured by that terrifying figure. Throughout the night, the buffs from Jiang Yan's combat armor continued to accumulate, reaching a horrifying level. Combat armor, defense attribute 300, originally 100. Other attributes 150, originally 50. With such power, it was akin to being invincible. His golden cloak billowed like a raging fire, an unrivaled fighting spirit surging forth as Jiang Yan locked onto his next target, diving down like a shooting star. Ranking 10th, Guan Xinyan. She warily glanced at the figure in the sky, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Indeed, the figure soon came barreling towards her. Clenching her teeth, Guan Xinyan unsheathed a blade, prepared to confront Jiang Yan. Even if she could not defeat her opponent, she would at least strive to lose with dignity. Rather than retreating, Guan Xinyan advanced, leaping skyward. The alloy-long knife sliced through the night air, conjuring the roaring image of a fierce tiger. Earth-tier martial technique, beast summoning blade. Even as one of the top 10, she had merely mastered the Earth-tier technique to a rudimentary level. Jiang Yan remained silent, unleashing the thunder obliteration slash. Thunder obliteration slash. The surging lightning transformed into an overwhelming tide, crashing upon Guan Xinyan's fierce tiger with the ferocity of a tsunami. The once mighty king of beasts crumbled under the insurmountable pressure, instantly becoming as fragile as a paper tiger. In the next moment, Guan Xinyan's long knife shattered into fragments, scattering to the ground. Jiang Yan's similarly styled alloy blade did not withstand even a single strike. As the relentless storm of thunder enveloped her, Guan Xinyan despairingly closed her eyes. Her form flew backward like a kite with its string cut. In her fading consciousness, that radiant figure approached, rummaged through her belongings, and then departed. Guan Xinyan was eliminated. The existence of a top 10 candidate failing to even reach the final day of the competition was indeed lamentable. Her fans erupted in despair. Healing potions. My goddess, hasn't he even made it to the finals? Alas, one can only deem the encounter with Jiang Yan as her misfortune. It has become evident to me that this individual is solely fixated on points, indifferent to gender, swiftly eliminating anyone in his path. Rest assured, Guan Xinyan's performance is undoubtedly of top 100, even top 10 caliber. Esteemed universities will not overlook such a promising talent. And she is likely to reap rewards after the examination. With merely 2 days remaining until the exam, Guan Xinyan currently holds a position within the top 10. Yet her standing may soon be uncertain. It is unfortunate that she has caught the attention of someone as aberrant as Jiang Yan, an individual who defies the very laws of nature. Jiang Yan is, indeed, wreaking havoc on the ranking system of this examination. Regardless of one's prowess, all shall succumb to elimination in his presence. Some candidates, despite their capabilities warranting superior scores, find themselves excluded from even the finals. Luck is indeed a facet of strength, albeit the meaning of luck has transformed. One must fervently pray for favorable fortune and hope to evade Jiang Yan's gaze. The authorities are equally powerless, should the examination continue in this manner. Rankings and scores will gradually lose significance. Yet, they are at a loss, for no one can stop Jiang Yan. On the 6th day, Jiang Yan finally descended, leaning against a tree with his eyes narrowed. The night's arduous journey against the wind had taken its toll on his energy, though he had not felt fatigue due to his constant use of the battle-sane armor. Now that the armor had dissipated, exhaustion washed over him. Observing Jiang Yan asleep, the commentators felt a sense of relief. This fellow had finally paused, for continued fighting could render the 3rd round of examinations utterly futile. Jiang Yan's current score had surged from the bottom to an undisputed first place, an astonishing 663 points, nearly 30,000 points ahead of the runner-up. Achieved within a single day. At the base of a snow-capped mountain, hundreds of examinees gathered, curiously devoid of conflict, an anomaly amidst such fierce competition. Surely you have all witnessed it. That individual has transcended human limitations. Once targeted by him, our fates are sealed. Some began to echo this sentiment. Indeed, his strength surpasses us all. None among us can contend with him one-on-one. To survive these final 2 days, unity is paramount. We must first eliminate this unpredictable element. Isn't that a tad unscrupulous? Someone questioned, a hint of anxiety in their voice. The examination did not prohibit forming alliances. Strategy is a component of strength. Moreover, that individual's score is already sufficient. Even if we eliminate him, it will not hinder his admission to the prestigious schools of Shindu or Modu. Very well. Let us proceed. A consensus was reached among the group, a collective of over 100, all at least 2nd-tier warriors, a formidable force within the examination arena. To reach the finals, Jiang Yan must be removed. In times past, such unscrupulous tactics would undoubtedly have drawn the disdain and scorn of the audience. Yet, the atmosphere now was entirely different. The onlookers felt no anger, but rather a burgeoning anticipation. Do you think they stand a chance against Jiang Yan? Uncertain. But with over 100 individuals, they might at least be able to drag him down. How peculiar. Why am I looking forward to this? Ha ha ha, this is entertaining. Could it be that Jiang Yan is finally to be brought to justice? Watching him rampage has grown tiresome. The barrage of comments erupted in mirth, their thoughts having twisted to a point of desiring Jiang Yan's downfall. The coalition against Jiang Yan continued to swell, now numbering 200. Sensing the moment was ripe, they moved purposefully across the map. Chapter 45. Have I become a monster? The man bore distinct features, with a luminous glow emanating from his back. We should locate him swiftly. Yet, is he truly an examinee? I suspect he may have been deliberately introduced as a boss by the officials. It is certainly not the first time someone has speculated that Jiang Yan was inserted by the authorities, and one can only say that this time the officials have inadvertently taken flack. Jiang Yan was roused by the sound of a multitude of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a procession of examinees marching ahead, inexplicably refraining from conflict over points. Clearly, this assembly was united by a common interest. What, may I ask, is the reason for this convergence? Jiang Yan mused. stroking his chin in contemplation. Hey there, handsome. Care to join us? A young girl suddenly approached, extending an invitation. What's in it for me? Jiang Yan inquired nonchalantly. There are definite benefits, she replied, hands on her hips as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. We're off to challenge the great boss. Defeating it could yield a considerable number of points. Jiang Yan's interest was piqued. What great boss? I'm not entirely sure. I merely caught a glimpse from afar last night. It resembled a human, yet was monstrous, sporting wings that shimmered in the night. Her peculiar description left him even more perplexed. Summarizing, he repeated, a creature that is neither fully human, possesses wings, and glows? She nodded. Precisely. Will you join our expedition? She earnestly implored once more. Very well, Jiang Yan smiled, evidently intrigued by this so-called great boss. Thus, Jiang Yan inexplicably became a member of this hunting party, primarily driven by a desire to witness the terrifying entity that had compelled them to band together. How strange. Why have I never encountered this before? Jiang Yan had never anticipated that someone would liken his splendid cloak to the wings of a moth. In the girl's account, he had transcended the realm of humanity. The group grew steadily, and few dared to provoke them as they traversed the landscape. Soon, their numbers swelled to 500. The figure that had hung in the sky the previous night cast an indelible shadow over everyone, and due to Jiang Yan's luminous cloak, he remained unrecognized in the dim light. In the retelling among the masses, the entity that had hovered overhead could no longer be considered human. Some claimed it was filled with fearsome teeth, capable of devouring an examinee in a heartbeat. Others spoke of it being covered in tentacles, relishing the hollow spaces within creatures. There were even whispers of it being a perverse monster that preyed upon delicate young girls, consuming them whole. Were Jiang Yan to overhear these descriptions, he would surely need to enlist extraordinary help at home. As the live broadcast shifted to this scene, the commentators fell silent for a moment, the footage playing out calmly, evoking a sense of serene madness. The barrage of comments erupted in delight, never having imagined a day would come when someone would join a hunt against him. They eagerly anticipated the moment when this group would realize that Jiang Yan was, in fact, the very boss they sought to vanquish. And they could only imagine their bewildered reactions. Hey, you up ahead. Care to join us? Li Qingla called out, wielding a long spear. Her hair tied back in a ponytail, her face free of makeup, radiating an air of unyielding authority. Is there something you require? She inquired, her demeanor notably taciturn. Did you see the monster in the sky last night? We are the group dedicated to hunting it down. The leader of the group, upon catching sight of Li Qingla's icy visage, became exceedingly enthusiastic. He was drawn to her demeanor. No, I will handle it myself, Li Qingla replied, turning to depart. The crowd was too large, and she abhorred the chaotic atmosphere. What a pity, the man sighed, continuing his efforts to expand his ranks. I alone can deal with the monster you speak of. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziming also declined the invitation from this unruly assembly. Hee, is he the one who defeated the merchant? How exhilarating. Xiao Ziming gripped his longsword tightly, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. It must be acknowledged that most geniuses possess a certain pride, firmly believing they can conquer their opponents before ever experiencing failure. In contrast, Jiang Yan appeared more carefree, remaining within the ranks, engrossed in the amusing tales shared by his companions about that monstrous creature, savoring the gossip with great delight. At last, night descended. Quickly, the sky darkens. Everyone, remain vigilant. That creature enjoys lurking above and moves with great swiftness. You must be exceedingly cautious. The atmosphere within the team turned tense, as all eyes were drawn upward, their expressions grave. Jiang Yan mimicked their actions, glancing skyward, growing increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged ahead. Jiang Yan focused intently, recognizing the merchant who had previously escaped from him. Aha, found you. Without further ado, Jiang Yan activated his battle attire. Amidst the dim glow of the campfire, a beam of golden divine light illuminated the faces of those around. Jiang Yan soared into the air. The onlookers, transfixed by the radiant source, stood in stunned silence. Not far away, the merchant trembled, instinctively contemplating escape. No, I mustn't flee. He gritted his teeth, recalling how he had fled out of primal instinct last time. What could this moment signify? The disappointment in Xiao Ziming's voice echoed in his mind, vivid and haunting. Once, he had been a figure of immense pride. Suddenly, despair dissipated from his eyes, replaced by a fierce battle spirit. Very well, if I must be eliminated, then I, the merchant, require a fight to reclaim my former self. He is the monster. The hunting party descended into chaos. Panic-stricken, people screamed and began to scatter, the once united team fracturing like scattered sand. This temporarily united group lacked cohesion, easily disintegrating under the slightest external pressure. To conquer without a fight, Jiang Yan realized instantaneously. So, I am indeed the voracious beast you speak of, the one that devours without remorse, feasting upon the innocents? How skillfully you weave your rumors. With a sinister grin, Jiang Yan gazed at the fleeing examinees, as if he had truly transformed into the demon they described. At that moment, several figures surged against the tide of fleeing individuals, darting like lightning. Hey, I am Xiao Ziming of the Xiao family in the Demon City. Monster, prepare to meet your demise. Xiao Ziming brandished his gleaming sword as he made his entrance. Get lost. I have no time for you. Jiang Yan swatted Xiao Ziming aside as though he were merely a nuisance. Nearby, the merchant facepalmed, his recently ignited battle spirit extinguished in an instant. Jiang Yan cast a malevolent glance at the organizers of the hunting party. What a fine joke. After feasting on gossip all day, it seems I'm now the main course. He dashed forward, swiftly reaching a male examinee. Big brother, don't come any closer. Ah, but you have no say in the matter. With a swift strike, Jiang Yan sent him into a deep slumber. He continued his pursuit of the remaining individuals. A group scattered, engaging in a game of cat and mouse beneath the shroud of darkness. Before long, he had incapacitated over a dozen, barely pausing to collect points before resuming his chase. Everyone, do not flee. He is but one man. Together we cannot lose. Thud. Jiang Yan felled that individual with a single blow. It was a complete rout. Viewers scrambled from their beds to do a few push-ups before daring to resume watching the live broadcast. He was nothing short of a Superman. An hour later, satisfied, Jiang Yan sheathed his blade and began to gather his spoils. Points accumulated rapidly, swelling to the point where further calculation seemed unnecessary. At this juncture, he could secure first place in the third round merely with these points. For him, this examination was already concluded. Achieving first place in all 3 rounds was unprecedented in the annals of the Blue Star's examination history. He stretched lazily, devoid of any intention to continue harvesting points, as they had lost their significance to him. Just then, the merchant emerged from the shadows. May I inquire your name? Jiang Yan, what of it? The merchant took a deep breath, his battle spirit rekindling. I wish to challenge you. Not interested. Jiang Yan decisively rejected him. The merchant choked on his words, retorting. Why not? You are too weak. The merchant felt as though struck by lightning. And what about me? Xiao Ziming, who had just been swatted away, stepped forward. Jiang Yan cast a glance his way, coolly responding, you are even weaker. Xiao Ziming was similarly stunned. The merchant reveled in his misfortune. And what of me? A cold voice interjected as a woman, gun in hand, approached with the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. And I, a young man in a robe, his voice smooth, emerged from the night. From the renowned Shang family, I stand forth on the leaderboard, a mid-stage innate warrior. From the Li family of the Demon City, Li Qinghua, currently ranked 5th, a beginner innate warrior. From the Xiao family of the Demon City, Xiao Ziming, ranked 2nd, a mid-stage innate warrior. Zhang Daoran, disciple of Tiandao sect, ranked 15th, a mid-stage innate warrior. Jiang Yan, the unemployed drifter from Linjiang City. Li Qinghua raised her gun, her icy gaze locking onto Jiang Yan. You are formidable. I demand a duel. Zhang Daoran stepped forward, an invisible aura radiating from him, smiling at Jiang Yan. I, too, wish to experience your prowess. Li Qinghua furrowed her brows, displeased as she shot a glare at Zhang Daoran. I arrived first. Zhang Daoran offered a smile, bowing slightly and stepping back. Please. Hey, don't forget about me. Am I not first in line? Xiao Ziming interjected. Li Qinghua remained silent, her gun aimed at him, the meaning clear. How bold? Xiao Ziming retorted defiantly, his sword humming in anticipation of battle. They were quarreling over the right to challenge Jiang Yan. The examination reached a fever pitch as a male and female commentator began to narrate fervently. Now, 4 of the top 10 contestants are vying to challenge Jiang Yan. We wonder whom he will choose. Currently, Li Qinghua possesses the lowest realm, but do not underestimate her. She has exhibited remarkable prowess in previous battles. Indeed, it is said that Li Qinghua was sent to the starry battlefield for training, honing her combat experience at a young age, and has developed formidable gunplay, destined to become a master of the gun arts. Thus, while Li Qinghua may lack in realm, her inexplicable gunplay compensates, suggesting this battle will be fiercely contested. Tension thickened between Li Qinghua and Xiao Ziming, the atmosphere charged and electric. I ask, can you not both just come at me together? Jiang Yan yawned, expressing his boredom. Do not take me lightly. I was merely careless when you struck me down. Do you truly believe yourself impressive just because you possess some strength? Xiao Ziming, unable to tolerate Jiang Yan's provocations, found such a notion of teaming up to be utterly meaningless, a form of insult instead. Jiang Yan said nothing, appearing before Xiao Ziming in the blink of an eye. Fine, you shall do. Xiao Ziming chuckled coldly. A wise choice. Li Qinghua stepped back, her displeasure evident that Jiang Yan had not chosen her first. In contrast, Zhang Daoran remained casual, stepping back a few paces to make room for their impending clash. Xiao Ziming drew his sword, this time with no hint of carelessness. A white spiritual energy emanated from within him, enveloping his blade, revealing an invisible sharpness. The magnificent might of the sword descended. Xiao Ziming's aura surged dramatically, and a towering phantom emerged behind him. As Xiao Ziming swung his sword, the phantom mirrored his actions, unleashing a torrent of sword techniques that embodied his unique comprehension of the blade. Jiang Yan, wielding his alloy knife imbued with electric energy, charged forward, aiming to strike the phantom. The clash of blades produced a piercing sound. After just one exchange, Xiao Ziming felt his muscles tremble as an overwhelming force coursed through his sword. This is not good. Xiao Ziming decisively released his grip, sending the long sword flying out of sight. He gasped for breath, completely unprepared for the sheer strength of his opponent. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar force emanating from Jiang Yan's knife, foreseeing that if he did not relinquish his sword, his right hand would be shattered by that mysterious energy. Damn it. Not only is his strength far superior to mine, but his techniques are also so strange. What manner of monster is this? Xiao Ziming shook his slightly numb hand, breaking through his innate limitations to channel the energy within him. The sharpness intensified. The phantom struck out with a sword. Jiang Yan retaliated, wielding his knife with a flurry of movements, the essence of metal entwined with lightning, the purple-gold radiance unstoppable. Chapter 47, The Divine Art of Guidance. With a spurt of blood, Xiao Ziming knelt on one knee, propping himself up with one hand to avoid collapsing. How is this possible? His eyes filled with disbelief as Jiang Yan held his knife against his throat, his expression unperturbed. You have lost. The arrogance that Xiao Ziming had just displayed dissipated, and his breath turned despondent, for the undeniable truth lay before him. He had indeed been defeated and utterly crushed. Jiang Yan turned his attention to the others. Now, you are not qualified to challenge me one-on-one, for I shall attack you all. Jiang Yan advanced with his knife, his speed augmented by the 9 steps of the vortex, leaving behind mere afterimages as he swiftly approached Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue's gaze flickered. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Yan's speed to be so formidable. In a hurried attempt, she raised her spear to block. Clang! The blade of Jiang Yan's knife clashed against the spear shaft, the tremendous force sending the latter flying. In midair, Li Qingyue struggled to adjust her body, barely managing to dissipate the impact before landing on the ground. One exchange revealed the full extent of his strength. Jiang Yan disregarded Li Qingyue, turning towards the Taoist priest. Zhang Daoran formed a seal with his fingers, and a substantial earthen shield materialized before him. Boom! Jiang Yan's knife shattered the earthen wall, the blade aimed directly at Zhang Daoran's face. Zhang Daoran's eyes widened in disbelief. His spell could not withstand even a single strike. He exerted force beneath his feet, nimbly retreating, and in the air, he recited incantations once more. In the next instant, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. Jiang Yan ignored the damage. A 100 defensive enhancement was no trifling matter. The essence of metal surged forth, and the absolute sharpness combined with impenetrable defense sent chills down Zhang Daoran's spine. It seemed that his minor spells could not harm him. Resolute, he bit his finger and swiftly inscribed a talisman in the void. Divine Art of Guidance, array the supreme clarity, the way descends, let the ancestors display their might. Boom! A wave of vigorous power erupted from Zhang Daoran. His robe disintegrated, and his muscles swelled to an exaggerated degree, his humanity fading from his eyes, replaced by a cold indifference that regarded all things as mere fodder. A daunting celestial might emanated from him, and his expanded stature reached 3 meters. A stark contrast to his previous refined demeanor. The examination livestream rapidly became pixelated, and the knowledgeable commentators began to narrate the origins of Zhang Daoran's technique. The Divine Art of Guidance was a secret technique of the Heavenly Tao sect, allowing the user to harness the power of the ancestors, temporarily amplifying their strength several-fold, and even borrowing fragments of divine abilities from ancient sages. It was rumored that only core disciples were qualified to learn this technique, and its difficulty was exceedingly high. It seemed that although Zhang Daoran was young, his mastery of Taoist arts was not to be underestimated. He was adept in physical prowess, the grandmaster of Yuanqing. Zhang Daoran felt elated. He had unexpectedly summoned such a powerful manifestation. The amiability in his eyes was consumed by a domineering ferocity, and his aura surged to an unprecedented peak. The grandmaster of Yuanqing stood apart, eschewing magical arts in favor of physical cultivation. His strength among the upper echelon of the elders, undeniably formidable. At that moment, the tides of battle shifted. The previously low-profile Zhang Daoran suddenly emerged as the strongest among them, surprising everyone with the Heavenly Tao sect's investment in this examination by dispatching such an outstanding disciple into the world. Boom! Zhang Daoran's muscles coiled as he charged toward Jiang Yan. In the face of this colossal figure, Jiang Yan appeared minuscule. Yet his aura remained undiminished as he boldly met the fierce assault. System log updated. You are engaged in a thrilling battle. Your physique is rapidly enhancing. The battle saint armor undergoing minor evolution, and your swordsmanship comprehension is advancing. What a delight. Finally, there is an opponent capable of applying pressure on him since the beginning of the examination. If Jiang Yan were not present, Zhang Daoran, empowered by the Taoist ancestor, would undoubtedly become the dark horse of this examination, outshining all the celestial prodigies and claiming the top spot. Jiang Yan was now facing not an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, but the Grandmaster of Yuanqing, renowned for his physical abilities. Though merely a manifestation, it was sufficient for Jiang Yan to treat it with utmost seriousness. Boom! Jiang Yan's knife collided with Zhang Daoran's fist, the immense recoil causing the blade to shatter, fragments cascading to the ground. Truly ineffective. Jiang Yan shook his arm, having used his fist to counter. The low-tier martial technique, the savage bull strength. The battle-saint armor unleashed a tremendous force, the essence of metal coursing rapidly within him, the demon scale infusing his other attributes into power. The terrifying might even exceeding that of Zhang Daoran. As their fists met, the giant was instead sent flying. Ha ha ha, come again. Jiang Yan pressed his advantage, launching a ferocious assault. Your physique has slightly improved. Your talent is evolving. Your essence of metal is refining your being. Indeed, only in battle can one swiftly enhance oneself. All of you, come at me together. Jiang Yan called out to the others. Xiao Ziming gritted his teeth, still hesitant to let go. Useless. Cursing. He charged forward with his sword, disregarding martial ethics. The merchant swiftly followed suit, slipping into the shadows. Li Qinghua, too, set aside her pride, realizing it was better to use this opportunity to hone her marksmanship than to be outmatched. The once haughty individuals finally formed a united front. Jiang Yan's fist surged forward, once more sending the once indomitable Zhang Daoran flying, before swiftly pivoting, delivering a backhanded slap to Xiao Ziming, who was about to attack. With a single kick, he sent this weakling flying. Jiang Yan clenched his fist, pinching a spear tip in his grasp. Li Qinghua struggled to pull it away, but was unable to make any progress. Zhang Daoran grew increasingly despondent as he fought, realizing that even in the prime of his powers, when the ancestral spirit had descended upon him, he could only barely contend with Jiang Yan. Once the time for summoning the divine spirit elapsed, he would possess not the slightest chance of victory. Were all the individuals in the outside world so extraordinarily formidable? Ultimately, a single punch sent Zhang Daoran hurtling through the air, his massive form creating a sizable crater upon impact with the ground. Bruised and battered, he lay in the pit, his bones aching as if crushed by a steamroller, utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 48, the end of the examination. Jiang Yan stepped forth like a meteor plummeting to earth, placing one foot upon Zhang Daoran's chest. A muffled groan escaped Zhang Daoran's lips as the sound of cracking bones resonated, rendering him utterly bereft of form as the ancestral spirit was forcefully dispelled. Jiang Yan pressed down with another foot, extinguishing even the last vestige of the ancestral spirit's essence beneath his heel, leaving Zhang Daoran entirely devoid of power and means. Suddenly, a short dagger materialized behind him, its blade gliding harmlessly across his sacred attire. Jiang Yan, quick-witted and agile, seized the blade and yanked the concealed merchant from the void. A punch to the merchant's abdomen caused his eyes to bulge in horror as he spat a mouthful of foul blood. With a casual flick, Jiang Yan discarded him into the crater, where he lay beside Zhang Daoran. Thus, Jiang Yan achieved a resounding victory. The only surprise in this battle had been Zhang Daoran's divine summoning technique. He seized the scoreboards from the others, his points swelling by several 100,000. The figures of the 4 participants vanished, evidently transported to another dimension, thereby marking the conclusion of their examination journey. Jiang Yan, having no desire for further conflict, found a cliff, soared to the rock face, and carved out a niche, feigning a return to a meditative state while his consciousness drifted into the divine martial space. Within the combat space, illusionist, early stage 4th rank internal strength warrior. Talent, miracle. Shall we commence the challenge? Jiang Yan examined the tall figure before him with keen interest. The individual known as the illusionist donned a suit and a round-top hat, standing at an imposing height of approximately 6 feet 3 inches. He appeared to be an elegant middle-aged gentleman, with a slight curl to the ends of his mustache. Surprisingly, this time he faced a person. In prior encounters, he had only confronted formidable beasts, and this was the first instance he had witnessed another human being in the divine martial space. A 4th-rank warrior, and a product of the divine martial space, undoubtedly stronger than I. The creations of the divine martial space are superior to those in the outside world, as evidenced by previous challenges. Whatever, it has been a while since I faced death. I shall give it a try. Jiang Yan ceased his pondering, dismissing the question of strength. Let us proceed with utmost respect for death. Challenge. As Jiang Yan's words fell, the illusionist sprang into action. He removed his round-top hat and approached Jiang Yan with a leisurely gait. Under Jiang Yan's curious gaze, the illusionist reached into his hat, rhythmically shifting as if searching for something. Jiang Yan, filled with a sense of exploration, refrained from interrupting him. The illusionist's expressions were particularly animated, his hand continuously reaching inside, displaying a strained demeanor as if something within resisted. The hat began to tremble, and the illusionist's performance reached a crescendo. Suddenly, it appeared as though he was yanked by some immense force, and he vanished into the hat. The hat fell to the ground, leaving Jiang Yan bewildered. Was that magic? Jiang Yan picked up the hat, peering curiously into the opening. It was utterly empty. TSK, some individuals always exploit the guise of magic to perform tricks. Unexpectedly, a hand emerged from within the hat. This pale, slender hand was unmistakably that of the illusionist. The fingers danced with agility, resembling a tiny performer, as the index and middle fingers acted as legs, climbing up the brim of the hat, traversing Jiang Yan's arm to his shoulder, and then leaping down to grasp the fabric of his chest. Suddenly, from that hand, a dagger materialized. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced Jiang Yan's heart. Bypassing all defenses, Jiang Yan blinked, offering a thumbs up for the impressive performance. Splendid. The tiny performer bowed slightly, taking a bow for his act. Jiang Yan collapsed, succumbing to an untimely demise. The tiny figure gracefully returned to the hat and dramatically extracted the illusionist from within. As Jiang Yan revived, he found himself intrigued by the illusionist's extraordinary abilities. This time, he resolved to unleash his full power, prepared to confront the challenge in peak form. Death may take many forms, but Jiang Yan remained steadfast in his resolve. The illusionist's talent was indeed extraordinary, yet it need not be so unreasonable. Suddenly, the hat expelled several semi-trailers, hurtling towards Jiang Yan. Who could withstand such an assault? Your body has sustained severe injuries. The battle-stained armor undergoes minor metamorphosis. Time passed, and Jiang Yan experienced a myriad of deaths, each more unexpected than the last, some even eliciting inexplicable laughter upon reflection. On the 7th day, Jiang Yan exited the combat space. In the outside world, the finals arena had shrunk considerably, with only about 1,000 students remaining uneliminated. The size of the final arena had diminished to the scale of a small neighborhood, where the remaining contestants were nearly within arm's reach of one another. Moreover, having survived thus far, these individuals possessed an alarming amount of points, making conflict inevitable. Jiang Yan grew weary of pursuing each student individually, knowing that soon enough, the points would converge upon one individual, and he would only need to seize them to conclude the competition. By midday, the sounds of battle had waned significantly, indicating that few contestants remained. In the afternoon, a bloodied youth approached Jiang Yan, ranked second on the leaderboard. Sure, on Yuan. It appears you are the last one standing. If I eliminate you, I shall claim the first place in this competition. Though Shuran Yuan was covered in wounds, his aura remained unyielding as he boldly declared his intent to eliminate Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, uninterested in idle chatter, brandished his blade at his opponent. Come, let us engage in combat. Haha, just as I wish. Shuran Yuan charged at Jiang Yan, relying solely on his physical prowess without any weapons. The vast tiger pounced. Boom. Jiang Yan sent him flying with a single kick. The examination has concluded. Well, though it may have been somewhat abrupt, such is the reality. Although Shuran Yuan possessed commendable strength, he was merely on par with others like Xiao Ziming. If 4 of them could not best Jiang Yan, how could one Shuran Yuan hope to succeed? After retrieving the scoreboard, Jiang Yan and Shuran Yuan were simultaneously transported out of the other dimension. It is Jiang Yan. It is 9,527. Candidate Jiang Yan, who has claimed first place in this examination. Let us extend our congratulations. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. The title of top scholar fills the entire live broadcast room. First place, without a doubt the first, the most prestigious first in the history of examinations. One person single-handedly facing 4 innate warriors, overshadowing all other talents. Has such a feat ever been recorded in examination history? Congratulations to Jiang Yan for becoming the top scholar. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be an ardent fan of Jiang Shun. He is simply too formidable. A person hailing from a humble background has managed to eclipse all prodigies to secure first place. And to think it was achieved during the final examination rounds. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Let us not forget, he spent the first 4 days in slumber, only to unleash his true potential at the end. If that isn't impressive, then what is? Chapter 49, The Spatial Ring. Lingjiang City. Warrior Building. Ma Shan terminated the live broadcast, leaping from his leather chair without delay. Quickly, prepare several bottles of spirit-gathering liquid. I shall personally go to the examination site to meet the first top scholar in the history of Lingjiang City. Lingjiang City Government. Draft an announcement. Let all workers have a 3-day holiday, and suspend classes for primary and secondary school students for a week. Xiao Lu, take the prepared items and accompany me. The examination has just concluded, and the prominent figures of Lingjiang City have already commenced preparations to welcome Jiang Yan, aiming to brush off the dust from his recent endeavors. Journalists from various regions have long been waiting, poised to swarm around Jiang Yan the moment he exits the examination hall for exclusive interviews. In the southeastern province, the capital city of Changchuan is abuzz. Old Shun, one of them said, you have a good rapport with that young lad. This time, you shall represent us from the southeastern province in meeting Jiang Yan. It is imperative that we showcase our stance. Ha. Now you see how discerning my vision is. Don't you? Get lost. If it were me back then, I would have already brought Jiang Yan back to Changchuan. Perhaps he would have already broken through to the 4th tier by now. Shut your mouth. I invited him to the training camp, but he declined. In hindsight, Jiang Yan's choice indeed seems wise. Can those little rascals in the training camp even teach anything worthwhile? Ha. I'm done talking to you. Off you go. With that, Shen Donglin exited the conference room. Above the sky, a streak of light sped towards Lingjiang City, as Jiang Yan was transported out of the alternate space. The venue was nearly deserted. Most candidates from Lingjiang City had been eliminated before reaching the final rounds, and had been transported out days earlier. Jiang Yan sensed that he was encircled by a throng outside, and glanced around, searching for any potential backdoors. Is that Jiang Yan? Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Jiang Yan turned to find a portly middle-aged man. And you are? My name is Lin Yuanshan. You can call me Uncle Lin. Lin Yuanshan flashed a warm smile. As the mayor of Linjiang City, Jiang Yan, being a local, was certainly aware of him. He smiled back. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Addressing someone by their title in a formal context denotes seriousness, while using a familiar title conveys closeness. Clearly, Lin Yuanshan was pleased with Jiang Yan's affectionate address and approached him with a smile. The area outside the examination hall is crowded. There is a back door here. Come with me. Jiang Yan followed Lin Yuanshan out of the examination venue. Lin, I knew you would head this way. Ma Shan stood at the entrance, teasing the mayor, then disregarded him and leaned towards Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, do you remember me? I'm Xiao Ma. Lin Yuanshan shot a disapproving glance at Ma Shan, but said nothing more. A black sedan was parked not far away, and the three of them got into the car together. Brother Jiang, why not come to my place? I happen to have a daughter a year younger than you. Perhaps you two would have some common topics to discuss. No, I haven't been home in a while. I think I'll head back first. By the way, Brother Jiang, my daughter is truly beautiful. Take your time. Ma Shan chattered on, occasionally mentioning his daughter, the implications unmistakable. Still a minor, I presume? Jiang Yan's remark cut through the banter. Knock, knock. Jiang Yan rapped on the door. Moments later, the doorknob turned, and Wang Zhong appeared, his expression as composed as ever. Ah, young man, how did the examination go? I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to catch the live stream. Wang Zhong seemed unfazed, as if Jiang Yan's examination results held no significance for him, though the heavy dark circles around his eyes suggested otherwise. Ma Shan, being astute, chimed in with the widely known fact. Ha ha ha, your Jiang Yan has made a name for himself. He topped the examination. Really? Now that is a pleasant surprise. Come in. Come in. Wang Zhong attempted to keep his tone casual, but the corners of his mouth were nearly reaching for the sky, leaving Jiang Yan and the others speechless. Jiang Yan patted Wang Zhong's shoulder. Uncle, feel free to laugh if you wish. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yan entered the living room, his hand brushing over the tablet on the coffee table. Uncle Wang, the computer is quite hot. Get out of here. Don't think just because you topped the examination you're all that special. Regardless, you still have to call me uncle. Wang Zhong found it difficult to maintain his composure. Ma Shan and the others refrained from further disturbing Jiang Yan, leaving behind the gifts they had brought and exchanging pleasantries before departing. Sometimes, seeking closeness mustn't be overly excessive. Both of these seasoned individuals were well aware of this. Once they left, Wang Zhong could no longer suppress his grin, occasionally bursting into inexplicable laughter, which left Jiang Yan puzzled. Old Wang, you must remain calm. A title like top scorer of the examination is merely a commonplace affair for me. Wang Zhong retorted. Heh, I raised you with great effort. What is wrong with feeling a bit pleased? At lunchtime, another notable figure visited Jiang Yan's residence. Shen Donglin sat on the living room sofa, engaging in jovial conversation with Jiang Yan, while Wang Zhong appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Wang Zhong, after all, was merely a retired soldier and high school teacher. The highest-ranking official he usually encountered was someone like Lin Yuanshan, and he had never met someone of Shen Donglin's stature. Young lad, you're quite well known now. In less than a day, those universities will begin sending you admission invitations. Make sure to keep your wits about you and strive for the best conditions. Rest assured, Uncle Shun, I am mindful. Shen Donglin smiled approvingly and retrieved a ring from his clothing, presenting it to Jiang Yan. This seems inappropriate, Jiang Yan protested, though he accepted the ring. No reward without merit. My achievement as the top scorer brings glory to the province, which is no small feat. This reward is well deserved. Good lad, straightforward enough. Shen Donglin praised. Indeed, geniuses are always justified in their actions, meriting commendation. The spatial ring, with a cubic capacity, was crafted by a master of spatial abilities. Inside the ring lay a basic martial artist permission upgrade card. Once activated at the martial artist tower, Jiang Yan's account would unlock greater privileges, including items unavailable in the market. In addition to the permission card, there were 10 bottles of spirit gathering liquid. Consuming this liquid would accelerate the absorption of qi by approximately 50%, sufficient for Jiang Yan until the start of school. Moreover, these items were all considered rewards prepared by the southeastern province for his accomplishment as the top scorer. If universities come seeking you tomorrow, do not be rash and sign anything. Those old foxes are not to be underestimated. Chapter 50, Inventory. In the evening, Jiang Yan began to assess the gifts left behind by Ma Shan and the others. First, Ma Shan had brought 5 bottles of spirit gathering liquid, a deep blue concoction essential for martial artists above the innate level to absorb qi, typically enhancing absorption speed by around 50. However, it had its limitations. The higher one's realm, the weaker the efficacy. Nevertheless, for Jiang Yan, an intermediate innate martial artist, it remained a precious resource. Next was Lin Yuanshan, who had straightforwardly gifted Jiang Yan a bank card, the balance undisclosed. The most extravagant gift came from Shen Donglin, representing the province's stance. Naturally, the offering would be substantial. The mere spatial ring, though only 1 cubic meter, was an invaluable treasure for Jiang Yan at this stage. Spatial rings are priceless and can only be crafted by those with spatial talents, making them extremely rare due to the scarcity of such individuals. Jiang Yan had never heard of anyone selling a spatial ring. Some items are so precious they are given rather than sold. Gifts, not commodities. Inside the spatial ring lay 10 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid, a martial artist permission upgrade card, and a broadsword. The hilt of the broadsword was dark, its energy subdued. Featuring a somber hue, the blade itself was devoid of any garish colors, its simple silver sheen revealing its true nature, with a cold glint at the tip that evoked a sense of distance. Engraved at the base of the hilt were 2 small characters, Ming Ku. Jiang Yan drew forth the blade, its weight imparting a palpable sense of gravitas. He marveled internally, for it had become a rarity for a knife to evoke such a profound feeling of heft. Reflecting upon the previous purchase of a 1,000,000 yuan broadsword, he recalled that while it had initially impressed him, closer inspection revealed a disconcerting lightness, rendering its swings almost ethereal. In contrast, this inscribed blade was distinct. The material from which it was forged exuded an undeniable strength that resonated within his grasp. Indeed, it was a sensation of power, as if it lay in tranquil slumber, imparting an illusion of weight pressing upon him. There was no doubt, this was an exceptional weapon. Jiang Yan extolled its virtues, reluctant to part from it, marveling at the generosity of the Southeast province, which not only bestowed upon him a spatial ring, but also this remarkable sword. The dilemma of insufficient weaponry quality, a consequence of his rapid growth and strength, had been flawlessly resolved. The gift of the sword was no mere coincidence. Even as Jiang Yan shone in the examination hall, those of high stature began to take notice. With Jiang Yan wielding a standardized alloy knife, each use conveyed a sense of limitation to his prowess. The elites, astute in their perceptions, recognized his potential to vie for the position of top scholar. Why not seize the opportunity to provide him with a superior blade? The truly sagacious understand the correlation between investment and returns. Jiang Yan's future appeared limitless. The sword had been commissioned to the most renowned master in Southeast Province the moment Jiang Yan secured first place in the initial rounds, only to be completed just the previous evening. Gazing at the 15 vials of spirit concentration liquid arrayed upon the table, Jiang Yan murmured softly, "I wonder how effective these will be." He gulped down a vial, settling onto his bed to commence his breathing exercises. The essence of the metal energy within his dantian began to stir, far more vigorous than usual, as if invigorated by some unseen force. It was indeed effective. System log update. You have consumed a vial of spirit concentration liquid. Your chi accumulation speed has increased. You have consumed a vial of spirit concentration liquid. Your refining efficiency of the spirit concentration liquid has slightly improved. You have begun to accumulate chi. Your chi accumulation technique has seen a slight enhancement. You have employed self-created breathing method, unnamed, resulting in a minor improvement to your breathing technique. You are accumulating chi, and the metal essence you absorb will be of greater purity. Heaven's path rewards diligence, will commend every diligent child. As the night waned, the effects of the elixir dissipated entirely. Jiang Yan frowned at the 13 remaining vials of spirit concentration liquid on the table. He had consumed 2 vials throughout the night, fully refining and absorbing them. His speed had indeed been rather swift. Shen Donglin had mentioned that 10 vials would suffice until school began. Now it seemed uncertain whether they would last a week. Jiang Yan sighed in resignation. Of course, rapid absorption was not inherently negative. It served to affirm the magnitude of his innate talent. He could distinctly sense the metal essence within him growing ever more robust. A faint golden aura weaving through his fingers, its vitality markedly enhanced. Having recently transcended the innate stage, his development of the metal essence was still rudimentary. He could only crudely wield it in combat. Sharpness and resilience formed the essence of the metal energy. Whenever Jiang Yan harnessed this force, both his offense and defense would see significant elevation. The third stage of innate mastery permitted only a basic manipulation of chi, whereas the fourth tier, the internal energy stage, allowed for the flawless orchestration of chi, enveloping both his exterior and interior in a protective aura. The mother energy itself could not engage directly in battle. It existed as a fundamental essence. The protective aura, in essence, was a derivative of the mother energy, yet more systematic and comprehensive. It would harness all attributes inherent to the mother energy. At this juncture, the majority of chi's capabilities could be utilized with precision, significantly enhancing a warrior's combat prowess. The journey through the third stage of innate cultivation was, in essence, a quest of exploration, understanding, and amplifying chi. Once more, Jiang Yan consumed a vial of spirit concentration liquid, this time experiencing an even swifter rate of absorption. 2 hours later, the effects waned, and the metal essence within his dantian flourished. With merely 4 days remaining until the mid-stage of innate mastery, he felt himself on the cusp of the late innate stage. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation would be unattainable even for the most gifted of martial saints. After more than a month of training, Jiang Yan had indeed managed to surpass all his peers, not merely in combat prowess, but also in realm advancement. To face an opponent capable of overcoming levels yet possessing a higher realm, one might question the possibility of victory. Upon entering the combat space, Jiang Yan wasted no time engaging in battle with the illusionist. In the real world, he struck with formidable force, while in the combat space, he appeared hesitant. The illusionist, endowed with the talent of miracle, seemed omnipotent, each instance of Jiang Yan's demise unfolding as an elegant performance, his death a perfect curtain call for the illusionist's artistry. Jiang Yan found himself exhilarated. Indeed, it was the thrill of repeated death that invigorated him. Only through these experiences could he truly comprehend the depths of his current weakness. You claim to battle beyond your level? Come test yourself in the combat space. Upon triggering the moment of life and death, you become immune to this demise. The illusionist unleashed a flurry of tactics. You were crushed by a meteorite. An endless cascade of meteors stirred the air, while the illusionist strolled gracefully amidst the meteor shower, doffing his top hat and bowing before the empty audience in a gesture of respect. Chapter 51. This elite arena. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, each martial arts university would delineate score thresholds based on the examination rankings. In the ensuing 3 days, every student could submit their university preferences on the official website. Almost immediately after the exam's conclusion, leveraging the transparent scoring system, the data was rapidly computed, with the rankings released the following morning at 9 o'clock. At the pinnacle stood the name Jiang Yan, a lengthy string of points trailing behind his name, astonishing all who beheld it. Wang Zhong, clutching his phone, nearly dropped it multiple times. Old Wang, keep your composure, he admonished himself. Wang Zhong paid him no heed, feverishly taking screenshots of the leaderboard displayed on his phone. He hurried to the balcony, smoothly lighting a cigarette while holding the phone aloft. Hello, Lauhi? Yes, it's me. Have you seen the entrance exam rankings? Oldly, how did you know my kid topped the list? Oh, it's nothing. He's just been diligent. Well, I won't boast about it. That's just not my style. Old comrade, did you hear the rankings are out? Jiang Yan, partaking of breakfast, lacked the enthusiasm of Wang Zhong, showing no desire to share his triumph. At the admissions office of Chengdu University, the principal inquired, have our representatives arrived? Yes, principal, they are already in Linjiang, and they will meet Jiang Yan within half an hour. Good. Remember to be courteous. Let him make any demands he wishes, as long as we can entice him over. And remind those folks not to act superior. Even if he is reluctant to attend Chengdu University, we must not sour our relationship. Principal, isn't he just the top scorer? We find one of those every couple of years. Aside from Modi University, who else can compete with us? Nonsense. You were at Starry Sky recently. You have no idea how extraordinary that kid is. Let me put it this way. Even that merchant kid pales in comparison. The person on the other end of the line regarded this with incredulity. He was well aware of the merchant family, known for their seemingly insurmountable spatial talents. If even he was not a match for Jiang Yan, just how formidable must Jiang Yan truly be? It seems a great deal of fascinating events have transpired while I was at the Starry Sky battlefield. He mused, dialing the phone to reach the admissions officer tasked with meeting Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, at Modi University, regardless of the means employed, be it theft or coercion, ensure that Jiang Yan is brought to the Magic City. Furthermore, exercise caution around the pests of the Divine Capital's Martial University. It was your indecisiveness last year that allowed the top scholar to be claimed by them. Should you falter at a critical moment again, prepare to gather your belongings and depart. Remember, irrespective of the conditions offered by the Divine Capital's Martial University, we must prevail over them in the Magic City. Jiang Yan's exceptional talent attracts not just the 2 major martial universities, but numerous others are equally eager for this precious gem. The Southern Xian Martial University, one of the 4 elite martial institutions on Blue Star, ranks just below the 2 major universities. Our mission is arduous, as the principal has mandated that we utilize any means necessary to wrest Jiang Yan from the grasp of the Divine Capital and Magic City. If we can secure Jiang Yan for the Southern Xian Martial University, we will dominate this year's Freshman Cup, even overshadowing the 2 major universities. The Eastern Xing Martial University, Southern Xian Martial University, Western Song Martial University, and Northern Ming Martial University have all dispatched their representatives, intent on vying for Jiang Yan's allegiance. Meanwhile, the city of Linjiang has come to a standstill, with countless workers expressing their delight. Classes have been suspended, and students are immensely grateful to this man for granting them a holiday. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, and thank the benevolent figure for this break. One wonders, could Jiang Yan possibly repeat a year so that we might also enjoy a holiday next year? Are you out of your mind? Blue Star has strictly prohibited repeating a year. Are you suggesting we wish death upon our benefactor? The holiday bestowed by Jiang Yan has filled everyone with gratitude. As residents of the same city as the top scholar, they take pride in their association. What? You say you hail from Linjiang City? Do you know Jiang Yan? The one who achieved top honors? Jiang Yan? He's my buddy. We shared drinks just last time. Jiang Yan? Oh, we are quite familiar. He even treated me to a foot bath. Jiang Yan? We are very close. I even scheduled a tile repair with him recently, thanks to our fearless agreement. I despise the affluent. The name Jiang Yan carries an inherent allure, continually gracing the trending topics with a staggering 10 billion clicks. When Wang Zhong turns on his television at home, he is greeted with a replay of Jiang Yan's livestream. Changing the channel yields the same result, Jiang Yan once more. The Linjiang City television station has taken it to an extreme, broadcasting Jiang Yan's stream in an uninterrupted loop for 24 hours, and astonishingly, viewer fatigue has not set in. Ratings continue to soar. At 10 in the morning, a knock resounds. Is this the residence of Mr. Jiang Yan? The first guest is a teacher from Eastern Qing University. Appearing rather refined with gold-rimmed glasses, presenting an aura more befitting a scholar than a martial artist. In the living room, Chang He lays bare his intentions. We have come to recruit you to Eastern Qing Martial University. The benefits we offer are on par with those of the Divine Capital and Magic City universities. In fact, we will devote ourselves to nurturing you, providing resources that outstrip those of the two major universities. I understand you are skilled with a blade. We could even arrange for a master of the sword path to be your mentor. With your talent, I believe you could grasp the coveted essence of the blade within 30 years. Chang He's enticing promises are indeed appealing. A regular student might readily acquiesce. But he stands before the top scholar, Jiang Yan. The initiative rests with Jiang Yan, who is in a position to dictate his terms. The conditions you propose are commendable, but I am not yet ready to decide, Jiang Yan replies, neither rejecting nor accepting. Chang He adjusts his glasses, thinking, this is no easy sell. Shortly thereafter, several more guests arrive at Jiang Yan's home. Oh, the representatives from Eastern Qing University have arrived rather early. Tell me, what benefits did you promise Jiang Yan? I wish to hear whether you have deceived him. Hey, Dao Yong, don't go too far. Chang He grits his teeth. Clearly at odds with the teacher from Southern Xian University. The Southern Xian recruiter ignores Chang He, turning instead with a beaming smile to Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, rest assured. What Eastern Qing University can offer, we at Southern Xian can match. What they cannot provide, we can certainly deliver. Join us, and you will undoubtedly become the next supreme martial sage. The Southern Xian admissions officer speaks confidently, while Jiang Yan nods and smiles, offering no substantial response. Noticing the situation is becoming complicated, the Southern Xian teacher furrows his brow. Chapter 52, The Gathering of Martial Universities. Throughout the afternoon, the sound of knocking persists, prompting Jiang Yan to open the door wide. Representatives from Eastern Qing, Southern Xian, Western Song, and Northern Ming martial universities fill the modest living room, making it feel even more cramped. Brother Jiang, our vice president from Western Song University, also specializes in blade work. Should you agree to enroll with us, we would gladly promise you the position of vice president's personal disciple, who said that practicing the blade necessitates joining your Western Song University. Jiang Yan counters. At his age, he has already mastered the blade's might. Understanding its essence is merely a matter of time. Moreover, comprehending the intricacies of blade essence often requires decades. By then, Jiang Yan will have long since graduated. Yuan Xian Feng, do not overstep. I merely speak the truth. The reality is clear to all. The admissions officers from Western Song and Northern Ming universities begin to bicker, their demeanor far from that of respectable educators, while others carefully navigate their applications. Fearful of being overshadowed, Jiang Yan's situation is entirely different. The representatives from these prestigious martial universities have discarded their decorum, fighting tooth and nail for his allegiance. What a spectacle! This scene would surely infuriate those students who approach their applications with trepidation. Amid the chaos, Jiang Yan finds amusement. When asked for his thoughts, he replies, it's all quite good. I'll consider it. I will definitely take the opportunity. Yes, your school is excellent. Let me think it over. A mere boy. Yet he maneuvers among these seasoned veterans with remarkable audacity. The din abruptly quiets at the arrival of a voice calling out, it seems I've arrived late, everyone. The speaker is a curvaceous, mature woman, her beauty enhanced by subtle makeup. As she scans the crowd, her gaze lands on Jiang Yan, a practiced smile gracing her lips as she strides towards him in glossy black heels. The other university representatives feel a pang of regret, for her identification badge has made her identity unmistakable. This woman hails from the Magic City Martial University. As one of the premier institutions on Blue Star, the Magic City Martial University, alongside the Divine Capital Martial University, holds significant sway in admissions. With a rich historical legacy, abundant educational resources, official support, and a formidable faculty, the Magic City Martial University has nurtured nearly 1/10 of the supreme martial sages across Blue Star. While they may be representatives of one of the 4 major martial universities, they pale in comparison to this enchanting figure from the Magic City. The benefits they previously offered have lost their allure in light of her arrival. Alas, it appears our chances are dwindling. It's all your fault for squabbling here. Now we have no opportunity left. Can you blame me? If you hadn't undermined my efforts, Jiang Yan would have already agreed to join Western Song University. I hold you entirely responsible. Ah, so you wish to contest? Shall we step outside and settle this? Damn it. I have tolerated you for far too long. You disrupt my recruitment efforts every year. 2 teachers, burdened by years of resentment, erupted at that moment, rolling up their sleeves and storming out of the living room. The remaining educators, unfazed by the spectacle, acknowledged their lost chances but nonetheless felt a twinge of discontent, deciding to linger and witness whom Jiang Yan would ultimately choose. A female teacher from the illustrious Wu University of Magic City approached Jiang Yan, playfully inquiring, "Little brother, do you think your sister is attractive?" Jiang Yan, thinking her insincerity was palpable, nonetheless offered a polite smile, replying, "Not bad." The woman's lips curled in dissatisfaction, as if displeased by his response. "Would you like to join my school?" The other teachers gaped in disbelief, chastising her for her shamelessness, as she resorted to such underhanded tactics for recruitment. Could a spirited young man like Jiang Yan resist such temptations? Darn, the tactics employed by Wu University of Magic City were devious. Had he known, he would have brought his own girl along. A young man of Jiang Yan's fervor would undoubtedly struggle against such a lure. How had he not considered using beauty as bait? Must gender roles be so rigid? Although he was male, if Jiang Yan wished to enroll in their institution, he would not mind sacrificing his own charms. The previously esteemed admissions teachers now lamented, pounding their chests in regret for not having thought of such unconventional strategies. "Little brother, would you like to join my sister?" She continued, "Once in Magic City, I'll take you to enjoy all the fun." With newfound confidence, she believed her carefully curated appearance, coupled with the prestigious reputation of Wu University, would be irresistible. However, Jiang Yan's forthcoming words rendered her smile frozen. "Let us talk later. Soon." There was a knock at the door. "Excuse me," a middle-aged man entered. With a square face, hair meticulously styled with gel, and an upright posture. He exuded an air of authority, a badge pinned to his chest revealing his affiliation. Chengdu Wu University. Thus, the two most prestigious institutions of the Blue Star were now present. "I am Sun Qi from Chengdu Wu University." He approached Jiang Yan and formally extended his hand for a handshake. After the greeting, he cast a casual glance at the woman from Wu University of Magic City, stating indifferently, "True recruitment relies on the school's profound heritage and genuine intentions, not on superficial tactics." His implication was unmistakable, nearly calling out the lack of decorum exhibited by the Magic City University representative. The woman scoffed, crossing her arms, and replied coolly, "I wonder what sincerity your esteemed institution will present. I am quite curious." Sun Qi turned to Jiang Yan, speaking deliberately, "Join us at Chengdu Wu University, and our principal will personally mentor you. If you believe that Principal Qin, a peak martial saint, cannot teach you, we can arrange for the legendary Tsang Yuan Blade Saint to project his guidance from the stars, instructing you in the art of swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, the room collectively gasped, even the previously assertive woman appearing somewhat diminished. The Tsang Yuan Blade Saint, a 9th-tier peak martial saint, had once single-handedly quelled the ferocious beast tide in the northwest, decimating the monsters, before turning his attention to the starry battlefield, defeating countless foes, and earning remarkable accolades for the human race of the Blue Star. The Tsang Yuan Blade Saint was an alumnus of Chengdu Wu University, thus lending credibility to Sun Qi's declaration. Yet, the woman remained skeptical, pressing, "Given that the Tsang Yuan Blade Saint is so busy, how could he possibly have time to teach students?" Sun Qi shot her a cold glance, responding flatly, "Do you think I would jest about a martial saint?" The woman fell silent, realizing that the Blue Star had laws prohibiting the defamation of a martial saint's name, and Sun Qi would not risk such a significant deception. Yet, the thought of the Tsang Yuan Blade Saint still instilled a mixture of awe and obsession within her. Having grown up hearing tales of the Blade Saint's exploits, her admiration for this legendary figure was immense. Moreover, Jiang Yan practiced swordsmanship, undoubtedly holding the Blade Saint in high regard. If Chengdu Wu University could indeed secure the Tsang Yuan Blade Saint's assistance, the competition was indeed dire for her side. Taking a deep breath, she sought to negotiate further, addressing Jiang Yan. "While our Magic City Wu University may lack the presence of a Blade Saint, should you wish to learn, we have sword masters available for you to choose from. Moreover, you are still far from comprehending the essence of sword intent. In the early stages of a martial artist's journey, it is paramount to focus on one's realm." In truth, her statement was rather tenuous. In terms of resources, Chengdu Wu University was not inferior to theirs. In terms of influence, Chengdu Wu University was situated in the political heart of the Blue Star. Furthermore, Chengdu Wu University had made significant investments to entice the legendary Tsang Yuan Blade Saint. One must ask, what sword practitioner did not aspire to become as powerful as the Tsang Yuan Blade Saint? To say the least, the Blade Saint was the idol of every sword cultivator. Even Jiang Yan, who was solely focused on his training, had often heard the Blade Saint's name. Thus, given these cumulative factors, it was evident how Jiang Yan would choose. However, his concerns lay elsewhere. He was somewhat disheartened that Chengdu Wu University seemed to have effectively tilted the scales of competition in their favor merely by invoking the name of a Blade Saint. Jiang Yan possessed the Heavenly Path Rewards Diligence ability. Comprehending sword intent was merely a matter of time. With sufficient practice in sword techniques, success would naturally follow. So why would he need the guidance of a Blade Saint? Therefore, the conditions presented by Chengdu Wu University, though seemingly enticing, were of little use to Jiang Yan. He mused, "The more intensely you compete, the more advantageous it is for me." Clearing his throat, he cast a mischievous glance at Sun Qi and inquired, "Are there any additional benefits?" Sun Qi frowned, somewhat perplexed. "Isn't the guidance of the Tsangyuan Blade Saint sufficient?" Jiang Yan shook his head in disappointment. Sensing that Shindu Wu University's sincerity was lacking, it appeared that they did not comprehend his true needs. What he required was not the guidance of a renowned master, but tangible cultivation resources. Thus, rubbing his hands together, he turned his innocent gaze toward the woman from Magic City. "Miss, what is your name?" "Li. "Oh, Sister Li. Are there additional cultivation resources or benefits for joining your Magic City University? Perhaps something like spirit gathering liquid or specific martial arts techniques?" "I'm not picky." The crowd suddenly realized that this young man was not concerned with the mentorship of famous masters. His primary focus was on extracting as many benefits as possible from them. How should one put it? The attendees felt that Jiang Yan had his priorities somewhat reversed. The guidance of a martial saint was far more valuable than any cultivation resource. Moreover, the Tsangyuan Blade Saint stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Receiving even a fraction of his guidance could be boasted about for a lifetime. Yet, this young man appeared indifferent. It was truly infuriating. If they were in Jiang Yan's position, they would have likely chosen to apply to Shindu Wu University by now. But they were not Jiang Yan. They were admissions officers. Jiang Yan's choice was precisely what they desired. Several teachers stepped forward. "We have cultivation resources. We have an abundance of martial arts techniques. As long as you join our Dongxing Wu University, we promise to provide you with 20 bottles of spirit gathering liquid each month, and you can select any martial arts technique from our library. Our Nanyuan Wu University offers 25 bottles of spirit gathering liquid, and you may choose any technique at your leisure. If you are unsatisfied, we can even arrange for a customized martial arts technique tailored just for you, ensuring a perfect fit." At this moment, the two teachers who had just exited for a duel returned, sporting bruises. Upon hearing the bidding, the competitive spirit within them surged forth. "I, from Shitsong Wu University, offer 26 bottles of spirit gathering liquid." Jiang Yan chimed in, 26 bottles of spirit gathering liquid. Is there anything more?" 26 bottles, once. "I, from Beiming Wu University, offer 27 bottles." How infuriating. Are you from Beiming specifically trying to undermine me? Upon hearing someone threaten to raise the stakes, Jiang Yan could not let that slide. "Threats are prohibited. I urge everyone to raise their bids lawfully." The instructor from Shitsong University, feeling exasperated, decided to confront Beiming directly and declared, "My university will produce 30 bottles of spirit concentration liquid each month, 500 credits, with a choice of any martial arts technique, and 3 days of complimentary access to the spirit concentration chamber." Indeed, this momentum was invigorating. Monopolistic practices were unwelcome. Jiang Yan envisioned a flourishing competitive market. Unexpectedly, what began as a recruitment drive transformed into a grand auction. The atmosphere was charged, compelling others to join in. Lili gritted her teeth and boldly proclaimed, "If you are willing to apply to our Modu Martial University, we shall provide 40 bottles of spirit concentration liquid monthly, unlimited free access to the spirit concentration chamber, and unrestricted selection of martial techniques." A gasp echoed among the other instructors, taken aback by Li's audacity. Consequently, the bidding momentarily halted, and others hesitated to make further offers. Only Sun Qi from Shindu Martial University remained furrowed in thought. He turned to Jiang Yan and said, "I need to make a call. Do not hastily agree to that woman's proposal." With that, Sun Qi stepped out onto the balcony. In the office of the principal at Shindu Martial University, a rugged man with a scruffy beard and a somewhat rebellious demeanor remarked, "I heard an exceptional candidate has emerged this year, one who has effortlessly outshined the scions of our great families." The man chuckled. "That individual is quite remarkable. Let me tell you, even if we combined all the peers from Shindu and Modu, they may not match that young fellow's prowess." "That sounds intriguing," the bearded man smiled, seemingly unconcerned. He had encountered many prodigies, yet all regarded him as a genius. "Ha ha ha, my old friend, with your guidance, Shindu Martial University is destined for success. I bet that young man is eager to enroll with us after hearing you will personally mentor him." They exchanged a knowing smile, soon interrupted by the ringing of a landline. Qin Wufeng chuckled. It seems it's settled. He leisurely picked up the phone and confidently inquired, "When does Jiang Yan intend to report to Shindu Martial University?" "Principal Qin, Sun Qi hesitated on the other end. Qin Wufeng, oblivious to the unfolding situation, pressed on, "Will it be delayed?" "That is fine, let him decide." "Actually, Principal Qin, Jiang Yan has not yet agreed to apply to our school." Upon hearing this, Qin Wufeng's expression shifted, and he glanced at the Tsangyuan sword saint beside him, raising his voice. "What? You didn't inform him that Tsangyuan's sword saint has high hopes for him?" "It seems he doesn't care," Sun Qi lamented, struggling to articulate the discomforting truth that Jiang Yan might not value the mentorship of Tsangyuan's sword saint. "Speak freely," Qin Wufeng urged, his tone growing more serious. Taking a deep breath, Sun Qi finally confessed, "What Jiang Yan truly desires are cultivation resources." The office fell into an eerie silence. The implication of Sun Qi's words was clear. In Jiang Yan's eyes, tangible cultivation resources held far greater value than the ethereal guidance of a martial saint. For those who had seen the world, resources were mere external possessions, often in such abundance that they could scarcely be utilized. However, the mentorship of a martial saint was a rare opportunity. A martial saint represented the pinnacle of martial arts in Blue Star, possessing an understanding so profound that even a brief suggestion could greatly benefit a martial artist's journey. It was a matter of weighing priorities, something any intelligent person could discern. Yet, Jiang Yan chose resources instead. Would being bound to a martial saint leave him lacking in resources? Or had Jiang Yan grown so arrogant as to believe he needed no guidance, having reached a realm of self-sufficiency? Song Yuan's sword saint listened intently to their conversation, and instead of feeling slighted, his previous nonchalance faded as he began to regard Jiang Yan with newfound respect. "Ha, good. What a remarkable young man," he proclaimed. "You must find a way to recruit Jiang Yan to Shindu. I wish to witness firsthand just how confident this audacious lad truly is. Regardless of his bids, I shall cover all expenses." Upon hearing this, Qin Wufeng quickly intervened. "That would be too generous. Surely, we at Shindu Martial University should bear the costs. What could a mere innate martial artist need in terms of resources?" Song Yuan's sword saint waved dismissively. "My mind is made up. Your counsel is unnecessary." Initially, he had agreed to mentor Jiang Yan merely to repay a favor to Qin Wufeng, but now he found himself genuinely intrigued by Jiang Yan. Qin Wufeng, recognizing Song Yuan's sincerity, ceased his persuasion and addressed Sun Qi. "Regardless of how high the offers from other schools may rise, we at Shindu shall double it. If necessary, you have the authority to make decisions." With a martial saint backing them, would they truly lack resources for an innate martial artist? At their level, cultivation resources were of little consequence. Sun Qi hung up the phone, his hands trembling slightly. No regard for expenses? Jiang Yan may very well be the first since Shindu's establishment. With the principal unconcerned, why should Sun Qi worry? After all, the financial burden was not his. Thus, he strode confidently into the living room. At that moment, Li from Modu Martial University raised her offer once more, decisively surpassing the other institutions. "We at Modu Martial University shall allocate 50 bottles of spirit concentration liquid monthly, providing 20 hours of free access to the spirit concentration chamber each day, and 1,000 credits each month, allowing you to select 10 techniques from our martial arts library, along with the opportunity to choose a mentor below the 9th rank. Let me be clear, our credits at Modu Martial University are exceedingly precious, even if you do nothing. Your monthly allocation of 1,000 credits will surpass those older students who toil tirelessly for their credits." Li's promises were substantial, indicating Modu Martial University's commitment to Jiang Yan. Naturally, she believed that faced with such temptation, Jiang Yan would be unable to refuse. "Phew, at last, I've completed my task," she thought, relieved. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted as soon as Li finished speaking. "Jiang Yan, if you are willing to join Shindu Martial University, we will take full responsibility for all your cultivation resources over the next 4 years." At this declaration, everyone gazed at Sun Qi as though he were mad, particularly Li, who looked at him incredulously. "Sun Qi, are you exaggerating? Surely, you don't expect to get something for nothing. Such a deal is unheard of." Sun Qi smirked, emboldened by Principal Qin's earlier words. "I assure you, I would not lie about such matters. In fact, if Jiang Yan agrees to join Shindu Martial University, I can draft a contract immediately to guarantee that we are truthful." Sun Qi spoke with conviction, appearing entirely earnest. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed with delight. "Shindu Martial University is indeed impressive. I had my doubts at first, but I have always held you in high regard." The promise of covering all his cultivation resources for the next 4 years was utterly absurd. Only Jiang Yan understood the magnitude of such a statement. For years hence, with his rate of cultivation, who could predict how far he would have progressed? If Shindu Martial University kept their promise, he would likely never have to worry about lacking cultivation resources before breaking through to Martial Saint. Assuming he consumed 2 bottles of spirit concentration liquid each night. As the benefits of diligent practice accumulated, his consumption rate would only increase, requiring even more expensive resources at higher levels. Could Shindu Martial University truly sustain such commitments? Well, given their deep heritage, they indeed appeared capable of fulfilling such promises. Moreover, Jiang Yan, despite your numerous concerns, you shall not lack for cultivation resources in the days to come. Engaging in daily practice and sparring with formidable opponents will undoubtedly lead you to the threshold of becoming a martial saint, with the prospect of surpassing that status no longer a mere dream. Mr. Sun, let us proceed to print the contract. With this statement, Jiang Yan has made his choice. The others sighed in lament, fully aware that their chances had been utterly extinguished. With boundless resources and the guidance of the Blade Saint, the Capital Martial University is poised to possess every advantage, rendering defeat inconceivable. Before long, Jiang Yan and Sun Qi finalized the contract, which was subsequently printed. After Jiang Yan affixed his signature, Sun Qi produced the exclusive seal of the Capital Martial University and pressed it down. The agreement was thus established. The remaining recruitment teachers departed, leaving Jiang Yan alone in the living room. He held the contract aloft, examining it from various angles, murmuring to himself, the Blade Saint. I wonder what kind of being he is. Chapter 55, The Wilderness, Reckoning. The contract was straightforward, comprising 3 essential points. First, Jiang Yan is required to apply to the Capital Martial University. Second, the Capital Martial University promises to provide all necessary cultivation resources over the course of 4 years, including but not limited to martial techniques, auxiliary consumables, and training rooms. Third, the Capital Martial University pledges that the Blade Saint of Tsangyuan will personally instruct Jiang Yan once. The first 2 clauses are fundamental, while the third, though a remarkable opportunity, is of little consequence to Jiang Yan at present. His curiosity about martial saints has yet to evolve into reverence or admiration. That evening, Jiang Yan resumed his training regimen. In the first half of the night, he consumed 2 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid, centering his focus within the self-study space. Entering this space allows his consciousness to experience the full feedback of his cultivation results, a phenomenon that is quite extraordinary. Yet, such an astonishing occurrence is flawlessly executed within the divine martial space. Upon ingesting the spirit-gathering liquid, his blood surged and his meridians swelled slightly, significantly accelerating the absorption of energy. The spirit-gathering liquid is not merely an energy potion. It should be regarded as a stimulant, enhancing the body's energy absorption rate. Each individual requires a unique type of energy. Jiang Yan's is the energy of gung metal, which means he can only absorb energy that shares its origin within the universe. Others among the martial practitioners differ in this regard. Thus, the existence of spirit stones or similar artifacts on Blue Star is non-existent. Even if they did exist, they would hold no value for cultivation due to the divergent energy requirements of each person. Given the peculiar nature of energy, once one reaches the innate stage, each martial artist must embark on their own journey of exploration. Jiang Yan's gung metal energy is no exception. No one can predict the ultimate transformation of this energy. All must be discovered by Jiang Yan himself. For now, he can only manipulate it in a rudimentary manner. System log updated. You have consumed spirit-gathering liquid. Your energy absorption speed has slightly increased. Your breathing technique has slightly improved. The gung metal energy within you is refining your body. In the latter half of the night, Jiang Yan diligently practiced the yin lay destruction slash. As a top-tier martial technique, he has mastered it to an extraordinary degree, which is a formidable achievement for an innate martial artist. Take, for instance, Li Qingla, the genius who mastered gunplay during the college entrance examination. He has only just begun to grasp mid-tier martial techniques. It is not that Li Qingla cannot afford top-tier martial techniques, but rather that the time investment required to cultivate such high-quality techniques is immense. It would be more prudent to focus on elevating one's realm instead. However, Jiang Yan is undeterred by such considerations. He desires to advance in both martial technique and cultivation equally. You have practiced the yin lay destruction slash 10 times. Your proficiency has slightly improved. Your understanding of swordsmanship has slightly increased. You have practiced the yin lay destruction slash 50 times. Your proficiency has slightly improved. Your understanding of swordsmanship has seen a modest enhancement. You have practiced the yin lay destruction slash 100 times. Your proficiency has significantly improved. Your physique has substantially enhanced. Congratulations, your proficiency in yin lay destruction slash has reached great completion. Panting heavily, Jiang Yan plunged his sword into the ground, slightly bending at the waist. After a night of intense exertion, even someone like him, whose physique has been reinforced countless times, found it difficult to endure. Since awakening in the divine martial space, he has scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep, battling ferocious beasts by day and honing his skills in the divine martial space by night. Though he has benefited from supportive enhancements, he embodies the truth that diligence is rewarded by the heavens. Having decided to apply to the Capital Martial University, it is indeed too leisurely to remain in the city. Jiang Yan checked the university's commencement date, with a month remaining. He seized the opportunity to venture into the wilderness for training. Battle is a relentless pursuit. In the throes of combat, he can refine his swordsmanship, martial techniques, physique, and willpower, achieving comprehensive enhancement. The creatures within the divine martial space are capable of executing devastating attacks in an instant, and while they serve well for honing skills, nothing compares to the growth gained from battling fierce beasts. Jiang Yan began preparing his supplies early in the morning. With the possession of a spatial ring, he need not carry excessive burdens. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for his large black bag instead. Hey, kid, it's only been a day since the break began. And you're already restless? Uncle Wong, lying in bed is akin to rotting away. I much prefer the wilderness. Very well, just be cautious. Wang Zhong had closely followed Jiang Yan's college entrance examination livestream, aware of the boy's ability to fly. As long as he avoids provoking the aerial overlords of the wilderness, he should be relatively safe. Off I go, Uncle Wong. I shall return with some fine medicinal herbs. By the way, at your age, still no wife? Is there something you're not telling me? Get lost. Do I look like I need your worries? The number of suitors lining up for me stretches from Lingjiang City to the capital. Haha, how stubborn. But when will you bring a girl to show me? If old Jiang finds out you're of this age without a romantic interest, he might just rise from his grave to scold me. Jiang Yan had already walked far, waving his hand. Haha, I'm still young. There's no need for your concern. His voice faded into the distance. Uncle Wang scoffed and muttered to himself, such disrespect. Yin lay destruction slash. Purple gold thunder transformed into resplendent celestial might, obliterating vast expanses with overwhelming force. A 10-meter lightning blade loomed above, akin to divine judgment raining from the heavens. Hiss! A massive black python, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, emitted a thunderous roar, struggling against the ravaging thunderstorm. It was futile. Ensnared by the tempest, the phantom of the blade descended with a resounding crash. Jiang Yan turned and departed, too indifferent to collect the materials. In his wake lay only charred remnants. The colossal serpent was forever lost to the wilderness. A fourth-tier initial stage behemoth, the towering python, felled by a single strike. Having grown accustomed to being dispatched by the combat space's mages, Jiang Yan found it somewhat disconcerting to so easily vanquish other fierce beasts outside. Resolutely, he ventured deeper into the wilderness, harboring hopes that upon leveling up, he might conquer the mages. With this mindset, Jiang Yan spent another half-month braving the wilderness. Opening his status panel, Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, Battle Saint Garb, pending evolution. Realm, late innate stage. Breathing technique, Gung metal breathing technique, self-named. Martial techniques, non-mainstream, basic sword technique perfected. Low yellow tier, mighty bull strength perfected. High yellow tier, explosive step perfected. High Xian tier, 9 vertical steps perfected. High heavenly tier, Yin lay destruction slash perfected. Attributes, Heavenly Tao rewards diligence, destiny, true meaning of life and death, blue, speed, blue, wine control, blue, sword bearer, purple, life and death moment, orange, multicasting, self-selected special, demonic balance, purple, language of flowers in the thicket, purple, pre-awareness, white, Pandora's box, orange. Special, blade force, can be transcended into blade intent. The essence of metal. With the aid of potions during combat, one's cultivation naturally breaks through to the late innate stage. The Yin Thunder Annihilation slash reaches perfection through repeated use. In his confrontations with the illusionist, Jiang Yan successfully obtained the rare orange attribute, Pandora's box. Pandora's box. Each of your attacks will inflict a random negative status on the enemy. A breakthrough has been achieved. Thus, it is time to settle accounts. Jiang Yan's expression turned frosty, a hint of weariness creasing his handsome features as he silently chanted, entering the combat space. The challenge begins. Chapter 56, Slaying the Illusionist. You successfully struck the illusionist, triggering Pandora's box, inflicting a burning effect. You successfully struck the illusionist, triggering Pandora's box, inflicting a slowing effect. You successfully struck the illusionist, triggering Pandora's box and double casting, inflicting double bleeding damage on the illusionist. Within the combat space, flashes of blades and swords danced as Jiang Yan pursued the errantly fleeing top hat. The top hat soared through the sky, occasionally raining down meteor showers, torrents of fire, and bolts of lightning. Jiang Yan evaded when he could, endured when he could not, and if he could not endure, he would face death. As an orange attribute, Pandora's box had a 100 trigger rate, ensuring that each attack inflicted a negative buff on the illusionist, rendering him utterly tormented, coupled with the 30 probability of double casting. This inexorable assault granted Jiang Yan the upper hand. The illusionist, overwhelmed by Jiang Yan, retreated into the top hat to evade. Jiang Yan relentlessly pursued. Currently, the illusionist's known abilities include 2. First, direct confrontation, albeit weak. Jiang Yan could overpower him even during the mid-innate phase. Second, diving into the hat, a grotesquely powerful ability that exponentially increased the illusionist's speed, making it a challenge for Jiang Yan to land a strike. Moreover, the top hat was exceedingly resilient. Strikes against it failed to penetrate its defenses. Only the Heaven's reward for diligence could deal minimal damage. Hidden within the hat, the illusionist could unleash chaotic attacks, lightning, fire, blades, spears, and meteors, rendering him nearly untouchable. With the slowing buff applied to the top hat, its speed diminished slightly, allowing Jiang Yan to catch up and land a decisive blow. You struck the illusionist, triggering Pandora's box and double casting, inflicting an 18-second silent state. Suddenly, the illusionist, who had been hiding in the hat, plummeted from the sky. The mysterious top hat lay helplessly on the ground, and a flicker of confusion crossed the illusionist's usually expressionless face. Silence prohibits the use of any skills, including but not limited to martial techniques and talents. Originally lasting only 9 seconds, the effect doubled to 18 seconds due to double casting. 18 seconds was ample time for a martial artist to accomplish much. Jiang Yan smirked wickedly, his verdant gaze fixed upon the illusionist. Yin Thunder Annihilation slash. Seizing the moment, the thunderous blade surged forth. The illusionist, stripped of all ability, found his miraculous talent rendered ineffective, utterly powerless to resist Jiang Yan's strike. Once an unpredictable talent, under the silence effect, became utterly impotent. In the past, even if Jiang Yan had beheaded the illusionist, he could reattach his head, but now it was entirely different. Boom. The illusionist was completely engulfed by the blade's aura. System log updated. You have successfully slain the illusionist. Congratulations, you have obtained the orange attribute, 4-leaf clover. 4-leaf clover increases the trigger probability of all your non-100 attributes by 10. Congratulations, you triggered the Heaven's reward for diligence, baseline mechanism. And you have obtained the blue attribute, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, your vision is enhanced by 50. Once again, Lady Luck favored Jiang Yan, bestowing him both an orange and a blue attribute, both quite commendable. Let us discuss the 4-leaf clover. The 4-leaf clover can increase the probability of non-100 trigger attributes by 10. Jiang Yan carefully counted and identified several attributes that could synergize with it. The essence of desperation, blue when facing the threat of death. The nerves operate at peak capacity, providing a chance to evade the attack. After meticulous calculations, Jiang Yan approximated the trigger probability of the essence of desperation to be around 30. With the addition of the 4-leaf clover's 10 boost, the probability would soar to an astonishing 40. Another orange attribute, life and death moment, had a trigger probability of about 25, combined with the 4-leaf clover's enhancement. It would rise to 35, effectively granting Jiang Yan a 35 chance to trigger a powerful strike without cooldown. Additionally, the self-selected attribute, multiple casting, would increase from 30 to 40, enabling rapid attacks that could trigger multiple times within a short span. Coupled with the negative buffs from Pandora's Box, Jiang Yan's power would ascend to unprecedented heights, subjecting anyone in his path to the torment of these two formidable attributes. Should fortune favor him once more, triggering double silence as he did with the illusionist, martial techniques and talents would all become ineffective, leaving only Jiang Yan in command, truly invincible. As the attributes multiplied, Jiang Yan gradually discerned their interconnections, realizing that with proper utilization, their combined value could exceed their individual worth, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Jiang Yan, no. Given the nature of the combat space, it was likely that another phenomenal entity would emerge. Jiang Yan was in no hurry to enter and endure more punishment. Thus, he exited the divine martial space. Walking through the wilderness, Jiang Yan pondered whether to venture deeper. The effects of the spirit-gathering liquid were remarkably beneficial, significantly accelerating his energy absorption. However, its consumption was alarmingly rapid. A full 15 bottles had been depleted in less than a week, necessitating urgent procurement. 3 days prior, Jiang Yan had returned to the martial artist tower in Linjiang City, upgrading his permissions with a martial artist privilege upgrade card, only to discover that the spirit-gathering liquid could not be purchased with star coins, but rather required a currency known as martial artist points. How does one acquire martial artist points? 1. Complete bounty tasks issued by the martial artist tower. 2. Innovations in certain technologies. 3. Fulfill government bounty tasks. 4. Exchange credits from certain universities, with varying rates. The more prestigious the university, the higher the rate. The exchange rate at Chengdu University is 1.78, meaning 1 credit can yield 78 martial artist points. 100 martial artist points can be exchanged for a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid. Initially, Magic City University promised 1,000 points monthly, equating to 78 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid. 5. Enlist in the military for merit exchange. 6. 7. Thus, should I pursue bounties to earn martial artist points for spirit-gathering liquid? Absolutely not. I'll directly exploit Chengdu University. Jiang Yan's thoughts pivoted, turning towards Linjiang City. Tomorrow, he would head to Chengdu, where they had promised to provide all the resources for his training during university. Why should he toil for them? Having made up his mind, Jiang Yan lost the desire to continue his training in the wilderness. With the spirit-gathering liquid depleted, it was time to seek supplies from Chengdu University. Jiang Yan made a slight adjustment to his appearance before returning to Linjiang City. He could no longer afford to be recognized, as his notoriety had grown significantly. Every time he stepped onto the street, he was bound to be recognized and surrounded. Initially, he found it thrilling, but the novelty had worn thin. This damned charm of his. Chapter 57, Chengdu. Jiang Yan returned home. Old Wang, typically rebellious during his teenage years, sat quietly by the bedside, chattering incessantly about Jiang Yan's impending journey to Chengdu. The possession of a spatial ring indeed brings convenience, albeit limited to a mere cubic meter, which scarcely accommodates much. Outside the city lurks ferocious beasts, and embarking on a long journey necessitates taking a passenger airship to the provincial capital. The fares for these airships are exorbitant, equipped with specialized sonar to deter birds, and they boast remarkable speed, traversing the entirety of Blue Star in just 2 to 3 hours. Initially, Jiang Yan contemplated traveling to the provincial capital to board an airship, but upon reflection, he decided against it. With the wind riding skill coupled with 9-fold steps, Jiang Yan had already acquired the flying capabilities typically reserved for 5th-tier martial artists. He resolved to fly there himself, which would also serve to enhance his physique, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. With only the inscription in his possession, he stowed all essential items within the spatial ring. With a single step, Jiang Yan completely immersed himself in the clouds. As he rushed towards the university for enrollment, he likely found himself in a unique situation. His figure soared through the sky, the sound of rushing air filling his ears, while the objects on either side swiftly receded, blurring into indistinct shadows. Engaged in a full sprint, his physique experienced a slight enhancement. A meteor streaked across the horizon, tearing through the dense clouds and vanishing into the distance. It was hard to fathom that such an extraordinary scene would unfold around a congenital martial artist. A day later, he found himself battling a group of vultures, his physique slightly enhanced once more. After dispatching several vultures that obstructed his path, he continued to fly for another hour. As he gazed down upon the earth, the outline of a city gradually came into focus beneath the thin veil of clouds. It was immense. For the first time in his life stepping out of Linjiang City, Jiang Yan witnessed the grandest city on this planet, the divine capital. He never anticipated that his fame had risen to such heights. Upon merely crossing the city gates, he was surrounded by a throng of locals. Jiang Yan, the one who dominated the examination halls and secured the top score in the college entrance examination. They exclaimed, "Jiang Yan has come to the divine capital. Could it be that he has applied to our divine capital university? How wonderful. Jiang Yan chose our city." I can only imagine the myriad expressions on the faces of those from the demon capital. Ha ha ha. Well done, divine capital martial university. Jiang Yan, I'm your fan. Could I have your autograph? Ah, my idol. In that moment, Jiang Yan was engulfed by the cacophony of the crowd, completely taken aback by the fervor of the divine capital's citizens, who were rumored not to be starstruck. The reason was quite straightforward. Martial artists from the divine capital generally possessed superior overall strength compared to those from other cities, leading them to feel a sense of superiority in interactions. However, Jiang Yan was different. He shattered the monopoly over the top scores of the college entrance examination held by both the divine capital and the demon capital, doing so with an unprecedented, overwhelming force. In this world, strength garners respect, and the powerful deserve admiration regardless of their location. The bustling and spacious streets became congested as floating vehicles, unlike any Jiang Yan had seen before, descended from above. Jiang Yan. Where's Jiang Yan? Realizing that the situation was becoming untenable, Jiang Yan decisively soared out of the encirclement of the crowd, finally locating a hotel where he successfully checked in amidst the admiring gazes of the staff. Sighing in relief, Jiang Yan settled onto the soft bed, grateful to finally escape the din. It seems there is a reason why celebrities in previous lives travel with bodyguards. He planned to venture out again that evening to ensure he presented himself in a manner that wouldn't draw excessive attention to his face. During his flight, he had noticed numerous posters featuring his likeness plastered in various locations, and screens on some buildings frequently showcased highlights of his college entrance examination performance. It was no wonder that everyone recognized Jiang Yan. The sheer volume of promotional material concerning him was overwhelming. In a separate scene, a merchant lay sprawled on the ground, having been forcefully knocked away with a single punch, crashing against a tree and causing countless leaves to cascade down, obscuring his despondent expression. Before him stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, yet possessed a more rugged demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying clear disappointment. "Brother, I lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Now, everyone in the world knows that the merchant has been bested by Jiang Yan. I have brought shame to our family and the merchant clan." "Humph, you did not lose to Jiang Yan. You lost to your own cowardice. You fear not just defeat, but the rumors that follow it. At the end of the day, your resolve is shattered, and you are unworthy of being a true martial artist. You were merely fortunate to be born into the merchant clan, enjoying resources that countless others could only dream of, awakening talents that are unattainable for most, and attaining a status that others can only aspire to. Strip away those privileges, and you are nothing but a worthless wretch. The merchant clan does not take pride in you, and your failure does not reflect the clan's standing." With a wave of his sleeve, the man left coldly. This was Shan Yuanren, the direct heir of the merchant clan, the elder brother of the merchant, still only 18 years old. Yet he had not participated in the recent college entrance examination, having instead been directly admitted to Divine Capital Martial University. "Jiang Yan, how does he concern me?" As Shang Yuanren exited the courtyard, a middle-aged man approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. After listening, Shang Yuanren nodded and replied, "I understand. You may leave now." He glanced back with a complex expression, murmuring to himself, "A martial artist is one who encompasses both, not one who chases after fleeting victories. It is about the internal, not the external. It seems you have forgotten everything Father taught you." With a quickening pace, he headed towards Divine Capital Martial University's admissions office. "Is it true that Jiang Yan has arrived in the Divine Capital?" "Yes. He just arrived at noon today and has already attracted quite a bit of attention within the city. He is currently staying at a hotel." "Good. Tomorrow, send someone to pick him up." "Director, I have a daughter. Silence. This is a matter of business. You would do well to keep your personal interests in check. Yes. Yes, I will not dare again. Once the man departed, the director sneered. What of your daughter? What should I do about my own? Dad, aren't you the director of the admissions office? Come up with a way to help me get an autograph. I don't care. I want it. The director, plagued by unwelcome memories, rubbed his temples in frustration. Alas, things have become too corrupt. Within the hotel, Jiang Yan focused on gathering his energy. Outside, the entire divine capital was stirred by his presence. News of Jiang Yan's arrival spread rapidly online, soon becoming common knowledge throughout the city. In this modern age, where technology and martial arts flourished, the speed of information dissemination surpassed that of previous eras, and the public's appetite for gossip remained insatiable, rivaling that of the past. Chapter 58, Report, Super Treatment. The following day, Jiang Yan dressed appropriately, preparing to head directly to Divine Capital Martial University for enrollment. He donned the mask he purchased the previous evening, checking his reflection in the mirror. I should be less recognizable now. Satisfied with his appearance, he was about to step out when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found a woman standing there. Dressed in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, she exuded youthful vibrancy. Who are you? The woman smiled brightly, introducing herself. I'm Su Fei, sent by Divine Capital University to assist you with your enrollment. Jiang Yan nodded, contemplating how the university's methods were rather extraordinary, having tracked his whereabouts within a day of his arrival. Very well, please lead the way. Junior Jiang, I am also a student at Divine Capital Martial University. So I suppose I am your senior. It wouldn't be too much to ask for an autograph, right? Without hesitation, Jiang Yan was about to say he hadn't brought any paper or pen when Su Fei unexpectedly produced them from seemingly nowhere, looking at him with a cheerful smile. Thank you. Jiang Yan winced but accepted the paper and pen, awkwardly inscribing his name. Wow, an autograph from the top scorer. As Jiang Yan exited the hotel, Su Fei ushered him onto a completely pink motorcycle. He had seen such vehicles before, commonly flying through the city, but he was uncertain what advanced technology powered them. Such contraptions have never graced the streets of Linjiang City. Su Fei presented Jiang Yan with a pink helmet, adorning herself with an identical one. Junior, this is the only color available. I hope you don't mind? Not at all. I find this color rather appealing. Ha ha ha, it exhibits taste. Su Fei leapt onto the motorcycle, patting the back seat with one hand. Junior, you'd best hold on tight to me. Otherwise, you might be flung off. No need. I can maintain my balance. Su Fei responded with a determined ah, as the motorcycle's exhaust ignited, propelling them forward at an astonishing speed. The roar of the engine faded into a cloud of grayish-white smoke, leaving behind a charming pink motorcycle speeding through the sky. A minute later, the motorcycle came to a steady halt. The two dismounted, and Jiang Yan removed his helmet, gazing at the imposing gate before him. It was a grand jadestone entrance, adorned with the elegantly carved characters of Shindu Martial Arts University. Flanking the entrance were two majestic dragon statues, ancient and dignified, their eyes gleaming with an almost lifelike intensity, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Junior, let us first register our identities. An hour later, Jiang Yan finally completed these trivial tasks and arrived at his dormitory. Unlike the crowded dormitories of his previous life, the student accommodations at the Martial Arts University prioritized privacy and security for cultivation, adopting a one-student per room policy. However, Jiang Yan's assigned room was even more exceptional. Not only did he enjoy the privilege of a single room, but he also had an entire villa to himself. The expansive villa boasted a lush garden, complete with a pond and various fitness equipment, rivaling the residences of the affluent. It felt as though Jiang Yan was not merely attending school, but rather vacationing as a distinguished figure. Su Fei gazed enviously at the villa's decor and remarked, Wow, Junior, your dormitory is enormous. Unlike me, who has to endure living in a cramped apartment. With a playful blink of her bright eyes, she continued, How about I treat you to a meal? I know where to find the best food in Shindu. I guarantee you'll be captivated. Jiang Yan replied, No need to trouble yourself. I'll explore on my own first. Perhaps we can dine together another time. All right then. Su Fei, slightly disheartened, departed, understanding that Jiang Yan had politely declined her invitation without further pressing the matter. After Su Fei left, Jiang Yan explored the villa for a while. Every amenity was top-notch. Even the training room on the first floor was exceptionally well-equipped, demonstrating Shindu Martial Arts University's regard for him. He reclined on the freshly made bed, gazing at the student card he had just received. Though termed a card, it bore more resemblance to a smartphone, a slim, cool crystal chip with internet connectivity, rechargeable by inserting it into the provided outlet. A single charge lasted a week. Jiang Yan swiped through it, locating his student ID, profile picture, and other essential information. He entered his student ID and logged onto the platform established by Shindu Martial Arts University. Thereafter, he could easily recharge his lighting, bathing, and meal cards through this application. He placed the student card on the bedside table, reclining back and gazing at the pristine white ceiling, beginning to plan for the future. First, he would collect his cultivation resources in the afternoon and investigate this so-called spirit gathering room. As for the legendary Sword Saint's guidance, the university had not provided contact information, leaving Jiang Yan uncertain about how to approach this mythical figure. Nevertheless, he felt it unnecessary. The importance of the Sword Saint paled in comparison to obtaining cultivation resources in his mind. Jiang Yan fiddled with the student card and discovered its surprising intelligence. He could exchange academic credits for rewards, which would then be delivered to his door. Moreover, he had the privilege to acquire various cultivation resources at no cost. Ganyan grass, which expands meridians and enhances energy absorption speed. Red blood ginseng, suitable for medicinal baths to cleanse minor bodily impurities. Black chinchu, used in conjunction with spirit gathering liquid to improve one's constitution. Premium spirit gathering liquid, particularly effective for martial artists with high resistance. A glance revealed an array of herbs and potions, all of which Jiang Yan could procure free of charge. As he clicked to purchase, a prompt appeared on his student card. Dear student Jiang Yan, your privileges allow for the free acquisition of all resources in the inventory. But please ensure they are for personal use only and avoid wastage. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan clicked yes. This modest request was entirely reasonable. He had no intention of engaging in unscrupulous activities such as reselling. Presumably, Shindu Martial Arts University was concerned about such matters. Providing all the cultivation resources consumed by the university did not equate to allowing these items to be sold for profit. After placing his order on the student card, Jiang Yan awaited the delivery of resources from Shindu Martial Arts University. In the afternoon, 2 knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Jiang Yan found no one present. Only a gray package resting at the threshold. He brought it inside and unwrapped it, laying the contents out on the table. 10 bottles of premium spirit gathering liquid, 1 piece of black chinchu, and 10 ganyan grasses. He refrained from taking too much at once, intending to deplete these resources before placing another order. Taking 2 bottles of premium spirit gathering liquid, Jiang Yan gulped them down and opened the school's map, pinpointing the location of the spirit gathering room. Chapter 59, Stealing Energy? During the holiday season, Shindu Martial Arts University was eerily quiet. Jiang Yan, indifferent to the floral beauty lining the path, focused solely on the location of the spirit gathering room displayed on his student card. The spirit gathering room was situated adjacent to the university gymnasium. Upon entering the venue, Jiang Yan discovered that even during the holiday, numerous individuals were bustling in and out of various rooms, seizing the opportunity to cultivate their energy. As he walked, many recognized his identity, and Jiang Yan was met with a variety of scrutinizing gazes. However, unlike the crowds outside, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yan relished the solitude, mimicking others by placing his student card on the card reader at the entrance. The black screen lit up. Card successfully scanned. Jiang Yan, you have a remaining usage time of insert time. Please exit the spirit gathering room within the designated time. Otherwise, the monitoring system will implement mandatory measures. Jiang Yan smiled, appreciating the efficiency of Shindu Martial Arts University, which had indeed fulfilled its promises. I have enough time that even if I stay inside, it should be fine. He mused as he stepped into the spirit gathering room. The room was modest in size, approximately 20 to 30 square meters. And unlike traditional buildings constructed from steel and concrete, it was adorned in a monotonous silver hue, exuding a metallic essence. At the center lay a silvery cushion. Jiang Yan plopped down onto it. Ding! Before him, a holographic screen projected into view. An electronic female voice announced, initiating facial recognition. Please blink your eyes. Kindly turn your head to the right. Ding! Identity confirmation successful. Dear student Jiang Yan, your remaining cultivation time is now. The system will extract a trace of your source energy. Upon successful extraction, the cultivation chamber will match the corresponding energy for you. Jiang Yan followed the instructions, releasing a wisp of his metal source energy. Above him, a ventilation system activated, allowing the metal source energy to flow through the opening. 1 minute later, ding, matching successful. For the duration of your stay, the spirit gathering room will supply you with corresponding source energy. Jiang Yan quickly grasped the fundamental logic of this cultivation chamber. Each martial artist required different types of energy, only capable of absorbing energy that was of the same origin as their internal source. The spirit gathering room possessed the functionality to filter energy. Upon successful identification, the system would automatically supply the necessary energy. This process eliminates the need for a martial artist to seek out the essence themselves, as the spirit gathering chamber directly supplies what one requires, akin to the absence of middlemen profiting from the transaction, thus significantly enhancing efficiency. Subsequently, it purely tests Jiang Yan's speed in absorbing qi. Golden streams of energy continuously surge into the aperture above, and Jiang Yan enters a state of concentration, employing the Gung Jin breathing technique, fully dedicated to absorbing the influx of Gung Jin primordial qi. You are absorbing qi, and your absorption speed slightly increases. You are absorbing qi, and your absorption speed slightly increases. You are operating the Gung Jin breathing technique, and its quality slightly enhances. Your Gung Jin primordial qi is expanding, and this expansion accelerates. Countless streams of qi converge into Jiang Yan's body, transforming him into a golden vortex, greedily consuming the surrounding primordial energy. Control Center. Teacher Zhao. The spirit gathering device numbered 6 is exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations. A young man's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, incredulously gazing at the fluctuating data on the screen. What is going on? An elderly gentleman with graying temples and a spirited demeanor hurriedly approached the young man's computer, inquiring loudly. Teacher Zhao, look. The data for this spirit gathering device numbered 6 appears intact in every aspect, yet the filtration rate is unusually sluggish, far below normal levels. The old man scrutinized the data and, indeed, discerned the anomaly. Furrowing his brow, he quickly contemplated the cause. Strange, how can such a peculiar chi exist? Our current technology shouldn't falter at this stage. The young man, perplexed, stood up to question the elder. Teacher Zhao, what could be the reason? The old man, his gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying the anomalous data, replied coolly, it's the chi. The man inquired, what do you mean? The chi in question is peculiar, present in the atmosphere, yet exceedingly difficult to separate. Logically, the filtration system should extract chi at a uniform rate, but this particular essence exhibits a mismatch in rates, causing the spirit gathering device to absorb an excess of ineffective chi while struggling to filter out the effective. Then what will happen? The man asked. The elder shot a glance at his student. What will happen? It will inevitably lead to the temporary cessation of the spirit gathering device's operation. You ought to learn to think critically rather than merely regurgitating information. When faced with unusual circumstances, you should know how to respond. The young man scratched his head and softly asked, Teacher Zhao, how should I manage this spirit gathering chamber? It's currently vacation time. There should be several spirit gathering chambers unoccupied. You should temporarily connect other spirit gathering devices to device 6. Oh, understood. The man's fingers flew across the keyboard. Device 6. Odd. Why is the chi diminishing? Jiang Yan opened his eyes and looked up at the aperture, noticing only a sparse trickle of golden chi, wholly insufficient. However, shortly thereafter, a deafening hum akin to an engine erupted above, and a torrent of Gungjin primordial chi cascaded down from the small opening. Hey, I misjudged you. Jiang Yan resumed his breathing technique, his body transforming once more into a golden vortex. Control Center. Teacher Zhao, something's wrong. The young man shouted again. The elder's expression darkened as he approached, irritably tapping the student on the head. You must learn to resolve issues independently. Do not come running to me for every little thing. Now what is it? The student, his face contorted in distress, replied, Teacher Zhao. I connected devices 13 and 14 to device 6, and now all 3 are paralyzed and completely unresponsive. Damn it, you didn't miscalculate the formula, did you? This apparatus is worth our lives. If you break it, I'll have no choice but to expel you. The elder fumed, quickly checking the data. Moments later, Xiaozhong, bring me my glasses. Oh right. The elder donned his reading glasses, meticulously examining the data from the 3 machines. No errors in input. So how did the circuit fail? A minute passed. I see. Xiaozhong, summon 3 more spirit gathering devices. I refuse to believe whether you absorb chi faster, or I can supply it faster. Also, bring up the monitoring for device 6. I want to see which fool has come to the spirit gathering chamber to siphon chi. Chapter 60, 6 spirit gathering devices. Why has it vanished again? Jiang Yan gazed disdainfully at the aperture above, his expression resembling that of a ferocious wife scrutinizing her inept husband. Yet, as if responding to Jiang Yan's grievances, a fresh surge of Gungjin primordial energy flooded in. Jiang Yan resumed his training with renewed assurance. I hope this lasts a bit longer. When the elder activated the monitoring, he beheld Jiang Yan seated cross-legged, his body resembling a miniature black hole, with copious amounts of golden chi swirling around him. Drawn into the tempest. Such speed. Both the elder and his student stared in awe at the scene, utterly baffled by Jiang Yan's rate of absorption. Teacher Zhao? It appears he is not here to steal chi. No kidding, my eyesight is intact. The elder shot a glare at his student, then turned his attention back to the screen, repeatedly exclaiming in astonishment. How curious. What sort of breathing technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? The student, enviously observing Jiang Yan's voracious absorption, thought to himself, if only my absorption speed were half as swift. Students admitted to the prestigious Shindu Martial University boast top-tier backgrounds and abilities, mastering the finest breathing techniques. Even he felt envious of Jiang Yan's chi absorption rate, underscoring the remarkable efficiency with which Jiang Yan was currently operating. No wonder so many spirit gathering devices were insufficient for his needs. This lad required not only peculiar chi, but also exhibited an astonishing absorption speed. Teacher Zhao, he is currently monopolizing 5 spirit gathering devices. Should we expel him? Slap. The elder delivered another swift smack to the student's forehead. Xiaozhong, think bigger. This student's absorption speed is extraordinary. I have no idea where such a prodigy has emerged from, but his access to the spirit gathering chamber signifies he is a student of Shindu Martial University. With such immense talent, how can you suppress him? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Hearing this, the student displayed a look of apprehension, his face drawn. Teacher Zhao? I will never dare again. Humph, short-sighted. The elder snorted derisively, then eagerly resumed watching Jiang Yan's absorption process, marveling and expressing admiration, his murky eyes filled with appreciation. Xiaozhong, go to the backend and print out the user data for the spirit gathering chamber. I wish to ascertain this child's academic year. Yes. After the student departed, the elder gestured in the air, his weathered face shifting from confusion to realization. This qi absorption technique is the work of a genius. The person who created this technique must undoubtedly be a prodigy. When did such a freak emerge from Shindu Martial University? I have no recollection of this before. You are absorbing qi, and your absorption speed slightly enhances. You are absorbing qi, and the quality of your Gung Gene absorption technique slightly improves. You are absorbing qi, and the quality of your Gung Gene primordial qi slightly elevates. Countless Gung Gene energies converge, coursing through Jiang Yan's limbs, continuously refining his physical form. The primordial essence expands with each tempering, its color becoming pure, the pristine gold seemingly capable of dispelling myriad evils. Through repeated cultivation, the already high-quality Gung Gene primordial qi is evolving into an exceedingly mysterious and powerful realm. Having recently broken through to the late innate stage, Jiang Yan now senses a further elevation in his realm, confident that he will soon break through once more. Though his progress is swift, it is a reward for diligent effort, achieved step by step, and not a fleeting elevation. The aperture above no longer experiences the malfunctions it previously did, steadily supplying Jiang Yan with Gung Gene primordial qi for the duration ahead. What Jiang Yan was unaware of was that in the control room, the elderly Zhao was already drenched in sweat. Why was his cultivation duration still not concluded? The 5 spirit gathering devices were operating simultaneously, which was no small expense. He picked up the materials just brought in by a student and scrutinized them closely. Name, Jiang Yan. Student ID, 20233XXXX. Duration of spirit gathering room usage. Zhao's forehead creased with confusion. Infinite time? Could it be that a hacker had infiltrated the network system of Shindu University? Observing Jiang Yan's increasingly rapid absorption of energy, it soon became evident that the 5 spirit gathering devices were unlikely to suffice. He had assumed that Jiang Yan would leave once his allotted time was up, only to discover that the young man had an unlimited duration. How infuriating. This was a matter of great significance. He needed to report this to the principal. The network system of Shindu University was crucial for nearly 10,000 faculty and students, managing resource allocations, task arrangements, and credit calculations. If something went awry, even Shindu University would face considerable losses. Before long, Zhao had dialed the principal. Hello, Principal Qin. Yes, it is I, Zhao Gongming. What? Jiang Yan's data is normal, and all his requests must be met? Oh, very well. Zhao Gongming hung up the phone, sitting in his chair, momentarily dazed. Infinite duration. Could he possibly be the principal's illegitimate child? As a technical expert, he spent nearly every day immersed in the laboratory with his students and had not kept up with many external events, including Jiang Yan's triumph as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Well, it mattered not who he was, since the principal had spoken. They would accommodate this extraordinary young man. Realizing that the 5 spirit gathering devices were still insufficient for Jiang Yan, Zhao Gongming allocated an additional device to room 6. Today, he would not be swayed. There was no way this abundance of energy would not be enough for him. Above, the once languid exhaust vents now stood tall and proud. Jiang Yan, puzzled, pouted and wondered aloud. Is this contraption malfunctioning? It seems to work intermittently. Zhao Gongming, watching the surveillance, nearly choked on his own blood at these words. I've provided you with 6 spirit gathering devices, and you still find it lacking? This situation was akin to a man who had consumed an entire bottle of blue pills, only for his wife to gaze at him in disappointment afterward, asking, was today not a good day? Infuriated, Zhao thought, this rascal has no respect. He.S. just lucky to have encountered me in the control room today. Had it been another teacher, who knows if he would have received such generous provisions. His face flushed red with indignation. While fuming, he recorded Jiang Yan's energy absorption process through the surveillance, occasionally gasping in astonishment as he scribbled notes on paper, revising and editing repeatedly, yet never feeling satisfied. How was it functioning? As a technician, he usually enjoyed a leisurely retirement, but when faced with something intriguing, he would study it tirelessly, day and night. As afternoon slipped away, Jiang Yan ceased his energy absorption, and the tumultuous aura surrounding him settled into tranquility. Prior to his absorption, he had ingested 2 vials of top-tier spirit-gathering liquid and discovered that its praise was well-deserved. Although its application was similar to that of ordinary spirit-gathering liquid, its efficacy had improved by at least 30%. Exiting the spirit-gathering room, he gazed up at the rather overcast sky and murmured to himself, let us call it a day for now. I'll explore the new species in the battle space tonight, and select a few advanced martial techniques from the martial arts library tomorrow. Life was becoming increasingly fulfilling. As for rest, yes, he had that. The awakening entry appeared to be merely white, yet its functionality was formidable. After just 1 hour of sleep, it could invigorate him for the entire day ahead. Awakening allowed Jiang Yan to experience a dreamless, noise-free slumber and fall asleep instantly, achieving a theoretically perfect sleep. Resolute. Jiang Yan returned to his standalone villa. In the battle space, a creature of crystal transparency stood still before the light barrier. It bore a striking resemblance to a human form, albeit exceedingly delicate. Its head resembled that of a jellyfish, while its body possessed a jelly-like elasticity, shimmering with an enchanting beauty from a distance. The creature was classified as a law beast, a near-perfect fourth-tier ferocious beast. Its talent, super-frequency resonance. Would you like to begin the challenge? Yes. As the light barrier receded, the battle commenced. In the next instant, the law beast sprang into action. Buzz. Accompanied by a piercing hum, its gelatinous body began to vibrate at high speed. Initially, Jiang Yan was unaware that anything was amiss until the frequency of its vibrations escalated, producing sounds beyond human perception. Zzz, zzz. In no time, the enormous law beast vanished from sight due to the high-frequency vibrations. Despite Jiang Yan being a martial artist with repeatedly reinforced neural pathways, he still could not discern its form. Under the eagle eye entry, he barely caught a glimpse of its outline, but that was all. Boom, boom. You triggered life and death moment. You are immune to this death. You triggered desperate truth. You evaded this attack. You are dead. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the first second, Jiang Yan could still see the outline of the creature through eagle eye, yet in the next, he suffered 3 attacks. By sheer luck, he avoided death twice. But the third strike was inescapable. How fast? I barely caught a glimpse before nearly dying 3 times. Jiang Yan respawned, his expression one of vexation. Indeed, one must never underestimate the monsters lurking here. The law beast resembled the countless times the void weasel had mercilessly defeated Jiang Yan, to be precise. The law beast was a deluxe upgraded version of the void weasel. The void weasel's abilities included spatial traversal and formidable lethality, striking Jiang Yan from unexpected angles. However, the law beast did not traverse space. Instead, its incomprehensible frequency rendered it even swifter than spatial jumps. Not only was the law beast incredibly fast, but it also possessed a high attack frequency, capable of launching multiple strikes in a short time. After his first death, Jiang Yan assimilated these experiences and prepared to engage in battle once more. Battle armor. You suffered an attack. Your battle armor talent has slightly improved. You suffered an attack. Your battle armor talent has slightly improved. You triggered desperate truth. You evaded this attack. You suffered an attack. Your battle armor talent has slightly improved. Your physique has slightly improved. You are dead. Jiang Yan once again compiled his death report. Although the law beast's attack frequency was rapid, the intensity of its strikes was not overwhelmingly powerful. With battle armor activated and disregarding other entries, he estimated he could withstand around 20 hits. Indeed, while I may not be able to land a blow, I can endure. As long as I continuously take damage, my battle armor can grow stronger, potentially evolving as well. The once robust body had transformed into battle armor through repeated enhancements. However, up until now, despite the continuous strengthening of the battle armor, there had been no signs of evolution. The previous creatures he faced were either weak attackers like flower spirits or one-shot tricksters, providing minimal enhancement to his battle armor. But the law beast was different. It could unleash 20 punches in a remarkably short span, maximizing efficiency while allowing the battle armor to absorb multiple strikes in quick succession, achieving a perfect dual purpose. While gaining strength through taking hits would be impractical in the real world due to the risk of death and limited benefits, the battle space was different. Here, he could respawn infinitely. An endless cycle of damage accumulation awaited him. It was akin to a team battle, where the top laner and marksman wielded a life-steal blade, inflicting damage at the dragon pit, while the final tally revealed that the top laner absorbed 50 damage and the marksman dealt 40, leaving the other teammates as mere beneficiaries of an effortless victory. Jiang Yan's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. His gaze towards the law beast transformed from one of trepidation to a maniacal grin. The battle commenced. Clad in his battle-sane armor, Jiang Yan remained motionless. You have been attacked. Your battle-sane armor has slightly enhanced, and your physique has marginally improved. You have been attacked. Your battle-sane armor has slightly enhanced, and your physique has marginally improved. You are dead. Ah, splendid. This time I withstood 21 hits. It seems my physical form is gradually strengthening. This method is indeed viable. The battle recommenced. You have been attacked. Your battle-sane armor has slightly enhanced, and your physique has marginally improved. You have been attacked. Your battle-sane armor has slightly enhanced, and your physique has marginally improved. You are dead. The battle commenced. You are dead. The dawn broke. Jiang Yan, with dark circles under his eyes, sat wearily on the ground. Almost there. Utilizing perception, Jiang Yan took a brief slumber before re-entering the combat space. The battle began. A day passed. In the combat space, Jiang Yan's gaze became numb, while the law beast's fists fell upon him like a torrential downpour. The system logs updated incessantly. The law beast now required 3 seconds to eliminate Jiang Yan, a substantial enhancement compared to their previous encounter where he was dispatched in an instant. It was then that Jiang Yan finally heard a melodious voice by his ear. You are dead. Ding. Your talent, Battle Saint Armor, has been tempered through countless trials. Your will is inspiring, and your demise is lamentable. Congratulations. Your Battle Saint Armor has evolved through innumerable refinements. Congratulations. You have acquired a new talent, Chaos Engraving of the Eternal Body. Congratulations. You have obtained the orange attribute, Titan Module. Chapter 62, Talent Characteristics. Chaos Engraving of the Eternal Body. Engraving. You can create a doppelganger that inherits all your attributes. Current limit, 2. Can be enhanced. Characteristic. The doppelganger inherits all your attributes, and you inherit all the attributes of the doppelganger. Cannot be inherited repeatedly. Characteristic. When the main body sustains injury, both the doppelganger and the main body share the damage equally. Shadow Hunt. In battle, you will hunt the enemy's doppelganger to assist you in combat. Characteristic. The strength of the doppelganger depends on the evolution level of the talent, the stronger the enemy, the weaker the doppelganger. Characteristic. You inherit all attributes of the enemy's doppelganger. After the enemy's doppelganger perishes, it can be reformed after 60 seconds. Attribute. Titan Module Orange. While in combat, a Titan Module will be attached to you, granting a defense of 100. Attributes can stack permanently. Limit, 200. Jiang Yan's 2 days of relentless endeavor bore fruit. In a state of near numbness to death and nausea, he had successfully evolved his Battle Saint Armor. Furthermore, he unexpectedly acquired an orange attribute, a delightful surprise indeed. Jiang Yan scrutinized the introduction of his latest talent, even as fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids. To his astonishment, it pertained to doppelgangers. A single doppelganger enhances my attributes by 100. Thus, 10 would equate to tenfold power, and the damage I endure would transform from 1 to 111. Upon reflection, even if I can initially only condense 2 doppelgangers, the inheritance of power would double my strength. No, this does not even account for the absence of my doppelgangers, which should yield a quadruple increase. The doppelganger inherits my attributes, and I inherit the doppelganger's attributes. Does this not imply that I can repeatedly inherit, endlessly passing on power, stepping upon my own feet to ascend? Yet, he soon noted the ominous phrase cannot be inherited repeatedly. TSK, always too meticulous, allowing no room for loopholes. Jiang Yan pursed his lips and continued to delve into the introduction of his new talent. Contemplating. Engraving appeared to be the cornerstone of Jiang Yan's power enhancement. As long as he could devise a method to condense more doppelgangers, his combat prowess would multiply, with a high ceiling and a 0 lower limit. Meanwhile, Shadow Hunt leaned more towards a combat tactic, highly practical with no training cost, possessing both high lower and upper limits. And then there was the unexpectedly acquired Titan Module. Upon reviewing the attribute description, Jiang Yan nearly lost his composure. Was this not another version of the Battle Saint Armor? The foundational defense of the Battle Saint Armor was 100, akin to the Titan Module. Yet the additional 40 attribute enhancement of the Battle Saint Armor eclipsed that of the Titan Module. The Battle Saint Armor offered a more comprehensive suite, whereas the Titan Module emphasized defense. However, one commendable aspect of the Titan Module was its permanent attribute enhancement. In contrast, the Battle Saint Armor could only provide temporary boosts during combat. Comparatively, the Titan Module possessed a purer essence, exuding a certain aesthetic quality to its numerical values. Jiang Yan exited the combat space, began to channel his talent, and activated Engraving. In the depths of his mind, a projection identical to Jiang Yan appeared before him. The figure was merely a shadow, lacking substance, ethereal, and indistinct. How should I forge my first doppelganger? As Jiang Yan pondered, a memory, seemingly innate, surfaced in his mind. So that is how it is. The essence of gung metal within Jiang Yan resonated, releasing wisps of golden energy. The golden energy cascaded like water, fully nourishing the doppelganger's ethereal form. Gradually, a thin layer of golden mist enveloped the projection, illuminating the entire room with a sacred radiance, warm and crystalline. An hour later, the doppelganger had coalesced to a quarter, yet the gung metal essence within began to wane. Jiang Yan felt a sense of depletion, while he typically consumed such quantities. At a critical moment, he faltered. Rising, Jiang Yan hastened to the spirit-gathering chamber. While I may endure hardship, I shall not allow myself to suffer unnecessarily. The benefits should accrue to the Divine Capital Martial University. This Divine Capital Martial University is indeed a worthwhile investment. Jiang Yan opted for the same spirit-gathering chamber as before, ensuring no one was present before swiping his card to enter. Oh, this lad is here again. Zhao Gongming felt a mix of worry and surprise. His concern stemmed from the fact that this individual consumed resources comparable to 6 people. While his delight arose from the prospect of observing Jiang Yan's breathing technique once more, having devoted considerable time to studying it without success. He had reviewed the previous surveillance footage multiple times, yet still found no clue. Nevertheless, as a professor, Zhao Gongming's thirst for knowledge had not diminished with age. Rather, he grew ever more obstinate. Today he was determined to decipher the workings of this enigmatic technique. Zhao Gongming promptly allocated 6 vacant spirit-gathering devices to Jiang Yan. As soon as Jiang Yan took his seat, a torrent of gunmetal essence surged towards him. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Is today particularly invigorating? I hope it lasts longer. Jiang Yan practiced the breathing technique, a copious amount of energy flooding his body, the gunmetal essence continually fortifying, before he released the surplus. Jiang Yan condensed the ethereal form before him. He glanced up at the opening above. Forget it. Hiding serves no purpose. It would be as futile as not utilizing it in the future. Jiang Yan resolved to proceed boldly. Who at the divine capital Martial University was not a prodigy of extraordinary caliber? If I must conceal this modicum of strength, I will find myself hindered in the future. Henceforth, the condensation of doppelgangers will necessitate the spirit gathering chamber. I may conceal it once, but not for a lifetime. Zhao Gongming remained silent, solely engrossed in studying Jiang Yan's breathing technique. My goodness, this technique is considerably more advanced than last time. Could this lad have received guidance from a master? Zhao Gongming recalled the call he had made to the principal previously. Perhaps this lad truly is the illegitimate son of Qin Wufeng. Zhao Gongming was uninterested in Jiang Yan's doppelganger condensation, singularly focused on comprehending the principles behind this miraculous breathing technique. He was specially recruited into the prestigious Shindu Martial University. Though his innate strength was mediocre, his understanding of martial arts was exceptionally profound. Within the spirit gathering chamber, the issue of insufficient energy was no longer present. Jiang Yan had already condensed a quarter of his energy, and now, with the abundant supply of the source of metal, his efficiency had significantly improved. After 2 hours, his clone was fully formed. Before him stood a radiant golden figure, seated in the same meditative posture as Jiang Yan. Beyond the golden hue, a hint of chaotic and profound energy coursed through its being. Jiang Yan discovered he could freely shape this clone's visage, transforming it to resemble his own or that of others. However, he chose not to create a perfect replica of himself, as it felt somewhat unsettling. This was perhaps a manifestation of his psychological fastidiousness. Satisfied with maintaining the energy form, Jiang Yan resolved to condense a second clone before proceeding further. Chapter 63. Allow me to enter the battle calmly. Mold. You can create clones that inherit all your attributes. Clones, 1-2, can be enhanced. Feature. The clone inherits all your attributes, and you inherit all attributes from the clone. No repeated inheritance. Feature. Any injuries sustained by the main body are shared equally with the clone, while injuries to the clone do not affect the main body. Jiang Yan continued to refine the second clone. An hour passed, and Jiang Yan ceased absorbing the source of metal, nodding in satisfaction at the golden figure before him. Next, he merely needed to set the character model, and it would appear indistinguishable from a living being. To his astonishment, he realized he could conceal these clones within a chaotic space, and even more remarkably, the clones hidden within the chaotic space could also share attributes with Jiang Yan. In an inexplicable manner, an invisible thread connected Jiang Yan to the two clones. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yan's combat power was effectively doubled. 2/3 of the damage from external attacks would be absorbed by the clones, coupled with the enhancements from his attributes and the resilience of his body, which had undergone countless refinements. His defense reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Jiang Yan remained in the spirit gathering chamber. A week later, the system log updated. Congratulations. You have successfully broken through to the 3rd rank of innate perfection. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Jiang Yan had spent an entire week without food or drink, merely resting briefly with premonition and occasionally ordering spirit gathering liquid through his student card. After this week of dedication, Jiang Yan's cultivation finally reached innate perfection. He gazed at the mountain of bottles and jars before him, said nothing, and stored them all in his spatial ring before departing the spirit gathering chamber. In the control room, Zhao Gongming wore a worried expression. This kid must be out of his mind, forsaking everything for the sake of cultivation. Moreover, the school year was about to begin, and securing a spot in the spirit gathering chamber was nearly impossible. It would be unreasonable to allocate 6 spirit gathering devices to him. No, even if he is the illegitimate son of Principal Qin, such privilege cannot be tolerated. I must discuss this matter with Principal Qin again, occasionally visiting the control room these days. Zhao Gongming found that this little fellow was always in room 6 of the spirit gathering chamber. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping. He was like a reckless soul clinging to life. Seeing Jiang Yan leave, Zhao Gongming let out a deep sigh. Please don't return. There truly aren't enough spirit gathering devices. As the start of the school year approached, Jiang Yan walked along the road and noticed an increase in the number of students, chatting and laughing in small groups. He had lost track of time while immersed in his cultivation. There were only 2 days left until classes began. As he pondered this, he suddenly heard a few voices behind him. Oh, isn't that Jiang Yan? He really applied to our Shindu Martial University? How enviable. I wonder how much the school spent to recruit such a gem. I watched the live stream. This top scorer from the college entrance examination has no flaws at all. He dominated everyone effortlessly. Jiang Yan. Someone called out loudly. Jiang Yan waved in response, eager to return to his dormitory for a refreshing shower, and quickly disappeared from view. Hee, the top scorer is actually a social anxiety case. Sister, let me tell you. Boys like this are the easiest to charm. I feel like I have a chance. Ha ha ha, you old pigeon think you have a chance? I haven't even spoken yet. Get lost. After showering, Jiang Yan lay by the edge of the bathtub, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. After an hour of rest, he once again entered the battle space. Currently, the attacks from the rhythm beasts had become significantly limited, failing to reach the level of body refinement they once did. However, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yan planned to have the rhythm beasts help him fully upgrade the Titan module. Titan module increases defense by 110, originally 100, max 200. Jiang Yan stood motionless, enduring countless attacks that fell upon him like a barrage of massage devices, the frequency so rapid that even shadows were indistinguishable. By the end of the night, his defense had risen another 10 percentage points, reaching 120. Although the current rhythm beasts posed little threat to Jiang Yan, they presented him with a problem. He couldn't catch them. Their unparalleled speed allowed them to evade him effortlessly, even if they couldn't overpower him. Alas, this was indeed a dilemma. Jiang Yan had yet to devise a method to deal with the rhythm beasts. However, there was no urgency, even if he could defeat them. He still awaited the day the Titan module was fully upgraded. The ultimate laborer, the rhythm beast. On the other side of the campus, brother, perhaps we should just let it go. I feel like I've already moved on. The merchant grasped the merchant's sleeve, his face betraying a hint of trepidation. No, he has now become your inner demon. If you cannot confront him directly, you will never be able to heal that scar in your heart. Brother, enough. Today, I must take you to face Jiang Yan again. Regardless of the outcome, I want to see composure on your face. The merchant wished to say more, but his brother's words ended the discussion. This is father's decision. He does not care about your failure, but is disappointed in your performance. I hope you understand. Gritting his teeth, the merchant's face flashed with determination. All right, I will confront Jiang Yan again. This time, I will do so with composure. The merchant's brother smiled with satisfaction, patting his shoulder. Good, this is the spirit of our merchant family. The two learned through whispers about Jiang Yan's dormitory location. Jiang Yan had arrived in Chengdu not long ago and should currently be at school. Outside the villa, on the expansive lawn, Jiang Yan was engaged in combat with his two clones. The two clones, embodying the golden hue of the source of metal, existed as energy forms. The clones were in sync with Jiang Yan's thoughts, resulting in a battle that was nearly a mirror match, making it impossible to distinguish a victor. It was akin to playing chess against oneself, with no clear resolution. However, through battling his clones, he could enhance his physique and hone his martial techniques. Yet, the results were far inferior to those achieved in the battle space. In the battle space, Jiang Yan could resurrect and gain immense benefits through life and death struggles, but in reality, such reckless actions could easily harm his foundation. From a distance, Jiang Yan noticed two figures approaching him. He recalled his clones back into the chaotic space. Oh, brother, that person is Jiang Yan. I see him. The merchant exclaimed, gripping his sibling's collar, frowning. Why are you running? The merchant's face turned awkward, thinking to himself, oh no, I've gotten used to running. The merchant glared at him coldly. Remember what I told you. Maintain composure, regardless of win or lose, and overcome your inner demon. I remember. The merchant clenched his fists, striving to maintain a natural expression, repeatedly muttering to himself. Maintain composure, regardless of win or lose. Maintain composure, regardless of win or lose. Chapter 64. A single kick to victory. The merchant? What is he coming here for? Jiang Yan retained a faint recollection of this former subordinate, particularly given the legendary spatial talent that had once eluded him. The merchant approached, boldly declaring his intentions. Jiang Yan, this time, I seek to engage you in a fair battle. Jiang Yan chuckled, retorting, did you not lose in a fair manner before? The merchant hesitated, realizing the truth in Jiang Yan's words, yet stubbornly persisted. I wish to challenge you again, to gauge my progress over these past days. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. I, too, wish to ascertain my own advancements. Let us commence quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the merchant's aura surged, and he once again melded into the shadows. Jiang Yan sighed, bemused by the familiar tactic. His reflexes had heightened to such a degree that even the slightest ripples in the spatial fabric captured his attention, rendering the merchant's approach rife with vulnerabilities. Jiang Yan turned, casually delivering a punch into the void. With a resounding thud, the punch disrupted the fabric of space, inflicting severe injury upon the merchant. He was propelled from the spatial realm, collapsing weakly onto the ground. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned his late grandmother beckoning to him. Her visage etched vividly in his memory. He had grown stronger. Gazing skyward at the clear expanse above, blood trickled from his lips, yet his heart was unnaturally tranquil. A sense of liberation washed over him. The merchant, still at the mid-stage of the innate realm, found himself stagnant, while Jiang Yan ascended from the initial stage of body refinement to the pinnacle of the innate level. Was the merchant's cultivation speed sluggish? On the contrary, it was quite the opposite. His progress was commendable among his peers. Yet, such is life. No matter how hard one strives, the chasm between individuals can be overwhelmingly vast. This profound sense of impotence paradoxically alleviated the merchant's burden. Losing to Jiang Yan no longer felt like a disgrace. Perhaps in years to come, when people reminisce about the merchant, they will be astonished to realize that this individual once had the fortune to battle Jiang Yan. I've had an epiphany. I've truly awakened. The merchant sprang to his feet, his heart unburdened, as if Jiang Yan's punch had opened his meridians. His brother approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It seems you have matured. Now, allow me to take charge. In the merchant's eyes, his brother's figure appeared grand and resolute as he stepped toward the formidable adversary. Of course, this entire scene unfolded through the lens of their shared naivete. To Jiang Yan, however, it merely appeared as if they were babbling nonsense. Is that Jiang Yan? Today, I, Shang Yuan, shall test your prowess. With each step, Shang Yuan's aura intensified. Faintly, Jiang Yan perceived a spectral white tiger looming behind him, indicative of Shang Yuan's late-stage innate realm, a representation of the pinnacle among his contemporaries. The spectral tiger swelled to 3 meters in height, its roar echoing with dominion. Then, it lunged at Jiang Yan with unrestrained ferocity. Boom! Jiang Yan effortlessly sent it flying with a single kick. A swift white line sliced through the air, carving a deep gash into the ground, sending dirt and grass flying in disarray. It wasn't until Shang Yuan collided with a phoenix tree that his momentum finally ceased. Brother! The merchant exclaimed in shock, rushing over. Are you all right? He sought to assist his brother. Don't move. You'll make it worse. Jiang Yan observed from a distance, blinking awkwardly. Realizing he may have been a tad too forceful, it was not entirely Jiang Yan's fault. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength, yet even so, the once vigorous Shang Yuan had been sent reeling. It appears my strength has reached an exaggerated level. I shall exercise more caution in the future, Jiang Yan mused, glancing at the ravaged lawn with regret, wishing he had aimed higher with his kick. Brother, pull yourself together. The merchant fervently shook his brother's shoulders. I was defeated in an instant. Don't dwell in despair. I lost, unable to withstand even a single blow. I truly am worthless. Brother, the merchant implored. Recall how you once encouraged me. You must rise above this. I couldn't even force him to draw his weapon. I am utterly useless. Shang Yuan's gaze turned vacant, lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to the world around him. Little did he know, as one member of the Shang family regained his footing, another faltered. Though Shang Yuan appeared mature, he was still merely an 18-year-old boy, embodying the fervor and ambition of youth. Yet, in this moment, he encountered Jiang Yan, a man who could ruthlessly crush pride underfoot, leaving despair in his wake. Shang Yuan chuckled bitterly. I believed I was enlightened and broad-minded. But it turns out I merely had never faced defeat. Jiang Yan approached, delivering a light kick to Shang Yuan. Enough of this self-pity. Help me restore the ground. Shang Yuan retorted. Can't you see I'm still grieving? Why glare at me? If you hadn't challenged me, this lawn would remain intact. Hurry up and fix it before I lose my patience. With no time to wallow in sorrow, Shang Yuan grabbed a shovel and began to repair the lawn under the blazing sun, a sight that would surely leave the family's servants in shock. Young master, you mustn't. It wasn't until noon that Jiang Yan finally allowed the two to leave. He had been so engrossed in his training that he had forgotten to select any martial techniques. The contract had clearly stated that Jiang Yan could freely utilize the techniques within the martial library. He wondered what powers lay beyond the celestial-grade martial techniques. As a celestial-grade martial technique, the Thunderbreak Slash had accompanied Jiang Yan through countless battles, dispatching foes with a single stroke. While his contemporaries were still refining lower-tier techniques, Jiang Yan was on the cusp of reaching even greater heights. With a superior realm, mightier techniques, and unparalleled talent, the once cherished image of genius had vanished in Jiang Yan's presence. Shang Yuan could be deemed among the strongest of his peers. Yet he could not withstand even a single kick from Jiang Yan. This exemplified the stark disparity between them. As Jiang Yan exited the villa, he followed the navigation to the so-called martial library. The library was vast and exuded an ancient charm, with students frequently coming and going. Please present your student ID. A middle-aged security guard at the entrance instructed. Jiang Yan did not underestimate this guard. The aura he exuded, though seemingly calm, concealed a formidable beast within. Producing his student ID, Jiang Yan handed it over. The guard scanned it and returned it to him. You may enter. Jiang Yan stepped into the martial library, which resembled a repository of knowledge, meticulously organized by tier across 4 floors. The first to third floors housed techniques below celestial grade, while the 4th floor contained those above. Typically, to prevent students from aiming too high and straying from their paths, access to the 4th floor was restricted to third-year students or those who had accrued a certain number of credits. However, Jiang Yan's privileges allowed him unhindered access to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered another gatekeeper, a white-haired, bearded elder. As the semester had yet to commence and the 4th floor's requirements were stringent, the area was devoid of any other individuals. The elder had likely been stationed there for an extended period, dozing in a chair with his eyes half closed prior to Jiang Yan's arrival. sensing the arrival of another. The elderly man opened his eyes and quietly regarded Jiang Yan, stating, "Present your student ID." Jiang Yan promptly produced his student card. The elder accepted it and swiped it against the access control device. "Ah, with this level of access, you must be this year's top scorer from the prestigious Shindu Martial University?" The elder returned the card to Jiang Yan, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Jiang Yan accepted it and replied, "I am Jiang Yan. If I am not mistaken, that individual would indeed be me." "Very well, do enter." It is rather uncommon for someone of your age to attain such innate perfection. Jiang Yan was not taken aback by the elder's immediate recognition of his cultivation level. After all, it is said that the strong are drawn to the scripture pavilion, and this elder likely embodied such a presence. However, the old man advised, "I would caution you against aiming too high. Delving into techniques above the heavenly grade too early may impede your cultivation progress." "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed senior," Jiang Yan replied, though he did not fully heed the advice, continuing unabated through the access point. The elder observed Jiang Yan's retreating figure, saying nothing more. Whether or not Jiang Yan absorbed the advice was his own concern, irrelevant to the elder. The fourth floor was a stark contrast to the lower three, devoid of specific books for perusal. All martial techniques were recorded on various magnetic cards, with numerous game-like machines available. By inserting a card, one could engage in immersive learning of the content within. Jiang Yan required only a few things: a technique for blade mastery, a technique for agility, and a technique for horizontal practice. Approaching one of the machines, he fiddled with it until he discerned its operation. He inserted his student card into the designated slot, and the electronic screen transformed. Before him lay a plethora of martial techniques, clearly categorized by quality and type: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, meteor, and Yaoyu. Jiang Yan, unburdened by worries of selecting a technique of excessive quality that might hinder his cultivation, confidently opted for the Yaoyu category. The interface shifted, prompting him to select a type. Among the myriad classifications, he found the blade techniques. Yaoyu level techniques, Huang Dao Ji Ri, with the sun as its essence. It pursues the day. As the blazing sun endures, so too does the spirit of the blade. Note: mastery of blade intent is required for study. Luo Sha Ran Hun Dao. Note: mastery of blade intent is required for study. As Jiang Yan perused the options, he felt a twinge of indecision. Suddenly, a particular title caught his eye: Lu Dao Tian Jiezhan, authored by the Blade Saint of Tsangyuan. Ah, is this not the renowned work of the legendary Blade Saint? He was surprised to find even his techniques available here. Jiang Yan delved into the technique's introduction. Lu Dao Tian Jiezhan, the 6 punishments of heaven. Seizing opportunities from the heavens. When the blade strikes, calamities descend, and both gods and men are vanquished. This blade is a manifestation of celestial might. Indeed, at the Yaoyu level of blade techniques, mastery of blade intent was a fundamental requirement, effectively deterring the majority of martial artists from pursuing its study. Fortuitously, Jiang Yan met this prerequisite, though he could not discern which technique was superior merely by the textual descriptions, given the formidable reputation of the Tsangyuan Blade Saint. It was reasonable to assume that his techniques would not be lacking. Succumbing to his indecision, Jiang Yan ultimately chose Lu Dao Tian Jiezhan. Soon, the imposing machine trembled and ejected a magnetic card. Jiang Yan took the card and approached a nearby technique chamber, inserting it into the slot. The chamber doors swiftly opened. "Welcome to the martial technique simulation chamber." Jiang Yan reclined within, closing his eyes. Almost instantly, he felt a cool sensation against his forehead, and his consciousness began to sink into a haze. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an unknown realm. Before him, words materialized in the void: the 6 punishments of heaven, seizing opportunities from the heavens. When the blade strikes, calamities descend, and both gods and men are vanquished. This blade is a manifestation of celestial might. Lu Dao Tian Jiezhan comprises 6 forms. 1. Thunder strike shattering the 9 heavens. 2. Flame consuming the world. 3. Wind eroding the formless slash. 4. Ice sealing the frozen prison. 5. Meteor falling to strike from above. Note: the first 5 forms are interchangeable. Final form: the end returning to unity. As the text concluded, a video segment began to play. The scene unfolded beneath a starry sky, where a lone figure stood wielding a blade, facing a horde of insectoid creatures charging towards him, shrouding the sun as if doomsday had arrived. The dark sky resembled an extinguished lamp, exuding an eternal decay. The man lifted his blade, illuminating the source of darkness. The tranquil night sky ignited with thunder, and the blade aura, enveloping the heavens, cascaded down. The imagery shifted to a blinding white. Jiang Yan squinted, faintly hearing the man's utterance: thunder strike shattering the 9 heavens. Could that individual be the legendary Tsangyuan Blade Saint? Jiang Yan admitted he was captivated by that strike. It resonated deeply within his soul, invoking a yearning that was irresistible. It was no wonder that Tsangyuan Blade Saint had become an idol for countless blade practitioners. That strike was undeniably magnificent. Jiang Yan continued to observe the subsequent video segments: flame consuming the world, wind eroding the formless slash, ice sealing the frozen prison, and meteor falling to strike from above. Regrettably, he speculated that the Tsun Blade Saint had likely never showcased the final technique before the public. Given the formidable nature of the first 5 forms, he could only imagine how powerful the last form must be. As the video concluded, a series of texts reappeared, presenting the heart mantra of the 6 punishments of heaven. Jiang Yan meticulously studied the text, committing it to memory. System log update. You are observing the heart mantra. Your memory is enhancing. You are observing the heart mantra. Your comprehension is slightly improving. After several minutes, Jiang Yan successfully memorized the contents of the martial technique. Exiting this ethereal space, he opened his eyes within the simulation chamber. He was astonished by the advanced technology of Blue Star. The experience had felt astonishingly real. Reflecting on this, he proceeded to select additional martial techniques. As per his usual practice, he began by choosing from the highest quality. Jiang Yan experienced no indecision when it came to agility and horizontal practice techniques. He simply needed them to be functional. After several minutes of deliberation, he ultimately settled on 2 Yaoyu level techniques. Agility technique, Tian Shi Jing Hong. This technique was crafted by a genius who emulated the brushwork of a master calligrapher. Moving with the grace of a startled swan and the fluidity of a swimming dragon, seeking gaps to traverse, with strokes that twist and turn. Tian Shi Jing Hong consists of 5 forms: stroke, winding, startled swan, swimming dragon, and seeking gaps, emphasizing elusive and ethereal movements. Horizontal practice technique, Shishang Kuanggu. Its essence lies in growing stronger through taking hits, and in striking others, one becomes stronger as well. Conveniently, there was a professional combatant within the space. After learning these techniques, Jiang Yan exited the 4th floor. The elder observed Jiang Yan, ensuring he had not taken anything with him, and without uttering a word, allowed him to leave. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Yan immersed himself in his cultivation. A day passed, and Chengdu Martial University officially commenced its academic year, resulting in a bustling campus atmosphere. Ding dong. A notification arrived on Jiang Yan's student card. Dear Jiang Yan, please attend the class meeting tomorrow at 1700 hours in room 302 of the Martial Affairs building. After reading the message, Jiang Yan set an alarm and resumed his training. Only through diligence can one grow stronger. Within the combat space, Jiang Yan practiced the still awkward Tian Shi Jing Hong, pursuing a rhythm beast. Each martial technique shares similarities, and Jiang Yan discovered that his perfected 9 steps of ascendance greatly aided his practice of Tian Shi Jing Hong, making it feel intuitive. The system log continually updated, and he believed he would soon master the first form, stroke. However, at present, Jiang Yan's speed fell far short of the rhythm beasts, leaving him uncertain of how far he needed to develop Tian Shi Jing Hong to catch up. Occasionally pursuing the beasts of law, and enduring exhaustion through the rigors of training with the Titan module and bloodthirsty bones, Jiang Yan found himself immersed in cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time, until the insistent chime of an alarm clock jolted him awake. It was 16:30, leaving him a mere half hour before the school's stipulated 1700 hours. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Yan rose from his bed, donned his attire, and freshened up before stepping out. As he traversed the path, Jiang Yan's striking appearance was hard to overlook, particularly with the title of top scholar he bore, rendering it nearly impossible for others to ignore him. Numerous classmates greeted him along the way, to which he responded with equal cordiality. At last, he arrived at classroom 302 of the Kunwa building, where half the seats were already occupied. Upon entering, his unmistakable visage was recognized by his peers. Look, it's Jiang Yan. Wow, what luck. I'm in the same class as Jiang Yan. No way, it's really Jiang Yan. I have to post about this on Douyin. Haha, I've even named my Douyin account accompany Jiang on the journey. TSK. This is business acumen, my friend. Fortune is surely written in your destiny. The commotion stirred by Jiang Yan's arrival was palpable. This group of students had persevered through the 3rd round of the college entrance examination, with many having witnessed Jiang Yan's formidable prowess firsthand, some even having been eliminated by his own hand. Those whom Jiang Yan had casually dismissed had suddenly transformed into aspirants of the prestigious Chengdu Martial University, a testament to the adage that comparison breeds discontent, for there is always someone superior. Having been subjected to Jiang Yan's dominance in varying degrees, they harbored a healthy respect. Wary of provoking him, Jiang Yan casually took a vacant seat, remaining indifferent to the myriad of gazes directed his way. A few minutes later, a young female instructor entered the room. She was quite attractive, adorned with light makeup that accentuated her delicate features. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Chonghua, and I am your counselor for this cohort. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Her eyes scanned the room before resting momentarily on Jiang Yan, her expression flickering with unspoken thoughts. Once everyone had settled, Wang Chonghua officially commenced her lecture. At Chengdu Martial University, we emphasize the principle of self-directed cultivation. No one will supervise your martial training, and your advancement in strength relies solely on your own diligence. Our university offers a comprehensive training environment. You may attend seminars by esteemed martial artists at any time to absorb their wisdom. Here, credits are of utmost importance. You can earn credits by undertaking tasks, which will allow access to the spirit gathering chamber for training or to acquire rare resources unavailable elsewhere. Credits can also be exchanged for martial skills. In essence, at Shindu Martial University, credits function as the equivalent of star coins in the outside world. Wang Chongyue paced the stage, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. There are numerous ways to earn credits, with the primary method being through the 10,000 Realms ladder. Achieving a certain ranking will yield corresponding points. Additionally, undertaking tasks or contributing to the university will also earn credits. Counselor, what exactly is the 10,000 Realms ladder? A student inquired after Wang Chongyue concluded her explanation. Wang Chongyue smiled in response. I was just about to explain the 10,000 Realms ladder to you. She paused to collect her thoughts. The 10,000 Realms ladder is a nationally recognized virtual combat platform created by a technological giant in the galactic domain. Once you enter the gaming pod, you can engage in combat with prodigies from other planets. The ladder features a ranking system. Achieving a certain position will place you on the leaderboard, which reflects the strength of the students from various schools. Consequently, top-ranking students are often awarded credits by numerous universities. Our Shindu Martial University has invested heavily in acquiring 5,000 gaming pods, which are situated next to the training grounds. You can take the time to explore them later. If you choose not to undertake tasks, the 10,000 Realms ladder will be your best source of credits. At this, a wave of excited chatter erupted among the students. I've heard of the 10,000 Realms ladder. Apparently, you can battle against prodigies from various races. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Shindu Martial University is truly affluent. I heard each gaming pod is quite expensive, and they bought 5,000 of them. Impressive. Battling various races sounds thrilling. I can already envision myself sweeping away all competitors and having them bow before me. Our strength shouldn't be too shabby in the galactic domain, right? I hope to achieve a commendable ranking. I checked the shop system on my student card yesterday and found that many resources require credits for exchange. If I could earn points from the ladder, that would be fantastic. These newly admitted students of Shindu Martial University maintained an optimistic outlook. Each of them was a prodigy from their respective regions, leaders of the younger generation, seldom encountering rivals of their caliber, leading many to harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. However, Wang Chongyue's subsequent remarks doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality check. Even as students of Shindu Martial University, we occupy merely a mid to low tier among the myriad races of the cosmos. What? A prestigious institution like Shindu Martial University can only rank mid-tier in the ladder competition? If Shindu can only achieve such a ranking, how inferior must other schools be? Is our Blue Star's overall strength truly this lagging? The audience erupted in murmurs. Perplexed and astonished by Counselor Wang's assertion, Wang Chongyue surveyed the students, her expression serious. Mid to low tier is a conservative estimate. If we encounter misfortune and no super genius emerges from Blue Star for an entire year, our ranking could be even worse. She leaned against the podium, articulating her thoughts with clarity. The number of stars in the galactic domain reaches into the hundreds of billions, and the planets far exceed trillions. Among these countless celestial bodies, it is conservatively estimated that over 1 billion can give rise to life forms capable of extraordinary powers. So I ask you, who among this billion extraordinary civilizations would dare to guarantee that humanity leads the way? Wang Chongyue's gaze was icy and stern, lingering on each student. No one dared to make a claim. The students, who had recently exuded defiance and believed themselves to be masters of their world, found their bravado extinguished by her words. Wang Chongyue smiled with satisfaction. Her first lesson of the semester was meant to humble these self-proclaimed geniuses. It is essential to remember that there are always greater talents and realms beyond our own. The path of martial arts requires a grounded approach, taking one step at a time. Among the crowd, her gaze fell pointedly on Jiang Yan. At that moment, Jiang Yan was gazing out the window, his thoughts adrift, oblivious to his surroundings. He contemplated enhancing the Titan module to 150 later that evening. Having just achieved a complete breakthrough in his realm, he was ready to seek out information on how to condense his inner essence and become a 4th-tier warrior. Additionally, he thought it prudent to improve his martial skill proficiency. After all, having multiple skills at one's disposal is never a burden. Such a busy yet fulfilling university life, Jiang Yan mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Wang Chongyue happened to glance his way. While the other students were deep in contemplation, only Jiang Yan appeared to be smiling, seemingly dismissive of her earlier remarks. Do you believe that simply holding the title of top scholar grants you immunity? Wang Chongyue interjected, the young man by the window. I see you smiling so brightly. Could you share your unique insights on the 10,000 Realms ladder? Caught off guard by the question, Jiang Yan stood up and replied. The 10,000 Realms ladder is quite impressive. Wang Chongyue, feigning ignorance, asked, and what is your name, young man? Jiang Yan, he answered. Originally, only a portion of his classmates recognized him. Now, however, everyone was aware of his identity. Oh, it turns out to be the top scholar. I watched that live stream. And you performed admirably in the college entrance examination, Wang Chongyue casually remarked. Jiang Yan replied, thank you for the compliment. I wonder what the teacher needs me for. Wang Chongyue descended from the podium, standing merely 2 meters away from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do you believe that with your abilities, you can secure a place in the celestial ladder of all realms? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan answered earnestly, I can. Oh. It seems Jiang Yan is quite confident, Wang Chongyue said with a slight smile, her lips curving upwards as she regarded him warmly. She had no intention of belittling him. Rather, she sought to encourage him to abandon the mindset of a prodigy and perceive the celestial ladder from the perspective of an ordinary individual. It is essential to understand that when a once great talent discovers one day that they are merely mediocre, the jarring disparity can shatter one's resolve in an instant. There had been a similar case at the prestigious divine capital Marshall University. A disciple from a secluded family, having dominated his peers, believed himself invincible. Yet, upon encountering the celestial ladder, he was swiftly crushed by the exceptional talents within, leading to a shattered heart and stagnation in his cultivation thereafter. This serves as a painful lesson. Thus, Wang Chongyue held herself to a high standard in establishing a proper understanding for her students. One may be proud, but not arrogant. One may have self-esteem, but not be rash. Jiang Yan was a significant investment for the divine capital Marshall University, and since he had come under her guidance, she felt a profound sense of responsibility. Jiang Yan, I have high expectations for your performance in the celestial ladder, Wang Chongyue hinted. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly do my best. Very well, please take a seat, she said, resuming her lecture on other matters. Jiang Yan began to ponder the celestial ladder, questioning how it compared to the divine martial space. Even in the divine martial space, one could refine their physical body while their consciousness entered. Yet, no matter how advanced Blue Star's technology might be, it could not achieve such a feat, could it? However, the opportunity to engage with different prodigies through the celestial ladder was something the divine martial space could not offer. As for the academic credits awarded for ladder rankings, did Jiang Yan require them? Not at all, for the divine capital Marshall University had promised all cultivation resources before graduation. He would undoubtedly participate in the celestial ladder. But his aim was certainly not academic credits. As the day darkened, Wang Chongyue had been lecturing for an hour without anyone realizing it. Finally, as impatience began to stir among the students, she announced the meeting's conclusion. Jiang Yan, could you please follow me for a moment? Confused, Jiang Yan complied. As the students dispersed, the once bustling corridor was left empty, with only the two of them remaining. The warm yellow glow of the overhead lights added a cozy ambience to their conversation. Professor Wang, may I inquire what you need from me? Jiang Yan asked. Wang Chongyue did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Jiang Yan, do you know our school's current ranking in the celestial ladder? I do not, Jiang Yan replied. Our best performing student in your age group ranks 15,020th, said Wang Chongyue. Jiang Yan contemplated this ranking, realizing that while it might seem low, it was actually quite commendable. However, Wang Chongyue's next words immediately recalibrated his understanding. This is merely the ranking within the regional combat platform, and that individual is a senior in their 4th year. Jiang Yan, intrigued by the new term, inquired, what is the regional combat platform? Wang Chongyue anticipated this question and patiently explained. The regional combat platform is established by the celestial ladder to prevent server congestion, creating distinct combat zones for each area in the cosmos. Our zone is numbered 158369, consisting of 1000 planets with extraordinary civilizations. Even among these, our school's strongest students can only rank outside the top 10,000. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the vastness of the universe. If competition was so fierce within a single combat zone, what would it be like across the entire cosmos? By the way, Professor Wang, is there no age limit for the ladder? Competitors are divided into age brackets. Those under 25 form one group, while those between 25 and 50 form another, and so forth, with rankings separated accordingly. So, Jiang Yan, your opponents are no longer just your fellow high school graduates, but rather all the top prodigies under 25 from the entire combat zone, across 1,000 planets. Returning to his villa, Jiang Yan found himself reflecting on Professor Wang's words from the afternoon. It was evident that this instructor, whom he had never met before, held a particular concern for him. Perhaps due to his displayed talent, or for other reasons. He understood the counselor's intention, to encourage him to maintain a balanced mindset and to regard victories and defeats with equanimity. In her eyes, he was a talented student. But merely that, talented, yet still only one among many. With 1,000 martial civilizations and prodigies aplenty, who could guarantee a place on this ladder? Jiang Yan was merely 18, turning 19 in a month, yet the prodigies on the ladder were all seasoned individuals, often capped at the age of 25, boasting 6 more years of cultivation than him. Who could assure that he would rise above such a multitude? He pondered the realm of the senior ranked over 10,000, as he battled against the law beasts. His thoughts wandered. The current law beasts could no longer breach his defenses. Their attacks felt as gentle as a tickle. Another night passed. System log update. Your proficiency in Bloodthirsty Frenzy has reached the proficient level. Your Titanic Body defense enhancement has reached 150. Jiang Yan continued practicing with his blade, finding 6 paths of reincarnation / still rather unfamiliar. Indeed, a legendary-level martial technique was not so easily mastered, yet with sufficient dedication, all difficulties could be overcome. In the afternoon, he resolved to witness the fabled celestial ladder. The morning slipped away in an instant. Jiang Yan departed the villa, heading towards the training grounds. Due to the midday break, there were still approximately 1,000 game pods available when he arrived. Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire this group of overachievers. Even during lunch hours, they occupied 3,000 to 4,000 positions. What would it be like during regular hours? It was not only the students of Divine Capital Martial University who utilized the game pods, but many teachers also took advantage of them. Although there were no academic credits awarded for climbing the ladder, it was an excellent means to hone their martial skills and advance their martial arts. What's not to like? Thus, at Divine Capital Martial University, aside from the scarce spirit gathering rooms, the simulation pods were in high demand. What he did not see was that outside the spirit gathering rooms, long lines of students had formed, some even resorting to sleeping on the ground to secure their place. This phenomenon was a common sight in all higher education institutions. The spirit gathering devices were exceedingly expensive. Blue Star's technology had not yet reached the stage of mass production, making them accessible only to those with wealth, academic credits, and martial points, an elusive treasure indeed. Even the top-tier schools combined had fewer than 1,000 units, while other institutions would consider themselves fortunate to possess even 10. Jiang Yan found a vacant simulation pod and was about to enter when he overheard some chatter that piqued his interest. Have you heard? Senior Zohan is aiming to break into the top 10,000 of our combat zone ladder. What? Senior Zohan hasn't graduated yet. Why is he still at our school? Ah, you don't know? Ever since he hit 15,020, he hasn't been able to make any progress. And sometimes he even faces the threat of losing his rank to others. Senior Zo, being the standout of his cohort, can only be matched by that individual from Magic City. He publicly vowed before graduation that if he couldn't break into the top 10,000 of the ladder, he would rather never graduate at all. Wow, that senior is quite relentless. The students ranked among the top 10,000 on the ladder can hardly be classified as mere mortals. Can he truly succeed? Uncertain. Throughout his 4 years at university, Senior Zhou has endeavored to challenge the ladder each time he made a breakthrough, yet his best achievement barely reached the 15,020th position, unless he experiences a substantial leap forward. Displacing the over 5,000 individuals above him seems but a fanciful dream. Enough of this. I, who have never even breached the million mark on the ladder, shall strive to leave my name on the leaderboard before graduation. Otherwise, once I surpass the age of 25, the opportunity will vanish, and hope will be lost forever. Jiang Yan listened intently, yet one question lingered in his mind. Why did Senior Zhou aspire to break into the top 10,000? Did this rank hold some special significance for him? Unfortunately, the two conversing had already entered the simulation chamber, and the idle chatter came to an abrupt halt, leaving Jiang Yan bereft of further information. He shook his head and stepped directly into the game pod. Meanwhile, a piece of news erupted across Blue Star. Countless television stations broadcasted the same footage, and media outlets clamored to report on it. All activity on Blue Star came to a standstill as people set aside their trivial pursuits. Even couples preparing for a second child were compelled to halt their plans, captivated by the live stream on their phones. An hour prior, the highest government of Blue Star issued an announcement. Zhou, a student from the Divine Capital Martial University, is set to challenge for a position among the top 10,000 of the Myriad Realms ladder. The citizens of Blue Star are encouraged to anticipate this event and extend their heartfelt blessings to our heroic human race. Upon the release of this global announcement, the majority were left perplexed, unsure of what was transpiring. A wave of discussion surged online. The Myriad Realms ladder? What on earth is that? Who cares? My company just declared a holiday, and I'm absolutely thrilled. Our school just announced a suspension of classes, instructing everyone to return home and watch the live broadcast of the Myriad Realms ladder, requiring us to submit reflections afterward. Does anyone know what is going on? For most of Blue Star's populace, the term Myriad Realms ladder was utterly unfamiliar, leading to widespread bewilderment regarding the event. Eventually, someone stepped forward to elucidate the origins of the Myriad Realms ladder, providing the public with a clearer understanding. However, is it truly necessary to mobilize the entire nation to witness such an event? Indeed, I acknowledge that achieving a rank among the top 10,000 amidst such formidable competitors is impressive, but what relevance does it hold for a mere laborer like myself? Are you aware of the privileges that come with entering the top 10,000 of the ladder competition for those under 25? Privileges? What privileges? Immunity from conflict. Boom. Upon hearing this, all those who had previously been puzzled fell silent. They began to scour the internet for detailed rules regarding the Myriad Realms ladder, and in no time, the intricacies of the ladder were meticulously compiled by astute netizens, swiftly circulating through the online realm. Rule 5 of the Myriad Realms ladder. Players who rank among the top 10,000 of the 0 to 25 age category upon their first login will grant their home planet immunity from conflict for a year. During this period, Myriad Technology Company, Limited will safeguard the planet's security. Any force that infringes upon it will be regarded as an enemy of Myriad Technology Company. Limited Chapter 69, Account Registration. Though Myriad Technology Company, Limited is termed a company, it wields immense power, with its enterprises spanning the entire galactic domain, establishing absolute monopolies across various industries. The ambitions of those behind it are vast and multifaceted. They do not prohibit conflict among major factions, but utilize the immunity mechanism to encourage peaceful competition among the denizens of the galaxy, allowing them to flourish through repeated contests. Fresh talent fundamentally determines the developmental ceiling of this planet. Thus, the immunity mechanism was born. They seek to provide these prodigies with opportunities for growth. The energy generated by these talents will, in turn, benefit the world, creating a virtuous cycle. To them, the entire galactic domain represents a resource. The more robust the development of each major planet, the richer their resources become. Thus, they strive to expand the capital market, enlarging the proverbial pie, only to gradually consume it and reap profits. Contemporary scholars have thoroughly analyzed the intentions of these formidable entities. Yet what does it matter? They play their cards openly. Caught in the maelstrom, the weak possess no right to resist, having no voice, and can only follow their lead, expressing gratitude for the meager assistance they receive. Countless conflicts rage throughout the cosmos. Blue Star loses nearly 100,000 soldiers annually due to various battles, not to mention the exorbitant military expenditures. A single year of peace can facilitate numerous endeavors. Thus, Johan's challenge on the ladder is not solely a personal affair. It pertains to trillions in wealth and the lives of countless soldiers. Johan, a student of the divine capital Marshall University, is hailed as the most outstanding genius in the past 5 years. Every fluctuation in his ranking garners the attention of numerous high-ranking officials. He has faced failure time and again, yet he draws ever closer to that coveted position. The global live broadcast quietly showcased Johan's image, devoid of commentary, media, or stirring music, leaving a palpable emotional weight hanging over the audience. Scattered comments flickered across the screen as the public held their breath. Even typing became an arduous task. Go for it. This comment encapsulated the sentiments of all those watching. Johan's upright figure lingered in the hearts of the people before he entered the simulation pod. The hero of humanity embarked on yet another uncertain quest. The pod door sealed shut. Oh, this simulation pod actually has a live streaming function? Jiang Yan marveled, envisioning the spectacle of an interstellar influencer broadcasting to the world. Dear user, welcome to the virtual game pod produced by Myriad Technology Company, Limited. The system will now assess your physical information. Please do not resist. Your data is held in absolute confidentiality. Absolute confidentiality? Jiang Yan remained skeptical, but did not resist. Allowing a red beam to scan his body. User age detected as 18. The system will automatically assign you to the first tier of the Myriad Realms ladder ranking system. Now, please enter your battle zone. The user has been detected in battle zone number 158,369. Do you confirm this zone? If you wish to change, please contact customer service to submit a request. Confirm. Ding. You have been assigned to battle zone 158,369. Please refer to your personal panel for details. Jiang Yan then filled in the remaining information, successfully completing his first account registration. In no time, Jiang Yan was transported to a dimly lit space. He opened his personal panel exclusive to the Myriad Realms ladder. Name, Jiang Yan. Age, 18. Home planet, Blue Star, hidden. Battle zone, 158369. Ranking, no statistics available. Jiang Yan concealed his home planet, as personal information is transparent within the Myriad Realms ladder. Should he inadvertently provoke someone's ire, the repercussions could be dire. Thankfully, this feature allowed for concealment. As for his name, there was no need to hide it. Too many across the universe share the same name. And a real name registration system online is hardly a detriment. Would you like to initiate matchmaking? Yes. Soon, Jiang Yan was transported to a duel arena. The arena was vast, seemingly infinite, providing ample space for combatants. Jiang Yan surveyed the astonishingly realistic scene before him, marveling at the prowess of the game company. Such meticulous attention to detail in constructing this environment was beyond his imagination. Moreover, as Jiang Yan moved his limbs, he discovered that his agility mirrored that of the outside world, with even the sensation of pain perfectly replicated. He endeavored to harness his innate talent, discovering that he could flawlessly manifest his doppelganger. However, when it came time to access the skill entries, he suddenly encountered a block. System log update. Detection confirmed that this realm was a virtual world, and the host's body could not inherit the function of skill entries. The Divine Martial Space was initiating a hidden program. The Divine Martial Space was descending upon the Infinite Worlds ladder. The descent of the Divine Martial Space was successful, and the host could now utilize skill entries normally. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief. A significant portion of his strength resided in these entries, and had they been rendered unusable, it would have been quite uncertain how he could fare amidst the throngs of geniuses on the Infinite Worlds ladder. Fortunately, the Divine Martial Space was formidable enough to allow access to skill entries even within a virtual world, which was a testament to its code surpassing that of the so-called Infinite Worlds ladder. He was being matched with an equally capable opponent. Soon, a figure materialized before Jiang Yan. He glanced at the individual, and a panel flashed before him. Name: Yushan. Age: 20. Affiliated planet: Invisible. Battle zone: 158369. Ranking: not yet recorded. Based on her ranking, it appeared that this matched opponent, like himself, was a newcomer to the Infinite Worlds ladder, as neither had any ranking. Yushan was evidently not human. The hair on her face was dense and fine, and her physique was wild and brutish like a beast. Particularly her exaggerated and imposing bosom, which elicited a sense of discomfort in those who beheld it. Yushan's voice was seductive and provocative. "Hey there, handsome." With a swift motion, Jiang Yan executed a hand strike, cleaving towards Yushan's head. A thud echoed as a furry orb rolled across the ground, disintegrating into electronic fragments before vanishing from Jiang Yan's sight. Congratulations, player, battle victory achieved. Jiang Yan was teleported out of the duel arena. Meanwhile, Zohan had already entered the Infinite Worlds ladder, broadcasting the scene live. Witnessing a momentous occasion, Zohan opted to let the world see it. One either ascends to divinity through battle or bears the infamy of a lifetime. Matching: 25 seconds. Matching: 26 seconds. With each passing second, the audience's hearts raced in tandem. Ding! Match successful. In the duel arena, a blue pillar of light ascended, and a figure appeared before the spectators. Chapter 70. Yao and Zohan, barehanded, with veins bulging from his neck and muscles rippling on his arms, exuded an overwhelming aura, revealing himself to be a rare physical cultivator. Does anyone know what Zohan's talent is? I don't know. It's said to be related to the physical body. During his aptitude test in the Divine Capital, the instrument indicated an SS level talent, but it's worth noting that SS level is the upper limit of the instrument, not necessarily his own potential. In the year of the college entrance examination, Zohan's performance rivaled that of the current Jiang Yan, leaving those so-called SS level talent candidates in despair. How strong must one be to achieve such feats? Especially when even the top 10,000 on the Infinite Worlds ladder are formidable. What sort of anomalies inhabit that ranking? The duel arena's brilliance faded, revealing the figure that had been teleported in. Name: Blood 1000. Age: 24. Affiliated planet: Blood Gustar. Battle zone: 158369. Ranking: 18,000. Zohan had not participated in the ladder for some time, and his ranking had dropped to 20,000, but due to his previous hidden score, the system matched him with a worthy opponent. Blood 1000 was entirely crimson, gender indiscernible, and with one hand, he reached behind his back, drawing forth a blood-colored scythe that unleashed a torrent of boiling blood, splattering onto the ground and emitting hissing steam. His blood-red eyes were filled with insatiable greed and crimson fury. With a flash, Blood 1000 transformed into a red streak. Dashing forward with such speed that even his afterimage was barely discernible, the blood-colored scythe sweeping down towards Zohan's head. Boom. Zohan remained unmoved. Upon closer inspection, a faint azure light enveloped his body, and his muscles rapidly expanded, elevating him to a height of 3 meters. His bones cracked ominously, resonating with the roar of mountains and seas, while the sounds of dragons and tigers echoed in a high-pitched shriek. Countless crimson attacks landed upon Zohan, producing dull thuds. Yet none could breach his defenses. A flicker of astonishment crossed Blood 1000's eyes. "Are you done yet?" A deep voice resonated as Zohan seized Blood 1000 by the neck mid-leap. Crack. "Congratulations, you have achieved victory in the match." This battle was nothing short of a massacre. The atmosphere in the barrage of comments shifted from tense to optimistic. "So strong. Is this truly Zohan's might? I nearly fainted when Blood 1000 struck, yet Zohan's strength is astonishing. He dispatched him in one blow. Ha. It seems Zohan has no trouble entering the top 10,000. What so-called prodigies from myriad races? They are but a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp compared to us humans. I could take them on myself. Well done, Zohan." The people of the Blue Star were left in awe by Zohan's triumphant debut, their spirits uplifted. In stark contrast to the highly scrutinized battle of Zohan, Jiang Yan's challenges were far more subdued. He was currently immersed in the exhilaration of repeated combat, perhaps even addicted. The Infinite Worlds ladder, in terms of combat experience and model construction, bore no difference from the real world. The gaming experience was even more addictive than previous AAA titles. Here, every opponent faced was palpably real, with every detail of the battles replicated one-to-one, akin to a boss in a game that does not repeat its moves. Although it was not the real world and could not hone the physical body, the refinement of sword techniques and martial arts proved far more efficient than battling monsters in the wilderness. Each adversary here was formidable, allowing Jiang Yan to elevate his skills through repeated encounters. Armed with a long sword generated by the game, he swiftly decapitated his opponent. Congratulations, battle victory achieved. Ranking: 101. 006, 002, 253. Finally, he had a ranking. Jiang Yan felt no pressure yet, knowing that as he progressed, his opponents would only grow stronger. Your strength greatly exceeds your ranking. The Infinite Worlds ladder has prepared 5 qualification matches for you. After completing these 5 matches, your ranking will undergo significant changes. Do you accept the qualification matches? Jiang Yan, I accept. Currently, his ranking was far beyond the billion mark if he were to proceed at a leisurely pace. It would take ages. Fortunately, the Infinite Worlds ladder was sufficiently user-friendly, providing qualification matches after a few consecutive victories. Soon, Jiang Yan faced his first opponent. Lacking any considerable strength, he dispatched them with a single strike. The second opponent posed no challenge either. The third and fourth opponents fared similarly, with the fourth opponent ranked in the 8 million range, yet still failing to withstand even a single move from Jiang Yan. The fifth opponent, ranking 25, 806, 900. At this stage, opponents typically ranked around the 4th tier. Notably, while the cultivation systems of each planet differed in appearance, their essence remained largely the same. The chi in the universe is an objective reality, with matter dictating all. Its extraordinary properties have been explored by numerous civilizations. Thus, the core of transcendent civilizations based on this power would not change much. It was merely a matter of differing cultivation directions or adopting different names to disguise themselves. In each battle, Jiang Yan witnessed the presence of chi. The path of the extraordinary is not solely determined by innate talent. It requires considerable time for accumulation, as the top rank on this ladder has never surpassed the 6th tier. Even though there are 1,000 extraordinary civilizations within the 158,369 battle zone, none have yet witnessed a prodigy transcending the 6th rank to achieve the 7th before the age of 25. Your ranking is currently being assessed. Kindly bear with us. Hurry. You're climbing to the 12,000th position. Goodness. Could it be that I shall witness in my lifetime the remarkable feat of our human race entering the top 10,000 of the celestial ladder? Incredible. I am utterly speechless, apart from exclaiming incredible. Yet again victorious. Behold his ranking. 11,880. Although the battle seems somewhat arduous, there is no sign of fatigue from Zohan. It appears that securing a place within the top 10,000 is assured. Zohan has been unstoppable, dispatching foes with effortless grace, achieving 5 consecutive victories without breaking a sweat. An hour has elapsed. Zohan has reached a life-or-death state. Ultimately, nearly exhausted, he obliterates his opponent, ascending his rank to 10,069. Matching, 15 seconds. Match successful. A blue light rises at the dueling arena's forefront, heralding the arrival of a figure. A slightly hunched stature, emerald green pupils, frigid silver claws, and a coat of sleek black and white fur. Name: Yuan. Age: 25. Planet: What a Star. Battle Zone: 158369. Rank: 10,000. This familiar visage would be immediately recognized by Jiang Yan, should he be present. Chapter 71, Death Match, Ancestral Return. Is this a mouse? I must say, it possesses quite an appealing appearance. I could be tempted to keep one. Yuan's strength seems rather unimpressive. It appears that our blue star has secured its exemption from combat. Ha ha ha. This mouse clearly lacks the prowess of previous beings. I feel I could easily crush him. The barrage of comments is lively, as Yuan's ordinary physique fails to evoke any sense of intimidation. His striking appearance easily eclipses his actual power, leading many to believe this is a boon bestowed upon our blue star by the celestial ladder. Yet, within the dueling arena, Zohan wears a grave expression, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the upright creature before him. Why does it feel so strange? His heart races, an unprecedented pressure assailing his spirit, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, which he neglects to wipe away. The mere presence of Yuan exudes an unparalleled sense of oppression, a sensation only felt when confronting Yuan directly. Zohan dares not be careless, swiftly activating his talents. Recently having broken through to the 6th rank, he has mastered the manipulation of his energy to perfection, an invisible layer of azure scales enveloping his body, akin to a thick tortoiseshell armor. Hiss. Yuan utters an incomprehensible phrase, which is translated by the celestial ladder and reaches Zohan's ears. Death. Zohan's pupils constrict, a chill racing down his spine. He propels himself backward, leaning forward just in time to evade this lethal strike. When did that happen? In that fleeting moment, he sensed no disturbance in the air. Yuan's attack was imperceptible, arriving almost instantaneously behind Zohan, rendering him defenseless. Still without any precursor or sound, Yuan's silver claws hover ominously above Zohan's head. This is bad. Zohan's veins throb violently, and he reacts swiftly, crossing his arms to defend. The sound of flesh being sliced fills the air, a spray of crimson erupting forth. Such a potent attack. What manner of creature is this? Teleportation. Teleportation. An unrelenting series of teleportations. The space distorts, numerous afterimages coalesce, and within a single second, Yuan teleports at least 100 times through the air. Ultimate speed, ultimate offense. The silver claws rain down relentlessly upon Zohan, and before long, his body begins to shatter, crimson streams flowing from his wounds. Left with no choice, Zohan can only rely on his formidable defenses to withstand the onslaught. I can't touch him. It's utterly impossible. Why? Why is this happening? Zohan's eyes blaze with fury, determination and defiance shining through. Zohan unleashes a powerful punch, his colossal fist cutting through the air with a sonic boom. Yuan remains unfazed, icy and aloof. Zohan's punch misses. He realizes he struck only an afterimage. This is bad. Zohan swiftly retracts his fist to defend. Hiss. The claws tear through flesh effortlessly, the sound of bone clashing resonating ominously. Zohan coughs up blood, staggering forward, his back drenched in crimson. Yet this is no novel, nor a game. Executing a finishing blow is an essential skill for every contender. Yuan reappears before Zohan, mercilessly slashing with a claw. 3 deep gashes trail from his forehead down to his chest, bright red blood cascading along the lines. Yuan vanishes again, regardless of advantage or disadvantage. Yuan's every teleportation culminates in a single claw strike. This is something Jiang Yan deeply understands. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory of the Divine Capital Martial University, a merchant observes this scene, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why? Why can his talent allow for infinite teleportation? If only my spatial talent could achieve what Yuan does. Perhaps I too could defeat Jiang Yan? No one provides him with an answer. What a joke. Is the opponent cheating? Why is he capable of infinite teleportation without any cost? Even spatial talents cannot achieve such feats. This is it. Zohan may not be able to overcome Yuan. Must our exemption from combat meet its end here? Damn it. Where's the reporting portal? Let us report this mouse together. With such strength, how can he be ranked at 10,000? It is evident that our blue star is being manipulated by powerful interests. Useless Zohan. For heaven's sake, fight back. We placed our trust in you, and yet you turn out to be a mere weakling, a traitor. Zohan has fallen. It's over. Wasting everyone's time, just get lost. In the dueling arena, not a single part of Zohan's body remains unscathed. He grits his teeth, kneeling upon the ground, his tendons ruthlessly severed. His formidable physique preventing immediate death, yet subjecting him to Yuan's relentless torment. Within the celestial ladder, one can simply shout, "I concede," to exit the dueling arena. Yet he does not do so, his eyes bulging with unyielding defiance. I inherit the hopes of all blue star. I carry the lives of 100,000 soldiers. I cannot fall. The situation has escalated alarmingly. The sight of Zohan, with his organs protruding during the live stream, is nothing short of terrifying. Fortunately, this is merely a game. Had such a battle occurred in reality, even if Zohan emerged victorious, his lifespan would likely be severely diminished. The battlefield has become shrouded in uncertainty. Just as everyone believed the two were evenly matched, it became a contest of endurance. Suddenly, from the mouth of Yuan, a series of peculiar sounds erupted, as if he were reciting an incantation. In a moment of clarity, I recalled that the rodent faction was known as the Zhu Yao, and the blinking figure among them was the most noble breed, the Liakong Yao. Upon reaching the 5th tier, each Liakong Yao undergoes a form of ancestral return, resulting in a 3-fold increase in power and a substantial enhancement of their innate abilities. It appears that this particular Liakong Yao had yet to unleash its ancestral power. In the live broadcast, the Liakong Yao levitated, exuding an aura of dark decay, its emerald eyes replaced by an abyssal blackness, as its sharpness morphed into decay. A faint aura of death rising and enveloping the arena in an endless shadow. The Liakong Yao was in a state of frenzy. The vast arena was filled with countless phantoms charging towards the colossal figure. Flesh and blood were torn apart in chunks, raining down as a gruesome deluge. Zohan, impervious to pain, relentlessly struck at the myriad shadows but could not land a single blow on the Liakong Yao. Ultimately, his imposing form was reduced to a mere skeleton, his mechanical strikes barely registering any signs of life. Suddenly, a surge of silvery energy, cloaked in deathly aura, pierced through the skeletal remains. The Liakong Yao had silently positioned itself behind Zohan, its slender silhouette instilling profound dread in the audience. With a resounding thud, Zohan's skeletal frame collapsed, disintegrating into fragments of data, vanishing from the arena. Congratulations, you have successfully defended your position. The Liakong Yao remained composed, its dark aura dissipating as it too transformed into data fragments, disappearing from the battlefield. Zohan, having faced challenge after challenge, fueled by hope and the expectations of his kin, succumbed just shy of triumph. The final push proved insurmountable. He terminated the live stream, sitting silently as the virtual barriers around him felt as unreal as his life. The cold digits of the rankings confirmed the harsh reality. He had indeed fallen to the gatekeeper among the top 10,000. Why did you turn off the stream? Have the courage to turn it back on. A chorus of disdain echoed in the chat. You called the world to watch your live stream, only to perform so poorly? You lacked even the slightest ability to retaliate, yet you dare claim you aim for the top 10,000? What audacity! The chat was rife with venomous vitriol, insults and reproach flooding in. A fleeting moment of fame was marred by infamy. The online world thrives on emotional outbursts, where accusations and slander know no bounds, and the few voices of reason are quickly drowned in the tide of collective fury. Now, having successfully qualified, you will be matched against opponents ranked between 10 million and 20 million. After a series of victories, you will face even higher-ranked adversaries. An hour passed. The yin lei Miezhan sliced through the opponent, reducing them to data fragments, and soon, a notification from the Myriad Realms ladder chimed in. Congratulations, challenge successful. Hours rolled by, and Jiang Yan's record reached a staggering 99 consecutive victories. Upon detecting this achievement, the system prepared to match him with a more formidable opponent. Congratulations. You have achieved 100 consecutive victories. You have earned the title unbeaten in 100 battles. Would you like to equip this title? Jiang Yan, equip. In the realm of gaming, what is wrong with wearing a title? Soon, a brilliant artistic inscription adorned his head, unbeaten in 100 battles. His rank soared to 1 million. Very well, let me discover my limits. Jiang Yan was utterly engrossed, slicing through foes as if playing a nostalgic roguelike game from his past. The matchmaking system of the Myriad Realms was astute. Upon realizing Jiang Yan's prowess exceeded his rank, it began to match him with increasingly challenging opponents. Name, XX. Rank, 600,000. The individuals within this tier were of a realm significantly above Jiang Yan's, effortlessly overwhelming him in terms of cultivation. Yet, Jiang Yan activated his skill set. With 2 clones, he unleashed the Yin Lei Miezhan alongside his own attack. The multicasting showcased its might, as the additional sword energies split into 2, empowered by the sword bearer and demon scale, harmoniously descending upon his adversary. The violet golden sword energy engulfed the entire arena. Congratulations, challenge successful. An hour elapsed. Rank, 90, 201. This tier's opponents generally possessed the strength of 5th tier warriors. Having logged over 7 hours of online time, the Myriad Realms ladder cautioned him, while the game is delightful, do not indulge excessively. Please leave the gaming pod and spend time with your family. Jiang Yan dismissed the anti-addiction reminder, continuing his quest for glory. He smirked, not taking the warning seriously. Continuing the challenges. Matching in progress. Another hour passed, and Jiang Yan's rank climbed to 50, 690. As his rank increased, the shortcomings of his cultivation began to reveal themselves. Engaged in a battle against a powerful artillery mage, he was swiftly overwhelmed, devoid of tactics, merely a numerical disparity. Under the absolute suppression of realm, all of Jiang Yan's advantages became mere embellishments. That previous opponent was nearing the 6th tier, wasn't he? Forced to concede. Jiang Yan reflected on his age. At merely 18, he found himself lacking in comparison to the seasoned 25-year-olds. It was evident he must hasten his cultivation of internal vigor and breach into the realm of the 4th tier warrior. He sensed that the day he advanced as a 4th tier warrior would be his opportunity to ascend into the top 10,000 of the Myriad Realms ladder. After exiting the Myriad Realms ladder, Jiang Yan opened his eyes in the virtual gaming pod. The hatch opened, and he swiftly emerged. In the villa, Jiang Yan completed thousands of standard push-ups as a warm-up, took a shower, and proceeded to the spirit gathering room. Outside, it was still bustling with people. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. It became clear why the Martial University of the Divine City dared to promise him unlimited access to this facility. The hidden traps lay within. He pondered that if this many people continued to frequent it, he would never have the chance to utilize the spirit gathering room again. Resolutely, he called the principal. Fortunately, the school's website provided Qin Wufeng's contact information. Hello, this is the principal's office. How may I assist you? A female voice answered, likely the principal's assistant. Hello, I am Jiang Yan. Could I speak with Principal Qin? Oh, Jiang Yan, I will notify Principal Qin right away. Please hold for a moment. A minute later, a call came through. Hello, is this Jiang Yan? Yes, it is. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Yan got straight to the point. The spirit gathering chamber is excessively crowded. Is there any way to remedy this? This matter is somewhat complicated, Jiang Yan. As you know, spirit gathering devices are rather scarce. By the way, I just ranked within the top 50,000 on the 10,000 worlds ladder. Jiang Yan was acutely aware that only individuals of value possess the leverage to negotiate with others. Indeed, an excited voice on the other end of the line gasped for breath. Quick, I'll immediately send someone to install a spirit gathering device at your residence. No, I'll do it myself. Jiang Yan thought to himself, there's no need, as I've already installed one. Chapter 73, Installation of the Spirit Gathering Device. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared before Jiang Yan. He had a dignified appearance, fitting the title of a handsome middle-aged gentleman, dressed in a blue-gray checkered shirt, with a hint of stubble that he attended to. Were it not for his sudden descent from the heavens, Jiang Yan would never have recognized his true identity. Qin Wufeng immediately placed both hands on Jiang Yan's shoulders, his fingers trembling, knuckles whitening, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yan's eyes. What you just said is true. Jiang Yan smiled slightly and replied leisurely, of course it is true. It's just a pity that those above 50,000 are far too powerful for me. That cannot be. You are only 18. No, you haven't even reached internal energy. How could that be possible? Qin Wufeng released Jiang Yan's shoulders, pacing back and forth with his head bowed, his astonishment rendering him incoherent. Show me your student card. It should be linked to your 10,000 Worlds Ladder account from the Chengdu Martial University. Qin Wufeng finally snapped back to reality. Urging Jiang Yan to present his student card. He simply couldn't believe it. After living for over a century, how could such an outrageous occurrence be possible? Unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Tell me, how can a 19-year-old third-tier martial artist surpass those seniors who have toiled for years on the ladder, defeating the monstrous competitors of the 10,000 Worlds Ladder, and within a single day rank among the top 50,000 among billions of beings? This is utterly absurd. Only after Jiang Yan handed over his student card and Qin Wufeng glimpsed the ranking did he become utterly agitated. It's actually true. Qin Wufeng shook Jiang Yan's shoulders vigorously. His strength was such that even Jiang Yan struggled to endure it. Principal Qin, if you shake me any harder, I might just die on the spot, Jiang Yan stated calmly. I apologize, I got a bit too excited, Qin Wufeng replied, releasing Jiang Yan once more. Adjusting his hair, his expression returning to normal. However, the grin at the corner of his mouth betrayed his current mood. Jiang Yan, I wonder how you managed to achieve the 50,000th rank. Jiang Yan shrugged and replied nonchalantly. It's quite simple, I just kept matching. Oh. Well, Qin Wufeng wanted to say more. But recalling Jiang Yan's extraordinary performance during the exam led him to ponder. Could there truly be such an eccentric individual in the world? By the way, didn't you mention that the spirit gathering devices were insufficient? I'll have someone install one in your dormitory immediately, from now on. As long as you are at Chengdu Martial University, you are free to use this spirit gathering device at will. Jiang Yan replied, deal. A genius should rightfully enjoy certain privileges. Having a spirit gathering device installed exclusively for a student would be a first in the entire Chengdu Martial University. By the way, you are currently ranked 50,000 on the ladder. Within a year or two, you should be able to stabilize within the top 10,000. During this time, focus on your studies at Chengdu Martial University. Do not be tempted to venture outside for tasks that could hinder your training. If you lack resources, just speak to me. Old Qin, even if it's the stars in the sky, I will pluck them down for you. The more Qin Wufeng spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if envisioning Jiang Yan, the rising star, leading humanity toward glory, achieving the 50,000th rank at 18 years of age. Such an accomplishment would surely send shockwaves throughout the Blue Star. No, I need to find time to discuss this with those old geezers. This burden cannot fall solely on Chengdu Martial University. Qin Wufeng departed swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. That same day, a construction team arrived at Jiang Yan's villa, and upon discovering the presence of a young man, they were left aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. Hey, when did spirit gathering devices become personal property? Privilege? Capital? Conspiracy? The workers were beset with a flurry of conjectures, only daring to commence work after multiple confirmations. Damn connections, they thought. Sounds of construction echoed throughout the villa. A few hours later, the installation was complete. In the first-floor training room, the ceiling had been hollowed out to match the spirit gathering chamber, and with the press of a button, purified energy would flow down. In the middle of the night, as Jiang Yan practiced, he began to feel something amiss. What is going on? Why does this spirit gathering device seem inferior to that of the spirit gathering chamber? The amount of energy he absorbed appeared visibly diminished, a stark contrast to the spirit gathering chamber. What he did not realize was that in the past, it took 6 spirit gathering devices to gather energy for one person in the chamber. Now, with only one, how could it possibly suffice? Unaware of the underlying circumstances, yet adhering to the belief that it was better to seek assistance than to exhaust himself, he decisively dialed Principal Qin Wufeng's number. Why had he come to Chengdu Martial University, if not for boundless resources? Should he bear the burden alone when troubles arose? Hello, Principal Qin. Is this spirit gathering device malfunctioning? I feel it's somewhat insufficient. Insufficient? Is there such a thing? On his bed, Qin Wufeng got up from beside his wife and walked to the balcony to light a cigarette, perplexed. I'm not sure. I plan to break through to internal energy. But the energy provided by the spirit gathering device is far from adequate. If I cannot break through, I don't know when I'll be able to enter the top 10,000 on the ladder. Upon hearing this, Qin Wufeng was immediately infuriated. You can't break through and therefore cannot reach the top 10,000? I, Qin Wufeng, cannot allow such a thing to happen. I'll arrange another device for you. The following day, Principal Qin, this spirit gathering device is still a bit insufficient. Don't say another word. I'll arrange for another one to be installed for you. That afternoon, Principal Qin Wufeng finally began to feel a cold sweat trickle down his back. What do you mean 3 devices are still not enough? What kind of money-hungry beast is this? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret about his promise of unlimited resources. Damn it, one must spend to gain. Besides, Jiang Yan's situation now concerns all of humanity. I cannot be the only one to shoulder this burden. After pledging to install another spirit gathering device, Qin Wufeng contacted those old geezers. Later, he sensed something was amiss and called Zhao Gongming from the central control room to inquire about Jiang Yan's situation. Principal, I've been meaning to tell you this. Even if that kid is your relative, you cannot indulge him in continuously exploiting our spirit gathering devices. It was fine before school started, but now that classes are in session, everyone wants to use the spirit gathering chamber. That kid occupies 6 devices all by himself for unlimited time. Old Zhao, will not condone such backdoor dealings. From this long string of complaints, Qin Wufeng quickly grasped the key issue. His eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Wait a minute. How many spirit-gathering devices did you say he was using? 6 devices, what's the matter? Puchi. Qin Wufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Principal. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll hang up now. Hanging up the phone, Qin Wufeng stared blankly at the air before him. Now I understand why that kid chose Shindu Martial University. There were no surplus spirit-gathering devices left at Shindu Martial University. The 3 devices initially intended for Jiang Yan to expand the spirit-gathering chamber have now all been taken away, leaving him unable to provide any additional spirit-gathering apparatuses. Indeed, the very next moment, Qin Wufeng's phone rang once more. Principal, it seems that the spirit-gathering devices are still somewhat insufficient. What do you think? Jiang Yan. You will have to make do for now. I will fetch more for you. That would be quite troublesome. Principal, Jiang Yan replied with an unervingly polite demeanor. Qin Wufeng clicked his tongue, his words caught in his throat, and he swallowed hard. Well, let us just accommodate him. With that, Qin Wufeng's figure vanished from sight. In the distance, a streak of light soared toward the heart of the divine capital. Jiang Yan ended the call and withdrew from his cultivation. The supply of gung metal energy was simply too scant, leaving his training feeling lackluster. Coincidentally, he had just researched the origins of the heavenly ladder online, finally grasping why everyone placed such immense importance on the rankings. It turned out that the top 10,000 had the privilege of exemption from battle. Jiang Yan assessed his own strength and felt that he was still some distance from achieving this rank. At the very least, he needed to break through to the inner strength stage. Otherwise, the disparity in realms would be too great. Jiang Yan was determined to forge a path of prosperity for Blue Star, especially since he had garnered significant attention from the government along the way and faced little suppression, just as Xin Donglin from Southeast Province had before him. And now Qin Wufeng as well. Moreover, the exemption was beneficial for Jiang Yan, allowing him a risk-free year of development. Who could predict how far Jiang Yan would advance in a year's time? However, with the emergence of the keyword Heavenly Ladder, another trending topic caught Jiang Yan's eye. Zohan had fallen before Yuan, missing out on the exemption qualification for the Heavenly Ladder. Upon delving deeper, he was disheartened to witness a torrent of insults and slander directed at Zohan. Zohan, an unequivocal genius of Blue Star, had been the top scorer in the college entrance examination 4 years prior, crushing all competitors with his innate perfection. During his time at the Divine Capital University, Zohan ascended to the 5th rank of the Profound Realm, and this past summer, he had sequestered himself in closed-door training, preparing for the Heavenly Ladder. Upon emerging, his realm had reached the 6th rank of Dust Cleaving, causing a stir among the higher echelons of Blue Star. A martial artist breaking through to the 6th rank before the age of 25 could no longer be merely described as a genius. He had proclaimed his intention to break into the top 10,000 of the ladder, aiming to secure an exemption for Blue Star. This had been a commendable aspiration, but he had ultimately failed, gravely underestimating human nature. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The collective sentiment of the masses was unleashed upon Zohan. The lines between right and wrong blurred beneath the cacophony of countless voices. Jiang Yan set aside his phone and resumed his training. If this matter was not handled properly, perhaps future geniuses would be dissuaded from challenging the heavenly ladder, as it would seem unworthy. Yet for Jiang Yan, striving for the top ranks of the ladder was for someone worth it, such as Old Wang. The path of a martial artist encompasses body refinement, energy cultivation, and heart tempering. A strong body renders one impervious to myriad techniques, abundant energy keeps malevolent forces at bay, and a clear heart illuminates the vastness of existence. Those who rely on fortuitous advantages may know the means to attain such power, but will inevitably lose themselves in the allure of those very advantages. Jiang Yan mused. Enough talk, it's time to seize the opportunity. He entered the divine martial space, intending to wait for Qin Wufeng to deliver the remaining spirit-gathering devices before embarking on his breakthrough to the inner strength stage. Achieving the 4th rank of inner strength was no trivial matter. It signified a substantial leap in the cultivation of energy. Jiang Yan also intended to procure additional medicinal herbs to aid his training, striving to enhance his efficiency. System log update. You are currently executing Heavenly Void Surprising Swan. Your proficiency has slightly improved. You are currently executing 6 paths of Heavenly Calamity / Your proficiency has slightly improved. Your swordsmanship has slightly improved. Your physical prowess has slightly improved. A day passed. System log update. Congratulations, Heavenly Void Surprising Swan has advanced to Pen Flow. Congratulations. You have mastered 6 paths of Heavenly Calamity / with Thunder Strike 9 Heavens. Jiang Yan's speed surged, his form gliding with an ethereal grace. Each step a feast for the eyes. His clones also executed Pen Flow. The trio rushed toward the fleeing law beast. Thunder Strike 9 Heavens. Congratulations. You have triggered dual casting. Similar to the Thunder Blade of Annihilation, the lightning slashed down, filling the entire battlefield. Let us see how you escape now. Zizzizz. The law beast's body emitted a higher frequency of tremors, its speed escalating to unprecedented heights. Its form transformed into an intangible light. Gliding along the edges of the thunderblade, strolling leisurely as endless arcs of lightning seemed to intentionally avoid it, merely grazing its body as they surged outward. Jiang Yan watched in astonishment. No way, can you really evade this? The law beast replied, a bit of dirt on my hem. Doubting. Jiang Yan swung his blade once more. The law beast trembled again, navigating through the storm of lightning. Damn it, what a cheat. Thunderstrike 9 heavens. Thunderstrike 9 heavens. Thunderstrike 9 heavens. The battlefield lay in ruins, yet it quickly mended itself. Jiang Yan gave the law beast a thumbs up. Impressive. I'll come find you again once I break through to the 4th rank. The law beast responded with his easy. Jiang Yan exited the divine martial space, placing an order for the necessary herbs to break through to the inner strength stage using his student card. These herbs, when used in a medicinal bath, could temporarily expand the meridians, activate the body's potential, and accelerate the absorption of energy. Everything was in place, save for the spirit gathering devices. Jiang Yan managed to cultivate through the night with the 3 spirit gathering devices, and soon, dawn arrived. At noon, the same construction workers returned to install the spirit gathering devices. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, they looked as if they had encountered a ghost. Previously, merely installing one device for him had seemed like a favor, and accepting 2 installations had been a stretch. But now, suddenly, they had been hired to install 3 additional devices for Jiang Yan. It was beyond any reasonable explanation. The group exchanged strange glances with Jiang Yan, as if silently questioning. Could it be that the divine capital Martial University has some leverage over you? This installation took longer than usual, and it was only as dusk approached that the workers finally departed. Jiang Yan attempted to activate the spirit gathering devices, and a torrent of gung metal energy poured forth, filling the entire room with a rich, golden aura. Excellent, this is sufficient now. Jiang Yan prepared the medicinal bath, moving it into the training room and immersing himself within. Chapter 75, Am I Going Astray? System Log Update. You are currently soaking in the medicinal bath. Your absorption speed has slightly improved. You are currently absorbing energy. Your absorption speed has slightly improved. You are currently absorbing energy. The quality of your gung metal primordial energy has slightly improved. The quality of your breathing technique has slightly improved. According to the texts, condensing inner strength requires a substantial amount of energy, with the primal energy acting as a support and the same source energy serving as the material. The surface of Jiang Yan's body glimmered with a faintly pure gold hue. But gradually, this purity began to mutate, shifting into a dark form, not black, but rather an indistinct, intangible existence akin to chaotic formlessness. The quality of your gung metal primordial energy has significantly improved. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to this change. Your gung metal primordial energy is undergoing mutation. The system logs continuously provided alerts, yet Jiang Yan was enveloped in an enigmatic state, impervious to the external sounds. The pure gold was becoming tainted, transitioning toward an entirely new direction. It seemed to evolve from singularity to duality, and then to a complex unity. Unbeknownst to him, his body was no longer solely absorbing gung metal energy. Rather, it was simultaneously striving to draw in the energy that had been filtered out by the spirit gathering devices. A layer of external inner strength gradually formed, not in the anticipated golden hue, but instead manifesting as formless and profound. The quality of your gung metal primordial energy has significantly improved. Your gung metal primordial energy is undergoing mutation. The external inner strength coalesced into a fist-sized orb. Should Jiang Yan manage to complete its condensation without losing any, he would directly break through to the 4th rank of inner strength. At that point, with inner strength shielding him, it would become exceedingly difficult for an ordinary martial artist to harm him. The manifestation of internal vigor varies significantly, representing a groundbreaking achievement of the people of Blue Star. Jiang Yan has yet to encounter such an entity among opponents on other planets. However, the absence of evidence does not imply the non-existence of internal vigor. Perhaps other celestial bodies have focused their energies in alternative directions. At the very least, judging by the void opening weasel, their cultivation methods are undeniably on par with those of the human martial path. The condensation of external vigor is a painstakingly slow endeavor. After a day, it barely enveloped Jiang Yan's chest. Subsequently, transforming external vigor into internal vigor proved to be equally arduous. Meanwhile, the system's log continually emitted notifications. Your quality of gung metal materia has significantly improved. Your gung metal materia is undergoing mutation. The gung metal materia no longer exclusively absorbs its homogeneous source, a transformation that completely contradicts the conventional wisdom of Blue Star's martial arts. Jiang Yan is embarking on an entirely new path of martial arts. The phrase, Heaven's Path Rewards Diligence, signifies that this journey will only grow stronger. Those who pioneer the path of martial arts are revered as masters, and at merely 18 years of age, Jiang Yan stands as an unprecedented figure, unparalleled in both history and future. Time rushed forth. Qin Wufeng, unable to withstand the solitude, ventured to observe Jiang Yan and discovered that he was condensing external vigor. Choosing not to intrude, he cast a temporary defensive barrier and departed the villa. He then proceeded to visit Zohan's residence. Alas, with the current magnitude of online discourse, he wondered if this young man could endure the scrutiny. As a fellow top scholar on par with Jiang Yan, Zohan also resided in a standalone villa. Moreover, during the competition with Magic City for Zohan, Qin Wufeng had promised him unlimited resources. Compared to Jiang Yan, Zohan proved to be a far more manageable individual. Why? Because he did not deplete cultivation resources. He hardly frequented the school's gathering chamber, as his family possessed a dedicated gathering device for his use. In contrast to Jiang Yan, who resembled a voracious beast, Zohan was akin to a living bodhisattva. So how are you? Principal Qin, I am well. Rest assured, Shindu University will not turn a blind eye to this matter. I have arranged for public relations to advocate on your behalf, and the higher-ups are deliberating on drafting relevant legislation. Thank you. Zohan appeared unfazed by external opinions, though the resolve and dissatisfaction etched on his face revealed his thoughts. I refuse to accept this. I want to battle on the world ladder again. Qin Wufeng remained silent for a moment before responding. You may fight again, but this time, refrain from live streaming or publicizing it. Otherwise, should you fail, public opinion could crush you. Zohan clenched his fists and ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, he reclined back into the virtual gaming chamber, while Qin Wufeng observed, his expression seemingly anticipating the outcome. Indeed, half an hour later, Zohan emerged from the chamber, dejected. Qin Wufeng approached and patted his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. The top 10,000 and those below are entirely different realms. To qualify for this competition, every player in the top 10,000 is a paragon of their respective planets, striving desperately to ascend. You are still young, merely 23 years of age. By the time you reach 25, the world ladder will undoubtedly have a place for you. But I am at the same realm as that void-opening weasel. Alas, you have already contested on the world ladder. Do you still not grasp the extraordinary prowess of those who surpass their ranks? Qin Wufeng expressed some helplessness. While the world ladder aids students in accumulating combat experience, it harbors a notable flaw. It can shatter one's resolve. With tens of thousands above, the top 10,000 pushing down, and the top 1,100 above them, there will always be someone stronger, regardless of how far one has progressed. Could one truly hope for Shindu University's students to claim the top position? Qin Wufeng would not dare to entertain such a thought, nor would the Blue Star government. Across the entirety of Blue Star, there has yet to be a prodigy who has reached the top 10,000 before the age of 25. Zohan might achieve it, but not at this moment. As for Jiang Yan, how could I have overlooked that young man? Regardless, though I am uncertain how he ascended to the 50,000th rank. If he continues on his current trajectory, entering the top 10,000 should pose no issue, perhaps even advancing further. For the first time, Qin Wufeng felt a profound expectation for a student. He patted Zohan's shoulder. Focus on your cultivation. Should you wish to graduate, just let me know. No need. I have vowed to leave Shindu University only after entering the top 10,000. Alas, your stubbornness. Qin Wufeng found himself at a loss for words with this obstinate youth and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing his residence. 2 days passed. Jiang Yan's body had developed a complete layer of external vigor. The next step involved condensing it internally, linking the internal vigor with the maternal essence. However, as Jiang Yan gazed at the swirling black energy before him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This does not align with my expectations. The external vigor before him was chaotic as an abyss, as dark as ink, enveloped in an eerie silence, devouring the intangible. Could it be that I have ventured into madness? Chapter 76. Breaking through to internal vigor, slaying the law beast. Never mind, I shall disregard it. Jiang Yan's maternal essence surged to its peak, a powerful suction force forcibly drawing this chaotic black external vigor into his body. The golden veins visible on his surface gradually dimmed, the sacred light consumed by an endless darkness, as tendrils of black energy began to swirl around him, engulfing the entire training room in profound darkness, leaving no trace of light, and even the molecules in the air became eerily silent. Darkness, profoundness, silence. The inky aura crept up his veins, coursing through his limbs and bones, as his entire being underwent repeated cleansing by this mysterious power. A bone-chilling coldness began to permeate. Ugh, Jiang Yan couldn't suppress a groan, feeling as though someone were scraping his bones with a sharp blade. The black energy collided with his bones, producing a series of cracking sounds. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring pain far more intense than his previous attempts at enlightenment. Skin, flesh, and organs, all were subjected to this torment. Jiang Yan understood that breaking through to the 4th grade internal vigor would significantly refine his physique. Yet he had never been informed that achieving this as a 4th grade warrior would be so agonizing. Your physical body is undergoing damage, triggering whispers of the grove. Your recovery speed has increased by 100. The powerful recovery speed rapidly mended Jiang Yan's battered body, while in the process of repeated restoration. That mass of black energy relentlessly continued to erode him. Any chronic harm posed no threat to Jiang Yan, for his formidable physique and extraordinary recovery speed indicated that unless he were to be killed instantly, it was impossible to eliminate him. The artillery mage he encountered on the world ladder exemplified this. All explosive attacks had rained down upon him and easily claimed his life. A significant reason for this was that Jiang Yan's innate perfection had rendered his stats too low, and amidst the overwhelming onslaught, he had failed to recover in time before succumbing to his injuries. Now, however, the situation was different. Though this unfamiliar black energy incessantly ravaged Jiang Yan's body, it could not kill him swiftly. Thus, Jiang Yan was confident he could withstand until the condensation of internal vigor concluded. The ceaseless agony merely served as sustenance for his enhancement. Jiang Yan had experienced death thousands of times without complaint. Moreover, while this mysterious black energy was dismantling Jiang Yan's body, it was also silently refining him. Heaven's path rewards diligence was amplifying this refinement. Your physique is undergoing forced refinement by unknown spiritual energy. Your physical strength has significantly increased. Your control over the unknown spiritual energy has greatly improved. Your control over the unknown spiritual energy has greatly improved. The black energy struggled to escape, but the opportunity had already passed. Jiang Yan's body transformed into a formidable hand, firmly pinning it in his grasp. You are absorbing unknown spiritual energy. Efficiency slightly increased. You are absorbing unknown spiritual energy. Efficiency slightly increased. 3 days passed. You fervently strive to absorb the enigmatic spiritual energy, achieving an unparalleled efficiency. Boom. Jiang Yan's body transforms into an abyss that devours all. The surrounding darkness contorting under the weight of its burden, morphing into mist as it is forcibly drawn into the vortex he creates. The darkness dissipates, and the training chamber is restored to light. Jiang Yan's meridians, once filled with inky blood, fade away, returning everything to normal, save for a minuscule dot compressed to its utmost at his dantian. Jiang Yan extends his hand, and the reluctant little entity emerges, languidly bouncing a few times in a symbolic gesture between his fingers. Remarkably imbued with sentience, what manner of creature is this? The dark spot bounces a few more times, yet reveals nothing to Jiang Yan. He lowers his brow in contemplation, rather than pondering its origin. It may be more prudent to inquire how it has morphed from the essence of gung metal into its current form. A thought strikes him. Jiang Yan hastily checks the system log. He had been so engrossed in condensing the external aura that he overlooked the system's prior hints, likely missing something significant. You are absorbing energy. The quality of your gung metal essence has slightly improved. Your gung metal essence is undergoing mutation. It seems the cause lies here. Jiang Yan never anticipated that merely striving to break through to the 4th rank of warriors would inadvertently elevate his gung metal essence. The essence of gung metal embodies resilience and sharpness. What, then, is this small black dot? He muses, concluding that rather than indulging in idle speculation, it would be wiser to engage in direct combat. With a mere thought, Jiang Yan enters the combat space. Combat initiated. The law beast has now mastered its skills and will not attack Jiang Yan proactively. This is due to a previous encounter where he discreetly utilized the passive skill counter, resulting in the law beast's attack rebounding upon himself, simultaneously inflicting the negative effects of Pandora's box. Consequently, Jiang Yan had imposed a bleeding effect upon the law beast. It remains unclear whether the law beast is simply timid or has never sustained injuries, but since then, it has refrained from attacking Jiang Yan, opting instead to flee upon encountering him. He had intended to utilize the law beast to enhance his physical strength. However, it seems the creature now refuses to engage. Thus, if you will not strike me, then perish. Jiang Yan unleashes a layer of condensed black energy upon his surface. The capabilities of this phenomenon remain unknown. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shift hue, enveloping the entire space in an endless gray. Jiang Yan is shrouded in a faint black mist, an aura of malevolence radiating from him. The sudden darkness startles the law beast, which instinctively attempts to escape. Jiang Yan almost reflexively extends his hand. In the next instant, Jiang Yan's right arm vanishes into the darkness, reappearing to block the path of the law beast. His hands, entwined with swirling inky energy, exude an overwhelming sense of power and menace. He chuckles darkly to himself, appropriately providing his own commentary. The law beast, evidently unprepared for Jiang Yan's abrupt maneuver, reacts swiftly, attempting to retreat. Futile. Jiang Yan muses, as a long blade materializes within the black space, perpetually flashing as it pursues the fleeing law beast. Within this domain conjured by Jiang Yan, the operational patterns of all things become discernible. The law beast, once elusive, now appears sluggish in Jiang Yan's sight. Furthermore, he can traverse freely within this shadowy realm, a scene that would bring tears to merchants and shatter the hearts of the sky-rending weasel. In the next moment, Jiang Yan sends forth his clones. 3 figures simultaneously draw their blades. Congratulations, you have triggered a dual casting. The blade aura manifests, traversing space to directly descend upon the law beast's head. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Law Beast. Congratulations, you have acquired the red title, Above the Blade Saint. Congratulations, you have triggered Heaven's Path Rewards, guaranteeing you the white title, Concealment. The Divine Martial Space detects your breakthrough to the 4th rank, granting you an additional opportunity to select a title. Chapter 77, Drag It Out and Slay It. A bountiful harvest of titles. Jiang Yan hums merrily, beginning to explore the titles he has just acquired. Above the Blade Saint, read your talent in the art of the blade has increased by 1,000. When you execute blade attacks, you will receive a 100 damage bonus. While wielding a blade, concept, your attack speed is increased by 100. Concealment, white you can become invisible. Selectable titles. Emergency evasion. When you receive any damage, there is a 50 chance to evade. Time flies. Within 1 second, you can teleport 5 times without cost. Instant kill law. When you inflict damage on a hostile opponent, you will have a 0.1 chance to slay them. Unyielding in battle. You gain a 3-second unyielding buff, during which you are immune to death. Additionally, your recovery speed increases by 50. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Jiang Yan. Life is a grand gamble, and all in is a form of wisdom. I choose the instant kill law, with the attack speed of Above the Blade Saint, at 100 coupled with a 0.1 instant kill probability. Jiang Yan is confident that if his speed is swift enough, even the divine can be slain before your eyes. Of course, this presupposes that the divine does not evade. Haha, let us test the power of my breakthrough. In the Grand Marshal Academy, Principal's office, Qin Wufeng holds a black rotary phone. Hello, oldling. Are there any battles happening in the starry sky? No. Lately the beasts of Star Stealth have been surprisingly docile. They must be biding their time for something big. That's good to hear. You see, Qin Wufeng hesitates. While far away in the starry expanse, the Tsangyuan Blade Saint furrows his brow, knowing his brother's character all too well. This old fox must be trying to deceive me. The Tsangyuan Blade Saint instinctively considers hanging up. He speaks. There's an old codger on Tianlong Star clamoring to spar with me. I just happen to have time to pay him a visit. Upon hearing this, Qin Wufeng immediately recognizes that his friend is trying to divert him and gets straight to the point. Do you remember that young lad we admitted to the Grand Marshal Academy? The Tsangyuan Blade Saint's noble brows furrow slightly as he recalls. There was indeed such a person. Is he the one named Jiang something? Yes. I was just about to tell you about him. Qin Wufeng replies with a smile, his tone laced with calculation. The Tsangyuan Blade Saint grows more puzzled, an ominous premonition surfacing in his mind, and asks, what has become of that child? Not long ago, he participated in the Infinite World Ladder competition. Can you guess the result? Upon hearing this, the Tsangyuan Blade Saint bursts into laughter. Junior brother, you're truly becoming more naive with age. You called just to ask me to guess about a competition? That kid must have shattered your Academy's freshman record, and thus you hastily sought me out to boast. Qin Wufeng chuckles. Ah, you guessed right. He indeed broke the record, but the ranking will shock you. Humph, merely a ranking. Even if he miraculously made it to the top 1 million, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. What if I told you he ranked over 50,000? On the other end of the line, Qin Wufeng's voice drifts through the phone. Qin Wufeng hears the sound of the call being dropped. A few seconds later. What did you say? Not much, just over 50,000. That ranking probably doesn't even earn you a blink from the Blade Saint. Qin Wufeng adopts a sarcastic tone, secretly reveling in the moment. Impossible. You old fool, stop pretending to be oblivious. How could a freshman achieve a rank within the top 50,000? Don't doubt it. The ranking information from the Infinite World Ladder of the Grand Marshal Academy has already been sent to you. Qin Wufeng hangs up, reclining comfortably in his chair, propping his legs on the mahogany desk, leisurely awaiting a callback from the Tsangyuan Blade Saint. Indeed, a few minutes later. Ding ding ding. Qin Wufeng remains unperturbed. Let the phone ring a little longer. A minute later, Qin Wufeng straightened his clothes and leisurely answered the call. Is he still at Chengdu Wuda? Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Oh, it's the Blade Saint. Isn't he supposed to be at Tianlong Star honing his swordsmanship? How come he has the time to call? Damn it. What a nuisance. The Blade Saint of Tsangyuan muttered under his breath, wishing he could cleave Qin Wufeng in two from across the cosmos. Did you not promise to cover Jiang Yan's cultivation resources? He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and replied coolly, yes, that is indeed the case. Speak. What do you require? Qin Wufeng sat up straight. Hee. Although that kid Jiang Yan possesses extraordinary strength, his capacity for resource consumption is unparalleled. I've given him all the spirit gathering devices I prepared for the expansion of the spirit gathering chamber, and I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. The Blade Saint of Tsangyuan questioned, how much resources can a congenital martial artist possibly consume? Besides, wouldn't one spirit gathering device suffice for him? Don't tell me you at Chengdu Wuda are having trouble with just one device. One certainly wouldn't trouble you, but what if it were 6? The Blade Saint of Tsangyuan. Are you even listening to yourself? That kid came to stock up? Well, it's not far from the truth. The Blade Saint of Tsangyuan rubbed his forehead, his tone somewhat weary. I'll go to Starstead and acquire a few spirit gathering devices as compensation for you at Chengdu Wuda. Ha ha. My old friend, I truly did not misjudge you. The Blade Saint of Tsangyuan sneered. However, I cannot bear this financial burden for free. When I return to Blue Star, you must persuade him to take me as his master. Ha ha ha. As long as he is willing, I can indeed act as the intermediary. The call ended. Amidst the starry expanse, a streak of light swiftly flew towards Starsta. At this moment, on Starsta, at the War Command Center. Report, Commander. A human is attacking our defensive barrier. Humph. Overestimating his capabilities, deploy the destroyers. Commander, the defensive barrier has been breached. What? Quickly activate level 3 combat readiness. That day, a human made an elaborate entrance into Starsta's top academy, carrying off a dozen spirit-gathering devices. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bursts of fire rained down upon the man, igniting apocalyptic mushroom clouds. The blade saint of Yuan soared back into space. Cough, cough, just a bit of dirt on my clothes. Snap. The blade saint of Yuan. Against the backdrop of the black starry sky, snapped a dashing selfie with a dozen spirit-gathering devices marked with Starsta's unique insignia. Damn, I truly look magnificent. Cough, cough. It hurts like hell. On Starsta, at the highest command center, a group of bizarre creatures gathered around a round table. Bang. A Starsta being slammed the table. Damn those humans. This is a blatant insult to our Starsta. A strategist stepped forward to propose. General Iva, calm down, calm down. I suspect this is due to our plans to attack the human race leaking, and they are using this to intimidate us. Humph. It seems we have a traitor among us. General Iva stood up, his menacing gaze sweeping over his loyal subordinates. Joss, is it you? I've suspected you for a long time. General, I swear by the gods, I would never betray Starsta. Humph. Daring to argue, drag him out, and execute him. Chapter 78. Divine and Demonic Beings, Wu Huan. Have you heard? Yesterday Starsta suddenly went mad, claiming they would attack us, Blue Star. What? They weren't subdued 10 years ago. And now they come again. It's over. Wars mean death, and I don't want to die. 10 years ago, when Starsta invaded us, their overall strength was superior. That battle cost us millions of soldiers to attain peace. Why is there suddenly war again? Meanwhile, Starsta's declaration of war was also dispatched. Our Starsta prince has gone missing in Blue Star, and we suspect the humans have malicious intentions, deliberately kidnapping our prince. Hence, we issue this declaration of war. If the human race allows our troops to search for the prince, and he is found, we will consider it as if nothing happened. And the two races will continue to coexist peacefully. Damn, those Starsta beings clearly have ulterior motives. How could their prince possibly come all the way to our Blue Star? I see this as nothing but an excuse. Isn't this blatantly bandit-like? If we truly let the Starsta army in, our human race will be on the brink of annihilation. The populace of Blue Star was filled with panic and unease. The last war with Starsta occurred 10 years ago. In that battle, the humans were outmatched, suffering heavy losses that left the populace in despair. That war became a nightmare for every Blue Star citizen. Later, at the cost of 2 martial saints and millions of soldiers, Blue Star barely managed to expel the Starsta forces, thinking we had bought some time. Little did we know that just a decade later, this pack of wolves would return. Ha ha. I have already booked my ticket to Starsta. You can just wait to die on Blue Star. A group of scoundrels, I've long since become a citizen of Starsta. Henceforth, I shall be a noble Starsta being. Starsta is coming. We should flee quickly. Or perhaps we should let the Starsta beings in. Maybe they will leave after finding their prince. Negative sentiments began to emerge online, with such foolish remarks clearly exhibiting bias. Minutes later, the authorities released a statement. Upon investigation, XXX Company has colluded with foreign forces, deliberately inciting speech online, and has been sentenced to death by the Marshall Security Agency. We urge the public not to panic. Our Blue Star human race will not retreat. Our soldiers will fight until the last moment. High-ranking officials of Blue Star convened in a meeting room. What are your thoughts on this matter? The elder with hair as white as snow and a venerable countenance exuded a formidable presence that warned outsiders he was not to be trifled with. A middle-aged man dressed in commander's attire stepped forward. The claim of the Starsta seeking their prince is a ruse. Their true intention is to disrupt our morale and attack us. I believe we need not reason with them. Instead, we should counterattack Starsta and catch them off guard. Another individual stood up. That course of action is unwise. In the last war, we lost 2 martial saints and have yet to recover. Our peak combat strength and overall capabilities are inferior to Starsta's. If we counterattack them and enter their territory, our forces will surely suffer heavy losses. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Indeed, 10 years ago they could not defeat Starsta, and after losing 2 martial saints, how could they resist the iron cavalry of Starsta 10 years later? There was no chance of victory in this war. The elder sighed, his voice hoarse. Activate level 1 combat readiness. Regardless of our chances, we, the human race, must conduct this war with honor. If necessary, even this old man can exchange blows with them. You are executing the 6 paths of heavenly tribulation / and your mastery of martial skills has slightly improved. You have triggered above the Blade Saint, and your mastery of martial skills has significantly enhanced. Your comprehension of swordsmanship has greatly advanced. Congratulations, you have mastered the 6 paths of heavenly tribulation / flames of oblivion. Jiang Yan never anticipated that after merely practicing swordsmanship for an hour, he would grasp the second form of the exceedingly difficult 6 paths of heavenly tribulation / The above the Blade Saint talent bonus of 1000 indeed feels somewhat exaggerated. Furthermore, Jiang Yan could distinctly sense that his understanding of swordsmanship had deepened profoundly, as if his innate talent in the way of the sword had increased by more than tenfold. However, he soon grasped the underlying reason. Einstein proposed the theory of general relativity. An IQ above 160 is deemed genius. Jiang Yan enjoys eating Cantonese sausages, with an IQ around 100, and remains unnoticed. Can 2 Jiang Yans together surpass Einstein to become academic giants? Or can 3 Jiang Yans combine to formulate the theory of Cantonese sausages? Sometimes. 100,100 pales in comparison to 160, for it is not merely a matter of numerical accumulation. Thus, the boon of this 1000 is far more exaggerated than its numerical representation, to the extent that it could be deemed an aberrant enhancement. Jiang Yan found himself ensnared in the profound elevation of his swordplay. As you unleashed the inferno of the devouring world, your mastery of martial arts surged significantly. Your understanding of sword techniques saw a remarkable enhancement. After an hour had passed, your proficiency in martial arts had escalated tremendously, and congratulations were in order as you mastered the 6 paths of heavenly calamity / the wind-eroding, formless cut. Before him stood newly manifested creatures within the combat space. The divine and demonic creature, no call, 6th tier. Talent, replication. The ability to mimic another's appearance, talents. Martial techniques, and more. Note, after modification by the divine martial space, no call can replicate the host's attributes. Indeed, Jiang Yan had believed himself to be sufficiently extraordinary. Yet the divine martial space revealed that there were even more formidable entities. It seemed as though the divine martial space had realized that no call could not replicate attributes, and was thus unable to defeat Jiang Yan, prompting a considerate transformation. Jiang Yan was unfamiliar with the term divine and demonic creature, yet the name alone suggested it was no ordinary character. Of course, one thing was certain. Even the noble divine and demonic beings could not replicate Jiang Yan's attributes in the real world. Attributes possess a uniqueness. As Jiang Yan gazed at this doppelganger, strikingly handsome as he was, his demeanor softened. Not a chance. How dare you think you could resemble me? Thunderclap, annihilation / wind eroding, formless cut, inferno of the devouring world, thunderclap of the 9 heavens. Your swordplay advanced significantly. Your proficiency in martial arts sword. No call emitted a voice identical to Jiang Yan's. Thunderclap of the 9 heavens, inferno of the devouring world, wind eroding, formless cut. He even managed to replicate Jiang Yan's avatar. The combat space was engulfed in a tempest of cutting energy. 2 corporeal forms and 4 avatars clashed within the combat space. It must be said that No Call was Jiang Yan's favorite character since entering the combat space. First, No Call was exceedingly handsome. Second, system log update. Congratulations. You have begun to glimpse the essence of Sword Intent. Chapter 79, Sword Intent, a fated confrontation. Sword Intent, a fusion of profound principles, resonates with the user's will. When a thought arises, myriad laws follow suit. When a blade is drawn, the heavens and earth respond in harmony. It begins in the heart, arises from momentum. Sheathing the blade, it conceals its edge, subjugating myriad paths. Drawing the blade, it initiates its might, severing all illusions. Jiang Yan pondered, nurturing an enigmatic rhythm within. Unveiling the essence of the sword, its brilliance reigned in, effortlessly controlled. The momentum flowed with intention. In the void, a sword sheath materialized, rootless and boundless, formless and shadowless. As if not a product of this world. Jiang Yan's palm hovered above the sword sheath, seemingly empty yet with fingers curling as though genuinely grasping a hilt. A faint glow diffused, and a mysterious energy coalesced at the juncture between palm and sheath. Swish! Jiang Yan drew the blade. Before him, space was torn asunder. An intangible force repeatedly cleaving through this realm, ushering in annihilation, chaotic currents of space leaving devastation in their wake. That force did not dissipate. Instead, it surged toward No Call. No Call closed his eyes, fingers curling in a mimicry of Jiang Yan's actions. Swish! An identical blade of energy was unleashed. Colliding with Jiang Yan's, boom. The entire space trembled violently, and both Jiang Yan and No Call stood resolute amid the explosion, unwavering. You learn this posture too? Jiang Yan was at a loss for words, exiting the combat space. He had no time to dally with this replica. His strength should now suffice. It was time to explore the celestial ladder of worlds. Jiang Yan donned his attire and stepped out of the villa. He opened his character panel. Host, Jiang Yan. Talent, chaos mimicry of the 10,000 calamities. Realm, early 4th grade inner strength. Breathing technique, metallic breath of gong. Martial skills, 6 paths of heavenly calamity / Yihing first move, thunderclap of the 9 heavens. Second move, inferno of the devouring world. Third move, wind eroding, formless cut. Heavenly gap, surging swallow, Yihing pen strokes. Bloodthirsty bone frenzy, Yiheng mastery. Attributes, diligence rewarded by heaven, destiny. Eagle Eye, blue, Titan Module, orange, 190. Above the Blade Saint, red, concealment, white. Instant kill law, self-selected. Special, sword intent, chaos ancestral spirit. What on earth is the chaos ancestral spirit? Jiang Yan raised his hand, observing a small black between his fingers, softly inquiring. Is it you? The dot flickered a few times, seemingly responding to Jiang Yan's question. Intriguing, this maternal energy possesses sentience. Jiang Yan had never heard of such a phenomenon and found it quite novel. Uncertain of how long he had been in seclusion, upon witnessing the azure sky outside, his spirits lifted, and he resolved to seek amusement on the celestial ladder. Jiang Yan's current prowess could no longer be measured solely by realm. As he walked, he noted the surrounding stillness, with only a few students hurrying past, the campus exuding an air of desolation. What has transpired? Unbeknownst to him, outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, countless fleets hovered, forming a dense web that encircled Blue Star. In the void, formidable beings traversed, their gaze keen. The Star People had returned. Under such a formidable and terrifying menace, the populace of Blue Star was engulfed in trepidation. The students of the Divine Martial University were devoid of any inclination to challenge the celestial ladder, instead focusing on preparing for battle, hoping to resist when disaster struck. Jiang Yan turned off his phone, now comprehending the unfolding events. He was aware of the Star People's malevolence a decade prior, although he was young then. As a transmigrator, he had developed his own discernment regarding many matters. He glanced at the empty gaming room, said nothing, and directly selected a gaming pod to lie down in. Welcome to the Celestial Ladder. Jiang Yan noted the live broadcast mode and considered it, ultimately choosing not to activate it. It was a foregone conclusion that he would enter the previous 10,000. But what if the Star People discovered the live broadcast midway and descended upon Blue Star to slay him? It was prudent to exercise caution. Jiang Yan abandoned the live broadcast. In the past, he would not have minded broadcasting to show off, but now that his personal safety was at stake, Jiang Yan deemed it unnecessary to take such risks. Relying on the experts of Blue Star for protection? Entrusting one's life to others is, in itself, an act of folly. Challenge initiated. Challenge successful. Challenge successful. Name, Jiang Yan. Ranking, 40,000. Matching commenced. Challenge successful. Ranking, 30,000. In the external realm, beyond Blue Star, a voice echoed. Citizens of Blue Star, if you are willing to submit to us, the Star People, we shall spare your lives and grant you the honor of becoming citizens of Star. We come with friendly and peaceful intentions, hoping your esteemed Star can recognize our goodwill and refrain from futile resistance. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Do you think the human race fears you? In the void, a man strode forth, wielding a blood-red greatsword, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The Blade Saint of the Abyss has arrived. So it is you, the bandit who dared to intrude upon our Star Academy and seize the Gathering Spirit device. Such transgressions cannot go unpunished. The Star faction, furious, immediately recognized the thief who had trespassed their highest institution. I took what belongs to your Star People. If you dare, come and kill me. The Blade Saint of the Abyss laughed heartily, his gaze looking down upon the insignificant beings before him. Do you think that with your solitary strength, you can hinder us? What if we join forces? From within Blue Star, 5 streaks of light shot forth once more. The 5 individuals stood resolutely beneath the celestial expanse, their demeanor calm and unassuming, yet their formidable prowess was not to be underestimated. They had ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts on Blue Star. Insufficient, utterly insufficient. You are all far too feeble. With a thunderous crash, a creature clad in armor leapt into the fray, a malevolent grin plastered across its visage as it surveyed the 6 elite warriors of Blue Star. My esteemed adversaries. It has been an age since we last met. The countenance of the 6 shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at the grotesque being before them. Babata, you are still alive. Is it not a pity for you that this commander has not perished? Once upon a time, your 2 martial saints self-destructed, severely wounding me, and you presumed I had succumbed in that cataclysm. Alas, you were gravely mistaken. It will be a long time before such weaklings can extinguish my existence. Babata clutched his eyes, cackling madly, as an aura of malevolence surged forth from him. His power escalated exponentially, his form grotesquely swelling as muscles twisted and bulged. Oozing with grotesque filth, deformed organs erupted in clouds of sanguine mist, and soon his entire being swelled thousands of times, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. That blood-soaked, colossal hand thundered down towards the 6, instilling a sense of suffocating despair. Let my wrath be your demise. We shall unite to confront him. Congratulations, challenge successful. Match established. Name, Itachi and age, 25. Battle zone, 158369. Ranking, 10,000.